spending 100,000 yuan on a precise bet to purchase a single number, and astonishingly winning a multi-million jackpot with 2 sets of consecutive large digits, triggered a limit on payouts and emptied the prize pool. This seamless operation left all netizens dumbfounded and ignited a trending topic. The entire internet buzzes with skepticism regarding whether there are hidden machinations behind this event. Yet, the protagonist, Chen Ji, is well aware of the true circumstances. He has always been a victim of misfortune and is currently drowning in debt, finding himself compelled to invest 100,000 yuan in lottery tickets, though he never truly wished to win. However, when luck arrives, it is unstoppable. With the arrival of several million in winnings, Chen Ji's career takes a turn for the better, soaring to new heights. Chapter 1. Purchasing lottery tickets with 100,000 yuan. As Chen Ji was on the road delivering goods, his phone rang again. Noticing it was a local number, he instinctively answered. To his dismay, it was yet another debt collector, immediately bombarding him with threats of disclosing his contacts, visiting his home, and enforcing payment. Enraged, Chen Ji shouted into the phone, "You just keep demanding. Let me be clear today. I have no money, but I am a man. Do as you wish, that we live in an era of universal indebtedness." And Chen Ji is no exception, having succumbed to the pressures of debt. His financial burdens stemmed from a mortgage and car loan, coupled with extravagant expenditures for engagements and weddings. After losing his job at a major company, his income plummeted, forcing him to rely on loans to cover loans. The final straw was being swindled out of over 500,000 yuan by his uncle's brother-in-law. Half a year ago, this unscrupulous individual lured Chen Ji into a business venture under the guise of partnership. Unfortunately, just as the factory was established, it was shut down for violations, and the man vanished with the cash. Introduced by his uncle, Chen Ji was left with no choice but to seek his uncle's assistance. His uncle, Qin Gamin, the village chief of Beitan, was relatively affluent. After returning from his deliveries, it was already dark, and with no time for dinner, Chen Ji drove his white Nissan Qashqai onto the elevated road to his uncle's home. Upon arriving at the village entrance, the headlights illuminated 2 parked cars. A Mercedes-Benz and a Land Rover. 2 individuals were disembarking from the Mercedes, with Qin Guomin in the passenger seat and his son, Qin Yuhui, driving. By the Land Rover stood 2 burly men resembling bears. One of them lifted a box of liquor from the vehicle and approached the Mercedes. Intuition warned Chen Ji that he might be witnessing something illicit. As he drew closer, he discreetly recorded the encounter on his phone. Sure enough, after some feigned reluctance, the bear-like man placed the liquor into the Mercedes' trunk. Behind Beitan village lay the Deqing River, where considerable wealth had been amassed from sand mining in recent years. If Chen Ji's assumptions were correct, these 2 bald men were likely delivering gifts to the village chief. Tucking his phone away, he turned off the engine and approached them without regard for the 2 imposing figures. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the Mercedes GLE 350 driven by Qin Yuhui was brand new and hadn't even been registered. Feeling a surge of anger, Chen Ji remarked, "Oh, uncle, a newly acquired G-Class. Quite the exquisite vehicle. Meanwhile, your nephew is on the brink of losing his home and car to foreclosure, seeking your help, yet you feign ignorance about your finances. Is this luxury vehicle a gift from the winds?" Xiao Ji, Qin Guomin's expression darkened. "Your words lack reason. Your debts are a result of your own actions. Not my concern. I only agreed to help out of familial affection, but I genuinely have no money. Xiao Hui purchased this car through a consumer loan with a minimal down payment." It was clear that his uncle intended to evade responsibility. Chen Ji, pushed to the edge, disregarded any familial decorum. "Are you pretending to be ignorant, uncle? Do you consider me a mere child? You introduced me to your brother-in-law for business, and now he has absconded with the money. Who knows if you 2 are colluding against me?" Baseless accusations. Chen Ji's words ignited a furious response from his uncle, who pointed at him, visibly enraged. "Xiao Ji, I warn you to take responsibility for your words." Qin Yuhui, standing behind his father, was further incensed by his father's anger. He stepped forward, pointing a finger at Chen Ji. "What nonsense are you spouting? Clean up your language." Chen Ji's icy gaze met his. "Yuhui, do you dare insult me?" "Insult you? I'll take it a step further," Yuhui shouted, raising his fist to strike Chen Ji. Quickly, Chen Ji sidestepped and seized Yuhui's left wrist, twisting it behind him. Yuhui cried out in pain, dropping his car keys, which Chunji deftly caught, using the momentum to throw Yuhui several steps back. Fortunately, the two imposing men quickly caught him. Yuhui gritted his teeth, instructing them, "Help me beat him up. Tonight, I'll treat." The sand miners, eager to prove themselves, sprang into action, but before the first burly man could land a punch, he was met with a flurry of blows from Chunji, collapsing to the ground in agony. The second man, rushing in, was similarly dispatched and fell, incapacitated. Qin Guomin and his son stood astonished. They had barely grasped the situation when these large men were taken down so swiftly. Chunji brandished the Mercedes keys before them. "This vehicle is far superior to my Qashqai. I shall borrow it for a few days that a rural family, such as yours, must know where the funds for such a car originate. I have recorded the gift exchange. The evidence lies within the vehicle. Within 3 days, I expect you to gather 300,000 yuan to settle my debts. Fail to comply, and I will report you." The father and son, intimidated by Chunji's fierce demeanor and clenched fists, fell silent, watching helplessly as he drove away in the Mercedes. "Damn it," Yuhui muttered through gritted teeth as he reached for his phone to call the police. However, before he could send the message, Qin Guomin restrained him. "Do not call the police. The evidence of bribery is in the car. Did you not hear him say he recorded it? What do we do now?" Yuhui fumed. "That was a brand new car. I was just getting the hang of it. Be quiet." Qin Guomin barked, his face dark as thunder. Chunji's mother was once involved with a wealthy man, and his father was crippled while trying to catch them. I've heard he's trained in martial arts since childhood, seeking revenge. Who would have thought he would become so formidable? All these years, I've seen his father bullied in the village, yet he never retaliated. This boy is cunning. We must tread carefully. Meanwhile, the two burly men who had attempted to deliver gifts were already on their phones, calling for reinforcements. Qin Guomin rushed over to dissuade them. With the video of the bribery incident in his possession, Chunji understood the need for discretion. On the other hand, he felt elated. The sound system in Yuhui's car was upgraded. It must be the 4D Berlin sound system. The quality of sound and ambience was exquisite, truly a delight. Having suspected that his uncle's tenure as village chief was less than honorable, he now had confirmation of the old man's wealth. Yet, Chunji knew he could not take things too far by reporting his relative for accepting bribes. Contemplating the issue of bribery, he parked nearby. Intent on investigating what hidden secrets the liquor might contain, he perceived that the owner of the sandfield was extravagantly wealthy. It was improbable that a mere gift consisted solely of 2 bottles of wine. Upon retrieving the 2 bottles and opening the box, he was taken aback to discover bundles of 100 yuan notes inside, totaling 10 bundles, an astounding sum of 100,000 yuan. This was ill-gotten money, and Chunji certainly could not touch it. If he were to use it to repay debts, the questionable source of the funds could lead to dire consequences. However, the thought of returning the tainted money to the corrupt official left him feeling a sense of injustice. What was he to do? He could neither report it, nor use it, nor return it. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck Chunji. Why not donate the ill-gotten gains to a charitable cause on behalf of the corrupt official? He decided to purchase lottery tickets with the entire sum, 100,000 yuan worth of tickets. In Chapter 2, Divorce, he bought 500,000 tickets, all for a single number, purposefully choosing 2 sets of consecutive large digits. Knowing that merely relying on one number would not lead to a win, he opted for an absurdly outrageous election. The lottery shop owner, upon witnessing this unusual transaction, regarded Chunji as though he were an oddity. Chunji tossed the large bag of tickets into the trunk of his vehicle, preparing to return it to Mr. Qin when he changed cars. He could not help but chuckle at the prospect of his uncle's reaction upon seeing the 100,000 yuan in stolen money transformed into mere lottery tickets. Since the vehicle was unfamiliar, it could not enter the residential complex, nor could it access the underground garage. Thus, he had no choice but to find a spot to park outside the community. After a quick meal of beef noodles at a nearby restaurant, he walked back home. It was a sweltering summer night, and as he entered his home, a chill ran down his spine from the air conditioning that was set to a frigid temperature. He grabbed the remote and adjusted the thermostat upwards. His wife, Lu Hong, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in her phone, shot him a glare. "Are you crazy?" she exclaimed, snatching the remote from him and deliberately lowering the temperature further. Chunji attempted to reclaim the remote, protesting, "I'm drenched in sweat." And, you want to freeze me? Aren't you worried I'll catch a cold? Unexpectedly, Lu Hong became furious, deftly evading his grasp and forcefully hurling the remote against the wall. The sound of shattering plastic echoed in the room as the batteries rolled out. Worried about catching a cold, are you? She seethed, glaring at him. You only think about yourself. Have you considered my feelings? Shenji was taken aback. Is it really necessary to blow this out of proportion? It's just a minor issue. Minor? Lu Hong's eyes brimmed with tears. This life has become unbearable. Today, my phone was bombarded by debt collectors. Do you have any idea how my colleagues view me? I was forced to silence my phone and missed an important call from the department head, who scolded me harshly. Her voice quivered. I can't take it anymore. Let's just get a divorce. Chun-Ji stared at Lu Hong, his emotions a tumultuous mix. It was evident to him that since the debt crisis erupted, her desire for divorce had been unmistakable. Or rather, ever since he lost his job at a large corporation, her attitude towards him had drastically changed. He remained unfazed by her outburst and calmly replied, "Divorce? I can agree to that. Given the current financial turmoil, I shouldn't drag you into my suffering. But have you considered that once we part ways, our families will also be hurt?" Chun-Ji. Lu Hong suddenly turned to face him. Are you even a man? Resorting to family as leverage against me. Ultimately, you just want to drag me down with you. Her words struck a chord. Chun-Ji's expression grew cold. Indeed, I am a man. If you wish to leave, then so be it. I will comply. Leave is what you said. Very well, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Chun-Ji firmly replied. Fine. Lu Hong appeared to have been waiting for his response. With her goal achieved, she ceased her outburst and returned to her phone. Shortly after, she stood up and entered the bathroom. The sound of running water indicated she was taking a shower, and Chun-Ji sensed a lightness in her demeanor from the sounds of her lively movements. Yet, he felt a weight in his heart. He could see that Lu Hong's heart had already flown away, seemingly leaving no room for reconciliation. But divorce would inflict significant harm on their families. His single father had suffered greatly, having been crippled while attempting to catch a cheating spouse, and was left to raise 3 motherless children, one of whom was mentally challenged. His grandfather, too, had endured hardship, often riding his rickety electric tricycle under the scorching sun to deliver watermelons and other fruits to his grandchildren, displaying affection for his granddaughter-in-law. After a flurry of hairdryer noise, the bathroom door opened, and Lu Hong emerged, her hair still damp. She wore a light green silk nightgown that looked refreshing and breezy, cinched at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. The delicate fabric subtly hinted at her youthful form, and Chun-Ji instinctively swallowed hard as she walked past him. In a moment of impulse, he stood up and embraced her from behind. He resolved to salvage their relationship for the sake of their families and the love they once shared. Why are you doing this? Lu Hong squirmed, trying to break free. Yet, Chun-Ji held her tightly, burying his face in her long, fragrant hair. The scent of her shampoo intoxicated him, and he thought, as long as they were together in this space, she would remain his. You realize we are about to divorce, right? This is considered force. Lu Hong protested vehemently. However, Chun-Ji was determined not to let her escape, pressing against her back and securing her waist. He knew this tactic would soften her resolve in no time. As their breaths became increasingly uneven, Chun-Ji lifted Lu Hong, carrying her into the bedroom. He tossed her onto the bed and attempted to pounce on her. But Lu Hong pushed him away, her delicate foot pressing against his chest, refusing to let him near. You reek. Go take a shower and brush your teeth. I just showered this morning. I'm not dirty, he replied impatiently. Lu Hong stood firm, unwilling to compromise. You must wash. No exceptions. All right, I'll go wash up. With her concession, Chun-Ji deemed it unnecessary to press further. He hurriedly took a shower, returning to the bedroom only to find Lu Hong already asleep, covered by a thin summer blanket. Her fair face bore a faint blush, and she emitted soft snores. She was deeply asleep, having intended to send him away under the pretense of needing a shower, so she could enjoy her rest. That a surge of heat coursed through him, and the feeling of being deceived transformed into anger. He yanked the summer blanket off and pounced on her. Chapter 3. Winning the lottery with 100,000. Chun-Ji lunged forward, startling Lu Hong awake. She instinctively raised her hand and forcefully pushed him away, taken by surprise. Chun-Ji nearly toppled off the bed. Lu Hong pointed her delicate finger at him, warning, "Do not touch me, or I shall sever ties." Ji, filled with rage, retorted, "What was the meaning of asking me to shower and brush my teeth just now? In this sweltering heat, is it so unreasonable to request a refreshing wash?" "It is unreasonable," she snapped. "Your implication was that I should clean myself up while you await me in bed. You are overthinking it." Lu Hong scoffed, stating that their imminent divorce rendered him unworthy of her bed. "I warn you to behave. You must have heard about that recent case of marital assault that resulted in a 3-year sentence. You wouldn't want to be trending for the wrong reasons, would you?" To her surprise, Ji nodded, a smile breaking through his anger. His amusement stemmed from finally recognizing Lu Hong's resolute intent to divorce. With that realization, he felt no further need to devise ways to win her back. Seizing his pillow and summer quilt, he declared, "If I am unworthy of your bed, I shall take refuge in the guest room. For safety's sake, please ensure the door is securely locked to avoid any unwelcome incidents." Having experienced his mother's ruthless abandonment in his childhood, Ji understood the irrevocable determination of a woman scorned. As he lay in the guest room, rest eluded him. After more than a year of acquaintance and over a year of marriage, the abrupt dissolution of their home left him in turmoil. Although he knew this was a pragmatic society where a man without wealth should not indulge in romantic notions, Lu Hong's callousness had deeply wounded him. Her eagerness to flee upon his financial downfall made him wonder, would she return fervently once he regained his fortunes? Amidst his chaotic thoughts, he mindlessly scrolled through his phone until he stumbled upon a video. A vlogger, in an agitated tone, exclaimed, "Did everyone hear the news? A massive jackpot was won tonight. A staggering 560 million. Can you believe it?" The vlogger continued, "Reports confirm that just minutes before the sales deadline, someone bought a lottery ticket worth 100,000. Astonishingly, 50,000 tickets bore the same number, and even more ludicrous, they were 2 consecutive large numbers. And yet, against all odds, they struck it rich with 560 million. Who has ever witnessed such extraordinary luck? Isn't this operation a bit too smooth?" The vlogger encouraged viewers to share their thoughts in the comments. Ji scoffed at the video, muttering to himself, "Smooth my foot. This has to be some insider manipulation, a mere sleight of hand." As he absent-mindedly swiped to the next video, his eyes suddenly widened and his body tensed, propelling him upright in bed. He then rewound the video, his heart racing with anticipation to discover the winning numbers. As he meticulously confirmed each number of that winning combination, tremors coursed through his body, rendering his hands unsteady and unable to grip his phone. Wasn't this the very number he had purchased for a staggering 100,000 yuan? This revelation meant that he was indeed the fortunate recipient of the astronomical prize of 560 million yuan mentioned in the video. As he ventured into the comments section, he was met with a cacophony of skepticism. Some dismissed it as a mere hoax, while others remarked, "I may be poor, but I am not foolish. Do not attempt to dupe me into buying lottery tickets." Another cynically questioned, "To wager 100,000 yuan in one go, is that courage bestowed by Liang Jingru? Or a time traveler's whim to bet on the lottery?" It seemed almost implausible, placing such a hefty bet on a single combination and actually winning. What a series of fortunate coincidences. Truly, life seemed to mirror a well-crafted narrative, unprecedented in its rarity. 500,000 tickets purchased with the same number. And that number was one deemed unlikely to win. If one were to assert that there was no trickery involved, they might as well perform a ludicrous act before him. Ji fixated on the long string of winning numbers in the replies, thinking to himself, "Well, go ahead and indulge in your fantasies." For he was well aware that there was no deceit at play, nor was this a theatrical charade orchestrated by collusion between the lottery center and external parties. This was merely a prank perpetrated against the Qin family, unexpectedly yielding a windfall of 560 million. Ji was no stranger to wealth, but he had never encountered such a staggering sum. The sudden influx of riches left him with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Yet it was accompanied by an exhilarating thrill that made his heart race as if it might leap from his chest. His thoughts were a chaotic whirl. Having won over 500 million, he realized that a complete re-evaluation of his life was in order. The most pressing question now was how to claim his prize. He quickly recognized that this news had ignited a frenzy online, with netizens eagerly awaiting the identity of the winner. If he were to claim the prize, should he don a tiger costume or perhaps a panda suit? The eyes of the nation were upon him. His identity must remain shrouded in secrecy. Ji had no desire to place himself in the spotlight. Even if this matter did not trend on social media, winning such a fortune necessitated discretion. After all, The adage holds that with unexpected fortune comes unexpected misfortune, often due to poor confidentiality. There was also the dilemma regarding Lu Hong. Should he divulge his newfound fortune to her? He smirked to himself. If that woman were to learn of his wealth, she would surely never consider divorce. Her demeanor towards him would undoubtedly shift, transforming into that of a gentle lamb the moment they were alone. In that moment of reflection, Chun-Ji realized that life's adversities were not devoid of value. They served as a sieve, filtering out the trivial and retaining the essential. The woman had chosen to leave him heartlessly during his most challenging times, and he resolved that he would not share his newfound wealth with her after his ascent to fortune. However, considering the bond of marriage, and now that he has accumulated substantial wealth, it would be reasonable to acquiesce to some of her financial demands while drafting the divorce agreement. At that moment, his phone chimed with a WeChat message. Upon opening it, Chun-Ji discovered it was from Qin Yuhui. Initially, there was a brief voice message. "Cousin, I have a surprise for you. Take a look." Chun-Ji could easily surmise that the young man intended to reclaim his luxury car. Though he had no intention of engaging, the subsequent file sent by Qin Yuhui piqued his curiosity. If Qin Yuhui had something to convey, he could have simply sent a text or a voice note, rather than a file. What could possibly be contained within it? Had he been followed while purchasing a lottery ticket with 100,000 yuan in cash? And did the Qin family subsequently see the news of the massive jackpot? Upon learning of the fortune won from the ticket, would they promptly assert their claim, demanding the return of the 50,000 tickets? Chapter 4. Evidence. Chun-Ji opened the voice file, and to his astonishment, it was the voice of Lu Hong. "I really don't understand your thought process. It's so convenient to go to a hotel. If that doesn't work, we could always meet at your office. Why must you come to my home?" A man's voice responded in the recording, robust and magnetic. "Isn't the thrill of coming to your home part of the allure? To experience what it feels like to conquer you in your own bed? Coming to my house in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being caught in the act? Being caught in the act? Is Wu Dalong going to apprehend Shimin-Chin? Isn't he afraid of having his ribs broken?" Lu Hong retorted playfully. "Is it only you who can fight? He trains too, running and hitting the punching bag daily. Long ago, his mother became involved with a wealthy man. And when his father confronted him, he was left crippled. Driven by revenge, he has trained rigorously ever since. He even possesses 3 flying daggers. I've seen them with my own eyes." The man scoffed. "In this day and age, flying daggers? Are you a lovesick swordsman?" Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Lu Hong, irritated, asked, "What is so amusing?" As he continued to chuckle, the man replied, "I just realized that the legacy of being crippled by a lover is evidently hereditary." "Ha ha ha. Is being a lover so glorious?" Lu Hong's tone turned serious. "What are you trying to imply?" "I must remind you that we live in a society governed by law. Do not cause any trouble. If you bring any issues my way, I will not let it slide." The man casually responded, "Am I that bored? As long as that kid doesn't bother me, I have no interest in him. Now, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters." Lu Hong shifted to a sweet, sultry tone. "He has gone to the countryside and won't return until this afternoon. He'll go directly to his driving job. Just keep your worries at bay and don't let it affect your performance." Her voice dripped with an unmistakable allure, as though every pore exuded a seductive essence. The ensuing dialogue between the two individuals grew increasingly explicit, their intentions unmistakable even before they had disembarked. Chun-Ji felt an exhilarating rush of blood coursing through his veins, the excitement of having just won a substantial prize supplanted by an overwhelming urge for vengeance. Although he was on the brink of divorce and would soon sever all ties with Lu Hong, he could not tolerate the humiliation of being cuckolded during their marriage, especially by someone so brazen as to bring the affair into their home. What infuriated him most was the fact that he had regarded his wife as the closest person in his life, confiding in her the misfortunes of his childhood. Little did he know that his tragic past would become fodder for the derision of an unfaithful partner. This was an affront he could not endure. The treachery of the adulterous couple must be met with a severe reckoning. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Qin Yuhui calling. As soon as he answered, a triumphant voice greeted him. "So, how's it going, cousin? Did you catch that? You owe me your gratitude. Had I not discovered such a significant secret on the dashcam, you would have remained blissfully ignorant. Rest assured, I will keep the original footage for you. If you return my car tomorrow, I shall hand over all the files intact. But if tomorrow passes without your return, I cannot guarantee that these materials won't find their way online." Chun-Ji understood. Qin Yuhui had rummaged through the dashcam footage of the Nissan Qashqai and uncovered Lu Hong's infidelity, crafting a particularly distasteful audio clip from it. The vehicle had been Lu Hong's means of commuting, while Chunji typically rode his folding electric bike to work and would drive only when visiting his uncle. It was audacious of her to invite another man into their home while he was away. In truth, Chunji had sensed that something was amiss with Lu Hong for some time, but he lacked concrete evidence. He had never considered checking the dashcam recordings. Underestimating the extent of her boldness, Qin Yue had transformed the video into an audio file, rendering it impossible to ascertain the recording's timestamp. Chunji now pondered that if he could view the original video and determine when it was recorded, he could access the community's surveillance footage to reveal the true nature of the betrayal. The desire for vengeance, the humiliation of being deceived, these feelings surged within him, igniting a fierce hatred that compelled him to rush to Beitan village, reclaim his Koshke, and procure the dashcam footage. Fortunately, Chunji possessed remarkable self-control. The boiling blood and seething anger did not cloud his judgment, but rather compelled him to suppress all emotions. Even in his tone, there was no hint of turmoil as he calmly addressed the caller. Your words have indeed piqued my curiosity. I shall be keen to observe what transpires after tomorrow. Do not claim that your car cannot be returned. I suspect it will remain out of reach for some time. This response clearly took Qin Yue by surprise. He did not anticipate that Chunji would display such fearlessness in the face of threats. In disbelief, he queried, have you not considered the ramifications of the video surfacing online? The entire internet will be aware of the matter concerning your cousin. What will your relatives and friends think of you? Be quiet. Chunji, with a languid tone, interrupted. The footage from the dashcam being posted online is of no concern to me, as I have already divorced that vile person, Lu Hong. As for the video of the bribery at the entrance of Beitan village, and the one featuring the box of liquor in the trunk of the Mercedes, whether that will affect you, I cannot guarantee. Perhaps you should sever ties with your cousin to absolve yourself of any legal responsibility. It was evident that Chunji's response rendered Qin Yue powerless. As long as one remains unembarrassed, it is others who shall feel the embarrassment. Similarly, as long as one is unafraid, it is the adversary who shall bear the fear. Realizing that his leverage no longer intimidated Qin Yue promptly shifted his demeanor, employing various conciliatory remarks, pleading with Chunji to return the car. However, Chunji, disinterested in further dialogue, terminated the call. He had more pressing matters to address, as a person who had turned into an adversary lay in the adjacent room, causing him immense distress. What should he do next? Chunji recognized that he had numerous significant tasks awaiting his attention: divorce, claiming a grand prize, and unearthing infidelity. The following morning, Chunji remained steadfast in his routine of early morning exercise. Upon his return, he discovered that Lu Hong had risen early as well and was busily packing her belongings. Clearly, she was eager to vacate the household. In truth, Chunji wished for this wretched person to depart swiftly, as her mere presence was repugnant to him. Lu Hong, having packed all her cosmetics, emerged from the bathroom and coldly remarked, I've drafted a preliminary divorce agreement and sent it to you. Please review it for any necessary amendments. Chapter 5. Just acquired a luxury car. The content of the divorce agreement was quite straightforward. It stated that the marital relationship between Lu Hong and Chunji had irreparably broken down, and they mutually agreed to terminate their marriage. There were no shared assets or debts, and each party would be responsible for their respective premarital assets or debts. This implied that Chunji's debts would be solely his burden, with Lu Hong bearing no financial responsibility whatsoever. As for the division of property, it had all but collapsed. There were no assets to divide. The marital home still bore an outstanding mortgage of over $3 million, yet similar properties in the community had plummeted to below $3 million, rendering Lu Hong disinterested. However, there was a minor stipulation for youthful compensation, requesting the transfer of the white Koshke vehicle to her, as its loan had been fully repaid. As Chunji perused the divorce agreement Lu Hong had penned, he could not suppress a derisive smirk. Lu Hong, shaking out a piece of clothing, peeked her head from the bedroom and inquired, What are you laughing at? Do you see any areas that require modification? Chunji scoffed. As for everything else, I cannot be bothered to argue with you. It is that car, the Koshke, which you cannot take, for I have already sold it. Sold it? Lu Hong exclaimed, her surprise swiftly morphing into fury. Just yesterday you asked me for the car keys, deceiving me by claiming you needed them to locate your uncle. I never imagined you would sell the car to pay off debts. Chunji scoffed again. I did not sell the car to settle debts. Rather, it is simply no longer needed. I have just acquired a brand new Mercedes-Benz, and there is no necessity for the Qashqai to remain. Mercedes-Benz? Lu Hong gasped, her face a canvas of disbelief. How is that possible? You've clearly been overwhelmed with debts, struggling to make ends meet. Where could you possibly have found the funds to purchase a Mercedes-Benz? Lu Hong ceased her actions, standing still and gazing fixedly at Chen Ji. Although she found it hard to believe he could afford such luxury, a small part of her did entertain the notion. For she always considered Chen Ji to be someone even his wife could scarcely comprehend. Chen Ji withdrew a pristine Mercedes key from his pocket and placed it upon the coffee table. Lu Hong could no longer maintain her composure. She set down the clothing and emerged from the bedroom, taking a seat on the sofa. The atmosphere was clearly charged for a prolonged discussion. Darling, Chen Ji raised a hand to interrupt her. Please, I am not worthy of such a title. I haven't heard it in ages. It is jarring to the ears. Let us stick to names. Well, the situation is as follows, Lu Hong earnestly stated. Could you please speak to me with honesty? This debt crisis is merely a ruse, a test of my loyalty, is it not? Chen Ji remained silent, affecting an air of indifference. Lu Hong leaned slightly closer to him. If you are indeed testing me, I see no reason for such an exercise. Perhaps my demeanor has not been the best of late, but consider it from my perspective. When faced with a debt crisis, who could maintain a cheerful disposition? Chen Ji continued to maintain his silence, watching her perform. I also recognize that you harbor deep thoughts and possess remarkable restraint, Lu Hong reflected, seemingly lost in memory. For instance, you practiced Sanda from a young age solely to avenge our father. After years of training, you excelled, yet during your school days, you never retaliated against those who bullied you. Even now, some in the village take advantage of our father, and you have never lifted a hand against them. You once told me that merely being able to defeat an opponent is not true prowess. True prowess lies in defeating them to the point of their helplessness. Hence, in light of your insufficient strength, you have chosen to endure, which I greatly admire. However, you must not apply this approach to me, for human nature is not resilient against such trials. Chen Ji smiled faintly. Indeed, it cannot withstand trials. Ever since I lost my job, certain individuals have revealed their true colors. Now, with debts looming, they are all too eager to seek divorce. We need not part ways, Lu Hong countered. As long as we can sustain our lives, who desires divorce? I do not aspire to great wealth. I simply seek to be free of debts. Can you comprehend this? I cannot, Chen Ji replied, shaking his head. Since we have agreed to divorce, and you have already packed your belongings, let us not waste words. Lu Hong gazed at Chen Ji for a long time. She then rose and entered the bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Chen Ji speculated that she was likely messaging someone to inquire about her financial situation. If she discovered that her credit was sound and that she owned assets, she would not easily consider divorce. Perhaps she intended to secure her share of the assets before proceeding with the separation. They were educated individuals, not easily deceived. Lu Hong was employed at the Jiangzhou branch of Dade Xinxing accounting firm, having passed the CPA exam at the tender age of 22. The CPA, or Certified Public Accountant designation, is esteemed for its credibility and high value. It is said that obtaining this certification can lead to promotions and salary increases, propelling one toward the pinnacle of success. However, the examination is notoriously difficult, with many candidates abandoning their pursuit along the arduous path. Chen Ji had once admired her remarkable achievement of passing the CPA exam at such a young age, believing her to be exceptionally diligent and highly self-disciplined. Moreover, her striking beauty, an alluring figure complemented by an exquisite mouth and expressive eyes, captivated those around her. Her emotional intelligence was remarkable, and her demeanor was consistently stable. For Chen Ji, who had just entered a large corporation brimming with ambition, only someone of Lu Hong's caliber could be deemed a worthy match. Yet, he now understood that high emotional intelligence often masked a dissonance between appearance and reality, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. At that moment, he heard Lu Hong's phone ring within the room. After a brief conversation, she abruptly flung open the door, her anger palpable. Chun, you truly are something else. Flaunting another's car here as if you own it. To make matters worse, it's stolen. Your uncle's call came through to me. He has already reported it to the police. Prepare to be apprehended. Chen Ji was taken aback by her furious demeanor. Had it not been for the looming threat of debt, he would not have realized how swiftly this woman could turn hostile, her rage sending chills down his spine. There was nothing left to discuss. It was time to hastily finalize the divorce. Chunji refused to transfer ownership of the car to Lu Hong, and she, without further ado, crossed that line off the divorce agreement. It was evident that she was eager to sever ties with him, a man burdened with insurmountable debt. Upon exiting the community, Lu Hong summoned a ride-sharing service. Although she was now aware that Chunji indeed drove a luxurious Mercedes, she would not accept a ride from him, especially since she was dragging 2 large suitcases, determined not to reveal the location of her belongings. While waiting for her ride, Chunji arrived in his brand-new Mercedes, lowering the passenger window to say, "I'll head to the Civil Affairs Bureau first and wait for you." Lu Hong regarded the gleaming GLE 350 with a complex expression, her face darkening. "You should go to the notary first. We need to finalize the notarization of the divorce agreement before proceeding to the Civil Affairs Bureau. According to regulations, notarization of the divorce agreement is a prerequisite for processing the divorce." Chunji had never been divorced, so he was surprised to learn that notarization was required. However, this turned out to be fortuitous. Even though their divorce proceedings would not be finalized until after a 1-month cooling-off period, as long as the notarization was complete, they would no longer have any financial entanglements. Lu Hong believed that the sooner they escaped their plight, the better. Yet for Chunji, the completion of the notarization meant he no longer had to fear Lu Hong claiming any of his assets, allowing him to proceed confidently to claim his rewards. Chapter 6. The twins, the couple, completed the notarization at the notary office and subsequently went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to initiate their divorce process. Naturally, their first visit to the bureau was merely to apply for divorce, as the actual proceedings required a 1-month cooling-off period. After completing the application, Lu Hong appeared visibly relieved and even offered Chunji a rare smile as they exited the administrative hall. Although they would not receive their divorce certificate for another month, they had effectively severed ties at this moment. "Let us part amicably. I wish you find your own happiness soon. You had a white moonlight named Xinqing Lin during your university days, didn't you? Now you can pursue her again," Lu Hong remarked. Chunji replied with a faint smile. "Thank you. I sincerely appreciate your well wishes, and I wish you happiness as well." Lu Hong waved her hand nonchalantly. "Farewell. Let us collect the divorce certificate together in a month." As Chunji watched Lu Hong's graceful departure, a cold smirk crept across his face. He would not be misled into thinking this was the end of the matter. During their marriage, she had betrayed him and mocked his childhood misfortunes. He felt compelled to seek retribution. He recalled a discussion about women who brought fortune to their husbands, suggesting that a man's rise to success could sometimes be attributed to marrying a prosperous wife. If a man grew arrogant and changed partners, his fortune could swiftly turn to misfortune. It seemed Lu Hong was not a woman who brought good fortune. Reflecting on their marriage, he realized that since marrying her, his life had been plagued with misfortune. Ironically, just after she had proposed divorce, he received news of winning a significant prize. Her eagerness to leave him was, in fact, a dismissal of her own bad luck. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his childhood friend, Chen Sinyu. As soon as he answered, he heard Sinyu's boisterous voice. "What's going on with you, man? Why are you still MIA at this hour? Not working? Are you still clinging to Lu Hong? How many times did you go back and forth last night? Neglecting your duties for her, huh? Where are you now?" The mention of Lu Hong struck a raw nerve, akin to rubbing salt in a fresh wound. If these words had been spoken face to face, Chunji would have kicked Sinyu out without hesitation. Although divorcing Lu Hong was akin to ridding himself of a plague, it was still the dissolution of a household, and he would soon have to confront the sorrow of his family. This was undoubtedly affecting his mood. "I'm still at home," Chunji replied curtly. "What? Still at home? What time is it? Everyone else has been gone for half an hour. My boss just helped me load the goods and got mad at me. Hastened to bring it to me with the swiftness of a jet, immediately." Chunji and Chen Sinyu are childhood friends who grew up together in the same neighborhood, and now they find themselves delivering goods in the same vehicle. Sinyu is tasked with making deliveries in the commercial market, working for Jiangzhou's agent of Luohui ham sausages. Recently, Sinyu's partner resigned, and he recommended Chunji to take his place. Having worked together for over 3 months, Chunji now finds himself eager to claim a grand prize, leaving him little inclination to continue with deliveries. After all, once wealth is acquired, the desire to venture into entrepreneurship takes precedence. One cannot imagine a billionaire driving a delivery truck. Currently, Chunji has a matter to discuss with the boss, expressing his intention to resign and suggesting that another replacement be found. "Resign?" Sinyu exclaimed, interrupting Chunji. "Why? Are you no longer paying off your mortgage?" Will your online loans and credit card debts continue to remain overdue? Do you not wish to regain your footing? Or have you found a better job? Caught off guard and unaccustomed to deceit, Shinji found himself momentarily speechless, stating, "I wish to follow Jinyu to the cold storage to slaughter chickens. That work pays more." 3 months prior, Shinji faced two choices: to accompany Sinyu in deliveries or to follow Jinyu to the cold storage. In his moment of desperation, Shinji had to mention Jinyu and fabricate a harmless lie. "Very well," Sinyu conceded, but then exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? I've been waiting for you for nearly an hour." Shinji quickly offered his apologies. In truth, he had intended to call Sinyu early in the morning to discuss this matter, but in the chaos with Lu Hong, he had forgotten. Now that he had resigned, it was imperative to rush to claim his prize. The colossal winnings awaited at the provincial lottery center. However, before heading to the provincial city, Shinji stopped by the mall to purchase a set of Ultraman attire. Trying it on, he found it quite fitting, providing excellent disguise. Surely no one would recognize him now. Yet, Shinji was reminded that claiming the prize necessitated presenting valid identification, thus making it impossible to conceal his identity. At the very least, the staff would be aware of who he truly was. At this moment, Shinji yearned to claim the prize without drawing attention. More importantly, he wished to keep Lu Hong from discovering his newfound wealth. Should she learn of his fortune, she would undoubtedly transform into a relentless pursuer, even going to great lengths in court to claim a portion of his riches. Although he was not afraid of her, being targeted by a relentless adversary was quite troublesome. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Shinji's mind. He could use his brother's identification to claim the prize. His twin brother, Shindaji, had experienced a mix-up at the age of 3 during a vaccination, resulting in Daji receiving 2 shots while Shinji received none. The excess vaccine caused Daji to suffer a high fever that night, impairing his cognitive abilities, leaving him with the intellect of a 4 or 5-year-old. Due to this medical mishap, the local health clinic compensated the family with several thousand yuan, and the family planning office even granted them permission for a second child, leading to the birth of Chunji's sister, Chunxian. As fortune would have it, his brother's identification was in his possession. Thus, he would utilize his brother's identity to claim the prize. Upon returning home, I retrieved my elder brother Chindaji's identification card and compared it with my own. The resemblance was uncanny. Our appearances were identical, our birth dates matched perfectly, and even our identification numbers differed by merely a single digit. I contemplated allowing my brother to stand in for me as a billionaire, albeit for just one instance. After stepping out, Chunji visited a mobile service center, using my brother's identification to acquire a new phone card. He then set off for the provincial capital. Jiangzhou lies over 100 kilometers away from the provincial city, and after a little more than an hour, he arrived at the provincial lottery center. Entering in an Ultraman costume, he garnered a remarkable amount of attention. Guided by the staff, he arrived at the prize redemption room, where he was required to reveal his true identity for verification. Soon, several leaders from the lottery center entered. Driven by curiosity, they eagerly inquired, "Mr. Chun, how did you determine that this number would undoubtedly win?" Chunji simply smiled and replied, "I am not certain that this number will win." Internally, he scoffed, knowing full well that he believed this number would certainly not win. The leaders, perplexed, pressed further. "If you are not certain that this number will win, why then did you purchase it for a sum of 100,000 yuan? Moreover, why did you only choose this one number for 50,000 tickets?" Chunji, scratching his nose, quipped, "I didn't think about winning. I only wished to contribute to charity. Do you believe me?" Disappointed, the leaders departed, realizing they could extract no valuable information from him. They had expected the winner to speak in riddles or profound terms. Having won 560 million yuan, the lottery center withheld 20 in taxes, leaving him with a net amount of 448 million yuan. The staff routinely asked if he would like to make a donation. Chunji contributed 2 million. Thus, the remaining 446 million yuan was the true sum he could claim. Chapter 7. The Impossibility of Financial Management. Chunji received 2 checks, one for the amount of 446 million yuan and another for 560 million yuan, which was quite impressive. He was required to hold this larger check for photographs and interviews. After enduring the ordeal, he was drenched in sweat. The Ultraman costume was excessively thick, nearly causing him to succumb to heat. Having completed the necessary procedures, Chunji hastily fled amidst the reporter's persistent inquiries. He returned to Jiangzhou, not wishing to deposit the funds in a provincial bank. as he feared the inconvenience of needing to visit the branch for large transactions. Upon arriving back in Jiangzhou, he went to the bank, only to find it past noon, yet fortunately, they remained open for the lunch shift. When the bank staff beheld the check for 446 million yuan, marked for prize redemption, their gaze towards Chunji transformed into one of astonishment. Unable to restrain themselves, one exclaimed, "You are the one who bought 10 million yuan worth of tickets for the same number and won the 500 million prize." Chunji placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence while cautiously surveying his surroundings. The staff maintained a posture that could accommodate a goose egg and hurriedly ushered Chunji into the VIP room. Immediately thereafter, they placed a call to the bank president. From the content of her conversation, it was evident that the president and their associates were engaged in a banquet. However, within mere minutes of hanging up, the president, along with the vice president and others, arrived at the VIP room. These banking leaders were not unfamiliar with billionaires. Rather, they were eager to witness the presence of the most legendary lottery winner. Accompanying the president and vice president was a financial advisor, whose role was to promote investment products to Chunji. At first glance, the returns on these products appeared quite enticing. Yet Chunji was acutely aware of the associated risks, especially during a downturn in the economy, where the likelihood of loss was substantial, and total capital erosion was a genuine possibility. Thus, he resolved never to engage with such financial products. In stark contrast to the lofty returns of these investment schemes, current deposit interest rates seemed woefully inadequate, with 3-year fixed deposits yielding less than 2%. On his journey back to Jiangzhou after receiving his prize, Chunji had already allocated the sum of 446 million. He decided to place 200 million in a fixed deposit, while the remaining 246 million would be earmarked for investment, in hopes of discovering a promising entrepreneurial venture. After all, this was an unexpected windfall. Even if the investments were to falter, he would not feel disheartened. Should failure occur, he would resign himself to never investing again, content to live off the interest from the 200 million fixed deposit for the remainder of his days. After engaging in some haggling with the bank executives, Chunji successfully deposited the 200 million in a large certificate of deposit with an interest rate of 2. Although interest rates had plummeted over the past 2 years, this substantial deposit had only decreased to 2. Nevertheless, the annual interest on 200 million amounted to 4 million, with monthly disbursements yielding over 360,000. Additionally, he divided the remaining 246 million, placing 240 million in a 7-day notice deposit, securing a negotiated rate of 1.2, also resulting in monthly interest payments. Thus, he would receive a total of over 600,000 in interest each month. For Chunji, a rural child accustomed to poverty, a monthly income of 600,000 was a fortune he could hardly fathom spending extravagantly. The remaining 6 million would be kept in his account, reserved for debt repayment, and would serve as his discretionary spending. Once the banking officials departed, the VIP room was left with only Chunji and the financial advisor, Fang Xinyan. Chunji gazed at the string of numbers in his text message balance, still in a state of disbelief. Fang Xinyan, however, seized the moment to present yet another financial plan, gently encouraging him. "Mr. Chun, your thoughtful allocation of the bonus reflects profound insights into financial management. Since you have set aside 6 million as liquid funds, might you consider this investment opportunity? A modest initial investment of 3 million or even 2 million would suffice. After all, in your capable hands, 3 million or 2 million is but a trifling sum. A foray into high-yield products could prove to be an enriching experience." As Chunji gradually confronted reality, he couldn't help but steal a few glances at the financial advisor before him. Dressed in a light gray skirt suit paired with nude high-heeled sandals, and an elegant light blue silk blouse with a subtly open collar adorned with a silver necklace, she exuded a blend of beauty and intellectual sophistication. Despite her persistent sales pitches, Chunji remained unbothered. After all, the allure of a beautiful woman's demeanor held a certain charm that was undeniably flattering to him as a man. It seemed that even in the banking sector, it was challenging to maintain a posture of neither servility nor arrogance when faced with a young and handsome billionaire such as himself. If she were to learn of his recent divorce, her flirtatious demeanor would likely intensify. After briefly perusing the introduction to the financial product, Chunji nodded in agreement. Indeed, this investment opportunity was quite commendable, boasting one of the highest yields within the risk category of R1. However, Having just won a substantial fortune, his thoughts were somewhat disordered, rendering financial planning a temporary concern. Perhaps in a few days, he added, if I find myself in need of such services, I will reach out to you. Of course, Mr. Chun, Fong Xinyan replied enthusiastically. From now on, I shall be your dedicated personal financial advisor. Whenever you require assistance with any banking-related matters, do not hesitate to contact me. Oh, is that so? Chenji pondered for a moment. Could I trouble you to withdraw 1,100,000 in cash for me? Not a problem at all, Mr. Chen. Fong Xinyan promptly refilled his teacup. Please hold on. I will check on the cash availability. Before long, she returned with a large bag containing the requested sum. Typically, for a high-profile client like Chenji, the bank would have numerous gifts to present, all exquisite and far more valuable than the mundane offerings of rice or cooking oil given to ordinary depositors. However, noticing that each gift bore the bank's logo, he declined their generous offer, wishing to keep his identity as a major client under wraps. Once outside the bank, Chenji sat in his Mercedes-Benz, lost in thought for a considerable while. The sudden windfall had taken him by surprise, rendering each moment surreal. After regaining his composure, the first task he undertook was to transfer 500,000 to his own account from his brothers, using his phone to settle all overdue debts, including credit cards and online loans. Just moments ago, he had been burdened with a mountain of debt, unable to scrape together even 1,000 yuan. Yet now, with his brother's account boasting billions, he had access to a secret financial reservoir. Whenever he needed funds, he could simply transfer from his brother's account. The advantage of this arrangement was that, although he was a billionaire in reality, there would be no trace of such wealth under his name. The sensation of being an invisible tycoon was exhilarating. Furthermore, as his debts had only recently begun to accrue pressure, with no legal actions yet initiated against him, settling them all at once provided a sense of liberation akin to winning the lottery. Yet this exhilarated sentiment must remain a secret, one that cannot be shared with anyone. The matter of winning a substantial prize is something that must be kept confidential even from family. Nonetheless, now that I have acquired wealth, it is reasonable to share a portion with my family. Chapter 8. Xinyu was beaten. Chenji promptly transferred 30,000 to his father. As soon as the money was sent, his father did not accept it immediately but called without delay. Xiaoji, why have you suddenly sent me money? Is there a need for justification when giving money to one's own father? Chenji chuckled. I find myself in a more affluent position, so I thought to contribute a little to the family. The past few years have been financially strained, and our small supermarket has had to rely on credit for supplies. It is timely for you to use this to settle the bills. Did you not just start delivering ham sausages with Xinyu? How have you saved up so much in just a few months? His father seemed somewhat incredulous. Chenji crafted a small fib. The earnings from delivering ham sausages are modest. My significant income now comes from assisting a machinery factory with research and development. This 30,000 is a portion of what they provided, and there will be more to come. Currently, Chenji possesses nearly 4 million in liquid assets, and with monthly interest exceeding 60,000, he had contemplated sending more to his father but feared it would alarm him. If he were to suddenly transfer hundreds of thousands, his father would surely suspect the money's legitimacy. It was best to avoid causing any undue concern. After reassuring his father to accept the money without worry, Chenji swiftly sent 5,000 to his sister, Chenxian. Their family had always faced adversity, with their single-legged father raising 3 children, one of whom is intellectually challenged, enduring much hardship. His younger sister, from a young age, had been remarkably mature, evoking both admiration and sympathy. Since entering university, she had diligently taken on part-time work during her spare time. Today's university students often lament the inadequacy of their living expenses provided by their families, incessantly requesting more funds. However, Chen Xian was an exception. Whether from her father or Chenji, she sometimes declined the living expenses, claiming she had enough on hand. Now that Chenji had come into wealth, it was imperative that he alleviate his sister's burdens. As anticipated, no sooner had Chenji sent the money than she called him. Ergo, did you send this by mistake? I will return it. Chenji was at a loss for words and had to resend the amount. Xian, your elder brother is not so muddled as to send money to the wrong person. That is indeed for you. Accept it promptly. Why are you giving me so much money? I do not lack funds. I am earning quite well with one-on-one tutoring. Use your money for your sister-in-law or save for the mortgage. Chen Xian, who had not returned home for summer vacation, had found a tutoring agency to teach summer classes. What can a student earn? Chen Ji replied. Your elder brother is now more capable of earning. Our family will no longer have to live in constant financial strain. From now on, during breaks, come home and do not seek part-time work anymore. Your elder brother can comfortably support you. The two siblings engaged in a lengthy argument over the phone, and ultimately, under Chun Ji's stern insistence, Chen Xian reluctantly accepted the money. Once the call ended, Chun Ji contemplated the necessity of returning home soon to send some funds to his grandfather. The elderly man, having lost his cherished granddaughter-in-law, would likely be heartbroken upon learning of her passing. It would be prudent to shower him with money, dulling the pain of his grief with financial comfort. When he thought of Lu Hong, Chen Ji couldn't help but glance at the bag of cash resting in the passenger seat. There was no need for her to know about his billions. Merely presenting her with over $1 million in cash would undoubtedly rekindle her devotion. Yet, such affection, bought with money, held little value in Chen Ji's eyes. He had withdrawn $1 million in cash, of which 100,000 was intended to repay his cousin. His recent fortune was, after all, partly due to his cousin's influence, so he chose not to quibble over the matter, planning to conceal the ill-gotten gains within a wine box instead. Although he felt irked by Qin Yuhui's threats last night and the subsequent call to Lu Hong this morning, Chun Ji understood that as a man now worth billions, he had greater ambitions than to engage in petty squabbles. The remaining $1 million in cash was merely for his amusement. Having actual cash in hand provided a tangible sense of reality. Chun Ji was careful not to linger outside for too long and headed straight home. While sudden wealth was indeed a blessing, its abrupt arrival left him grappling with an unsettling sense of insecurity. He couldn't shake the feeling that if such vast sums could appear out of nowhere, they could just as easily vanish. Upon arriving home, he hastily prepared a simple meal and began to arrange the $1 million in cash. 100 neat bundles of bright red bills stacked together created quite a spectacle. After admiring them for a while, he pondered how to conceal this wealth. Wealth should not be flaunted. If not well hidden, it could easily attract thieves. After surveying the house, he ultimately decided to place the 100 bundles neatly beneath the mattress in the guest room. This room was designated for his father and brother. Though they had only spent a single night there, Chen Xian had also stayed for a couple of days. Chun Ji resolved to occupy the guest room for the foreseeable future, planning to clear every item from the master bedroom, which he intended to treat as refuse. Furthermore, he would disinfect and repaint the space, eradicating all traces of Lu Hong. The mere thought of that woman bringing her dog of a man into his home filled him with revulsion. Every piece of furniture and every inch of flooring seemed tainted by her betrayal. He aimed to rejuvenate the home, making it feel as though she had never existed within its walls. Only in this way could Chen Ji fully escape the shadows of his past and embark on a new chapter in his life. After a restless night, he had been tirelessly active since early morning, leaving him utterly exhausted and struggling to keep his eyes open. He decided to take a brief nap to rejuvenate himself before formulating his next plan. Sleeping alongside $1 million in cash proved to be quite exhilarating, leaving him restless for a considerable time, tossing and turning before he finally drifted into a fitful slumber. Upon awakening, he first called Sinyu. "Hello. I didn't come in today. How are you managing alone? You shamelessly call me after abandoning me," Sinyu retorted angrily. "You didn't even give me a heads up about not showing up, leaving me completely unprepared. Fortunately, I called my cousin from my aunt's side. Otherwise, I would have been utterly exhausted today." "Enough of the complaints," Chen Ji chuckled. "I'll treat you to dinner after work as an apology." "Oh please," Sinyu scoffed. "What is there to apologize for among brothers? Save your money to pay off your debts and get back on your feet. Who do you think you're looking down on?" Chen Ji replied. "Quit harping on about debts. My financial situation isn't as dire as you think. I just picked up a brand new Benz today." "Stop kidding," Sinyu dismissed. "I know how many holes are in your underwear. With your current finances, how could you possibly afford a Benz?" "Whether I can afford it will be evident at dinner tonight," Chen Ji countered. Hearing his unwavering conviction, Sinyu began to doubt. "Let us see the truth tonight, but don't try to fool me with a toy car." They agreed on a time and place, and after work, Sinyu, along with his cousin, made their way there. Due to a delay in his delivery schedule, Sinyu returned the vehicle later than expected, prompting Chen Ji to wait until dusk before setting out. Just before he arrived at the designated hotel, his phone rang with a local unknown number. Initially intending to ignore what he presumed to be yet another collection call, curiosity compelled him to answer. A timid voice emerged from the other end. "Is this Chen Ji Gij?" Chen Ji was taken aback. "Who are you?" "I am Zhu Haoyang, Chen Sinyu's cousin." You need to come to the police station. Chen Ji felt a sinking sensation. What happened? Where is Xinyu? Zhu Haoyang's voice trembled. Cousin has been beaten, and the police have handcuffed him. They are going to detain him. Your sister-in-law is also here. Chapter 9. Enemies. Upon hearing his cousin's disjointed and chaotic words, Chen Ji thought to himself, what on earth is happening? He interrupted Zhu Haoyang. Whose sister-in-law? Who are you referring to? What is her name? It's your sister-in-law. Zhu Haoyang replied hesitantly. Her name should be Lu Hong. All right, I see. Chen Ji began to grasp the situation and asked, can you tell me who beat Xinyu? Zhu Haoyang weakly responded. It was a particularly strong person, tall and muscular. Chen Ji's heart stirred as he inquired, did this man have a particularly powerful voice? One that resonated with strength? Zhu Haoyang quickly affirmed, yes. That person seemed like a seasoned fighter. Even just hearing his voice made him sound formidable. That individual truly exhibits an audacious demeanor. Despite witnessing him assaulting my cousin, I dared not utter a word. Yet, he not only struck my cousin, but also delivered 2 kicks to me. At this moment, Chen Ji's suspicions were further solidified. He urged his younger cousin, do not panic. Kindly inform me of the police station you are currently at. I shall head there immediately. Please recount the events leading up to this incident in detail. As he drove, Chen Ji attentively listened to Zhu Haoyang narrate the unfolding circumstances. In truth, the matter was not overly complex. Xingyu and Chen Ji had made arrangements to dine together that evening. After returning the vehicle, he took his own car to fetch his cousin and head to the designated hotel. En route, Xingyu spotted Lu Hong, who was engaged with a tall, well-built man, holding an extravagant bouquet. Lu Hong then leapt into the embrace of this striking gentleman, and the pair shared a public display of affection. Unable to tolerate this spectacle, Xingyu immediately parked and approached Lu Hong to confront her. Unfazed, Lu Hong declared that she had already divorced Chen Ji and chastised Xingyu for meddling in her affairs. Doubting her claims, Xingyu argued with her, accusing her of disloyalty to Chen Ji and insisting on calling him. At this moment, the tall, athletic man intervened, seizing Chen Xingyu by the throat and commanding him to leave. Though the man exuded an intimidating presence, being choked in public was intolerable for Chen Xingyu, and a scuffle ensued. Unfortunately, Chen Xingyu was no match for the man, who delivered a flurry of punches, leaving him bruised and incapacitated. Observing this, Zhu Haoyang was paralyzed with fear, not daring to intervene, and merely retrieved his phone to call for help, only to be kicked twice by the assailant, sending his phone flying. Surprisingly, it was the assailant who called the police, and soon officers arrived, escorting everyone to the station. Zhu Haoyang recounted, the responding unit is from the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau's security squad. We are currently at the security division. Since I did not participate in the fight, it was not my place to report it, and I have just come from the security division. As Zhu Haoyang continued, his voice trembled with emotion. Chen Ji, please hurry. We need to find someone familiar. My cousin must be taken to the hospital. He has been severely injured. Upon hearing this, Chen Ji felt a surge of urgency, pressing down hard on the accelerator, disregarding the urban speed limits. Like a slippery eel, he maneuvered through the streets, avoiding red lights, squeezing through any openings available. Upon arriving at the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau, he was unable to drive in. So he parked and informed the guard that his classmate had been detained by the security police and that he was there to secure their release. This granted him passage. In the courtyard of the police station, he spotted his cousin pacing anxiously. Although they had never met before, a mere exchange of glances confirmed their identities. Zhu Haoyang jogged toward him, exclaiming, Chen Ji, you have arrived. What should we do now? Do you have any acquaintances at the station? Quickly call someone you know. The cousin of the protagonist, Chen Jixin, was involved in a scuffle, during which he was assaulted. Yet it was his cousin who faced the threat of detention and fines from the police, while the assailant seemed to escape unscathed. Chen, bewildered, insisted, I have no connections. We hail from the countryside, having only recently graduated and entered the workforce, still regarded as a vulnerable group in this city. Nevertheless, he reassured his cousin, Zhu Haoyang. Do not worry, I will first assess the situation inside. As they hurried into the lobby, Zhu whispered anxiously, the officers from the public security team are rather fierce. Chen promptly corrected him, stating, this is the municipal bureau, not merely the public security team, but rather the public security division. The night had already fallen, and while most workplaces had closed for the day, the police station remained brightly lit, bustling with officers attending to their duties. indicating that frontline officers do not adhere to regular working hours, as crime does not cease with the setting sun. At that moment, Chen noticed several officers escorting a group of ruffians toward the elevator. The unruly individuals were clearly resisting, with one notably burly thug vociferously challenging the officers. "On what grounds are you arresting me? Do you know who I am? You had better treat me with respect and release me at once." He struggled vehemently against their grasp. As the elevator doors opened, 2 officers attempted to usher him inside, but he suddenly broke free and bolted out. In a chaotic flurry, the officers scrambled to apprehend him, but he charged forward like a wild bull, crashing into those attempting to seize him. Just then, a few officers emerged from the elevator, one of whom, adorned with 2 stripes and 3 4-point stars, was tall and commanding. Assessing the situation, this officer reacted swiftly, pursuing the thug with remarkable speed and seizing his arm. The burly ruffian tried once more to shake him off, but the officer, nimble and adept, executed a flawless maneuver that brought the thug crashing to the ground. With an air of authority, he directed the approaching officers, "Cuff him." It must be said, the officer's seamless execution of the task was nothing short of impressive. This scene compelled Zhu Haoyang to give Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly remarkable." However, Chen averted his gaze, tugging at Zhu to steer him into a corridor. "Chen Jiga, the public security team is on the 2nd floor," Zhu urged. "No talking," Chen whispered, deliberately positioning himself ahead of Zhu to obscure his silhouette. Approaching the end of the corridor, he spotted a restroom and swiftly entered, with Zhu following closely behind. Sensing something was amiss and quietly inquiring, "What is the matter, Chen Jiga?" Chen Ji uttered words of reassurance, yet internally he was engulfed in frustration. Zhu Haoyang had suggested he leverage connections, but now not only were there no connections to pursue, he had encountered a sworn enemy. Chapter 10. The head of the criminal investigation team, Zhu Haoyang, discerned a hint of unease and inquired, "Brother Chen, do you know that striking police officer from earlier?" Chen Ji disregarded the question, urging, "Hurry and check on Sinyu." In truth, the distinguished officer was Ding Haowei, Chen Ji's high school classmate, who had recently ascended to the position of head of the Jiangzhou City Police's Criminal Investigation Division. During their high school years, although they were in the same grade, they belonged to different classes and had little interaction. Chen Ji, due to familial circumstances, his mother's affair, had become the subject of gossip among classmates, rendering him a marginalized figure within the school. Conversely, Ding Haowei was the epitome of charisma, brimming with confidence and a penchant for ostentation, thriving in the spotlight. In essence, he was the type who lived for the approval of others. Such arrogant individuals were seldom well-liked, and Chen Ji harbored a profound aversion towards him. Adding to Ding Haowei's arrogance was the rumor of his influential uncle, which bolstered his self-importance and attracted a cadre of sycophants. Chen Ji and he were fundamentally different. He would always circumvent Ding Haowei, wary of provoking trouble. However, his apprehensions were unfounded. Ding Haowei was the sort of person who cared little for timid students like Chen Ji. His disdain was reserved for those aspiring to be the alpha. Anyone daring to outshine him would face dire consequences. At that time, there existed a genuine second-generation official in the school, accompanied by his own entourage. The rivalry between this official's progeny and Ding Haowei was palpable, each refusing to yield, resulting in numerous confrontations with alternating victories. Remarkably, on several occasions, Ding Haowei had defended Chen Ji against this official's bullying, which had become a source of amusement for others. Ding Haowei, unable to tolerate such injustice, intervened on Chen Ji's behalf, leading to several skirmishes. Chen Ji, grateful for Ding Haowei's support, wished to express his gratitude with a meal, but Ding Haowei regarded him with disdain. Their true intersection occurred in their senior year. One evening after class, Ding Haowei found himself alone, devoid of his usual entourage. From the shadows emerged an assailant who lunged at him with a knife, intent on murder. Fortunately, Chen Ji happened to pass by and, without hesitation, rushed to his aid, subduing the attacker with a flurry of strikes and apprehending him. Subsequent interrogations revealed that the assailant had been hired by the second-generation official who, overwhelmed by Ding Haowei's dominance, had resolved to eliminate him. Ding Haowei had a narrow escape. Only then did he realize the remarkable prowess of Chen Ji. Strikingly, a person so formidable could endure such humiliation, being bullied daily at school without ever retaliating. Intrigued by Chen Ji, Ding Haowei became incessantly attached to him after his discharge from the hospital. Chen Ji was the type of individual who preferred to remain low-key and resilient. likely unimpressed by Ding Haowei's boisterous demeanor. However, even the coldest of shoulders cannot resist the warmth of a persistent smile. Over time, their relationship blossomed amicably. Yet, Chunji never engaged with Ding Haowei's small circle of friends. After the college entrance examination, Chunji was admitted to Bailey University of Technology, while Ding Haowei enrolled in a police academy. Despite their different paths, they maintained contact as former classmates. Upon graduation, Ding Haowei was recruited into the public security sector through a joint examination for police academy graduates. Initially assigned to a remote township police station as an ordinary officer, rumors circulated among their classmates that he had been deliberately sent there as a form of retribution by enemies. Given their shared struggles during high school and their continued correspondence throughout university, Chunji visited Ding Haowei at the township station. It was evident that he was being suppressed. The once flamboyant figure now appeared despondent and lifeless. Chunji felt a surge of emotion knowing that his old classmates still thought of him and came to visit. Ding Haowei lamented, expressing his disillusionment with effort, declaring that striving was merely a scythe for harvesting the ordinary. Life, he mused, is but 30,000 days. One should seize joy where they can. Having surrendered to his fate, he resigned himself to a life of watching over the township police station until retirement. In light of Ding Haowei's neglected state and his lamentations about the fickleness of human relationships, Chunji often made time to console him. After more than a year, Ding Haowei was promoted to deputy station chief, and his outlook markedly improved. He ceased his lamentations, and his once dominant arrogance began to resurface. Meanwhile, Chunji became preoccupied with romance, engagements, and marriage, leading to a chaotic life that strained his connections with classmates living in different cities. During Chunji's unfortunate years, Ding Haowei's career soared. While serving as deputy station chief, he achieved significant accomplishments, leading to an exceptional promotion. He was transferred to the District Public Security Bureau, and within 6 months, he was appointed as the squad leader of the Municipal Criminal Police Team, where he solved 2 major cases, earning widespread acclaim within the Jiangzhou public security system. His achievements were highlighted in the provincial media, and he received focused training from the organization. Emerging as a shining star in Jiangzhou's law enforcement community, classmates reported that the once showy and arrogant Ding Haowei had made a triumphant comeback. Naturally, those who had previously overlooked him became enthusiastic in their support. When he transferred to the District Public Security Bureau, classmates eagerly organized gatherings to welcome him. As he ascended to the Municipal Bureau, the number of classmates eager to curry favor with him multiplied. In stark contrast, Chunji, having lost his job at a large corporation, found himself reduced to taking odd jobs, feeling deeply ashamed. He did not attend any of the class reunions. After the event, some classmates informed Chunji that Ding Haowei had openly expressed his dissatisfaction with him during the banquet. Just a few months prior, Ding Haowei had solved a significant case and was exceptionally promoted to head the criminal investigation team of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau, despite being only 29 years old. It is remarkable for someone so young to attain such a high-ranking position, particularly in such a crucial role. According to classmates, aside from his evident competence and capability, his uncle's transfer to a central position undoubtedly aided his career advancement. Upon receiving this exceptional promotion, Ding Haowei took the initiative to organize a gathering for old classmates in Jiangzhou, inviting them to celebrate. He even personally called Chunji to extend the invitation. However, Chunji understood that such gatherings often serve as platforms for classmates to showcase their superiority, attended primarily by those who have achieved considerable success. Meanwhile, he found himself mired in debt, having fallen from the heights of a prestigious career to delivering goods, relegated to the lowest rungs of society. At the gathering, if classmates inquired about his situation, should he fabricate a lie or speak the truth? Recognizing the need for self-awareness, Chunji opted not to attend the gathering, sparing himself the humiliation of becoming a stepping stone or target for others. He politely declined, citing his absence from Jiangzhou. Chapter 11. The Narrow Road of Enemies. Regarding the gathering, Chunji later learned from classmates that during the banquet, Ding Haowei, having indulged in drink, shamelessly berated Chunji in front of the crowd. That brat is nothing but a self-important ingrate. He has likely forgotten how, during our high school days, he was bullied and who stood up for him. Now that he has found success, he looks down upon us old classmates with disdain. He is utterly ungrateful, turning on us faster than the pages of a book. Had I encountered him, I would have taken it upon myself, as an old classmate, to teach him a lesson and remind him of humility. Those sycophantic classmates present echoed his sentiments, adding embellishments with every word. Indeed, Chunji has truly changed. He is a distinguished graduate of Bailey University of Technology, with a master's degree and remarkable abilities. Upon graduation, he easily secured a position at Liguang Automobile, a leading company in the new energy sector, earning a comfortable annual salary exceeding 200,000. Rumor had it that shortly after joining, he became a core member of the company's intelligent manufacturing team. Another classmate chimed in, "You may not know, but he spent less than a year at Liguang before following his team leader to Jiping Automobile." Jiping is a colossal firm formed by two of the nation's top conglomerates. With immense strength, it is said that with this transition, his salary skyrocketed to over 300,000. At this rate, he is likely earning around 600,000 now. Our disparity with him is growing ever wider. In future gatherings, we might feel embarrassed to invite him. He probably wouldn't even deign to attend our modest get-togethers, several classmates. In their desperate bid to curry favor with Ding Haowei, unleashed a barrage of sharp and caustic remarks. Listening to their words, Ding Haowei's anger escalated, leading him to speak indiscriminately. He issued a stern warning. Ding Haowei, lay down the law here. I hope Chunji can be more prudent and refrain from engaging in any illicit activities. Should I catch wind of any misdeeds, HM. His words were laden with threats, unmistakably serving as a caution to Chunji to avoid falling into his grasp, for the consequences would be dire. While Ding Haowei's arrogance bordered on excessive, Chunji was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Once upon a time, they had shared a cordial relationship, and during Ding Haowei's rise to success, it was expected that Chunji would be among the first to congratulate him. Instead, he chose to evade the situation. Anyone would harbor resentment under such circumstances, particularly someone as proud as Ding Haowei, who valued his reputation above all else. However, with the situation as it stood, there was little that could be done. Chunji could only hope for divine intervention, praying that he would not find himself in trouble, much less at Ding Haowei's mercy. Presently, the incident involving Xinyu had already become quite precarious. It was evident that the other party had connections. If Ding Haowei were to become involved, the situation would undoubtedly worsen, plunging Xinyu into even greater peril. At this moment, the earlier chaos in the hall had gradually subsided. Chunji cautiously peered out, estimating that Ding Haowei had likely departed. He then pulled Zhu Haoyang along and hurriedly exited the restroom, making his way upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor of the security team, the first sight that greeted Chunji was the dejected figure of Xinyu, bruised and battered, with blood at the corner of his mouth, a clear indication of the severity of the beating he had endured. Crouching in the corner with handcuffs on, he appeared to have just completed his statement. Lu Hong sat nearby, her expression indifferent, as if the unfolding events held no significance for her. Beside her was a man clad in a V-neck t-shirt, sporting a gleaming Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. As Zhu Haoyang had described, the man's bare arms were well-defined and muscular, a testament to his rigorous training. Even while seated, his imposing stature was apparent, contrasting sharply with the battered Xinyu. Chunji understood that in the presence of such a formidable adversary, Xinyu stood no chance of retaliation. The scene before him was clearly not one of a fair fight, but rather a brutal one-sided assault. Yet here was Xinyu, shackled and resembling a beaten pig, while the assailant leisurely sat, cradling a disposable cup and sipping water, exuding the demeanor of a privileged guest. Instinctively, Chunji recognized this man as the same one Lu Hong had previously brought to his home. When foes meet, animosity flares intensely. Chunjiqiang, suppressing the overwhelming urge to pummel his adversary into submission, could not conceal the seething hatred reflected in his piercing gaze. The man, recognizing Chunji's identity, locked eyes with him, his own expression brimming with hostility. The atmosphere thickened with palpable tension as they exchanged this silent confrontation. On the ground, the disheveled Chen Xinyu, upon seeing Chunji's arrival, felt as if he had encountered a savior. "Old Ji, you're here," he exclaimed. "Silence," barked the investigating officer, reprimanding him. "Who permitted you to speak?" "Officer," Chen Jiqiang managed to keep his voice steady despite the fury bubbling within. "Why is the victim handcuffed while the assailant sits comfortably? What rationale is this? Who are you? Who allowed you in here?" The officer turned, eyeing Chunji with suspicion. Chen pointed towards Xinyu. "He is my brother." Then he gestured towards Lu Hong. "The one seated is my ex-wife. Today's incident arose due to her." "Ex-wife?" Hearing this, Sinu's previously dim expression flickered with surprise as he turned back to Chun-Ji, urgently inquiring, "Old Ji, you truly divorced her? What on earth transpired?" His gaze then shifted angrily towards Lu Hong. "How heartless. After I was beaten so brutally, you didn't even attempt to intervene. Given our family's good relations, I never expected such callousness from you. Shut up. Can't you hear?" The officer, losing patience, kicked Chen Sinu. He recoiled slightly, gritting his teeth, swallowing the rest of his words, though his eyes burned with indignation. In the police station, Chun-Ji understood that regardless of the fury roiling within, he could not act recklessly in this environment. With no acquaintances available for assistance, he contemplated whether he could pay a fine to secure Sinu's release. "Officer, I wish to discuss the possibility of paying a fine to bail my brother out," Chun-Ji said, attempting to maintain a calm demeanor. The officer let out a scoff, mocking, "Do you think this police station is your personal establishment? You believe a fine can absolve administrative detention? Who set these rules? Enough chatter. Chen Sinu is charged with provoking trouble and disturbing public order. He will be detained for 5 days and fined 1,000. If you wish to pay the fine, you can do so now." Chapter 12. A moment for reflection. At this point, Chun-Ji became anxious. If there was no bail, did it mean Sinu would truly face detention and endure such suffering? He hastily interjected, "According to the law on administrative penalties, if the punished party applies for administrative reconsideration or initiates administrative litigation and provides a guarantor, or pays a deposit at the rate of 200 per day of administrative detention, a delay in execution can be requested. We now wish to apply for administrative reconsideration." He recognized that several officers were clearly biased in favor of the other party, yet he felt powerless. At this juncture, arguing with the police was futile. One could merely cite legal provisions in a bid to secure a glimmer of hope for Xingyu, while simultaneously hoping that the police would genuinely adhere to the law and refrain from excessive actions. Before the police could respond, a handsome man seated nearby, casually sipping water, suddenly let out a derisive laugh, his face reflecting disdain. "Oh, so you're here to educate the police on the law? A little self-reflection wouldn't hurt. What are you even worth?" Lu Hong also scoffed, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "And you dare talk about paying fines as if you possess great wealth. Just look at you. If we asked you for the fine, would you even be able to pay it?" She cast a sidelong glance at Chun-Ji, her expression rife with contempt. The man continued his mockery. "Wealth? If he had any, even a sow could climb a tree. He's probably being hounded by debt collectors, barely able to make ends meet. Yet here he is, pretending to be a big shot. I feel embarrassed for him." These words struck Chun-Ji like 1,000 daggers, igniting a fire of anger within him. It was evident that this woman had revealed his financial woes to this contemptible man. Recalling the dialogue from the audio Qin Yuhui had sent, Chun-Ji felt a surge of blood rush to his head. This pair of scoundrels had turned his childhood misfortunes into a joke. Who could bear the betrayal of a spouse and the humiliation of their collusion? Moreover, as the handsome man continued to hurl insults, his gaze was filled with provocation. And he set his paper cup down, muscles tensed as if primed for a confrontation, waiting for Chun-Ji to lose his temper. In truth, it was apparent to everyone present that Chun-Ji's fury had reached its zenith. However, what no one anticipated was that, in the next moment, Chun-Ji smiled. Yet it was a particularly cold smile, sending chills through the air. He understood that despite his overwhelming anger, he must exercise restraint. The other party had connections, and these security officers were clearly biased in their favor. If he were to escalate matters in the police station, he would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. He could not afford to fall into their trap. With a cold smirk, Chun-Ji remarked, "Lu Hong, this man is precisely the reason you are so eager to divorce me. Isn't? What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Hong retorted, her demeanor akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Listen here, Chun-Ji, you can say whatever you wish about me, but you cannot insult Mr. Wang. Our relationship is merely that of ordinary friends. I train at Mr. Wang's gym, and he is my fitness coach. Is it wrong to seek a friend for a meal to alleviate my distress after our divorce?" Having been publicly humiliated by Chun Xingyu and assaulted Wang, she now demanded an apology for her perceived affront. At this moment, Chun-Ji finally discerned the identity of the man. It turned out he was Wang Chuyang, the owner of the gym Lu Hong frequented. Chun-Ji had accompanied Lu Hong there twice, but had never met the owner, although he knew his name. "Very well. I shall remember you." Chun-Ji was too preoccupied to engage with Lu Hong any longer. He turned his attention to the investigating officer. "Comrade police," he declared, I am now the guarantor for Chen Xinyu. I am willing to pay the full bail amount and request a suspension of his detention. With ample funds at his disposal, the exact amount of bail was of no concern to him. His sole desire was to extricate Xinyu from this predicament swiftly. In this society governed by law, no individual should wield unchecked power through mere connections. Justice must be restored, but not at the expense of Xinyu's suffering. Yet, the officer remained resolute in denying Chunji's request and insisted that he and Zhu Haoyang vacate the premises. However, Chunji could not simply walk away. In desperation, he contemplated whether to call his cousin. His cousin, Chen Shaoi, was a standing member of the Jiangzhou Municipal Committee and the secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Despite holding a significant position, Chunji's family had fallen into disarray, causing a rift between them. The two families seldom interacted. Thus, Chunji had never considered himself to have influential connections. Yet, faced with such blatant injustice towards Xinyu, he felt compelled to set aside his pride and reach out to his cousin. As he retrieved his phone, Wang Qiuyang rose from his chair, pointing an accusatory finger at Chunji. "Apologize to me. Are you deaf?" Chunji shot him a cold glance, ignoring him as he turned to leave, intent on making the call outside. Within this environment, he was the underdog. Engaging in conflict with Wang Qiuyang was not an option. As Chunji attempted to exit, Wang Qiuyang lunged at him, seizing his collar. "Stop right there." Chunji raised his hand to dislodge Wang's grip. Just as a confrontation appeared imminent, a police officer barked. "What is happening here? Do you dare to fight in the police station?" Chunji defended himself. "Comrade police, you saw it. He was the one looking for trouble. Were you not the one who laid hands on him?" The officer frowned, turning to a colleague. "Indeed, they seem to be cut from the same cloth. Let us handcuff him for a moment to cool off." The officer approached Chunji, ready to affix the handcuffs. At that moment, a tall officer emerged from the side entrance, smiling as he remarked, "What a lively scene. Who dares to brawl in the Public Security Bureau?" The other officers chuckled. "Captain Yang, you haven't left yet." "Indeed," Captain Yang replied, "some individuals have truly crossed the line." He observed, "These two seem to harbor deep-seated animosity. Perhaps they both need to cool off. Should we find them a secluded room for reflection?" The officers in the office were momentarily taken aback, clearly unprepared for Captain Yang's unexpected suggestion. They were at a loss for how to respond. Captain Yang continued with a smile. "I merely passed by and offered a humble suggestion. Consider it at your discretion. If you require a space, our criminal investigation team has an empty detention room available. The surveillance has fortuitously malfunctioned, rendering the atmosphere rather tranquil. Should you require, you may invite these two individuals into that room for a few hours of contemplation." Several officers immediately grasped the implication of Captain Yang's words, their faces adorned with knowing smiles. Chunji too understood, realizing that this Captain Yang was indeed from the criminal investigation team. Chapter 13. A broken-armed Chunji and Wang Qiuyang were escorted into a room marked as a detention chamber. The officers secured the iron bar door and instructed the two inside. "Reflect carefully while you are in there. You may exit once you have discerned your issues." Upon comprehending that Captain Yang had been sent by Ding Haowei, Chunji's mind raced with anxiety. He pondered, could this be mere coincidence? Just as he encountered trouble at the public security team, a member of the criminal investigation team happened to pass by and offered a reasonable suggestion. Did Ding Haowei spot him in the lobby downstairs? Once confined to the detention room, he pieced together the connections. Firstly, he was entirely convinced that Ding Haowei had indeed seen him. Captain Yang would not simply appear at the public security team without reason. Thus, Ding Haowei must have dispatched him. Ding Haowei's intentions could be reduced to two possibilities, the first being a deliberate act of malice to embarrass the public security team, the second suggesting he genuinely wished to assist Chunji. Wang Qiuyang observed Chunji deep in thought, a smug smile creeping onto his face. As the sound of the officers faded, he sneered at Chunji. "Now it's just you and me in here. Let us see what you've got." The detention room was stark and devoid of furnishings, leaving them with no option but to sit on the cold floor if fatigue set in. However, the emptiness seemed to suit Wang Qiuyang well. As he mocked Chunji, he pressed his elbows together, producing a series of cracking sounds, evidently warming up for an impending confrontation. Chunji lifted his gaze to Wang Qiuyang and remarked calmly, "I am entirely certain that you and Lu Hong are involved in something dubious. Yet, what I cannot fathom is why, after your betrayal, you insist on pursuing conflict with me?" Wang Qiuyang scoffed arrogantly. "It is precisely because I find you displeasing. From the moment you entered the public security team, Your disdainful gaze has provoked my ire. Thus, this beating is inevitable. Consider it a lesson. In the future, approach me with more respect and humility. Should you dare to cast that look upon me again, you shall be met with retribution." As he continued to crack his elbows, the muscle definition in his arms became apparent, revealing a formidable strength. Chenji, feeling intimidated, suddenly lunged toward the door, shaking the barred entrance while shouting, "Help! Someone wishes to harm me. This individual wants to kill me." Yet, the corridor remained desolate, with no one to heed his cries. Wang Qiuyang approached Chenji with a measured pace, his voice turning cold. "Do not waste your efforts. Can you not discern the situation? This is merely an opportunity for us to engage in a fair duel. For you, this chance is to experience how your brother is brought to his knees under my tempestuous barrage of strikes." As he spoke, his fist sliced through the air, aimed at the back of Chenji's head. Chenji quickly dodged. However, Wang Qiuyang was relentless, swinging his fists and closing in. Chenji could only evade in circles, calling out for help as he did so. Despite Wang Qiuyang's pursuit, he failed to land a single blow. Breathing heavily, he halted and spat, "Coward! If you have any guts, fight back. Is running all you can do to be considered a man?" Chenji stopped as well, offering a slight smile. "After throwing so many punches, not landing a single one on me, do you still consider yourself a man?" Wang Qiuyang's expression darkened, and he roared, "You dare to talk back even when death is imminent." Gathering all his strength, he lunged forward again, this punch fueled by his full might. Yet, Chenji ceased his retreat, sidestepping and accurately grasping Wang Qiuyang's wrist, guiding him toward the wall. With a resounding crash, Wang Qiuyang's fist struck the wall. Before he could retract his hand, Chenji delivered an elbow strike that forcefully impacted his forearm. A sharp crack echoed, followed by Wang Qiuyang's anguished scream. Without allowing him a moment to recover, Chenji seized his left wrist and executed the same maneuver, delivering another elbow strike that shattered his other forearm. With both arms broken, Wang Qiuyang spun in agony, his screams transcending the realm of human sound. Such a haunting wail reverberated through the building, undoubtedly prompting the police to investigate. As two security officers entered, they were met with the sight of Wang Qiuyang, his face contorted in pain, his cries chillingly horrific. They immediately shouted, "What is happening here?" Chenji, reveling in the chaos, replied with a smirk, "This coach Wang has been itching to practice his skills, and now he is here to cool off. It seems he has bruised his hand against the wall." He gestured toward the indentations left by Wang Qiuyang's strikes. Wang Qiuyang, hopping in distress, cried out, "It was him. He broke my arms. Arrest him." Only then did the officers notice the way Wang Qiuyang's forearms dangled. Clearly lacking support, his bones were broken. Chenji remained unperturbed, laughing nonchalantly. "Even if your arms are broken, it was your own foolishness that led to this. Do not attempt to place the blame on me." With both of Wang Qiuyang's arms shattered, he required immediate medical attention, and until the matter was clarified, Chenji would certainly remain in custody. Just as the security officers were about to lock the door, team leader Yang fortuitously appeared, after such a lengthy period of calm. "It is time to release them, is it not?" One officer responded, "Team leader, it seems a minor issue has escalated. The person we just carried away has both arms broken." Captain Yang stated, "His arm is broken. We must hurry him to the hospital." He gestured towards Chenji, inquiring, "Is he unharmed?" The security officer replied, "The two of them were alone in this room. One has a broken arm, making him the primary suspect. We cannot let him leave." Chenji immediately protested, "Officer, I was clear earlier. Coach Wang injured himself by punching the wall in a moment of frustration. You cannot wrongfully accuse an innocent person." Captain Yang scrutinized Chenji and entered the holding room to inspect the indentations left by fists on the wall. He remarked to the security officer, "Isn't this quite evident? It is clear that he broke his arm by striking the wall himself. Moreover, look at their physiques. That man is a trained fighter. If he hadn't injured himself, could Chenji possibly overpower him?" The security officer hesitated, "Captain Yang, it's quite a serious matter that two arms were broken while in custody. We must provide an explanation, right? Are we supposed to take responsibility for him breaking his own arm by hitting the wall?" Yang became somewhat irate. "The surveillance in this room is intermittent. I just saw a moment ago that Wang was chasing Chun, who was crying out for help. I intended to inform you. It's as simple as that. If you don't believe me, check the footage. This incident cannot be blamed on anyone else." The security officer attempted to speak again, but Yang, growing impatient, ordered, "Take Chenji with me. Team leader Ding wishes to see him." The security officer, taken aback, asked, Team Leader Ding wants to see him? What does that mean? It means nothing, Yang replied while walking away. Team Leader Ding and Mr. Chen Ji are old classmates. When an old friend visits, they simply catch up. Without looking back, he led Chen Ji away. Is he an old classmate of Team Leader Ding? The security officer mumbled to himself, watching their departing figures in astonishment. Chapter 14. Integrity and Righteousness. Arriving at a door marked as the team leader's office, Captain Yang knocked and ushered Chen Ji inside before closing the door behind him. Ding Haoi's office was quite spacious, befitting his rank. By standard, he was entitled to a large office. And the new police headquarters in Jiangzhou had been constructed only a few years prior, featuring a particularly modern layout and advanced office facilities. Seated confidently behind a large desk, Ding Haoi lounged in his executive chair, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing Chen Ji enter, he deliberately propped one foot on the desk, swiveling in his chair, his face betraying an unmistakable sense of pride and showmanship. Chen Ji silently chuckled to himself. This fellow would always exhibit such behavior, relishing any chance to flaunt before old classmates. With this thought, he casually made his way to a nearby sofa and sat down. Ding Haoi glared. Who allowed you to sit? Stand up straight. How did Wang Qiuyang break his arm? Chen Ji, unfazed, replied with a smirk. What is it to you if I don't stand? Are you really going to arrest me? From the events that transpired earlier, he could roughly deduce that Ding Haoi had intervened, meaning that this fellow not only harbored no grudges, but also secretly aided him. On the surface, it appeared that Officer Yang and several investigative officers were in cahoots, deliberately favoring Wang Qiuyang and seeking to provide him with an opportunity to unleash a brutal assault. Perhaps only Ding Haoi could comprehend that despite Wang Qiuyang's robust physique and towering stature, in a real confrontation, that scoundrel would be no match for him. Ding Haoi was merely assisting him in a different manner. This behavior aligned with his true nature. Fundamentally, he was not a bad person, just overly fond of ostentation and flamboyance. If tasked with committing despicable acts, he would find himself incapable. With a solemn expression, Ding Haoi spoke in an official tone. Do you realize that had it not been for me, your group would have faced dire consequences tonight? Chen Ji replied candidly. I discerned that it was indeed your assistance. It seems our old classmate proved to be quite useful in a critical moment. Ding Haoi chuckled with pride. Huh? You still remember that we are old classmates? I trust others have informed you. During that gathering you missed, I verbally chastised you and even vowed to give you a taste of your own medicine. Did that not instill fear in you? Chen Ji feigned trembling. Indeed. I was terrified. Look at me shaking all over. Get lost. Stop pretending in front of me, Ding Haoi retorted. To be honest, I was genuinely angry with you during those days. I thought you had truly ascended and looked down upon us low-income individuals. However, despite the words exchanged, after so many years as classmates, I would never resort to turning enmity into hostility. You know my character. I tend to be straightforward. If you provoke me, I might vent my frustrations verbally, but do not take offense. Chen Ji chuckled. As long as you do not genuinely seek revenge, I shall forgive you. Ding Haoi smirked. You're getting a bit presumptuous. You think you're the one forgiving me? Truth be told, after that gathering, a classmate mentioned that you might be facing difficulties, as he had seen you laboring hard on the streets, drenched in sweat. Moreover, the recent dissolution of Jiping Automobile caused quite a stir. Naturally, we assumed that with your qualifications, expertise, and abilities, the dissolution of Jiping would only lead you to another prominent new energy enterprise. However, upon hearing that you were working manual labor, I couldn't help but investigate your situation a bit. Rest assured, this was not an abuse of power, but merely a classmate inquiring about you. It was then I discovered that when you resigned from Jiping Automobile alongside your team leader, the owner, Zhai Xiangxing, personally spoke to each of you in an attempt to retain you. Zhai Xiangxing has ignited a fire, proclaiming that unless you remain at Jiping Automobile until the end of your days, you shall find no employment within this industry upon departure. This team that has jumped ship now finds itself entirely unemployed, effectively blacklisted by the sector. It becomes clear to me that your absence from gatherings stems from a sense of disgrace, fearing ridicule from your peers. Is that not so? I cannot comprehend your despondency. What is this predicament? Where you are not welcome, there shall be another who will embrace you. If Zhai Xiangxing wields such influence in the Jiangzhou new energy sector, why not seek opportunities in other cities? Chen Ji responded, you are right. In my moments of despair, I did consider leaving Jiangzhou. When I first graduated and sought your company, did I not mention this? My family circumstances compelled me to return home post-graduation to find work, so I could care for them. Thus, Jiping Automobile disbanded, leaving us blacklisted by the industry. Unable to thrive in this sector, yet unwilling to leave Jiangzhou, I have no choice but to pursue other avenues. I confess without shame that I have taken on various jobs recently, driving for ride-hailing services, delivering food, laboring on construction sites as a rebar worker. My sole aim was to provide for my family, even while burdened by loans. I disregarded the difficulty and fatigue, as long as I could earn a living. However, one must ponder, how much can one earn from such odd jobs? The wages scarcely suffice to cover my debts. Thus, you found yourself in financial turmoil, did you not? Ding Haowei interjected, interrupting Chunji. Chunji gazed at him in astonishment. How dare you suggest there is no misuse of public authority? Do not speak so harshly, Ding Haowei replied. Am I truly idle enough to investigate your affairs? It merely occurred to me, while inquiring about you through classmates, to discover your current predicament. Fear not, it is merely a matter of a few loans. With your capabilities, should you hastily depart Jiangzhou and secure a position at a prominent new energy company, you could earn a handsome salary of several $100,000 a year and swiftly turn your fortunes around. I understand your current struggles. Old friends can only offer limited aid. Do not be misled by my outwardly prosperous appearance. My salary is modest, and I have saved only around $100,000 over these years, spending rather freely. Allow me to lend you $100,000, but do make it a priority to repay me as soon as you are able. As he spoke, he retrieved his mobile phone. Since transfers are limited to $50,000 per day, he initiated a transfer of $50,000 to Chunji, promising to send the remaining $50,000 the following day. Do not even think of defaulting on this. I am a police officer, and should you attempt to evade repayment, you will face consequences. Chunji's phone vibrated, and upon checking, he found an additional $50,000 in his account. It must be said that Chunji was deeply moved by Ding Haowei's gesture. He stared at the notification of the deposit, his gaze lowered, unable to meet Ding Haowei's eyes, fearing that his own would betray the warmth of emotion that threatened to surface, lest he be mocked for his sentimentality. Ding Haowei continued to explain, in our school days, I admired the officers for their authority. My greatest aspiration was to one day don the uniform myself. Upon truly becoming a police officer, one realizes the arduous nature of this profession, coupled with modest remuneration and inherent risks, particularly for those of us engaged in criminal investigations. The labor is exceptionally demanding, often requiring prolonged periods of relentless work, with days spent away from home being a common occurrence. Naturally, having ascended to my current position, opportunities to amass wealth abound. Yet, as you know me, I am not one to tolerate injustice. I cannot stand idly by in the face of malevolence. To speak unabashedly, this is a sense of justice. To uphold this sense of justice, one must first ensure their own integrity. Only by being upright oneself can one confront wickedness with righteous resolve. Chapter 15. An affront from a former classmate. Chunji understood that Ding Haowei was not merely posturing. His words were sincere and heartfelt. Given this understanding, he should be aware of the circumstances surrounding my friend's beating and subsequent detention, which was clearly orchestrated by that Wang Chuyang through connections. Do you not feel compelled to raise your voice against such blatant injustice? Chunji chuckled. This matter does not fall under my jurisdiction, Ding Haowei replied, but I have instructed my subordinates to file a report on the situation. What about my friend? Chunji inquired urgently. He has been taken to the hospital. You may call to find out which one. Chunji immediately rose. Old classmate, your kindness is deeply appreciated. I shall repay this debt in due time. I must head to the hospital. As for the $50,000 Ding Haowei transferred to him, with another $50,000 to follow tomorrow, Chunji did not refuse. Although his wealth now spans billions, rendering such sums relatively inconsequential, he recognized Ding Haowei's pride and thus offered him an opportunity for psychological satisfaction. He could simply inform him in a few days that he had managed to get by and would return the favor. Upon leaving Ding Haowei's office, Chunji promptly called Xinyu, only to find the phone was switched off. He hastily dialed Zhu Haoyang instead and learned that Xinyu's phone had been damaged during the altercation. At that moment, Xinyu was at the Jiangzhou People's Hospital. Very well, tell him I am on my way, Chunji instructed. Just then, he heard Xinyu's anxious voice on the line. Laoji, how are you? Have you come out so soon? That scoundrel did not harm you, did he? Chunji feigned laughter, responding, I am perfectly fine. Upon exiting the police station, while retrieving his vehicle, he spotted Lu Hong standing on the sidewalk by the entrance. Not only that, but she was accompanied by a woman with 2 children, one cradled in her arms, the other being led by the hand. A closer inspection revealed that this was Su Meiwan, Sinu's wife, who was pursuing Lu Hong, demanding, "Lu Hong, what is going on? I am asking you a question. Why are you avoiding me?" It was evident that Lu Hong was attempting to evade Su Meiwan, clearly intent on avoiding confrontation. As Su Meiwan pursued the child, she fervently inquired, "Did you come here for Sinu? What on earth is happening? Please do not frighten me." Her voice trembled with the hint of tears. Noticing Lu Hong's evasive demeanor and her apparent desire to escape, Su Meiwan feared the worst for Sinu, nearly on the brink of tears herself. The more Lu Hong dodged, the more Su Meiwan clung to the child in relentless pursuit. Chunji hurried over, exclaiming, "Meiwan, stop questioning her." Upon seeing Chunji, Su Meiwan rushed to him, her anxiety palpable as she asked, "Ji, you're here too. What is going on? Please tell me, do not scare me. What has happened to Sinu? Is he in serious trouble? Why else would Lu Hong avoid facing me?" Chunji was momentarily at a loss for words amidst her barrage of inquiries and instinctively lifted the child she was holding. Sinu had a son and a daughter, the eldest being 5 years old and the youngest merely 2. Casting a glance at Lu Hong's retreating figure, Chunji said, "Let us go, get in my car." In a state of desperation, Su Meiwan urged, "But you must tell me first, what is happening with Sinu? Is he alive?" "Enough with the nonsense, he is fine," Chunji replied. "He got into a fight, took a few punches, called the police, and is now in the hospital receiving IN4. Su Meiwan turned to glance back at Lu Hong, questioning, "Why isn't she coming with us? Where is she going?" "Forget her," Chunji retorted. "From now on, when you see this woman, act as if you do not know her." "What happened? Did you two have a quarrel?" "We didn't argue. We just divorced." "What on earth is going on?" Upon hearing of their divorce, Su Meiwan grew increasingly anxious. Chunji scoffed, "You can ask Sinu at the hospital. He got beaten up because of that woman. Why would you two divorce when everything seemed fine? Is it because of your debts?" Throughout the journey, Su Meiwan persistently questioned Chunji regarding the divorce. Although Chunji understood her concern for him, he impatiently replied, "Why are you so young and chattering away with so many questions? If they divorced, it means things couldn't go on. If everything were truly well, who would choose divorce? Who else would inquire if I do not?" Su Meiwan snapped back, "Am I supposed to sit idly by while you two separate? Arguments are common. I quarrel with Sinu daily, and when tempers flare, I might even resort to physicality, yet we still manage to live well together. In domestic life, is there truly a household without disputes? If every argument led to divorce, the rate would soar to 100%. Be quiet, mind your own business. Focus on taking care of Sinu," Chunji admonished. Su Meiwan, hailing from a neighboring village, was a classmate of Chunji and Sinu from middle school. Despite her name suggesting beauty, Su Meiwan was not particularly attractive, merely maintaining a level of appearance that was passable. Sinu had struggled academically, failing to enter high school. And after graduating from middle school, he had entered the workforce. The starting point of life is humble, leading to modest expectations for the future. In today's society, finding a partner to marry and leading a devoted life together brings him immense satisfaction. In his eyes, Su Meiwan represents the pinnacle of beauty he could attain. Chunji often jested about their lack of shame, mocking the audacity of his former classmates. Having grown up together since middle school, and with Su Meiwan married to his childhood best friend, Chunji's bond with Su Meiwan is particularly genuine. Upon arriving at the People's Hospital, Su Meiwan suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, Laoji, where did you get this car? With your current financial situation, how could you possibly drive a luxury vehicle?" Earlier, she had been preoccupied with her thoughts and hadn't noticed the car he was driving. Now, having calmed down during the ride, she realized she had been transported in a high-end car. Chunji chuckled, "I just got a new car." "What do you mean I can't afford such a nice vehicle? Who do you think I can impress?" Su Meiwan paused, then remarked with a knowing tone, "If you truly drove such a fine car, would Lu Hong really have divorced you?" Her words seemed to imply that the woman was rather materialistic. Chunji lifted her eldest daughter once more and made his way toward the hospital ward. Upon entering the ward, they found Xinu connected to IN4 drip. 3 police officers were present, conducting an interview with Xinu, as mentioned by Ding Haowei. The investigation had largely clarified the situation. Through reviewing the surveillance footage, it was evident that Wang Qiuyang had initiated the altercation. Throughout the incident, Xinu had no opportunity to retaliate. He was entirely at the mercy of Wang Qiuyang's assault. After the beating, It was Wang Qiuyang who called the police, a classic case of the aggressor claiming victimhood. Moreover, he had leveraged connections to influence the deputy captain of the security team, the officer in charge of responding to the incident. Consequently, Xinu, the injured party, faced detention and fines, while the assailant, Wang Qiuyang, was treated as the victim. Such a blatant distortion of justice and dereliction of duty warranted serious repercussions, as the inspector indicated that they would be addressing the matter with utmost seriousness and would seek the victim's stance on pursuing further accountability. After the inspector departed, Shinji noticed Su Meiwan still wiping away her tears, clearly heartbroken over her partner being beaten so severely. Who wouldn't empathize with a spouse's pain? Shinji reflected on the adage, an unattractive wife is a tattered quilt, which rang true in this instance. Although Su Meiwan may not possess striking beauty, she is self-aware and understands her average appearance. It is only because Xinu holds such low expectations for family and career that he treasures her so dearly. Thus, she cherishes their relationship deeply and genuinely feels for her partner. Shinji encouraged her, Lao Wan, please don't cry. You're still young. Why dwell on such matters? It's just a few punches, after all. Do not be deceived by the current bruises and swelling. In a mere 3 to 5 days, it shall be unnoticeable. It is easy for you to speak without feeling the pain, as you have not been struck, have you? Su Meiwan remarked, going in circles. That Xuanyu is indeed suffering because of you. You must be blind to overlook such a splendid university classmate. What was her name again? Ah, Xinqinglin. Instead of pursuing her earnestly, your gaze fell upon Lu Hong, a rather unworthy choice. Now, having incurred but a trifling debt, she is all too eager to divorce you. It is simply inhumane. Xuanyu, with his swollen lips, muttered, not merely inhumane, she is nothing short of a venomous vixen. You speak of the good relationship between our families. Yet you and that woman have acted as if you were sisters. This afternoon, when I confronted her, I thought that even if she had merely intervened or offered a word of advice while that man was striking me, it would have brought me some solace. Yet she chose to stand idly by, watching me fall to the ground with a cold sneer. I shall remember her well, should she ever cross my path again. I will not hesitate to put an end to her. Had I known what she truly was, I would have confronted her right outside the police station. This couple is indeed well matched, as they began to jointly berate Lu Hong. Standing nearby was Zhu Haoyang, and Shinji felt quite embarrassed. Although they had applied for a divorce, they had yet to receive the certificate. Even once they do, she shall always remain his ex-wife, an indelible mark for a lifetime. As they raged against that woman, Shinji felt the weight of shame upon his face. After all, was it not his own blindness that led him to such a treacherous woman? As the couple continued their tirade, Xuanyu suddenly recalled something and turned to Shinji. Ah, old Ji, it seems your great-uncle's predictions were indeed accurate. Do you remember when you visited him, and I accompanied you? He foretold that you were destined for late marriage, warning you to avoid marrying young, for it would surely lead to divorce. You must wed only after the age of 32 for it to be auspicious. It appears he was entirely correct. At this juncture, Shinji too began to recollect. It seemed that his experiences over the years had been precisely foretold by his great-uncle. The old man, blind and without a wife, was a solitary figure, with few visitors aside from relatives. Shinji and his father were among the rare few who would visit him. When Shinji graduated that year and sought his counsel regarding his career and marriage, the old blind man had ominously predicted a streak of misfortune for him. The prophecy was rather eloquent, speaking of familial decline, lack of support from kin, slanderous gossip, unfavorable encounters with authorities, marital difficulties, and ill-fated relationships, all culminating in his inability to save money despite a talent for making it. In essence, it foretold a period of bad luck for Shinji. At that time, he had just graduated from his master's program and was on the verge of joining a prestigious company, brimming with confidence and optimism for a bright future ahead. Regarding the words of that blind old bachelor, they were met with disdain and a hint of anger. He thought to himself, I came with good intentions, bearing gifts for you, and yet you curse me. In retrospect, it seemed that uncle had accurately calculated every aspect of his life, even predicting his misfortune in finding a suitable wife. How astutely he assessed the situation. Shinji resolved that when he returned to his hometown in a few days, he must seek uncle's guidance once more. He was curious to see if uncle could foresee his winning the lottery and predict his forthcoming fortunes. Su Meiwan, upon hearing Shinji's intention to consult uncle, became intrigued. When you go for your divination, take me along. I want to see if Sinew is fated to encounter misfortune this year. Sinew, feeling impatient, retorted, "What do you mean by misfortune? Don't concoct fanciful predictions." Just then, a nurse entered, instructing the family to settle the hospitalization fees. Su Meiwan found herself in a predicament. She had just paid off the mortgage 2 days prior and had little money left. She pleaded with the nurse, "Dear lady, could we possibly defer this payment? You know my husband has been severely injured." The police mentioned that the assailant would initially cover the medical expenses. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the assailant cannot come at the moment, but rest assured, he will not shortchange you when he arrives. The inspector had indeed stated that the assailant would be responsible for the medical expenses. However, after receiving a phone call, they learned that Wang Qiuyang had suffered 2 broken arms and was unable to pay. The inspector, curious about how Wang Qiuyang's arms had suddenly broken, began to take a keen interest in the matter. Nevertheless, Chen Ji felt no worry, for he trusted Ding Haowei to handle the situation adeptly. Earlier, in Ding Haowei's office, he had uttered a profound truth. True justice does not rigidly adhere to legal texts. Rather, it seeks to prevent those with malicious intent from exploiting legal loopholes. Chen Ji stood up and addressed the nurse. "I am his friend. I will cover his hospitalization fees." Su Meiwan, alarmed, exclaimed, "What are you doing, Lao Ji? The person who inflicted the harm must bear the medical costs. Not only should we demand the fees, but we must also pursue his legal responsibility. Why should we pay?" As she spoke, she exchanged glances with Chen Ji, feeling hesitant to voice her true thoughts in front of the nurse. However, Chen Ji disregarded her objections and followed the nurse out. Su Meiwan was frantic, wanting to chase after him. She turned to Sinew and said, "How can Lao Ji afford this? He is already in debt from online loans and struggling to make ends meet. His wife left him because of this. How can we expect him to cover the hospitalization fees?" Sinew replied, "How much do you have left on your phone? Let us gather what we can. We must repay Lao Ji for his advance on the medical fees. He is in dire need of money, and we shouldn't make things harder for him." Chapter 17. White Moonlight. At that moment, Chen Ji returned, observing the couple frantically gathering funds, even borrowing 1,000 from his cousin to repay the hospitalization fee. He pulled out his phone and displayed the text message notifying him of a 50,000 yuan transfer. "Look here," he said, "Isn't fortune smiling upon me? Just recently, another 50,000 was transferred. The debt from the online loan is merely a trifling matter, easily repaid in the blink of an eye." Sinew was left bewildered by his words. Lao Ji, what on earth is going on? Just a few days ago, persistent collectors had bombarded his phone, and now, how had he suddenly come into wealth? Su Meiwan also seemed to have an epiphany. "Indeed, Sinew, let me tell you, Lao Ji is actually driving a brand new Benz. He claimed he just acquired it, and earlier, he brought us here in that very car." This revelation only deepened Sinew's confusion. "Lao Ji, have you engaged in some illicit activity? How did you suddenly become affluent? If one wishes to be wealthy, is it really that difficult?" Chen Ji remarked with a triumphant smile, "I struck it rich. I won over 500 million. Acquiring a brand new Benz is hardly noteworthy." Both Sinew and Lao Wan displayed disdainful expressions simultaneously. Chen Ji chuckled inwardly, knowing they would not believe the truth. Nevertheless, regarding the Benz, he resolved to change it back as swiftly as possible. Early the next morning, Chen Ji called Qin Guomin. "I will have breakfast and then come to exchange the car. You all stay at home," he stated. On the other end, Qin Guomin was overjoyed, repeatedly agreeing. "All right, I'll wait for you with Xiao Hui at home." "I want to come to your house," Chen Ji replied. "I will wait at the village entrance, the same place we exchanged the car that night." His reluctance to visit Qin Guomin's home stemmed from his desire to avoid the displeasure of his aunt. Ever since his brother-in-law absconded with funds, Chen Ji had approached his uncle several times, and Qin Guomin had pretended to agree, saying he would find a solution. However, his aunt's demeanor was exceedingly unpleasant. She was narrow-minded, and once conflicts arose, she would not even feign civility, openly showing her disdain and engaging in verbal tirades. Chen Ji chose not to stoop to her level, believing the best course of action was to keep his distance. After breakfast, Chen Ji set off in his car and arrived at the entrance of Beitan village, the same spot where he had taken the car previously. Upon arrival, he called Qin Guomin. "I'm here. You all bring the car out. Have Xiao Hui return the storage card from my dashcam intact. And it's best to delete everything stored on the computer. Those contents pose no threat to me. After all, I am already divorced. And even if it spreads among relatives and friends, it will be forgotten in time. However, uncle, if your little scheme gets out, It won't be forgotten so easily. Qing woman hurriedly assured him over the phone. Rest assured, I will ensure he deletes all the videos. Furthermore, that matter will definitely not escape our family's lips. We are close relatives. Family scandals should not be aired publicly. We must keep everything confidential. Although Chen Ji claimed to be unperturbed about Qin Yuhui potentially exposing the dashcam footage, he was far from indifferent. During the course of his marriage, Lu Hong had brought a man into their home, and while he had divorced the unfaithful woman, if the story got out, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. After finishing the phone call, Chen Ji stepped out of the car. Although the vehicle was equipped with air conditioning, he found it stifling to remain inside. He wandered to the opposite side of the road, standing beneath the shade of a tree, where a gentle breeze made the warmth more bearable. Moments later, a car emerged from the village, a white Audi A4. As it approached, the driver seemed to recognize him and suddenly accelerated, charging toward him with reckless abandon. A jolt of alarm surged through Chen Ji. What the hell? Is someone trying to kill me? He quickly leapt aside, seeking refuge behind the tree, thinking, if you dare, try crashing into the tree. The Audi came to a screeching halt just before him, kicking up a cloud of dust, the scent of rubber and asphalt filling the air. The door did not open immediately, clearly waiting for the dust to settle. At that moment, Chen Ji caught sight of the occupant, and an overwhelming joy washed over him, accompanied by an uncontrollable smile as he sprang from behind the tree onto the road. As the door swung open, a striking figure emerged. Upon seeing this familiar silhouette, Chen Ji was enveloped by a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. What defines true beauty? It is the ability to lift even the heaviest of spirits with just a single glance, leaving one feeling rejuvenated and invigorated. The beauty smiled at him faintly. What do you think? Isn't this a creative way to greet someone? Chen Ji exaggeratedly replied. It's incredibly creative. To hit is to show affection. To scold is to love. I can only say your love for me knows no bounds. The beauty chuckled and playfully kicked him. Let me love you once more. Chen Ji couldn't help but admire the woman before him. She wore a refreshing white athletic tank top that perfectly accentuated her slender yet powerful waist, paired with light blue joggers that radiated vitality. Her dark hair was casually tied in a high ponytail, and her skin glowed with a subtle pink hue under the sunlight. Her large, dark eyes sparkled with liveliness, and her lips, the color of ripe cherries, formed a smile that revealed pearly white teeth. Chen Ji was utterly captivated. She was Shun Qinglin, his classmate from high school and university, the campus beauty of Beijing University, his ex-girlfriend, and his cherished memory. It had been 4 years since they last met, and she had not only grown more beautiful, but also exuded a mature charm that was utterly enchanting. Just a glance at her was like basking in the warmth of spring. Have you seen enough? Have I changed since then? Shin Qinglin inquired. I can never see enough. A lifetime wouldn't suffice, Chen Ji replied earnestly. You're just being jealous, Shin Qinglin laughed. I heard you got married a year ago. You have a wife now. Yet you're still throwing around jealous remarks. Is that amusing? Chen Ji chuckled. You're quite well informed. Not well informed. Just keeping an eye on the most important man in my life, someone I can never forget. So what does your wife do? Is she more beautiful than me? At the mention of Lu Hong, Chen Ji's expression shifted, revealing a hint of discomfort. He sought to conceal his feelings from Shin Qinglin, but before such an astute woman, pretense proved futile. When the topic of his so-called wife arose, he found himself incapable of feigning joy, for he understood that any facade would be immediately discerned by Shin Qinglin. She exhaled gently upon his countenance. What troubles you? Is it my inquiry that strikes a nerve? Does my heartless question regarding your wife suggest I am indifferent to you? Knowing of your marriage, I bear no jealousy. Is it wrong to be unjealous? Let us not forget, we parted amicably. Chen Ji shook his head, grasping her delicate hand and gently massaging it. This is a forbidden topic. There's a saying that one should not speak of other women in the presence of a woman. Fair enough, you are correct. My question was abrupt. Therefore, I extend my best wishes to you. May your family find happiness and grow old together. Ugh. Chen Ji emitted a sound of disgust. Her words felt disingenuous. Not disingenuous. I speak sincerely. Shin Qinglin regarded him earnestly. In this era of non-marriage, dependable women capable of leading stable lives are scarce, myself included. You understand me. I am a free spirit. Were it not for my nature, the chance to marry you would not have gone to another. I cannot conform to the role of a dutiful wife and mother. Thus you ought to cherish your deserving partner. By the standards of marriage, I fall short. Hence, you should appreciate a suitable wife. Chen Ji fell silent. Chapter 18. A comforting embrace. Shen Qinglin was right. Her thoughts were unconventional, devoid of the traditional image of a woman devoted to home and family. Even the notion of feminism seemed antiquated in her case. She believed that women should not marry while striving for career success. Even if they did, it should resemble a modern partnership akin to a DINK, dual income. No kids, household, resolutely avoiding childbirth. Yet, her ideology clashed with Chunji's background of a single-parent family. His grandfather held on to antiquated beliefs, favoring sons over daughters. Despite her uncle's relative success, his two daughters were disregarded by the grandfather. Although the grandfather nominally had two grandsons, the eldest, Chendaji, was mentally challenged, placing the weight of family continuation solely on Chunji. How despairing would it be for the grandfather if Chunji chose not to marry or to remain childless? Moreover, Shen Qinglin harbored ambitious aspirations. She vowed never to marry a wealthy heir or a bureaucrat, determined to become a strong woman through her own efforts, vowing not to marry until she amassed a fortune of at least 100 million. After visiting Chunji's family a few times and understanding the situation, she realized she was ill-suited for the Qin family and could not hinder Chunji's legacy. Despite their once passionate love, reality and rationality ultimately triumphed over emotion, leading to their amicable separation. In that moment, as Chunji gazed upon his ex-girlfriend for years after their breakup, he felt as if those years had been but a fleeting dream, as if they had parted yesterday and were now reunited. Memories of their shared moments flooded his mind. It was a cruel twist of fate. In an age of such civility, differing ideologies had kept lovers apart. But who could be blamed for this? Grandfather eagerly anticipates the arrival of a great-grandchild, and there is nothing wrong with that. Likewise, the father yearns for a complete family unit, which is equally justifiable. The issue lies in the disarray of their household, which desperately needs a homemaker capable of managing domestic affairs, nurturing children, and continuing the family lineage. Shen Qinglin observed Chunji's expression and inquired, "What troubles you? You appear somewhat discontent upon seeing me." Chunji shook his head. "No, while I was initially perturbed. The moment I saw you, my spirits lifted. What has caused you such distress?" Shen Qinglin asked, glancing at the splendid Mercedes-Benz G-Class. "Look at you. Driving such an exquisite car. Life seems to be treating you well. What could possibly be amiss? This car is not mine. It belongs to my uncle." Chunji explained the origins of the vehicle, detailing his financial troubles, but concealing the matter of his recent lottery win. He concluded, "My debts have collapsed, and I have lost my wife. Yesterday, I submitted my divorce application. In 29 days, I shall receive the divorce certificate." Shen Qinglin gazed at Chunji with a complex expression. "No wonder I sensed something was off. You seem joyful yet burdened, as though harboring unspoken worries. Is seeing me akin to a wayward child encountering their mother, prompting tears?" She opened her arms. "Come here, let me embrace you for comfort." Chunji obliged, drawing her close, enveloped by her soft fragrance. The sweet scent of youth overwhelmed him. A familiar aroma that had lingered in his dreams now returned. Oh, perhaps she could no longer be deemed a mere girl. She was his age, 29, truly ripened like the reddest apple on the branch. Her form fuller and more robust than before. As Chunji reveled in this warm, sweet, dreamlike sensation, he was abruptly aware of Shen Qinglin's fidgeting. He immediately halted her. "What are you doing? Be still, and do not disrupt my enjoyment." "Stop fussing." Shen Qinglin gently shook him. "I was merely attempting to enter your bank card number into my phone. I intend to transfer 300,000. This is the maximum I can afford without straining my finances. You need not feel pressured. If you have the means, you may repay me, and if not, I shall not pursue it." Chunji shook his head. "There is no need for that. My financial issues are essentially resolved. I appreciate your kindness, but the money is unnecessary." Shen Qinglin lightly tapped her chin against his shoulder. "Is your masculinity asserting itself again? Is your pride flaring up? Allow me to inquire. For a man, is it not most painful and humiliating to reveal vulnerability before the woman he cherishes, exposing his most inept self? Is that not what you find most unbearable?" Chunji chuckled softly. "The sentiment is valid, but it does not pertain to my current situation." He pondered how to explain the improvement in his financial circumstances without divulging the lottery win, which he knew must remain a secret. At that moment, he heard the sound of an automobile engine approaching from afar. Casting a sidelong glance, he spotted his white Qashqai swiftly exiting the village. He promptly remarked, "The one surnamed Qin has emerged. It's truly hard to part ways." To his surprise, Shen Qinglin tightened her embrace even further, saying, "If you can't bear to part, then let us just hold on a bit longer. What difference does it make with the one surnamed Qin arriving?" Chen Ji could only smile wryly. Pondering to himself, Shen Qinglin remains ever the rebellious spirit. He gently patted her on the back, and eventually, the two reluctantly separated. At that moment, the Koshke had drawn near. Inside the vehicle, the father and son duo, surnamed Qin, had already spotted Chen Ji and Shen Qinglin in their embrace. Qin Yuhui spat in disdain. How shameless. In broad daylight, in front of so many people, they dare to embrace openly. Qin Guomin dismissed it casually, saying, "Weren't they a couple back in university? They only broke up because Shen Qinglin didn't wish to have children." Qin Yuhui protested vehemently. So what if they broke up? Why are they rekindling things now? It was evident that envy and resentment fueled his outburst. After all, Shen Qinglin was the belle of Beitong, unmatched even in the surrounding villages. All the young men in the village regarded her as their dream girl, and Qin Yuhui, as the village head's son, fancied himself superior, yet found his aspirations forever out of reach. The two men exited the vehicle, and Chen Ji, adhering to protocol, first greeted his uncle. Qin Guomin nodded before addressing Shen Qinglin. "Why haven't you left yet? Your third grandfather is waiting to hear some news." Chen Ji was perplexed by their conversation and turned to Shen Qinglin for clarification. She explained, "My third grandfather has some savings in the bank, but he has been unwell lately, and it seems he may not have much time left. The family has the deposit slip and wishes to withdraw the funds. Yet the bank insists that he must be present. They were informed of his limited mobility, but since there's no branch in our town, they expect him to go to the county seat. The bank personnel stated their door-to-door service is only available in urban areas, leaving us to figure it out ourselves. We attempted to get my grandfather into the car to take him to the bank, but as soon as he got in, he needed to relieve himself. We had no choice but to bring him back inside. I couldn't contain my frustration and planned to confront the bank. It's utterly inhumane." Qin Guomin replied, "You should hurry. I believe the bank is merely following their regulations. Your visit is likely futile. If they refuse to provide service in the countryside, we will find another solution." Upon hearing this, Chen Ji felt a stirring in his heart and asked Shen Qinglin, "Which bank does your third grandfather use?" "The construction bank." "Why do you ask?" she inquired. Upon learning that her grandfather's funds were held at the construction bank, Chen Ji felt a sense of clarity and told Shen Qinglin, "You needn't go to the county seat just yet. Wait for me to switch vehicles, and I will accompany you. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Upon hearing his words, Qin Yuhui disdainfully opened his mouth, yet ultimately swallowed back the retort that was on the tip of his tongue. His primary focus lay on his Mercedes, consumed with the urgency to exchange the vehicle. Eagerly, he handed the key of the Nissan to Chen Ji, stating, "Cousin, here is your car key. I assure you, I have not tampered with anything inside. Would you care to inspect it?" His words held a deeper implication, hinting that he had returned the dashcam's memory card intact. Chen Ji glanced at him, accepting his car key. He first entered the vehicle to assess its condition, then activated the dashcam, pressing the playback button to confirm that the footage remained unaltered. Satisfied, he exited the car and approached the Mercedes with the Qin father and son. He opened the door and addressed Qin Yuhui, "Please step inside and inspect for any issues. I assure you, I have not altered anything in your vehicle. If you have any concerns, voice them now. I shall not be held accountable thereafter." Qin Guomin was undoubtedly the first to check the box of liquor in the trunk. Noticing that it remained untouched, he visibly relaxed, lifting the box to gauge its weight, clearly eager to open it for inspection. However, upon seeing Chen Ji's watchful gaze, he suppressed the impulse and forced a chuckle. "It's merely 2 bottles of liquor, nothing particularly valuable. Perhaps I shall indulge in them tonight?" Chen Ji scoffed, "Uncle, if you can manage to consume such fine liquor, I shall grant you 500 million. Conversely, if you cannot, you owe me 500 million. Care to wager?" Qin Guomin's face turned pale. He understood that Chen Ji had likely opened the box and discovered that it contained not liquor, but a sum of 100,000 yuan. Without a doubt, Chen Ji had recorded evidence of the cash within the box, establishing a chain of proof. If provoked, including the video of his own bribery from that night, a complete case could be formed against him. In a flurry, he hastily pressed the button to close the trunk, then pulled Chen Ji to the opposite side of the car, speaking in hushed tones. "Xiao Ji, I am aware of your current financial predicament. Observe how your uncle has exhausted his savings to assist your cousin with a car down payment. I have managed to gather 50,000 yuan over the past few days. Let me transfer it to you." As he spoke, he cast furtive glances towards the car, indicating that their transaction should remain hidden from Xin Qinglin, assuring Qin Ji of his discretion regarding the debts. In truth, his ulterior motive was to prevent Xin Qinglin from discovering the collusion between him and Qin Ji in splitting the illicit funds. Qin Ji was acutely aware that Qin Guomin's desire to share the proceeds was merely an attempt to embroil him in his misdeeds, thereby silencing him. Regardless of his current financial standing, he resolutely declined. I appreciate your kindness, uncle, but I am aware that you too are facing financial difficulties, so I shall not impose. I have entered into a business partnership with my uncle, and that matter should remain between us. Furthermore, he has absconded with funds, which is a criminal offense. And I am not the only one who has been victimized. Others have reported him to the authorities, but I hesitated to do so due to our familial ties. I have decided to file a report with the police to document the situation. When the case is resolved and the suspect apprehended, I shall reclaim my lost funds. As I made my way towards Xin Qinglin, I said, let us proceed. You all continue with your affairs, and I will accompany Xin Qinglin. Qin Guomin's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and irritation, yet he trailed behind me, feigning politeness. Given the hour, you ought to return home with me. I shall have your aunt prepare a delightful meal for us at my house. Qin Ji declined his insincere invitation. Wrapping his arm around Xin Qinglin's waist, he remarked, come, let us visit your great-uncle. Qin Yuhui observed their affectionate demeanor, jealousy igniting within him, his eyes blazing with envy. Having secured the car keys, he could no longer contain himself. Ah, cousin, do not delay matters. Quickly send Sister Qinglin to the county. Whether the task is successful or not, she should return promptly. What can you ascertain by following her? The bank has regulations against providing services in rural areas. Can you possibly alter their policies? Qin Ji cast him a sideways glance, choosing to ignore him. This disdainful attitude only fueled Qin Yuhui's ire, prompting him to assert, cousin, if you had connections at the bank or were a significant depositor, I might believe you could assist. However, with your own debts spiraling out of control and impending litigation from the bank, you should refrain from intervening. Your involvement will only complicate matters further. Qin Ji understood that this individual was deliberately exposing his vulnerabilities to humiliate him before Xin Qinglin. Such is the nature of people. He presumed that by speaking in this manner, he would appear unfazed in front of the woman he cherishes, desperately concealing his financial woes. Little did he know, Qin Ji had already been candid with Xin Qinglin about his true situation. This exemplifies the notion that a gentleman is forthright, while a scoundrel is often filled with trepidation. Before Qin Ji could respond, Xin Qinglin's face reflected astonishment and indignation. What? Qin Ji, you have incurred substantial debt? Is this true? How could you have fallen to such depths? You did not mention any of this to me earlier. Xin Qinglin feigned surprise convincingly, and Qin Ji inwardly chuckled, feeling a sweet warmth wash over him. What is true understanding if not the unspoken camaraderie they shared? He too adopted a mock-angry demeanor. Xiao Hui, what nonsense are you spouting? I am a distinguished graduate of Beihang University, an elite member of a corporate team. How could I possibly be in debt, let alone face financial ruin? You must craft a narrative that holds credibility. Moreover, what is the purpose of your perplexing arrangement? Qin Yuhui said with a strained neck. How did this turn into my folly? I merely spoke the truth, fearing that you may venture to her great-grandfather's place, accomplishing nothing and instead complicating matters. Qin Ji, adopting a resolute demeanor, replied, Xiao Hui, if you maintain this stance, let us wager. What shall be the consequence if I succeed in my endeavor? Qin Yuhui retorted, if you truly manage to summon the bank personnel, I shall comply with any terms you set. At this moment, Qin Guomin immediately reprimanded his son, Xiao Hui. What nonsense are you uttering? What sort of wager is this? If Xiao Ji can indeed summon the bank representatives, it would resolve a significant issue. Cease the wagering. Qin Guomin, wise from his years, understood Qin Ji's financial troubles and the dire state of his economy. Nevertheless, he recognized that he might still possess connections within the bank. What if he could indeed leverage those connections to summon the bank staff? Qin Yuhui, however, failed to grasp his father's rationale and persisted in wanting to wager with Qin Ji. Qin Ji stated, should you lose, I will not make things difficult for you. Let us agree that if I succeed, you shall loudly proclaim I, Qin Yuhui, have underestimated others, and mimic a dog as you crawl out. Qin Yuhui erupted in laughter. That is simple enough. Should I lose, I shall accept my defeat as stipulated. But what if you fail? Qin Ji replied, if I lose, I shall do as you said. Shen Qinglin interjected. Then it is settled. I shall serve as the mediator. You both should accompany me to the great-grandfather's residence. With no other choice, Qin Guomin reluctantly agreed to join them. Chapter 20. Circumstances overpower individuals. Qin Guomin felt exasperated by his son's obstinacy, yet he secretly shared similar sentiments. He believed that Chen Ji, especially in the presence of Shen Qinglin, would not dare admit to his financial collapse, fearing the loss of face. Thus, by feigning bravado and wagering with Qin Yuhui, he sought to intimidate him into retreating. Now that the wager was set, Chen Ji found himself unable to back down. It remained to be seen how he would extricate himself from this predicament. Upon their arrival at the great-grandfather's home, Chen Ji entered to assess the situation. Confirming Shen Qinglin's words, her great-grandfather's health was indeed in dire straits. The elderly man lay on the heated bed, unable to rise. This situation mirrored Shen Qinglin's description, with each passing day becoming increasingly precarious. If they did not promptly withdraw his savings upon his demise, the family might face the absurdity of proving their relationship to withdraw funds from the bank. Now, while the elders still lived, it was imperative to retrieve the money. Yet his frail condition rendered him incapable of visiting the bank. The bank, citing the rural area as outside their service zone, refused to offer home service, a rather inhumane policy. Chen Ji immediately took out his phone and called Fang Xinyan. As soon as the call connected, Fang Xinyan greeted him warmly. Chen Ji said, "Hello, Manager Fang. Are you busy right now? I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." On the phone, Fang Xinyan hurriedly said, "No rush, Mr. Chen. Please feel free to express any concerns you may have." Chen Ji explained that his great-uncle was currently facing some issues and provided the location of Beitan village. Fang Xinyan promptly replied, "Not a problem. I will inform the manager and ask him to coordinate with the county branch to send staff over. That would be wonderful." "Thank you, Manager Fang. You have truly been a great help to me." Chen Ji expressed his gratitude. Fang Xinyan chuckled lightly on the line, saying, "Mr. Chen, you are too kind. This is a trivial matter. Serving our clients is our duty. Besides, your standing as our esteemed client certainly plays a role here." Chen Ji thanked her once more, exchanged pleasantries, and then ended the call. The Qin father and son had been listening closely. Chen Ji intentionally put the call on speakerphone, allowing them and Shen Qinglin to hear every word of the conversation. From the dialogue, it was evident that Chen Ji and Fang Xinyan were not acquaintances but rather engaged in a business relationship, and that he truly was a valued client. The Qin father and son exchanged bewildered glances. How could it be? A debtor on the verge of a financial crisis was somehow regarded as a premium client by the bank? Where did that distinction come from when he was unable to repay his debts? Qin Yuhui's eyes darted with realization, and he suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Cousin, you truly live up to our family name. What a clever ruse you've devised." "What do you mean?" Chen Ji inquired. With a smug expression, Qin Yuhui replied, "I see now. You must have arranged this with someone beforehand, orchestrating a performance for us." Chen Ji scoffed dismissively. "Whether it's a performance or not, just wait and see. As long as she notifies them, it takes only 20 minutes to travel from the county to here. Let us wait and see if the bank representatives arrive, and the truth will soon be revealed." Confident in his assumption, Qin Yuhui declared, "Let them come. We'll wait a mere few dozen minutes. If the bank representatives do not show up, I look forward to seeing certain individuals crawl out of here like dogs." Less than 30 minutes later, a black Passat pulled up outside the gate, and two bank staff members entered. Chen Ji warmly welcomed them and led the two representatives inside to assist the elderly gentleman with his affairs. From the moment the bank employees arrived, the Qin father and son were left utterly astounded. Earlier, Qin Guomin had somewhat endorsed his son's theory, believing Chen Ji had coordinated this charade with an accomplice. He could not fathom that a debtor on the brink of collapse could be considered a premium client of the bank. Yet here were the bank employees, genuinely providing services in the countryside. Though they struggled to comprehend the intricacies of the situation, one thing was clear: Qin Yuhui had lost the wager. He had to shout 3 times, "I, Qin Yuhui," look down on others with dog eyes, and then imitate a dog while crawling out. However, how could Qin Yuhui possibly do such a thing? He was already in his 20s, and in front of so many people. Declaring himself to have dog eyes and crawling out like a dog would tarnish his reputation as the son of the village chief. Realizing this, he took advantage of Chen Ji entering the house to lower his head and attempt to slip away. Yet, Shen Qinglin mercilessly called out to him, "Yuhui, where are you going? You just made a bet with Chen Ji, and I acted as the intermediary. Regardless of who loses, one must abide by the wager. If anyone attempts to cheat, I, as the intermediary, will not be lenient. Ignoring her, Qin Yuhui quickened his pace to escape, only to be caught by Shen Qinglin, who grasped his clothing tightly. Simultaneously, she shouted into the house, "Chunji, come out. He wants to cheat." Before Qin Yuhui could break free, Chunji rushed out and seized his wrist firmly. The pressure made Qin Yuhui wince in pain. "Take it easy, you're going to break my wrist." Qin Guomin had already witnessed Chunji's strength and, seeing him act against his son, felt a wave of panic. He hurried over to advise, "Don't be violent. Don't be violent, Xiaohui. You must accept your losses as agreed. Just do as you said." While speaking, he gave his son a knowing glance, implying that provoking Chunji would not end well for them. The humiliation Qin Yuhui felt was beyond words. As the village chief's son, he was usually regarded as the village prince, with everyone bowing and scraping to him. Yet now, he was forced to act like a dog, an undeniable disgrace. However, the circumstances were against him. Chunji was formidable, and if he attempted to cheat, the consequences could be dire. Reluctantly, he complied with the previous agreement. Shouting in the courtyard, "I, Qin Yuhui," looked down on others with dog eyes, followed by a few dog-like barks, and crawled out on the ground. The onlookers erupted into laughter at his pathetic state. Qin Guomin had already slipped away before his son started barking. After all, it was his son who was being humiliated, not him. Shen Qinglin, holding onto Chunji's arm, was laughing so hard she could hardly stand. Chunji looked at his former girlfriend, sensing that their bond had never truly severed. After 4 years apart, their reunion felt as natural as it once had. He couldn't help but say, "Lin Lin, you haven't visited my home in years. My grandfather often asks about you. He misses you." Shen Qinglin straightened up while supporting Chunji's arm and discreetly pinched him. "If you want me to visit your grandfather, just say so. No need for beating around the bush." "All right, I'll go with you. I've missed them too." Chapter 21. The Village Chief's Schemes. Originally, according to the principle of reciprocity, Shen Qinglin intended to visit Chunji's family, since Chunji was already in her hometown of Beitan Village, making it his responsibility to first pay a visit to Shen Qinglin's parents. Reflecting back on their relationship, Shen Qinglin's parents had a favorable impression of Chunji during their courtship. Although they felt somewhat conflicted about his single-parent background, they were generally quite satisfied with him. Furthermore, they were well aware of their daughter's unconventional thoughts and hoped that through her marriage to Chunji, she might settle down, ideally accompanying him back to Jiangzhou for work. However, Shen Qinglin, with her ambitious spirit, ultimately did not end up with Chunji. After their breakup, due to familial circumstances, Chunji swiftly found a partner and married. Consequently, in the eyes of Shen Qinglin's parents, Chunji was now a married man, and should he visit Shen Qinglin's home again, they might overthink the situation. Thus, Chunji decided to refrain from going. Chunji's hometown, Nantian Village, was merely separated from Beitan Village by Zhongtian Village, a distance of only 7 or 8 li. There was no necessity for both of them to drive separate cars. Shen Qinglin wished to ride in Chunji's vehicle, asking him to take her there and then return her home. To her surprise, Chunji locked his car and insisted on taking Shen Qinglin's Audi A4, requesting that she drive him home instead. Shen Qinglin, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean? Why not take your own car?" Chunji replied with a smile, "By driving your car, I can save on fuel expenses." Shen Qinglin scrutinized Chunji's face for a few seconds, concluding, there must be another reason. "You just do not wish to share it." Chunji feigned helplessness, raising his hands. All right. I concede that I cannot hide anything from you. I thought, since you enjoy defying conventions, it is usually the man who drives while the woman sits in the passenger seat. I wanted to reverse that expectation. You drive, and I sit beside you, which aligns better with your style." Shen Qinglin shrugged. "Fine. If you do not wish to reveal it, I shall not press you. I will not put you in a difficult position. Let us just get in." In truth, the real reason was that upon seeing the white SUV, Chunji felt a sense of aversion. Previously, Lu Hong had driven this vehicle most of the time, even taking other men to his home. He deemed the car too tainted for someone as pristine as Shen Qinglin. He resolved to sell the vehicle upon returning and purchase a new one that was understated yet luxurious. Once in the car, Shen Qinglin started the engine but did not head south. Instead, she drove north. Chunji, perplexed, remarked, "Is this a modern-day case of going south while intending to go north? We agreed to visit my grandfather. Where are you taking me?" Shen Qinglin huffed. "I haven't seen my grandfather in years. I cannot go empty-handed. I am stopping in town to buy some gifts. Shinji responded, what gifts could you possibly need? My family runs a small supermarket. We lack nothing. My grandfather has an orchard filled with watermelons, cantaloupes, and a variety of fruits. What else could you possibly buy? Shin Qinglin cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, I would rather carry 2 more pounds of peaches than arrive empty-handed. This is the most fundamental etiquette. Upon arriving in the town, Shin Qinglin initially intended to visit the largest supermarket, but upon reaching its entrance, she changed her mind. She felt the supermarket was filled with nothing but cigarettes and alcohol, which she did not wish to bring to her grandfather. Consequently, she sought out the finest tea shop in the town and ultimately selected a variety of Wui Rock Big Red Rope. She requested the shopkeeper to brew a sample for tasting. The tea was a brilliant orange yellow, exuding a rich aroma, replete with floral and fruity notes, alongside a distinctive mineral essence. The leaves were tightly rolled and dark in hue, and the price was relatively high in this establishment. Shin Qinglin was thoroughly satisfied and asked the proprietor to package it into 2 boxes. Chunji understood that she had prepared 2 gifts, one for her grandfather and one for her father. Afterwards, Shin Qinglin proceeded to the largest supermarket to purchase an array of snacks. Shinji, without needing to inquire, knew that these were intended for his elder brother, Chindaji. Although Chunji's family operated a small supermarket, it did not hinder Shin Qinglin from expressing her sentiments through these treats. By now it was nearing noon, and the blazing July sun mercilessly scorched the earth. Occasionally, heavily laden trucks rumbled through the town, and the asphalt road, baked under the scorching sun, appeared to soften beneath the weight of the tires. The 2 drove to Nantian village, parking their car outside the grandfather's orchard. Upon stepping out, they felt a slight coolness in the air, imbued with the faint fragrance of fruit trees. The grandfather's 3-room brick house stood at the heart of the orchard. As they entered, laden with gifts, they were greeted by the sound of barking. Shin Qinglin exchanged a glance with Chunji and laughed. De Huang seems to have forgotten me. I have visited a few times before, and he could always recognize the sound of my footsteps. Now, as we arrive, he is barking away. It seems he hasn't even recognized your footsteps. Chunji chuckled. Perhaps De Huang is getting older and his hearing isn't what it used to be. As they approached the 3 brick rooms, De Huang finally recognized Chunji's footsteps, immediately ceasing his barking to greet them with joyful yelps, running toward them on 3 legs. One front leg was curled up, clearly indicating that De Huang was limping. He first affectionately greeted Chunji and then turned to sniff Shin Qinglin, as if trying to recognize this familiar girl, before bounding over to interact with her. At that moment, Chunji's grandfather, Chun Kejian, emerged from the grove of fruit trees, carrying a basket of fragrant pears. Approaching 80 years of age, the grandfather remained remarkably robust, his hearing sharp and eyesight clear. With neither a hunch in his back nor a stoop in his posture, he wore a slightly worn straw hat, and although his shirt bore a few holes, it was impeccably clean. Upon seeing Shin Qinglin, his wrinkled face instantly lit up with surprise. Isn't this Qinglin? You still think of your grandfather and come to visit this old man. From the joy radiating from the grandfather's smile, it was evident that he was genuinely delighted to see Shin Qinglin once more. Shin Qinglin smiled and said, I have been thinking about you, Grandpa. It has been several years since I last visited. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? Grandpa feigned a stern expression. Of course I can hold it against you. You haven't come to see me in 4 years. From now on, you must visit every year, and then I shall forgive you. With that, he urged Shin Qinglin to hurry inside. Chunji, gently stroking De Huang's head, inquired, how did De Huang injure his leg? Grandpa's expression darkened. It was that scoundrel Hao Chang's vicious dog that bit him. Chunji looked puzzled, but De Huang has always been in the orchard and hasn't ventured out. How could he have been bitten by a fierce dog? Grandpa replied indignantly. The other day, Hao Chang brought some officials from the town to the orchard, claiming they needed to remeasure our land, saying the previous measurements were incorrect. Who knows what devious scheme that rascal is concocting? He could have come alone, but he brought his ferocious dog along. The moment that dog entered, it lunged at De Huang. If it had continued, it could have killed him. I grabbed a hoe and swung it a few times, but I missed that dog. Had I struck it, I would have surely killed it. Truly, a wicked man raises a wicked dog, without a doubt. Chunji remained silent. The Hao Chang Grandpa spoke of was the village chief. In truth, that scoundrel was one of the enemies on Chunji's mental ledger. Hao Chang had once been a small-time thug in the city, and upon returning to the village, he managed to secure the position of village chief through election. Essentially, He returned to reap the benefits of the collective after failing to earn a living elsewhere. Nowadays, many village chiefs possess some degree of underworld connections. When they find it difficult to thrive outside, they return to exploit collective interests. Chapter 22. Asset Transfer. Of course. While Hao Chong monopolized the village committee and embezzled collective resources, Chen Ji could ignore it, and Wu Ti necessarily regard Hao Chong as an adversary. The reason he included that individual in his mental ledger of enemies was due to a past incident when Hao Chong was closely associated with the wealthy man who had an affair with Chen Ji's mother. Following the incident where Chen Ji's father caught them and was subsequently injured, although Hao Chong was not one of the assailants. He belonged to the gang that committed the assault. Moreover, after this incident, he assisted that gang in covering up their actions, subjecting the Chen family to intimidation and threats. Eventually, when the wealthy man's enterprise expanded and relocated to a large city, Hao Chong returned to the village as chief and has since relentlessly bullied the Chen family. All these grievances accumulated, rendering Hao Chong a thoroughly deserving adversary. Chen Ji accepted the basket from Grandpa's hands, and the three of them, along with the dog, made their way back. Following the narrow path between the fruit trees, they emerged into a modest clearing, which served as a yard. 3 houses, adorned with green bricks and blue tiles, bore the marks of age. At that moment, a woman with flour on both hands hurried out from the house. "Oh my, is that you, Qinglin? You have become more beautiful with each passing year. I haven't seen you in ages." As she spoke, she reached out to take the gift from Shun Qinglin's hands, wiped the flour from her palms on her apron, and warmly grasped Shun Qinglin's hand, leading her into the house. "You are such a thoughtful child, remembering to visit your grandfather. So how have you been? Have you wed? Where is your partner from? Do they also work in the capital?" With such affectionate gestures towards Shun Qinglin, she merely cast a glance at Chen Ji, disregarding him entirely. Confused, Chen Ji called out from behind the 2 women, "Aunt, when did you arrive? And why are you so biased? You don't even glance at your own nephew. Yet you are so warm with a stranger." The woman, appearing to be around 60, was indeed Chen Ji's aunt, Chen Yufang. Throughout his life, she had been the one who cared for him the most, especially after Chen Ji's mother left home. She frequently came to look after their family of 4. However, something seemed amiss today, as his aunt appeared to harbor some resentment towards him, her demeanor somewhat huffy. Grandfather also entered the house, leaving Chen Ji standing alone in the so-called courtyard, lost in thought as he gazed at the 3 brick and tile houses before him. These houses had been constructed by the collective in the past. Since his youth, grandfather had labored in the orchard, dedicating his life to the cultivation of fruits. He claimed to be the second best in fruit tree management in the village, and no one dared to challenge that assertion. After the collective was dissolved, grandfather took over the village's orchard. It was a time of reform and opening up, with rural development flourishing and many specialized households emerging. Grandfather was among the first to prosper in the village, becoming a specialist in fruit trees and one of the early wealthy individuals. A few years later, as the family became affluent, he even purchased a vehicle for his son Chen Ji's father to run transport, establishing their family as the wealthiest in the village. Later, Hao Chong returned to the village as the village chief, envious of this orchard, and incited his brother to compete against Chen Kajian in a bidding war. Through a series of underhanded maneuvers, they seized the majority of the orchard, leaving grandfather Chen Kajian with only a small portion. A concession made due to the fact that his nephew Chen Shaoi held a significant position in the city, which deterred Hao Chong from being too aggressive. However, he was aware of the discord between Chen Shaoi's family and that of Chen Kajian, emboldening him to brazenly vie for the orchard. Yet, managing fruit trees required specialized skills, and Hao Chong's group, drawn to the lucrative potential of fruit cultivation, proved to be novices when it came to actual care. Within a few years, they ruined what had been a flourishing orchard, and seeing the profits dwindle, they eventually cut down all the trees. Just moments ago, Chen Ji overheard grandfather mention that Hao Chong had returned with town officials to stir up trouble, clearly harboring ill intentions. He wondered what schemes they might be concocting this time. However, at this moment, Chen Ji had resolved within himself. He now possessed wealth and a certain level of confidence. Even if a conflict arose with Hao Chong's group, in the past, they had the town's protection and were familiar with the personnel at the town police station. But now he felt unafraid. Ding Haowei once declared to himself that he would not be anyone's shield. However, should he encounter any acts of favoritism or distortion of truth, he would certainly not turn a blind eye. This assurance provided Chen Ji with a sense of relief. In essence, Ding Haowei represented the formidable support behind him. He would not impose challenges upon Ding Haowei that would compel him to act unjustly on his behalf, as long as he could offer Qinji fairness and justice. That would suffice. Thus, it could be said that he had now attained a position of wealth and influence. Consequently, the long-cherished plan for revenge, which he had vowed to pursue since childhood, would commence today. Hao Chang's intentions to exploit his grandfather's orchard would not go unpunished. He would ensure that the scoundrel faced grave repercussions, and no one would dare to harbor ulterior motives. Moreover, Qinji reflected upon the hardships his grandfather had endured throughout his life, having never truly relished any comforts. Now that he had finally acquired wealth, it was imperative that his grandfather enjoyed the fruits of it. Today, he had returned with cash, intending to bestow some upon his grandfather. Of course, he understood that no matter how much money he offered, the old man would hesitate to spend it on himself. Therefore, Qinji resolved to procure some furniture and appliances for his grandfather, items that the old man would be reluctant to buy for himself, yet would have to use when provided by Qinji. With this thought in mind, Qinji promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Jinyu, have you finished work? Chen Jinyu, like Chen Xinyu, was one of Qinji's closest childhood friends. A few months prior, as Qinji faced the prospect of changing jobs, he had two options: to follow Xinyu in delivering goods or to accompany Jinyu to a cold storage facility for poultry processing. Ultimately, he chose the delivery route, as it operated within the city and allowed him to take on driving jobs in the afternoons. The cold storage facility where Jinyu worked was located in the nearby town, making it inconvenient to return to the city after work. Although returning to his hometown after work was appealing, he had noticed something amiss with Lu Hong during that time and feared that living apart would exacerbate their deteriorating relationship. The day before yesterday, Qinji informed Xinyu of his intention to resign from the delivery job, citing a desire to join Jinyu in poultry processing. Now, as the clock approached 11:30, Jinyu responded on the other end of the line, "I'll be off in about 10 minutes. What can I do for you, my esteemed friend?" Qinji replied, "I have transferred 30,000 yuan to you." Upon hearing this, Jinyu was evidently taken aback, exclaiming, "Why are you suddenly sending me money? Didn't you have overdue debts on your credit card? Where did you get the funds to send me?" "Oh, I see. You intend to transfer your assets, do you? Your imagination is quite vivid, isn't it?" Qinji retorted, "Money is merely a tool. We earn it as we spend it. Debts may be daunting, but one can always strive to repay them. Am I to remain in debt for a lifetime? The overdue debts have already been settled, so do not dwell on that. This money is intended for you to make purchases. After work, you should promptly head to the town's appliance store and purchase a large air conditioner priced around 10,000 yuan, along with a sizable television, approximately 70 to 80 inches. Have them delivered to grandfather's orchard, and once they've had lunch, arrange for the installation. Additionally, visit the surveillance installation service to assess the terrain of the orchard for security measures. Nowadays, there are those independent solar-powered surveillance cameras that do not require charging, correct? Ask them to bring several models for me to choose from. Once you complete these two tasks, procure some braised chicken and pig trotters, and come to grandfather's place for dinner, as my aunt is preparing dumplings." After Qinji finished speaking, the voice on the other end, Chen Jinyu, fell silent for several seconds, seemingly still recovering from shock. He then remarked, "I see you sent 30,000 yuan. Very well, I shall take care of it immediately." He muttered, "You are quite the enigma. Just a few days ago, we were discussing how to gather some funds to alleviate your debt pressure after the recent financial turmoil. And now, you've suddenly struck it rich. How did that happen?" Qinji replied, "I won the lottery. Do you believe me?" "I believe you as much as I believe in fairy tales," he retorted, "but enough of that. My shift is ending soon. See you shortly." Upon entering the house, he observed his aunt warmly holding Shun Qinglin's hand, engaged in a heartfelt conversation. It was evident that his aunt remained preoccupied with Shun Qinglin's marital prospects. Upon learning that Shun Qinglin was not only unmarried but had consistently resisted the notion of marriage, she began to urge her once more. "Qinglin, our family has always been rooted in agriculture. It has long been the custom for men to marry and women to wed. Even though Xiao Ji has been married for over a year, I still think he should have married earlier. Many youngsters in the village, of similar age, already have children in school. You're 29 this year. If you don't hurry to marry, won't that delay having children as well? A woman should bear children while she is still young. Waiting too long can complicate matters." Shin Qinglin playfully responded, "Aunt, if that is the case, perhaps I should simply forego having children altogether. The thought of childbirth is quite daunting. I can't bear it. Her aunt shot her an exasperated glance. Why do you still hold such notions? If you don't marry and have children, who will care for you in your old age? Will you reside in a nursing home, relying on the staff to care for you? Even one's own children may not show filial piety, let alone strangers. You are young now, and everything seems inconsequential. But as you age and your parents pass away, you will realize how crucial it is to have family in this world. Why must you be so obstinate? If you were more agreeable, you would have married Xiaoji long ago. You two make such a perfect pair. As she spoke, tears welled in her aunt's eyes. At this moment, grandfather sincerely remarked, Qinglin is a wonderful child. If such a splendid daughter were to become my granddaughter-in-law, it would be the fortune I earned in my past life. However, why must you insist on working in a big city? What is so appealing about the capital? I have heard that the smog there is particularly severe and winters are exceptionally cold. Just think, if you returned here, the winters are mild and the summers temperate. Our climate is the most nurturing. Let us not dwell on trivial matters. Look at Xiaoji, he is married now, yet you remain single. Listen to your grandfather and your aunt, and quickly find a reliable young man to marry. Chunji immediately seized the opportunity, saying, Grandfather, it seems you still hold a fondness for Qinglin. Since she is currently unmarried, perhaps I should hasten my divorce from Lu Hong and marry Qinglin instead. That would be the true original match. His words were, in essence, a preemptive measure for grandfather. The news of his impending divorce from Lu Hong would eventually reach him, and he hoped to soften the blow by preparing him in advance for the disappointment. Grandfather's eyes widened in indignation as he rebuked, What nonsense are you spouting? Once married, it is for a lifetime. If you are living well, how can you so casually consider divorce? You need to exert yourself, so that I can soon hold my great-grandson. That is what truly matters. Don't you agree, Qinglin? Shunji's remarks caused his aunt to become alert. She shot a glare at her nephew, and then at Qinglin, sensing a whiff of danger. Thus, she abandoned her previous encouragement for Qinglin to marry, and instead pulled her aside, saying, Qinglin, you are fortunate. Your aunt is here making dumplings. Let us have lunch together today. With the two of you here, we will certainly need to make more. So lend your hand to your aunt. Qinglin immediately frowned, for throughout her life, she had always detested household chores. From a young age, she had harbored aspirations distinct from others, believing that a woman should not be confined to domestic matters. Consequently, she had never wished to learn cooking or household tasks from her mother. Her aunt was well aware of this sentiment. Yet, it was evident that her aunt was deliberately putting her in a difficult position. Qinglin did not hide her feelings, saying, Aunt, you know me well. I am not adept at household tasks and cannot be of assistance. Her aunt firmly replied, Precisely because you are not skilled, I must insist that you help. As a young woman, how will you manage if you cannot even cook or make dumplings? It is not just about learning to serve others, if you wish to eat. It is convenient to prepare your own meals. Without further ado, she seated Qinglin at the table opposite her, declaring, I will roll the dough, and you will shape the dumplings. I will start with a few, just watch and learn. The dumpling skin should be held in such a manner, steady and secure, with the filling not overstuffed, otherwise, it may spill out during the wrapping process. Subsequently, the edges must be pinched tightly, creating pleats. As only then will the dumplings be both aesthetically pleasing and delectable. Qinglin, with no alternative, reluctantly followed along in her learning. Throughout her formative years, her mother had insisted on teaching her the art of dumpling making, a request she had always resolutely declined. Yet now, she felt too embarrassed to refuse her aunt. After considerable effort, she managed to clumsily shape a dumpling and presented it before her aunt, inquiring, Is this how it's done? Her aunt, hands dusted with flour, grasped Qinglin's wrist, while her other hand meticulously counted the number of pleats on the dumpling. It was deemed auspicious to achieve 12 pleats. Recalling the first time Xiaoji's mother visited, her family had hosted a dumpling-making session as a gesture of hospitality. Xiaoji's mother had also contributed. Proving to be remarkably skilled, her dumplings could stand upright in water without sinking. It was this impressive talent that had solidified the match. Qinji understood his aunt well. She was astute. Now, before Qinglin, she unexpectedly broached a sensitive topic, mentioning his mother, the heartless woman who had abandoned her family. This was clearly a deliberate provocation on his aunt's part. Chapter 24. Contemplating investment and entrepreneurship. In truth, his aunt had unspoken implications. What she truly wished to convey was about Lu Hong, for she excelled in domestic affairs. Upon her first visit to meet the parents, She had shown no signs of shyness, eagerly taking to the kitchen and showcasing her culinary prowess. As the adage goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first win over his stomach. Lu Hong managed not only to satisfy the man's appetite, but also endeared herself to his family, thereby winning their hearts as well. His aunt, aware of Shen Qinglin's remarkable intelligence, subtly hinted at her thoughts, aiming to nudge both Shen Qinglin and Shen Ji. She understood Shen Qinglin's rebellious nature, knowing she seldom adhered to conventional norms. Should Shen Qinglin remain tethered to past affections, this societal rebel might disregard the fact that Shen Ji was now a married man, paying no heed to societal judgment, and might even wish to maintain an ambiguous relationship with him, thus jeopardizing another's family. Currently, the entire Qin family awaited Lu Hong's swift pregnancy to expand their lineage. If chaos were to ensue, what hope would there be for a child? Shen Ji recognized that his aunt was overthinking the situation, yet he found himself unable to explain. For now, he could not disclose to his family that he had submitted a divorce application. It was important for them to gradually come to terms with this matter. Furthermore, Shen Qinglin remained the same Shen Qinglin as before. Earlier, on their journey to the town, they had already discussed her career. Now, Shen Qinglin had established a modestly scaled AI modeling team and had developed several multilingual pre-trained models in the realm of deep learning and the modeling of related strategic algorithms. Notable achievements have been made, leading to the provision of AI-driven large model intelligence services to various enterprises. In other words, Shen Qinglin's ambitious career has just begun to yield significant results. Her resolute stance on remaining unmarried and childless has only strengthened since her graduation. It is implausible that she would suddenly entertain the notion of marrying herself. Auntie is indeed overly concerned. As the dumplings were being prepared, Auntie did not treat Shen Qinglin as an outsider. She instructed her to tidy up the area. Subsequently, she mysteriously beckoned her nephew outside to a secluded corner. Shen Ji initially assumed Auntie intended to admonish him against rekindling any old flames with Shen Qinglin, potentially jeopardizing a stable family life. To his surprise, Auntie turned to him and asked, "Little Ji, speak honestly with me. Are you in significant debt that you cannot repay?" Shen Ji, perplexed, inquired, "How did this information spread so swiftly? Who told you, Auntie?" With a serious demeanor, Auntie replied, "It matters not who informed me. It is evident that not only are you unable to repay your debts, but numerous creditors have also come seeking repayment. Furthermore, you have taken Xiao Hui's newly purchased Mercedes, and I hear they are looking for you to apprehend you." Upon hearing this, Shen Ji quickly grasped the situation. "Auntie, did you hear this from someone with the surname Qin?" Realizing her nephew had guessed correctly, Auntie did not conceal the truth any longer. "Indeed. I heard it from your cousin's wife at the market yesterday. Just tell me the truth. Do you owe a substantial amount, and have you taken Xiao Hui's car? This is not a trivial matter, and I need you to be honest with me. I came here today specifically for this reason. I fear you may be getting into trouble. If you get arrested, think of all the hardships you have endured since childhood." At this point, Auntie became choked with emotion, tears streaming down her face. Shen Ji quickly wiped her tears, saying, "Auntie, I know you mean well. I will not hide anything from you. Recently, I did have some debts, but as you know, your nephew is a graduate of a prestigious university, and my capabilities speak for themselves. Those debts have been resolved. As for taking Xiao Hui's car, that is true, but it was merely a reaction to provoke them. I have since returned the vehicle, and there are no lingering issues. In fact, not only have I repaid my debts, but I now possess a substantial savings. Is that true? Little Ji, do not deceive your auntie. I live in constant worry, fearing something might happen to you and your father. I am not deceiving you, auntie. My previous debts arose from a project I developed for another company that had not yet been settled. Now that it has been resolved, I truly have a significant savings. Just the other day, I had Jinyu purchase an air conditioner and a large television for Grandpa, and I plan to install surveillance in his orchard as well." "What?" Auntie was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is that true? You should be prudent with your spending. If you have money, save it. At present, you still have a mortgage. Once Lu Hong becomes pregnant, you will be the sole breadwinner. When the child is born, household expenses will undoubtedly surge. It is imperative to save some money." "Do not worry, Aunt. I have everything planned," he assured her. As the two conversed, they were interrupted by Da Huang barking vigorously for a few moments before falling silent. Chen Ji understood that Zhun Yu had arrived. Accompanying Chen Zhun Yu was a representative from a local surveillance company, carrying various samples of monitoring equipment. Observing their discussion on surveillance, Ant felt reassured that Chunji's claims were likely truthful. If he were indeed buried in debt, he would hardly have the means to purchase so many items for their grandfather. Finally, Ant's concerns were alleviated. She had hurried over to ascertain whether her nephew had stolen someone else's car and incurred substantial debts. However, she hesitated to directly question her elderly father, fearing it might cause him undue anxiety. Initially, she intended to broach the subject indirectly, hoping to discern if the family was aware. After finding no issues on her father's side, she planned to prepare a meal of dumplings for him, and afterward visit Chunji's father to see if he was informed. Now, seeing her nephew's seemingly affluent demeanor, Ant's anxious heart was finally at ease. During lunch, Zhenyu inquired of Chunji, "Yesterday, Xingyu called me, stating that you wish to join me in chicken slaughtering and that you have already given me the heads up. When did you ever call me?" Without lifting his gaze, Chunji replied, "I merely had that notion. I never claimed to have notified you." Zhenyu responded, "It would not have mattered even if you did. I am not planning to continue." "Oh, why the sudden change?" Chunji asked, looking up. "Didn't you say that chicken slaughtering was quite lucrative, with additional earnings?" "That was in the past," Zhenyu explained. "Our company might be sold, potentially to the He Group. I've heard their representatives have begun negotiations with our boss." Chunji found this puzzling. Why sell when business was thriving? Zhenyu elaborated. "In the past, business was indeed flourishing. You must understand that Yaotian Group is among the most successful in our region, if not the entire city, in the breeding industry. However, the market has been unfavorable for the past 2 years, and the downturn has persisted unusually long. You see, in the breeding, hatching, and cold storage business, one's fortunes hinge on market conditions. A favorable market can lead to substantial profits, while a downturn can result in daily losses of hundreds of thousands. Reflect on the many specialized breeding operations that once thrived in our area. Many earned significant profits initially and became wealthy. Yet, as the tides of fortune turned, most were eliminated, leaving only Yaotian Group standing firm. Regrettably, this current downturn has lasted too long. Our boss has invested billions over the past 2 years, and we can no longer sustain it. The Dahe Group stands as one of the foremost enterprises in the feed and aquaculture industry in the nation, possessing substantial financial resources that allow them to weather even the most prolonged adverse market conditions. Consequently, they have taken to acquiring struggling aquaculture companies across the country. In previous years, during downturns, Dahe Group attempted to make acquisitions, but our owner managed to endure. However, this time, the situation has become untenable, and Dahe Group has intentionally lowered their offer, seemingly aiming for a bargain. Should the acquisition succeed, it is rumored that Dahe Group maintains particularly stringent management practices, which would likely eliminate any prospect of additional earnings for us. Thus, it has been collectively decided that if Dahe Group proceeds with the acquisition, we shall resign. Upon hearing this, Chunji felt a stir of interest. The reason for his intrigue stemmed from a conversation with Zhenyu, who revealed that the Yaotian Group had reached a point of vulnerability, akin to being preyed upon amidst adversity. Shin recalled that he had over 200 million at his disposal, contemplating an investment or entrepreneurial venture. The current plight of Yaotian Group suggested it had devolved into a distressed asset, presenting an opportunity for others to seize a deal. If Dahe Group sought to capitalize on this situation, were there not other entities with similar intentions? He inquired of Zhenyu. Given that Dahe Group is deliberately undervaluing their offer, do they truly believe they can take over Yaotian Group without challenge? Zhenyu replied, "Otherwise, how could it be termed opportunistic exploitation? I have heard from officials that our owner has reached a critical impasse. Banks are no longer willing to extend credit, and he has accrued substantial private debts. At this point, he may be unable to navigate his way out. Yet, the market remains sluggish, and the timeline for recovery is uncertain. At this juncture, it can be said that he is at the mercy of others." Chunji asked, "What sum is Dahe Group offering?" It was reported that Dahe Group proposed merely 100 million. 100 million? Chunji queried. "What is the actual value of Yaotian Group?" Zhenyu responded, "I cannot precisely determine its worth, but I've heard that our owner has invested around 500 to 600 million into the entire Yaotian Group. In a favorable market, its valuation could easily reach 1 billion. What?" Upon hearing this, Chunji felt a surge of indignation for Yaotian Group, exclaiming, "Dahe Group is not merely seeking a bargain. They are attempting outright theft. A company valued at 1 billion, and they wish to acquire it for just 100 million? If it were up to me, I would rather see it discarded than sell to them." Zhenyu chuckled, Your perspective is a classic case of stubbornness over practicality. Day Group possesses considerable experience in this arena. They have undoubtedly conducted thorough research and discovered that our owner's total external debts approximate 100 million. Should he sell the enterprise for that sum, he may not retain much, but at least he could exit unscathed. However, if he chooses not to sell, the entire company will be unable to sustain its operations. Once production halts, it signifies the demise of the enterprise. Envision a defunct company with its incubation facilities, breeding farms, and cold storage, both the premises and equipment, being sold off. How much could they possibly fetch? One could argue that the initial investment of 500 to 600 million would yield a mere few tens of millions upon liquidation. In such a scenario, our boss would be burdened with tens of millions in foreign debts, potentially facing a lifetime of insurmountable repayments. Presently, the Day Group is compelling him to make a final decision. Shinji nodded. The notion of weighing two evils to choose the lesser is one he comprehends. His earlier remarks stemmed merely from frustration, feeling that the Day Group's actions are exceedingly unscrupulous. He has also heard that in the 1990s, there were dozens of sizable breeding enterprises within the county alone. One such enterprise, the Tongjiang Group, achieved remarkable scale, viewing the Yaotian Group as a mere subordinate. The owner of Tongjiang, having transitioned from a modest breeder to a substantial enterprise in just over a decade, expanded aggressively. Beyond reckless construction and expansion, his personal expenses were extravagantly excessive. It was said that he could no longer find suitable dining options locally by nightfall, necessitating trips to the provincial capital for meals on weekends. However, due to his rapid growth and high-leverage expansion, when faced with an exceptionally prolonged industry downturn, Tongjiang Group was among the first to falter. In traditional breeding, enduring difficulties is regarded as a conventional strategy against cyclical fluctuations. Thus, during an industry winter, even when incurring daily losses amounting to tens of thousands or more, halting production is not an option. One must continue to invest, steadfastly enduring, awaiting the thaw. The intrinsic characteristics of the breeding industry dictate that cessation is not feasible. For instance, once chicks are hatched in a poultry farm, they require continuous feeding and health management. Any interruption in production could lead to massive mortality or disease outbreaks among the flock, resulting in losses far exceeding daily deficits. Furthermore, the rigidity of fixed costs and the potential loss of clientele due to production halts, along with the subsequent need to re-establish the market and hatch new chicks, would only escalate costs. Thus, even in the face of a downturn, one must persist. Yet, that particular industry winter endured for too long, ultimately overwhelming the owner of Tongjiang, who vanished, absconding with the last remnants of his funds. The company ceased operations abruptly, and all accumulated products in the cold storage were swiftly seized by employees. Creditors descended, claiming whatever valuables they could. In the end, even the tiles from the factory roof were stripped away by the creditors. The outcome was nothing short of tragic. The owner of Yaotian Group, having emerged as a prominent figure from the town, is regarded as a local celebrity, and Shinji has also overheard discussions about him. In the past, those prominent aquaculture operators thrived, many surpassing him in success. However, as waves of adverse market conditions swept through, those who had overextended themselves with excessive leverage gradually succumbed to the harsh realities of the industry. In contrast, the proprietor of Yaotian Group has consistently adopted a conservative approach over the years, refraining from taking on substantial leverage. He has operated within his means and maintained a reserve for potential risks. Yet, this time, the market downturn has been both fierce and prolonged, lasting over 2 years without signs of recovery. There is a common saying among farmers: a family with wealth is not truly wealthy if it is encumbered. These encumbrances are liabilities that require daily sustenance, resulting in significant ongoing losses. It appears that even the cautious entrepreneur may eventually be compelled to leverage his position to sustain operations. Ultimately, this leverage has led to a state of desperation, leaving him vulnerable to opportunistic predators. Day Group, a national powerhouse, stands tall with deep roots and substantial resources. While many small to medium enterprises have been pushed to the brink by this unprecedented industry winter, Day Group can afford to endure for another 2 years without concern. Thus, they boldly seize the opportunity to acquire these so-called distressed assets. Once the industry winter passes, Yaotian Group in their hands could represent a high-quality asset valued in the billions. This phenomenon exemplifies the so-called winner-takes-all scenario. Shinji contemplated investing over 2 billion to acquire Yaotian Group, which seemed feasible. The dilemma, however, lay in whether he would be acquiring a valuable asset or a liability. The resolution of this uncertainty hinged entirely on when the industry winter would conclude. Even if he invested $1 billion for the purchase and allocated another $1 billion for operational funds, what if a year later the market remained stagnant? It was possible that his investment of over $2 billion could vanish without a trace. The most crucial aspect was his complete lack of understanding of the industry. If he were to take over without a loyal and competent team, he would be at a loss. In essence, while Yaotian Group could be a highly lucrative asset in the hands of Day Group, it might become a burdensome liability in the hands of another. Chen Ji began to waver, realizing that his desire to venture into the aquaculture sector was fraught with uncertainty. Perhaps it was wiser to abandon such ambitions. As the conversation progressed, his interest in the topic waned entirely. Meanwhile, his aunt and others showed even less enthusiasm for the discussion, as his aunt was more concerned with the matrimonial prospects of the younger generation. Jinyu, a distant nephew of hers, was the same age as Chen Ji and, at 29, had yet to find a partner. His aunt inquired, "Jinyu, how is your romantic situation progressing? Are you currently seeing someone?" Chen Ji playfully pretended to cover his aunt's mouth, saying, "Aunt, haven't you heard what others are saying?" At present, when encountering colleagues, refrain from inquiring about their monthly earnings. When meeting the unmarried, do not ask about their relationship status, and when speaking to students, avoid questioning their exam scores. The new year has yet to arrive, yet you are already pressing for marriage. Chapter 26. The bald woman anti-pride opened Chen Ji's hand, saying, "Stop spinning your wheels with useless chatter. At 29, you should be encouraged to marry. Jinyu, speak honestly to Andy. Are you currently in a relationship? To what extent has it progressed?" This question cast a shadow of sorrow upon Jinyu, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, De Huang, with its 3 legs, bounded into the room, its tail tucked and eyes glimmering with fear. Grandpa immediately became alert, placing his chopsticks down on the table, exclaiming, "Has that scoundrel Hao Chong brought that old dog back again? I shall confront him." Simultaneously, everyone heard a commotion. A group of people had clearly entered the orchard. Chen Ji pulled Grandpa back down, saying, "Grandpa, continue your meal and sip your wine slowly. With me here, you need not worry about anything." Jinyu stood, intending to follow Chen Ji outside, but was restrained by Chen Ji, who insisted, "None of you move, continue your meal. I can handle this." With that, he seized a handful of chopsticks and stepped outside. Upon emerging, he saw a considerable number of people amidst the fruit trees, laughing and picking fruit as if they were at home. Although the exact count was unclear, there seemed to be around 10 of them. They meandered deeper into the orchard, selecting only the largest and finest fruits to consume. Plucking them from the branches, they wiped them on their hands before biting into them, discarding the uneaten remnants while cursing. "Damn it, this looks big, but isn't sweet." Walking further into the orchard, the main path was lined with grape trellises constructed from concrete beams. Grandpa's fragrant roses grapes, large and meaty with a rich aroma, were perfectly ripe for the season. A few individuals were tearing at the grapes, specifically choosing the largest and darkest ones, consuming more than they discarded. Chen Ji's fury ignited instantly, and he bellowed, "Stop this at once." This scene incited his wrath. The orchard represented the culmination of Grandpa's tireless efforts. Approaching 80, the old man tended to such a vast expanse of land alone. Even a younger person would struggle to exert the requisite energy and strength. For this hard-earned fruit to be wantonly wasted by this band of ruffians was unconscionable. Pointing at the nearest individual vandalizing the grapes, he commanded, "Listen, pick up the grapes you have thrown on the ground and eat them one by one." These youngsters, each sporting brightly colored hair, clearly exuded an air of delinquency. The miscreant, upon hearing Chen Ji's words, retorted, "Are you joking? Grapes that have fallen on the ground are fit for consumption? Show me how you eat them, old man." Her lips curled in jest, yet her eyes betrayed a malevolent glint. At that moment, a young woman burst forth from the thicket, directing her ire at Chen Ji. "Chen Ji, what do you mean by this? I brought my friends to my grandfather's orchard for some fresh fruit picking, and you have the audacity to meddle? Just let my friend enjoy the grapes on the ground." This spirited young woman was Chen Ji's cousin, Chen Yan, the youngest daughter of his uncle. Chen Ji's grandfather, Chen Kejian, had 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest daughter was married, while Chen Yan, at 24, remained single, though she had been through a series of relationships. Upon hearing Chen Yan's words, Chunji understood that this group was not a raucous band led by Hao Chong, but rather a gathering brought by Chun Yin for the purpose of fruit picking. However, was this truly what one would call picking? The enormous apples were nibbled and discarded carelessly. The once pristine bunches of grapes were picked apart, leaving them incomplete. How could his grandfather possibly sell them in such a state? Just as he was about to voice his concerns, another woman approached from behind. Judging by her attire, a revealing tank top and a pronounced bosom, Chunji deduced she was indeed a woman, though her appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to individuals from Thailand, making it difficult to ascertain her gender based solely on her features. Her eyes were adorned with an excessively dark eyeshadow, reminiscent of a panda, and her lips were coated in a deep purple gloss. To top it off, her shining bald head and oversized earrings, which dwarfed her earlobes, added to her striking appearance. She seemed to possess a fiery temperament, pointing an accusatory finger at Chunji. "Chinyan, who is this brat? This is your grandfather's orchard. Why does he have any right to interfere? Who does this fool think he is, exposing himself in such a manner? For reasons unknown." Chunji felt an overwhelming irritation towards this unruly girl. He grasped a chopstick and pointed it at her, saying, "Mind your language, or I assure you, that hoop in your ear will vanish before you know it. Do you believe me?" "I believe you, you big-headed fool," she retorted, her expression contorting into a menacing snarl as she unleashed a torrent of curses. "I dare you to say that again." Before she could finish her tirade, a piercing scream escaped her lips. At this point, others began to gather around, startled by the outburst. They hadn't witnessed any overt action from Chunji, who stood a considerable distance away, making it improbable for him to have inflicted any harm. Yet, the truth was evident. Those who observed closely noted that the earring from the woman's left ear had disappeared, and her earlobe was torn, blood trickling down. What? Onlookers began to realize that just moments before, when Chunji had raised his hand, something had seemingly shot forth from it. In hindsight, it must have been the chopstick he had been weighing in his grip. This indicated that, even from over 10 paces away, he had the skill to dislodge the woman's earring and simultaneously tear her earlobe. Clearly, this individual possessed remarkable martial prowess. Chunjilu's sudden display of strength left everyone in shock. The bald girl, still clutching her ear, wailed in agony. Chunyan's face turned pale with anger as she pointed at Chunji, exclaiming, "Chunji, have you lost your humanity? They are merely your sister's friends, here to gather some fruit from Grandpa's orchard. Why did you resort to violence? Look, you've nearly torn her ear apart." Chunji's expression was as cold as ice as he retorted, "Enough of your nonsense. Hurry and make them leave Grandpa's orchard. They are not welcome here." This further incensed Chunyan, who, like a feisty quail, stormed up to Chunji, hands on her hips, neck arched defiantly. "What right do you have to shout at me, Chunji? This orchard belongs to your grandfather, but it also belongs to mine. Everyone who has a say in this orchard has had their turn, and it's certainly not yours. What work have you ever done here? What contributions have you made? The fertilizer used in this orchard comes from my father's processing plant." As Chunyan spoke, her anger intensified, her eyes narrowing in disdain. "Chunji, let me tell you, you're nothing but a debtor on the verge of collapse. Don't think we're unaware of your situation. The entire village knows about it now. You've accumulated a mountain of debt, and those you owe are at your doorstep demanding payment. Are you hiding out here in the orchard because you can't face the city? Are you so frightened by the visitors that you're lashing out, holding onto a pair of chopsticks as if they were weapons?" Chapter 27. Jealousy and hatred. While she was shouting at Chunji, a young man emerged from deep within the orchard, adjusting his pants as he walked, clearly having just relieved himself. This young man was evidently the leader of the group, towering and robust, his imposing figure exuding an air of defiance. Upon approaching, he wrapped an arm around Chunyan and said, "Sweetheart, who is this guy? Don't be upset. Your husband will take care of him. Would you prefer I break one of his arms? Or should I let him taste the ground as he searches for his teeth?" Chun Yin was aware of Chunji's background. She knew he had trained in martial arts since childhood, driven by a desire for vengeance against his father's enemies, and he had indeed practiced throwing knives. Their close family was well aware of this. At that moment, Chunji was clutching a pair of chopsticks, and she had witnessed his skillful and precise use of them earlier. Despite being outnumbered, those chopsticks could land anywhere among them. Chun Yin pressed against the burly man's arm, signaling him to remain calm. "Don't interfere. He is my second brother. I am merely trying to reason with him. He is a destitute fool, hiding in Grandpa's orchard to escape his debts." Just as she was speaking, several individuals entered from the orchard's outskirts, pulling a cart laden with large boxes. Upon spotting the crowd, they inquired, "Excuse me, is this the orchard of Chinkajian?" Upon seeing the arrival of the individuals tasked with installing the air conditioner and television for his grandfather, Chinji acknowledged them with a nod, directing them inside. He then turned to Chun Yin and remarked, "You see, the air conditioner costs over 10,000, and as for that television, I cannot discern whether it is 70 or 80 inches. I simply purchased it without hesitation. You have made significant contributions to grandfather's orchard. Did you acquire these items?" Shortly thereafter, another individual entered, pushing a small cart laden with several boxes. Chunji pointed to this person and stated, "Look, this is the surveillance system I have installed for grandfather's orchard, powered by a solar-independent source. Given your filial piety, why have you not equipped grandfather's orchard with surveillance? Consider this. Grandfather is nearing 80 years of age, and managing such a vast orchard alone is no simple task. Many of the villagers of his age, speaking of the living ones and not those who have passed, have their children attending to their every need. Grandfather requires no assistance from us. He continues to labor diligently. Have you not heard the saying about the worth of every inch of silk and the toil for each morsel of rice? How much sweat does grandfather expend for every apple and grape? It is understandable for you to bring people to the orchard for fruit, yet they must not waste what is precious. I have stated it clearly. Anything discarded on the ground must be picked up and consumed, after which you are to leave immediately." Chun Yin found herself momentarily speechless, her face contorted with rage. She gazed at the backs of the installers, struggling to comprehend the situation. The village had already spread word of Chunji's overwhelming debts, his financial troubles seemingly insurmountable. So how could he afford such extravagant purchases for grandfather, including multiple surveillance systems? Acquiring such items must amount to tens of thousands. Could the rumors about him be entirely unfounded? Was it possible that the truth contradicted the gossip, and that Chunji had indeed prospered, now possessing ample funds? For years, her family had lived in far better circumstances than her uncles, enjoying not only happiness but also wealth. Now, suddenly eclipsed by Chunji, her feelings of jealousy and resentment surged within her. However, despite her family's affluence, she found herself incapable of producing such a sum to buy gifts for grandfather. How frustrating! Yet, these feelings of envy could be set aside for the moment. The pressing issue was that Chun-ji showed her no regard. The gathering consisted of his friends, or rather, his boyfriend's close companions, having boasted previously about bringing them to the orchard to freely pick and consume fruit. It was disheartening to consider being expelled before the harvest even commenced. How could she hold her head high in their presence thereafter? However, should she allow these individuals to confront Chunji, she feared he might wield his chopsticks as projectiles, causing harm and escalating the situation beyond resolution. Just as she wrestled with her thoughts, Shen Qinglin approached from the house, walking over to Chunji and saying, "Chunji, let it go. Do not stoop to their level. These are all friends of Chunyan. Let each of them take a little to enjoy later." Shen Qinglin, wishing to prevent any conflict between Chunji and these individuals, felt it essential for someone to step forward and mediate. This would not only spare Chunyan any embarrassment, but also ensure that grandfather's orchard remained unharmed. Chun Yin was acquainted with Shen Qinglin and recognized her as Chunji's ex-girlfriend. Hadn't they already parted ways? Why were they together again now? Chun Yin was taken aback, and a malicious thought crept into her mind. She could capture the moment of Chunji and Shen Qinglin together and send it to Lu Hong, illustrating how her man had rekindled an old flame with his ex, thus stirring up trouble. Let Lu Hong confront Chunji. Perhaps a ruckus could lead to a divorce, teaching him a lesson for disregarding her feelings. One could not deny that Shen Qinglin possessed striking beauty. Her presence instantly captivated the group of ruffians, leaving nearly everyone in awe. The burly man embracing Chun Yin unabashedly directed his greedy gaze at Shen Qinglin and, without restraint, squeezed Chun Yan's arm, asking, "Hey, darling, who is this stunning beauty? She's exquisite." Observing her boyfriend's drooling expression only fueled Chun Yan's anger, prompting her to shove him away vigorously. "You infatuated fool, be careful not to blind yourself. What are you angry about? What's wrong with me?" he retorted. "What's the matter? Sister Fei's earring was yanked off, and what do you plan to do? Are you all just going to endure this and slink away?" Initially, Chun Yin had no desire to escalate the situation, yet her boyfriend's foolishness infuriated her to the point that she felt compelled to create a scene. Now, she simply wished for her boyfriend and Chunji to engage in a fierce confrontation, leaving them both battered and bruised. Chen Qinglin exclaimed loudly. Could you please remain calm? Just because you have numbers, do you truly believe you can overpower Qinji? You know him better than I do. I don't care. Chen screamed in response, delivering a kick to her boyfriend. Go on, hit him, just do it. The burly man grinned menacingly, cracking his knuckles. This will be easy. Just as he was about to strike Qinji, a voice called out, Xiao Gu, come here. Chen Jinyu rushed in, holding a phone. Xiao Gu. Feng Gu wants you to take the call. The burly man paused, recognizing Chen Jinyu. Taking the phone, a smile of ingratiation spread across his face. After a few murmurs, he returned the phone to Chen Jinyu, chuckling awkwardly. Feng Gu needs me for something. I must take my leave. He waved to the others, urging them to depart quickly. Sister Fei, the bald woman, had just retrieved her large earrings and was now glaring venomously at Qinji, ready to pounce on him. However, upon learning that Feng Gu had called Xiao Gu, she realized that she had lost this round without any gain. With a perceptive understanding, upon a command from Brother Xiao, she swiftly turned with the others to exit, casting a fierce glare at Qinji, silently warning him to wait. However, Chen was not willing to let it go, gripping her boyfriend's collar tightly, exclaiming, Coward, scoundrel, slap. Before she could utter a third word, she received a sharp slap from her boyfriend. Idiot, are you leaving or not? Chapter 28. The opportunistic and ungrateful Chen departed with a sense of resentment, her face etched with fury and indignation. In truth, Qinji harbored a similar sense of discontent at the thought of letting this incident slide. The orchard, which his grandfather had painstakingly tended, lay in ruins after being ravaged by these intruders. Naturally, they ought to compensate for the damage. Yet, as Qinglin approached and discreetly pinched the flesh at his waist, Qinji understood her subtle hint to let it go and maintain peace, prompting him to remain silent. As they walked into the house, Qinji inquired of Jinyu, what were those people doing earlier? And who is this brother Feng you mentioned? You're not associating with those unsavory characters, are you? Humph. Jinyu scoffed. If others misunderstand me, you should know me better than that. Do you think I could mingle with those gangsters? Then how do you know them? Jinyu explained. The one in charge, whom Yin refers to as her boyfriend, is Duan Xiao, a leader among several villages in this area. Qinji interrupted. What do you mean by leader? Why not call him a duck head or goose head? Why chicken head? Beside them, Qinglin couldn't help but chuckle. Why so many questions? Let Jinyu finish. Jinyu continued. In the breeding industry, chicken head refers to a small leader within the industrial chain. This small leader specifically serves local breeders by providing chicks, feed, and medicines, while also managing sales and purchasing the grown chickens. There are several such chicken heads in each town, each responsible for a designated area. When breeders purchase chicks from our company, they must sign a sales contract stipulating that they must use our feed and medicines. Our company also provides technical guidance and guarantees to buy back the grown chickens at a protective price, even if market conditions are poor. Of course, while these stipulations are clearly laid out in the contract, breeders often resort to underhanded tactics to maximize their profits. For instance, they might purchase cheaper feed and veterinary medicines from elsewhere. If the market is favorable and chicken prices are high, breeders might falsely claim significant losses due to mortality, ultimately selling only a fraction to the company while discreetly selling the rest at inflated prices. This breaches the contract, hence the existence of the chicken head profession. Chicken heads are responsible for monitoring and managing the breeders in their area, preventing them from engaging in such deceitful practices. These chicken heads generally possess two characteristics. First, they often have connections to organized crime to maintain authority over breeders, ensuring they do not act recklessly. Second, those who attain the position of chicken head usually have some affiliation with company leadership or management, as this role comes with considerable benefits. The individual known as Feng, whom I just called, is the supervisor Guru Weifeng from our cold storage facility. You may regard him as the overall leader, overseeing several subordinate leaders across various townships. Duan Xiao is affiliated with Guru Weifeng. He frequently visits the cold storage, thus he is acquainted with him. Earlier, upon observing Chunyan's demeanor, it was evident she feared a confrontation, prompting her to quickly call Guru Weifeng. Despite Duan Xiao's ostentatious bravado, he dares not act defiantly in Guru Weifeng's presence. As you witnessed, a mere phone call from Guru Weifeng had him promptly retreating. Upon entering the room, the trio discovered an appliance vendor installing an air conditioning unit, leaving grandfather and aunt in a state of astonishment. As soon as grandfather spotted their arrival, he exclaimed, Xiaoji, All the items in this dilapidated orchard combined surely do not amount to the cost of this air conditioner. Why waste your money on such extravagance? He then gestured toward the large television that had just been unboxed. Look at this enormous television. Where will I place it in my room? Will I need to step outside to watch it? At these words, laughter erupted among them. In truth, who does not appreciate fine things? Grandfather, while lamenting the expense, could not conceal his delight, his eyes fixated on the grand television as he eagerly inquired about its features from the installer. Upon learning that it was a laser television, 80 inches in size and valued over 10,000 yuan, his expression was a blend of joy and pride, tinged with a hint of regret. He could not help but mutter, "Who would have thought that at my advanced age, I would witness the new era and be captivated by a laser television? I once heard tales of lasers, thinking them remarkable, yet I never imagined they would be utilized in televisions." Aunt chimed in, "Indeed. There was a film titled The Deadly Light on Coral Island, which spoke precisely of lasers." Observing the spirited exchange between aunt and grandfather, Chunji felt a genuine sense of happiness emanating from the pair. His intention was to bring joy to the elderly, and this realization filled his heart with elation. Contemplating further, he resolved to purchase a refrigerator for grandfather as well. Grandfather was correct, despite his age. He had yet to experience the convenience of a refrigerator in this new society. It was imperative that he acquire one for him. Thus, after consulting with the air conditioning installer, he promptly placed an order for a sizable refrigerator. Grandfather and aunt attempted to dissuade him, but to no avail. Having already made such purchases, grandfather sincerely wished for his grandson not to incur further expenses. He reproached, "Xiaoji, are you truly going to buy a refrigerator? Are you deliberately trying to spite Yin Yin? Earlier, she claimed you hadn't contributed anything here, yet what has she done? She says the fertilizer for this orchard comes from your second uncle's processing plant. It is sheer nonsense. Your second uncle's plant cannot produce fertilizer. I merely asked him to contact the poultry farm, familiar as he is with them, and arrange for several truckloads of chicken manure, the expense of which I bore myself. What does that have to do with Yin Yin?" Auntie expressed her discontent, saying, "How has Yin Yin fallen in with such people? Just look at the company she keeps. One woman is completely bald with black painted lips, resembling a creature from folklore. And that man, is he the one she is seeing? He clearly does not appear to be a good character. If it were anyone else, as her aunt, I wouldn't hesitate to reprimand her. But the truth is, that child shows no respect for her elders, and I can't even be bothered to confront her." Grandfather sighed. Yin Yin has indeed strayed from the right path. As her grandfather, I find myself powerless to guide her. She seems indifferent to familial affection. At this point, grandfather sighed again, noting that even his second son lacked any sense of kinship, let alone the subsequent generation. The second son he referred to as Chunji's uncle, Chen Xiaoxin. Auntie echoed this sentiment with a deep sigh. It's not that he lacks affection, he only shows it to those who are well off. Among siblings, he turns his back on those who are struggling. Auntie's words plunged Chunji and grandfather into silence. She was correct. Uncle was indeed a man who only valued wealth and status. In Chunji's memories, Uncle was not only a social climber, but also a traitor to his kin. Over the years, while their family faced both internal and external troubles, Uncle had not only failed to fulfill his brotherly duties, but had instead allied himself with those like Hao Chong. Reflecting on this stirred a deep chill within Chunji. Chapter 29. The millionaire matron. In years gone by, grandfather was known as the village's fruit tree expert, and the family prospered, treating both sons equally. He first sent the elder son to learn driving and later did the same for the younger. Upon completing his training, the elder was gifted a large truck to run a transport business. The younger son, however, was indolent initially. He accompanied his brother on long hauls, but soon found the toil unbearable. He leveraged connections to secure a position at a large farm, where he drove a luxury car for the owner. Eventually, when that enterprise went under, Chen Xiaoxin found himself without a vehicle. Yet, during his time there, he identified a business opportunity and began operating a feather processing factory. This factory collected feathers from poultry farms and slaughterhouses, processing them through sorting, cleaning, disinfecting, drying, and pulverizing to create products for various uses. These feather products found applications in animal feed, fertilizers, medicine, and decorations across numerous industries. Due to the early establishment of his feather factory, Chen Xiaoxin amassed his initial fortune. However, as competition grew fierce and raw material prices soared while product prices fell, the factory's profit margins dwindled. In response, Chen Xiaoxin sold the feather factory and opened a processing plant for duck intestines. Despite the unpleasant nature of this industry, it proved to be quite lucrative, and he capitalized on a booming market, as nearly all young people today have developed a fondness for duck intestines, particularly the spicy variety, which can be quite addictive. As of now, his processing factory employs around 100 individuals. While the scale may not be vast, it is quite profitable. It is rumored that Chen Xiaoxin's fortune exceeds 10 million. In Nantang village, he is among the more affluent individuals. Although Chen Xiaoxin possesses a residence in the city, his family predominantly resides in Nantang village. His duck intestine processing factory is conveniently located adjacent to the cold storage facility of the Yaodian Group in Sha Creek Town, allowing for easy access to his hometown, as duck intestines are merely byproducts of the cold storage. However, despite living in his native village, he remains largely indifferent and estranged from his father and elder brother's family, who also reside there. Instead, he maintains close ties with his second sister's family and several cousins who live in the provincial capital. The reason is simple. These cousins either engage in lucrative business ventures or hold significant official positions. His brother-in-law is particularly impressive, being the proprietor of a large private enterprise in the provincial city, truly a member of high society. Regardless of whether his second sister's family holds him in esteem, Chen Xiaoxin frequently visits the provincial capital to cultivate a closer relationship with her. Consequently, the four siblings have divided into two factions. The eldest aunt aligns herself with Chun Ji's family, while the second sibling associates with the second sister's group. These two factions generally keep to themselves, rarely interacting. The saying of family's discord invites external bullying rings true for the old man Chen Kejian, who finds himself helpless in this situation. His family has long been at odds with his elder brother Chen Kachin's family, and this rift is not something he can mend single-handedly, as it is steeped in a web of intricate past grievances. His second daughter, Chen Yumei, was adopted by her aunt at a young age, harboring resentment towards her parents. And upon growing up, she married into a wealthy family, virtually disavowing her identity as a member of the Chen family. Because of these circumstances, despite his second daughter's wealth and influence, and his nephew holding a high official position, the old man Chen Kejian finds himself subject to bullying. This has emboldened the likes of Hao Chong, who shamelessly incites his brother to contest Chen Kejian for the orchard, brazenly engaging in underhanded dealings that ultimately result in the loss of the majority of Chen Kejian's orchard. Faced with such injustices, the old man Chen Kejian can only endure in silence, powerless to resist. The animosity within the family, coupled with the strained relationships with his nephew and second brother's family, and the fact that his own son is turning against him, has led to a situation where familial discord invites external exploitation. At this moment, the eldest aunt is packing the dumplings she had set aside, intending to send them over to Chun Ji and his father Chen Xiaoxin. She had already made arrangements with him over the phone before lunch, asking her younger brother not to prepare a meal, as she would dine with their elderly father and then deliver the dumplings to the two of them. While she packs, she murmurs, "It doesn't matter if the dumplings cool down, I'll fry them in some oil once I get there. Fried dumplings taste even better. Poor fellows. They have no woman at home, and as adults, they hardly get to enjoy a meal of dumplings. I can only bring a little improvement to their lives when I come over." Lu Hong is busy with work and can't return often. If she lived closer, she could at least find some time to come by every now and then to make dumplings for them. Aunt's words were imbued with heartfelt sentiment, yet they also served as a gentle admonition directed at Xin Qinglin. In essence, she was subtly reminding Shun of the family's unique circumstances, where the need was not for a remarkably capable career woman or a workaholic, but rather for a devoted homemaker who could adeptly manage both domestic affairs and external responsibilities. Xin Qinglin, exceptionally intelligent, certainly grasped the underlying meaning of her aunt's remarks. She cast a furtive, resigned glance at Chun Ji and then leaned closer to whisper in his ear, "I had been lingering on thoughts of you, but it seems I ought to completely dismiss that notion now." Chun Ji was at a loss for words. Their grandfather, aware that his eldest daughter would soon visit the eldest son, had already prepared an assortment of fruits for her to take to the elderly gentleman. Observing the abundance of fruit, which was too much for Aunt's electric bike to carry, Chun Ji suggested, "Aunt, why don't you refrain from riding for now? Let us walk together, as Qinglin also wishes to visit my father and brother." This was agreeable to her, and Aunt ceased loading the dumplings onto the bike, allowing Chun Ji and Xin Qinglin to carry them instead. Originally, Chun-Ji had returned with cash, intending to discreetly present several thousand yuan to his grandfather. However, with others present, he preferred to wait until the workers had departed before delivering the gift. Once in the vehicle, Aunt remarked, "Qinglin, that car must be quite expensive. I've heard that vehicles from 4 rings are rather costly." Qinglin replied with a smile, "Aunt, you seem quite knowledgeable. However, among the 4 rings, this is the least expensive model, not worth much at all. Even so, it must still be worth several 100,000, Aunt said, her expression tinged with complexity. "Why does a young woman like you earn so much? Haven't you heard? In today's society, the more accomplished a woman is, the harder it is for her to find a husband. If it's difficult to marry, then I shall live my life alone," Qinglin playfully retorted, "which aligns perfectly with my current intentions of not marrying." Aunt, her eyes bulging in exasperation, found herself at a loss for words. Chun-Ji's home was situated at the southern edge of the village, not far from the orchard. After passing the 2 rows of the newest houses and turning onto the east-west street, they continued forward until they reached the 3rd house on the west side. Distinguished by a grand poplar tree at its entrance, it was indeed Chun-Ji's family home. Beneath the old locust tree at the street corner sat several women seeking respite from the heat. As the car approached, their attention was immediately drawn to the Audi A4. As the vehicle turned the corner, one of the women exclaimed, "Isn't that Chun-Ji in the car? How strange, he's changed cars." And the driver doesn't he seem to resemble his wife. Among the women, one sat prominently in the middle. Her lips curled in a haughty manner as she gnawed on a dish of ants climbing a tree. She was none other than Chun-Ji's second aunt, Neo Jinjev. The ants climbing a tree she was enjoying had just been purchased from Chun Shaoxin's small shop by another woman. Disdaining her uncle's shop for its apparent poverty, she had never set foot there, but the heat had compelled her to send someone else to buy ice cream for her. Neo Jinjun, the owner of a duck intestine processing factory, boasts a fortune exceeding 10 million. Among this group of women, she is undeniably the epitome of affluence, often parading with an air of superiority and arrogance. Despite her immense wealth, she condescends to mingle with these ordinary rural women, ostensibly to derive a sense of superiority from them and bask in the adulation akin to that of a queen surrounded by her courtiers. At that moment, upon overhearing a woman mention whether Chun-Ji had acquired a new vehicle, Neo Jinjun scoffed, her disdain evident, as if he could afford to change cars. "Haven't you heard? That fool is drowning in debt and is constantly hounded by creditors. The court is about to auction off his house and car. I suspect that it's his vehicle that the court has seized, and he is merely renting one to come home." She added, "That woman driving must be a Didi driver." Chapter 30. The beginning of the revenge journey. At this juncture, the woman who had run errands to buy ice cream interjected, "While I was out, I saw Chen Shaoli pursuing Hao Shun, not letting him leave. Hao Shun had purchased a considerable amount of cigarettes and liquor, claiming it was for the village committee. Chen Shaoli insisted he write an IOU, but when he refused, Chen Shaoli wouldn't let him go. Some women remarked, "Isn't it obvious? Hao Shun isn't buying for the committee. He is guest today, and it's clear he is just running low on drinks." Another woman chimed in, "That must be the case. It's not the first time. I've figured it out. Whenever Hao Shun brings along the village chief's big dog to buy something, it serves as his pretext. It's like saying, 'Look, I brought the village chief's dog, so my purchases are for the committee. Otherwise, why would he bother to bring a dog?'" The woman who had run the errand continued, "What I mean is, Hao Shun constantly bullies Chen Shaoli and deliberately defaults on his debts. Now that Chun-Ji is back, do you think there will be a confrontation?" Neo Jinjun, with a derisive curl of her lips, scoffed again. Those 2 pathetic fools wouldn't dare to confront anyone. Now that the son has returned, he might even end up giving Hao Shun more gifts. Another woman remarked, "Chun-Ji has been training at home since childhood, claiming he would avenge his father. Hasn't he made any progress by now?" Neo Jinjun suddenly erupted into laughter. "Progress? He has mastered the art of cowardice. You've all witnessed it. When his father was bullied, when did you ever see Chun-Ji stand up for him? At most, he merely shielded his father and took a few hits." As she spoke, her eyes narrowed disdainfully toward the small shop. Both father and son were spineless cowards. It embarrassed her to even acknowledge any connection to them. Meanwhile, as Chun-Ji drove around the corner in his Audi, he spotted the electric bike parked at the entrance of his family's shop, alongside the large dog tethered there. He recognized that dog as belonging to the Hao family, the very creature that had bitten his grandfather, leaving him with a limp. Indeed, This is not the first time this ferocious dog has bitten others. Several villagers have fallen victim to this formidable wolf dog. It has even been known to kill several small dogs in the village. Grandfather's words ring true. Wicked people nurture wicked dogs, and this wolf dog is undoubtedly a malevolent creature, evoking the same brutality as the Japanese soldiers' ferocious dogs from years past. However, it was Shin Qinglin who first noticed the elderly men gathered beneath the shade of the large poplar tree, engrossed in a game of chess. This local pastime, utilizing small stones and sticks as pieces, is referred to as playing big sticks, or alternatively as playing 5 sticks or even 6 sticks. The rules are relatively simple, yet it possesses a certain charm, attracting both men and women among the elderly. Shin Qinglin chuckled. Isn't it said that old men enjoy the company of old women? Why are the elderly men and women sitting separately instead of playing together? Before Chen Ji could respond, his aunt let out a deep sigh from the back seat, lamenting. Those women seldom come to the small shop to play. Haven't you heard the saying? Where widows dwell, disputes abound, and where old bachelors linger, troubles are not scarce either. Xiaoji's father is a bachelor, lacking female companionship. If those women were to frequent the small shop, what if he were to gaze at them a moment too long? They won't grant him that opportunity to take advantage of them. Although her tone seemed light-hearted, as if she were merely jesting, both Chen Ji and Shin Qinglin could detect a profound sense of sorrow and indignation in her words. Chen Ji fully comprehended his aunt's sentiment. He too had sensed this very disdain directed at his father. As a limping bachelor, his father's status was undoubtedly looked down upon by the villagers. When women came to the shop, they would purchase their goods and hastily depart, reluctant to engage in conversation with his father. It was as if speaking further would lead him to harbor inappropriate thoughts towards them. Years ago, when Chunji first perceived this disdain from the village women towards his father, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Yet, he found himself powerless to alter this prevailing sentiment. This state of affairs persisted until now, and he felt incapable of changing how others viewed his father through a distorted lens. Yet, at this very moment, Chunji believed he possessed the ability to alter this situation. He resolutely decided to find a way to hasten his father's remarriage, seeking a gentle, considerate woman who could complement his father in every respect and serve as a capable housekeeper. As his aunt remarked, their household lacked a capable woman to manage domestic affairs. After all, their family was financially secure, and in today's society, a woman's greatest asset is her youth and beauty, while a man's is his wealth. With sufficient resources, there would be an abundance of women to choose from. With a stepmother, their home would be filled with warmth, and both his father and brother could enjoy warm meals each day. The more Chunji contemplated this notion, the more exhilarated he became, to the point of almost becoming entranced by the idea. As Audi came to a halt at the entrance, Shin Qinglin pushed the car door open, intending to alight. At that moment, the large, fierce dog unleashed a deafening bark, startling Chunji from his reverie. The aunt, unfamiliar with the dog's owner, was taken aback by its menacing demeanor and hesitated to exit the vehicle. Whose dog is this? Why would someone bring a dog while shopping? I think I'll wait until it leaves before I get out. I'm afraid of dogs. Shin Qinglin retracted her leg back into the car and closed the door, clearly intimidated by the aggressive canine. Chunji contemplated briefly. You two should remain inside for now. I will step out to see whose dog this is. I'll ask them to finish their shopping and leave promptly. Indeed, at that moment, Chunji had resolved that this malevolent beast could not be allowed to linger. While dogs are often regarded as loyal companions to humanity, mistreating or killing them is deemed uncivilized and unethical. However, this particular dog, known for its repeated acts of aggression, was not deserving of protection. Eliminating it would, in fact, safeguard not only humans but also other vulnerable creatures. As he exited the vehicle, Chunji's intention was to ascertain the identity of the dog's owner. Was it Hao Chong? Regardless of who it was, he needed to concoct a justification for disposing of this fierce dog. Now that he possessed wealth and had backing, his days of hiding in the shadows were over. His quest for vengeance would commence with the eradication of this vicious canine. Meanwhile, inside the convenience store, Chunji's father, Chen Shaoli, was engaged in a heated exchange with a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man, dressed in smart trousers and a collared shirt tucked neatly into his waistband, appeared respectable, yet wore sneakers and sported long hair styled in a 3/7 part. This individual was Hao Shun, a member of the village committee, holding the title of mediator. In truth, he had never mediated any disputes, instead leveraging his association with Hao Chong to bully others, thereby inciting numerous conflicts within the village. He had come to the convenience store to retrieve 2 cases of bottled beer, 2 packs of thin Taishan cigarettes, several packets of ham, and multiple cans of fish. The beer had already been loaded onto his electric scooter, and he returned to collect the cigarettes, ham, and canned goods, asking Chen Shaoli to bag them for him so he could carry them away. Chen Shaoli had long anticipated this encounter. Noticing that Hao Shun had avoided discussing money as he turned to leave, he hobbled after him, clutching the man's shirt while wearing a humble, ingratiating smile. In a pleading tone, he inquired, "Hao Shun, will you be paying via QR code or cash?" Hao Shun glared at him. "Are you playing dumb? Didn't I just tell you? The village committee is hosting a town work group, and we're short on liquor. Just put it on the village committee's tab. They owe me quite a bit already, over several tens of thousands accumulated over the years." Chen Shaoli, with a pained expression, lamented, "As you are aware, my family is facing financial hardships. Managing a small convenience store with my disability is no easy feat. I truly find myself struggling to make ends meet. Let us settle this payment for now." Hao Shun, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "I have no money with me. I cannot pay. Then write me an IOU. Or else when we settle up with the village committee later, I will have no proof," Chen urged. Hao Shun, infuriated, shot back, "Just keep your own records. The village committee has plenty of funds. They won't owe you anything." As he spoke, he shoved Chen Shaoli roughly, attempting to shake him off. Yet, Chen grasped firmly, stumbling but refusing to relent. This enraged Hao Shun further. He swept a row of milk cartons off the counter in a fit of rage, bellowing, "If you don't let go, I swear I'll beat you to a pulp." The flying cartons collided with bottles of liquor on the shelf, sending 2 tumbling to the ground where they shattered with a loud crash, filling the room with the pungent aroma of alcohol. Seeing Hao Shun's fury, Chen Shaoli felt a wave of fear wash over him. Seizing the moment, Hao Shun forcefully released Chun's grip, grabbing cigarettes and snacks as he turned to leave. However, at the threshold, he collided with a solid chest, looking up to find Chun Ji standing there, his face a mask of anger. Gazing upon Chun Ji's tall and well-proportioned figure, Hao Shun felt a pang of trepidation. Yet he knew all too well that both Chen Shaoli and Chun Ji had always been spineless, enduring years of bullying in the village. Even when Chun Ji trembled with rage, he had never dared to retaliate. Despite his current furious demeanor, what could he truly do? Reinvigorated by this thought, Hao Shun regained his bravado, attempting to shove Chun Ji aside, declaring, "Good dogs don't block the way." However, his efforts proved futile as Chun Ji stood firm like an immovable mountain. "What do you think you're doing?" Hao Shun exclaimed, "Step aside. The village committee is waiting for me to bring back supplies." Chun Ji replied coldly, "Purchasing items is not an issue, but first, you must settle your account. Moreover, you have damaged the store's property. Besides compensating for the cost, you must restore the store to its original state. Pay up first, then clean up the mess." Hao Shun, unable to budge Chun Ji, felt his confidence waver. He softened his tone, "I don't have any money on me right now. Let your father keep a tab." At this, Chen Shaoli interjected, "Hao Shun, what good is keeping a tab? You must write an IOU." Chun Ji asserted, "From now on, all transactions in this store will be cash only. No credit will be extended. Not only can you not write an IOU now, but the debts the village committee owes my family must also be settled promptly. Go find the village chief for that. It's the committee's issue. My word carries no weight." Hao Shun retorted, visibly flustered. He had always managed to buy on credit before, and now that they demanded cash, he scoffed, "If it's cash only, then I no longer wish to purchase from you." Saying this, he tossed the cigarettes and snacks to the ground and attempted to make his escape. Yet he could not escape, for Chun Ji had seized his collar with such force that it nearly lifted him off the ground. "Pick up the items properly. Return them to their rightful place, and arrange them neatly," he commanded. Hao Shun, however, was not without temper. For years, it was he and his ilk who had bullied Chen Shaoli and his son. Now, seeing Chun Ji daring to lay hands on him, he was instantly enraged and swung his fist at Chun Ji. Before his fist could land, however, his wrist was caught by Chun Ji, who then slammed his fist against the wall. "Is your hand itching for a beating? Allow me to relieve that itch." Hao Shun, unwilling to strike the wall with his own hand, found himself utterly powerless, as if his arm had become a mere plaything in Chun Ji's grasp. His hand was flung against the wall repeatedly, causing him to yelp in pain. Before he could even comprehend the situation, he felt several punches land on his abdomen. distorting his insides and leaving him doubled over in agony. With a forceful shove, Chunji sent him collapsing to the ground, clutching his belly, curled up like a shrimp. And groaning in distress, Chunji pulled out his phone to record, saying, "Do not feign death here. Confess honestly. Who sent you to disrupt my family's shop?" Hao Shun, gritting his teeth through the pain, managed to utter a few words. "No one." "Who threw the items on the floor?" Silence ensued. Chunji insisted, "Return what you took to where you found it." Meanwhile, Chen Shaoli was utterly dumbfounded. He never imagined his son would dare to confront Hao Shun. He realized they had stirred a hornet's nest. Beating Hao Shun was a simple task. With his strength, even 20 of them would not stand a chance against his son. Yet, Hao Shun had come under the banner of the village committee, or rather, on behalf of Hao Chong. If they harmed Hao Shun, how could Hao Chong possibly let their family off the hook? Seeing his son ordering Hao Shun to pick up the mess, he snapped back to reality and limped forward. Xiaoji, do not act this way. Let's discuss this calmly. I will pick it up. I can do it." Chen Ji remained silent, capturing the chaotic scene of the shop on his phone, then turning the camera towards Hao Shun. "You turned my shop into this. Is this not chaos?" Hao Shun, his face a deep shade of purple from the pain, weakly protested, "I did not do it on purpose." Chen Ji chuckled, putting away his phone. "Your acknowledgement is sufficient." He then raised his leg, delivering another series of kicks to Hao Shun, who cried out in anguish. As he flailed his arms in a futile attempt to defend himself, he began to plead for mercy. Chen Ji, stop, please stop." Chen Shaoli hurriedly intervened, blocking his son. "Xiaoji, what has gotten into you? You are courting disaster for our family." Supporting his father, who was trembling with anxiety and fear, Chen Ji reassured him, "Father, do not worry. Nothing will go awry. From this day forth, our family shall no longer be bullied by anyone." "How can that be, my son?" Chen Shaoli's face turned pale with fear. After all these years, while others might be oblivious, the two of them knew full well that they could not afford to provoke people like them. Chen Ji spoke with an undeniable assertiveness, saying, "Dad, we don't provoke anyone, but I won't allow anyone to provoke us." Hearing his son's resolute words, Chen Shaoli raised his head to meet his son's gaze. His expression steadfast and his eyes sharp. He felt a stirring within, somewhat inspired by this fervor. However, he soon shook his head in anguish. "No, son. Given our current circumstances, we cannot afford to be defiant, nor will we ever be able to. I've shared with you the past. In my youth, I was just as impetuous, unwilling to yield to anyone. Back then, our family was prosperous, and I was not the crippled man I am today, limping through life. Who could have imagined we would find ourselves in such dire straits? We simply cannot afford to provoke anyone. We must accept our plight. If we refuse to accept it, we might as well abandon any hope of living a normal life. Do not forget, you have an older brother who is in need of care, and your sister is still in college. In my youth, like you, I was unyielding. I could not comprehend how some endure bullying without retaliating, thinking that death was the worst fate. I would rather be beaten to death than live in fear. Yet now I realize, we cannot afford to die." At this point, Chen Shaoli's voice choked with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Witnessing his father's frail and worn visage, augmented by his disability, Chen Ji felt a profound ache in his heart. Chapter 32. Unleashing the dogs to bite. Father was right. In his youth, he mirrored the fervor of his own son. Moreover, during those times, his father was far more illustrious than Chen Ji is today, standing out among his rural peers in every regard. Born in 1970, under the sign of the dog, his father obtained his driver's license at the age of 18. It is noteworthy that in 1988, despite several years of reform and opening up, rural development was still sluggish. The lingering influence of the collective mentality, often referred to as the 8 key roles, which included salespersons, service staff, ticket sellers, and drivers, was still deeply entrenched in the countryside. There was a saying back then regarding drivers: turn the steering wheel, and even a county chief wouldn't be exchanged. Moreover, at that time, Chen Shaoli was a business owner. He had purchased his own large truck and owned a substantial orchard, making him not only the wealthiest in his village, but also one of the most affluent in the surrounding areas. Coupled with his tall and handsome appearance, he naturally became a sought-after figure among the unmarried young women in the vicinity, with matchmakers frequently crossing his threshold. In terms of both personal attributes and familial circumstances, they were exceptional. As a young man, Chen Shaoli undoubtedly harbored a sense of pride and youthful arrogance, brimming with confidence. And he would not even glance at ordinary rural girls. Later, Through an introduction, Chen Shaoli married a woman named Tan Peimei, who was an accountant in a state-owned enterprise. Or more precisely, a former state employee. Tan Peimei graduated from a secondary vocational school, majoring in accounting. At that time, merely being accepted into such a school signified a leap from rural life to becoming a state employee. Upon graduation, she was assigned to a state-owned distillery in the county, serving as an accountant in the finance department. However, shortly after beginning her career, she faced the onset of mass layoffs as the enterprise went bankrupt, and the workers were offered severance packages, transitioning into unemployed status. The once enviable security of her job shattered. Tan Peimei's aspirations of marrying a man within the system were dashed, ultimately leading her to marry the transport entrepreneur Chen Shaoli. In the initial years of their marriage, Chen Shaoli was perceived as a victor in life, with financial stability, a thriving transport business, and a beautiful wife who had once held a respected position in a state enterprise. He garnered admiration from neighbors. Yet, this bliss was short-lived, as a nightmare soon unfolded. The former director of the county distillery, Yu Ruyong, re-emerged, establishing a small distillery and hiring Tan Peimei as both an accountant and a mistress. The relationship between Chen Shaoli and Tan Peimei rapidly deteriorated, escalating into years of conflict, culminating in Chen Shaoli suffering a broken leg and their eventual divorce. From that point forward, Chen Shaoli found himself a cripple, struggling to raise 3 children alone amidst hardship. Compounding his troubles, within a few years, Hao Chong returned to the village as the village chief, relentlessly seeking to provoke and bully Chen Shaoli. The villagers, fearing Hao Chong, gradually distanced themselves from Chen Shaoli, with even his own brother, Chen Shaoxin, becoming overly familiar with Hao Chong. As they reminisced about the past, both men were filled with regret. Observing Chen Shaoli holding on to his son, weeping and pleading, Hao Shun recognized an opportunity to escape. Despite his pain, he managed to rise, crouching low and stealthily making his way outside. The small convenience store, converted from 2 southern rooms, was modest in size. Although Chun Ji and his father were lost in memories, he noticed Hao Shun attempting to flee, yet feigned ignorance, thinking to himself that even if he ran 20 steps, he would still be caught. Hao Shun's electric scooter bore 2 crates of beer, and a large wolf dog was tethered to the vehicle, making his escape anything but simple. However, it was evident that Hao Shun had no intention of running away. He swiftly circled to the other side of the scooter, feeling secure now that the wolf dog was nearby. Then, he began to hurl insults towards the house. Chen Shaoli, you bastard! How dare you instruct your son to hit me? I am here on behalf of Cui Wanlai, and attacking a village official is a crime. I will report you to the police. Chen Ji, isn't that rascal so tough? Let him try his luck at the police station. As he shouted, he kicked the crate of beer with considerable force. 2 crates of beer, encased in glass bottles, were violently kicked to the ground, producing a cacophony of shattering glass. He then unleashed another kick, sending the second crate tumbling down, bellowing, "Don't you want money? Is it via scan or cash? To hell with you, I don't want it anymore. Let you 2 dogs drink it. May it suffocate you." In the small shop, Chen Shaoli's face turned pale with rage, yet he firmly grasped his son's arm. "Shaoji, please do not act impulsively," he scolded. "Let him rant. We have endured such things before." Bowing his head, he thought, what is there that cannot be endured? A little patience and it will pass. We can still live well. If this escalates, our lives will become unbearable. Hao Shun continued his frenzied tirade outside. But Chun Ji remained unperturbed. Supporting his father's shoulder, he declared, "Dad, I told you earlier, we shall no longer fear him. We want to provoke trouble, but no one shall bully us again. You know, I could have dealt with them before. But I refrained because I understood that confronting a small fry would only invite something fiercer. We cannot afford that. If things get out of hand and the police get involved, it would be those brutes, Hao Chong and his ilk, who are ingratiating themselves with the townsfolk, always favored. That's why we have kept our distance. But things are different now. I assure you, we have backing. Those in power, should they dare to act unjustly and distort the truth, will be taken down together." Chen Shaoli stared at his son in disbelief. The notion of their family having support seemed utterly implausible. He was well aware that his cousin, Chen Shaoli, wielded significant influence, yet he would never intervene in their family matters. Where had this backing come from? Chen Ji responded, "Dad, I will explain everything in detail later. But now I must confront him. This fellow has gone too far. He cannot escape retribution. Our family must reclaim its dignity, starting with dealing with this scoundrel." Hearing his son's resolute words, Chen Shaoli instinctively loosened his grip on his son's hand. Though he remained skeptical, he sensed the wisdom in his son's assertions. Before stepping outside, Chunji retrieved his phone and dialed Xinqing Lin. "I am heading out now. Please record everything that transpires." Seeing that Chunji had not emerged despite his tirade, Hao Shun grew emboldened, his insults becoming increasingly vile, as he sought to provoke Chunji further. At that moment, Chunji strode out of the house with purpose. Hao Shun, pleased, anticipated this moment, intensifying his vulgarities and cursing the lineage of Chunji, all in a bid to incite him to fury. As Chunji approached, he had already bent down to untie the leash of a fierce dog. Chapter 33. Seeking revenge. Chunji quickly discerned that Hao Shun's vicious insults were a ploy to lure him closer, allowing the dog to attack. In truth, this was precisely what Chunji had hoped for. From the outset, he sought a reason to deal with the vile beast. He had not anticipated Hao Shun's cooperation, and thus he would not hold back. Pointing at Hao Shun, Chunji remarked, "I never expected you to be quite the foul-mouthed provocateur. Very well. If you possess such bravado, I shall ensure you find yourself on the ground, searching for your teeth." As Hao Shun noticed Chunji approaching, he was poised to turn towards the electric bike. The large wolf dog, already restless, erupted into a frenzy of barks, its primal instincts fully awakened. With a sudden motion, he released the wolf dog, which let out a furious roar and lunged at Chunji. Chunji feigned panic, raising his hand as if to ward off the impending assault of the beast. In that moment, Hao Shun's heart soared with delight. He was certain Chunji was doomed. This wolf dog had undergone specialized training to target human arms, clamping down and refusing to let go, its formidable German shepherd jaws capable of crushing thick bones. On a sweltering summer day, with Chunji clad in a short-sleeved shirt, a bite would likely spell disaster for his arm. Indeed, Chunji's defensive gesture caught the wolf dog's attention. The creature, agile and adept, leaped into the air, its gaping maw aimed viciously at Chunji's arm. However, Chunji's move was merely a ruse, designed to provoke the wolf dog's jump. At the precise moment the wolf dog was airborne, Chunji delivered a powerful kick to its soft underbelly, the most vulnerable part of its anatomy. The force of his strike was both fierce and accurate, sending the leaping wolf dog soaring through the air, accompanied by a long, anguished howl. With a thud, the now weakened beast crashed to the ground, its limbs convulsing as a torrent of blood surged from its mouth, its life swiftly fading away. Hao Shun stood in shock, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. How could it be possible that a single kick had felled such a formidable creature? In his understanding, dogs possessed remarkable vitality. Even a large wolf dog could withstand multiple stabs or blows from an ordinary mutt and still survive. A robust adult colliding with it would barely inflict harm. Yet Chunji had dispatched it with one decisive kick. Where could such power have come from? Lost in his thoughts, Hao Shun found himself suddenly aware of a tightening grip around his neck. Chunji had him ensnared. Awakening from his stupor, he realized he had once again fallen into Chunji's clutches, sending a chill coursing through him. Chunji, gripping the nape of his neck, regarded him with a sly smile. "You enjoy hurling insults, don't you? Go on. I just witnessed your sharp tongue. Continue, impress me, and I may let you go. But if you resort to those tired cliches, I shan't be amused." Hao Shun felt an icy dread envelop him. His knees weakened in an attempt to kneel, but the grip on his neck kept him suspended, rendering him unable to comply. Trembling, he stammered, "Shinji, please don't stoop to my level. Spare me. I was wrong." Before he could finish, a resounding slap struck his face, inflicting a sharp pain that felt akin to having his cheek immersed in scalding sand. Chunji unleashed a flurry of slaps, each one swelling Hao Shun's face at an alarming rate, rendering him unrecognizable. In a frantic plea for mercy, he whimpered, "Please stop. Don't hit me anymore. Chunji, Grandfather Chun, spare me." Chunji dragged him back to the convenience store, declaring, "I told you, settle the bill first. Then clean up this mess, and do it quickly." Hao Shun nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. "I will pay. I will pay. I'm a fool. I deserve this." As he spoke, he fumbled for his phone. His eyes were somewhat swollen, squinting as he scanned the surroundings, his mouth questioning. "Brother Chen Shaoli, how much is it?" After paying, he floundered about like a headless chicken in search of cleaning tools. Chunji said, "The tools here are not for your use. I command you to pick up those shards of glass with your hands." He then tore off 2 convenient bags. instructing him to collect everything into the bags and clean up the spilled liquor on the floor. Hao Shun was nearly in tears, pleading, "Chun-ji, Grandfather Chun, I beg you, I can't handle the glass with my bare hands." Now you realize the danger? Too late. You're dressed well enough, aren't you? Take off your shirt and use it to wipe the floor clean. I will count to 3, and you better start moving, otherwise I'll shove those glass shards into your mouth. 1, 2. Hao Shun trembled in fear, quickly stripping off his shirt, then squatting down to wipe the floor clean of the shards and the spilled liquor, collecting them into the plastic bags. However, the liquid from the 2 bottles was substantial, and his shirt was soon soaked. As he attempted to wring out the alcohol from his shirt, the shards pierced his hands, causing him to scream in agony. Casting a desperate glance at Chen Shaoli, "Brother Chen Shaoli, I beg you, spare me." Chun-ji raised his hand to halt his father, who wore a face of reluctance. "Dad, don't interfere. He must clean this up today. This is already lenient. Should he dare to act like this again, I will certainly make him swallow the glass shards." Hao Shun understood that Chun-ji was not jesting. He was genuinely furious. Enduring the piercing pain of the glass, which left his hands bloodied, he cleaned the floor thoroughly, placing the shards and his shirt into the plastic bags. Only then did Chun-ji coldly utter a single word, "Get out." Hao Shun felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling out in a panic. At this moment, his eyes were even more swollen, leaving just a slit through which to see the path ahead. Trembling, he fumbled to turn the key of his electric bike, wishing to flee quickly, but his hands were covered in glass shards. Gripping the throttle caused him to cry out in pain. Realizing he could not ride, he abandoned the electric bike and fled on foot. He needed to hurry to the village committee to seek out his backing, Hao Chong, and have him exact revenge on his behalf. On his way, he became a spectacle, drawing many curious gazes from the villagers. After all, Hao Shun was known as Hao Chong's little minion, and they typically exerted their influence over others in the village. It was rare to see them on the receiving end of violence. Never had they witnessed such a sight as today, with Hao Shun bare-chested, his face swollen like a pig's head, blood at the corners of his mouth, and his hands dripping with blood. His expression was one of utter disarray, resembling a lost dog fleeing in fright. The villagers immediately began to murmur, "What on earth happened? Who beat up Hao Shun? Indeed, who had the audacity to strike him? Was someone courting death? Look, he*s running towards the village committee to find Hao Chong." Chapter 34. A stirring commotion. Hao Shun fled in disarray, abandoning the corpse of the big wolf dog, discarding the electric bike as well. This incident set the small shop at the entrance ablaze with gossip, particularly among the elderly men playing stones beneath the great poplar tree. At the outset, Chun-ji delivered a thorough beating to Hao Shun in the small shop, prompting a group of 8 or 9 elderly gentlemen, who were engrossed in a game of chess, to hastily vacate their seats. They hurried to the entrance of the shop, yet dared not step inside, instead clinging to the doorframe, straining to catch a glimpse of the unfolding spectacle. Shortly thereafter, Hao Shun burst forth from the shop, vociferously cursing. The elderly onlookers, positioned on either side of the entrance, gazed at him in astonishment, as if they were unfamiliar with this individual. Hao Shun's demeanor resembled that of an irate fishwife, a stark departure from his previous self. In the past, if someone in the village provoked him, he would dispense with words and resort to violence without hesitation. However, today he had met his match. The elders, too, perceived a transformation in Chun-ji. He and his father had long been the village's targets of ridicule. When had they ever resorted to physical confrontation, let alone initiated an attack? The peculiar atmosphere left all in attendance feeling disconcerted. Most astonishing to the elderly was the revelation that Chun-ji had, in fact, delivered a fatal kick to the village chief's formidable guard dog. This revelation left them utterly incredulous, as they struggled to accept that such an event had transpired. These gentlemen, having resided in the village for 70 or 80 years, had never before encountered a dog that could be dispatched with a single kick. In times past, the act of slaughtering a dog had been a laborious endeavor, necessitating the tying of the animal by the neck and hoisting it from a tree, followed by the pouring of cold water down its throat to induce asphyxiation, culminating in a knife to the neck to let it bleed out. All while the creature continued to struggle. The resilience of a dog's life was legendary. It was not uncommon for multiple strikes with a stick to fail in delivering a fatal blow. The situation was further complicated by the fact that the dog belonged to the village chief, Hao Chong, who often paraded this dog through the village, causing the villagers to keep their distance, for it was known to be aggressive. Villagers would not dare to confront the dog, let alone strike it. Yet, here was Chun-ji, who had astonishingly managed to slay the village chief's dog. Once Hao Shun had retreated, the elders regained their composure and began to chatter excitedly. Little Ji, you've landed yourself in serious trouble. That dog belonged to the village chief. How could you expect him to let you off the hook? Some elders suggested, you must flee at once. It is not too late. If the village chief arrives with others, your escape will be impossible. One of the oldest among them, trembling with age, rapped on the door with his cane, urging, Shaoli, quickly see how much money remains. Give it all to little Ji, so he can make his escape. Far away, the farther, the better. Like in the days of old, once you leave, do not return. Otherwise, you will find yourself in grave trouble. Chun-ji could not help but chuckle at the elder's advice, especially when the octogenarian suggested he make a run for the Eastern Territories, an idea that felt like a leap through time. What era were we in? Still contemplating journeys to the East? It seemed this venerable elder's mindset had lingered in the past for decades. The commotion at the small shop grew louder, while the village intelligence hub at the eastern street corner began to stir with excitement. Among the womenfolk, including Neo Jin-jun and her companions, there was an assumption that even if Chun-ji found himself in a confrontation with Hao Shun, who had attempted to pilfer goods from the shop, he would not dare to retaliate. However, to their astonishment, it was not long before Chun-ji emerged from the shop, with Hao Shun fleeing in a state of disarray. Hiding behind an electric bike, he unleashed a torrent of invective towards the small shop, a clear display of bravado masking inner cowardice. The women, likely sensing the unfolding drama, watched intently. Neo Jin-jun observed with particular interest, excitement bubbling within her. Oh dear, look at Hao Shun. He seems to be escalating things. Can't you see? He is deliberately hiding behind the electric bike, hurling the most vile insults, all to provoke Chun-ji into appearing. Look, he is gripping the live hook of the dog leash. Once Chun-ji emerges, he will undoubtedly unleash the dog to attack. The women, trembling with fear, exchanged nervous glances, with two of them paling at the thought. Indeed, it does seem so, but that fierce wolf dog is too terrifying. I wouldn't dare let it loose. The ferocious barking of Hao Chang's wolf dog was enough to instill dread. If it were to charge and tackle someone, it could easily cause fatal harm. Neo Jin-jun, from a position of wealth and courage, scoffed disdainfully. It's not that simple to kill someone. At most, it might gnaw off a few pieces of flesh, but it won't result in death. As the wolf dog lunged at Chun-ji, the women shrieked in terror, with the timid among them covering their eyes in fear of the gory scene, worried that it would haunt their dreams at night. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the wolf dog not only failed to harm Chun-ji, but was instead dispatched by a single kick from him. Although the women had limited experiences, they understood that killing a dog was no trivial feat, let alone with a mere kick. The improbable event unfolded before their eyes, leaving them in a state of shock for quite some time. It was only when the old men nearby erupted in chatter that they regained their composure. Joining in the discussion with animated voices, they felt a mix of relief and amazement at Chun-ji's strength, realizing that his childhood practice with sandbags had indeed borne fruit. Hearing others praise Chun-ji, Neo Jin-jun felt a surge of discomfort within her. She could hardly bear the accolades directed towards him, though few had ever praised him. Even the occasional remark about his intelligence and diligence in studies would unsettle her. Her family was affluent, and her husband was well respected in the village, enjoying strong ties with local officials and the village chief, Hao Chang, which placed them above her uncle's household in many respects. Yet, there was one sore point. Her family had only 2 daughters and no sons. In contrast, though her uncle's family was poor, their elder son was mentally challenged, while the younger son, Chun-ji, was exceptionally talented and bright, excelling in academics. In her father-in-law's eyes, Chun-ji was a prized possession. Neo Jin-jun usually avoided dwelling on this topic, as it made her uncomfortable. However, witnessing Chun-ji's triumph over the wolf dog while the women lauded his fighting prowess was akin to pouring salt into her wounds. In a fit of anger, Neo Jin-jun exclaimed, "Have you all lost your senses?" Chun-ji merely stumbled upon luck, kicking the dog by chance. Perhaps he struck it in a sensitive spot, and it was merely a coincidence that he killed it. This time, he's done for. Does he not realize whose dog it is? How dare he strike it down, let alone kill it? I foresee him paying dearly for this dog's life. Her words rekindled the women's worries, instilling a genuine concern for Chun-ji's perilous predicament. Perhaps it is indeed as Neo Jin-jun suggested. for the sake of avenging the village chief's dog. Chen Ji might pay with his life. Meanwhile, in the Audi A4 parked nearby, Auntie was weeping uncontrollably. Had it not been for Shun Qinglin's intervention, she would have rushed out to confront Hao Shun. Hao Shun's intentions were transparent. He aimed to provoke Chen Ji into releasing his dog to attack him, a fact not lost on Auntie. She could not allow her nephew to take such risks. The ferocious dog, as large as a small donkey, could easily inflict fatal injuries. Fortunately, Shun Qinglin had locked the car doors, preventing Auntie from descending in a fit of rage. When Chun Ji delivered a lethal kick to the wolfish dog, it was a fleeting moment that nearly rendered Annie unconscious from shock. Now that the beast lay dead, she continued to sob in fear. Shun Qinglin assisted Auntie out of the vehicle, and upon seeing her distress, Chun Ji felt a mixture of sorrow and warmth in his heart. This was the love of a true motherly figure, lacking maternal affection in his childhood. He was grateful for Auntie's presence to fill that emotional void. He stepped forward, taking her hand and reassuring her. "Auntie, please don't be upset. The dog didn't harm me, and I dealt with it." Auntie held onto her nephew's hand tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. "Xiaoji, you mustn't act so recklessly again." I was terrified, my vision blurred from fright. The size of that dog made any injury a serious matter. How could you be so impulsive? At that moment, Chen Shaoli approached with a noticeable limp, his face still pale from earlier fright. He grasped Auntie's other hand and said, "Sister, let us go inside and talk." With a deep sigh, he conveyed a sense of helplessness and frustration, yet it also seemed to release some pent-up tension. Turning his gaze to Shun Qinglin, a smile broke across his face. "Qinglin has come as well. It's been years since you visited your uncle. Please, come inside." Chen Shaoli had never forgotten Shun Qinglin, who had nearly become his daughter-in-law, and their reunion after 4 years felt particularly warm. Chapter 35. The village chief's downfall. At the entrance, Chun Ji's elder brother, Chun Daji, cowered beneath the gate, hesitant to emerge. Shun Qinglin, with her keen eyes, spotted him and cheerfully beckoned. "Daji, come over. I brought you some treats." Upon hearing of food, Chun Daji mustered his courage and stepped out from the shadows. Brandishing a long plastic toy gun, Shun Qinglin inquired, "Daji, what do you need that gun for?" Chun Daji pointed at the dead dog on the ground, declaring, "I intended to shoot the dog. I saw it trying to bite Xiao Ji. As his brother, it's my duty to protect him." He brandished the plastic gun for emphasis. Shun Qinglin took the toy from him, pulled the trigger, and fired off a few rounds. "This is a decent gun, but I've got you an even better one." With that, she returned to the car to retrieve it, simultaneously calling out to Chun Ji, "Chun Ji, what's in your backpack? Aren't you going to take it inside?" As Chun Ji approached to collect his bag, he flashed a mischievous smile at Shun Qinglin. She shot him a disapproving look. "That smile of yours surely conceals something. Be honest, what are you scheming?" Chun Ji glanced at the snacks and plastic gun in Shun Qinglin's hands, blinking as he remarked, "We seem to be on the same wavelength." As he spoke, he unzipped his travel bag and revealed a plastic gun, claiming, "I purchased this in Jiangzhou. It is larger and equipped with more features than yours." Upon noticing that both of them possessed guns, Daji hurried over, snatching the 2 plastic guns and cradling them in his arms. His delight evident as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Chun Ji teasingly suggested, "Brother, you already have 3 guns. Why not share one with me?" Daji promptly handed over one of the plastic guns, saying, "Here you go. Now we both have guns. If a dog bites you again, we can shoot it." Shun Qinglin observed the 2 brothers standing together with their guns, feeling a momentary daze. She had previously noted how strikingly similar they appeared. If they wore identical clothing and styled their hair the same way, outsiders would find it difficult to distinguish the elder from the younger. Although both brothers were nearing 30 and had differing levels of intellectual development, their resemblance was uncanny, an intriguing manifestation of genetics. Their aunt peered through the shop window, calling out, "Xiaoji, Qinglin, don't just stand outside. Come in and chat." Once inside, Shun Qinglin presented Chen Shaoli with the tea leaves she had brought. As the proprietor of the shop, Chen Shaoli lacked for nothing, yet he did not stock such exquisite tea. Upon inspecting it, he recognized its quality and felt a sense of trepidation, exclaiming, "Qinglin, you needn't bring such expensive gifts for your uncle. Young people should save money and refrain from extravagant spending." Their aunt tugged at her nephew, pointing outside, "Xiaoji, look, that dead dog is still out there. Hao Shun has abandoned his electric bike and fled shirtless. He must have gone to fetch someone. What do you plan to do next?" Shenji understood all too well that his aunt was right. The art of war states, do not rely on the enemy not coming. Rely on what you have to meet them. Hao Shun was undoubtedly seeking his backer, Hao Chong, known for his bullying ways in the village. Hao Chong would not let this incident slide lightly, likely returning with a group, perhaps even armed. Should a substantial number of them arrive with iron rods and large knives, it would be challenging to confront them alone. Furthermore, Hao Chong would certainly believe he had the upper hand in this situation, given that Hao Shun had been beaten and that Chun Ji had killed his fierce dog. If a conflict were to arise among the villagers over this matter, the police would likely side with them, as they often socialized and were familiar with one another. Nevertheless, Chun Ji was well prepared. He intended to turn the tables on what they presumed to be an advantageous situation. If a large group came to confront him and he found himself outnumbered, the plan would be to retreat with his family and secure the doors. Should they dare to break in, they would not be met with kindness from his throwing knives. He reassured his aunt, "You're absolutely right, aunt. There's no need for concern. I can handle this. Let us close the shop for now and refrain from business this afternoon. You were planning to come over to prepare dumplings for my father and brother, weren't you? Let us all head inside." As everyone returned home, Chun Ji remained standing on the street, surveying the surrounding terrain and contemplating the necessity of installing several surveillance cameras at his residence. He had already begun to confront Hao Chong and his associates. Certain precautionary measures were essential. That evening, although he had arrived at Beitan village, he refrained from visiting home, primarily due to having driven away in the new car belonging to Qin and having clashed with two sandpit operators. Had Qin Guamin and his companions not feared his potential report and sought immediate revenge, or called the police under the pretext of a car theft, returning home would have brought trouble to his father and the family. Today, having finally reached his breaking point with Hao Shun and given his father a small sense of relief, he knew that subsequent complications were inevitable. It all hinged on his ability to manage the situation appropriately. At that moment, Hao Shun had already made his way to the village committee. Upon entering the committee's courtyard, he noticed the Audi A6 belonging to the village chief, Hao Chong, parked there, accompanied by a Porsche Cayenne and a Range Rover. A wave of relief washed over him. As his earlier trepidations dissipated, he had been anxious while running toward the committee, aware that Hao Chong had gone to the Green Source Hotel in the town for drinks at noon, fearing that the village chief might venture to the county for karaoke after indulging. It would have been unthinkable to call him back for assistance in seeking revenge. Now, seeing the chief's vehicle in the yard signified his return. What delighted Hao Shun even more was the realization that if Hao Chong intended to rally support against Qin Ji, he would have to summon individuals from the sandpits along the Daqing River to the north. The village committee, being an official body, would certainly not harbor a band of thugs. Moreover, the Cayenne and Range Rover were owned by several sandpit bosses, indicating that the most formidable allies were indeed at the committee's disposal. This was fortuitous. Once the village chief beheld his battered state and learned that Qin Ji had killed his prized guard dog, the Qin father and son would be doomed. The committee courtyard, constructed a few years prior, featured a spacious facade with 9 grand tile-roofed rooms, their expansive balconies securely enclosed with deep brown aluminum alloy, clearly indicative of a high construction standard. To the east lay functional spaces such as the kitchen and storage rooms, while the west housed several spacious garages. Hao Chong's exclusive office bore a sign indicating it was the village director's office. Stepping inside revealed a rather ostentatious decor, with an imposing desk and a genuine leather executive chair that exuded prestige. The room, furnished with soft sofas and an exquisite coffee table, also featured a dedicated area for tea ceremonies, highlighted by a massive black ebony tea table, its sturdy texture and deep hue complemented by intricately carved rosewood armchairs surrounding it. Seated in the prominent chair was Hao Chong himself. In his 50s, he was short and stout, with a round head and a face adorned with excess flesh. His eyes squinting slightly. Despite his modest height, he radiated a robust presence, with thick arms and a protruding abdomen, exuding the authoritative aura of a village official who should not be underestimated. The air conditioning in the office was set to a low temperature, and having run under the scorching sun with his shirt off, Hao Shun, drenched in sweat, stepped inside, shivering as he felt as though the perspiration on his body had frozen. The voice involuntarily rose several octaves as he tremulously exclaimed, "It's over, it's over. Qin Ji has rebelled. Look at how he has beaten me. Who the hell are you cursing?" Before Hao Shun could finish, Hao Chong hurled a teacup at his head. Although the teacup was small, It still hurt quite a bit when it struck. Hao Shun instinctively recoiled. "Village chief, I wasn't speaking of you. I meant that little scoundrel Chen Ji. Who are you referring to?" Before he could complete his sentence, another person nearby shouted angrily, interrupting him. I mean Chen Ji." Hao Shun stammered, glancing at the imposing figure before him, resembling a large bear. At the tea table, 3 others were seated, 2 of whom also bore a resemblance to bears, unmistakably brothers. They were the sandpit bosses who had been beaten by Chen Ji that night. Known as Big Dog Shit and Second Dog Shit, this duo held the positions of second and third in command at the sandpit. The other individual seated was Zheng Biao, the head of the sandpit. He was robust and muscular, his black t-shirt stretched tightly over his physique. His square face bore a distinct scar running diagonally from his left eyebrow to his right cheek, resembling a menacing centipede. His triangular eyes glinted with a fierce, predatory gaze, as if he were poised to strike. At noon, Hao Chong had been drinking with the 3 of them at the Green Source Grand Hotel. After their drinks, they returned to the village committee for tea and conversation, predominantly discussing matters related to the sandpit, as Hao Chong was a covert shareholder. Zheng Biao, Big Dog Shit, and Second Dog Shit may have appeared as the owners of the sandpit, but they were, in fact, working for someone else, with several county officials also holding covert stakes. Having suffered a defeat at the hands of Chen Ji that night, the brothers, accustomed to their usual dominance, were unable to swallow their humiliation and immediately sought revenge. They contacted Hao Chong to inquire about Chen Ji's situation and contemplated going to Chen Ji's home to deal with his entire family. However, Qin Guomin feared the repercussions of being reported and after considerable effort, managed to suppress the situation, urging Hao Chong to persuade the brothers to refrain from confronting Chen Ji for the time being. The reasoning was clear. Should they act against Chen Ji, he might expose their dealings with the brothers, leading to various issues surfacing within the sandpit, ultimately jeopardizing everyone's interests. While revenge against Chen Ji was inevitable, it needed to be postponed until they found a more suitable justification. For the sake of their own interests, Hao Chong supported Qin Guomin's viewpoint, temporarily placating the brothers. Today, while enjoying tea at the village committee in Nantan, the brothers recalled their beating at the hands of Chen Ji, reigniting their animosity. Moments ago, they had been lamenting to Hao Chong, "When did we ever become so cowardly? We were beaten and are not allowed to retaliate. We have been suffocating for days." Hao Chong responded, "You think you're the only ones feeling stifled? Am I not also frustrated? The crux of the matter is that you've entangled Qin Guomin with the sandpit, and this connection must remain undisclosed. If Chen Ji reports us, everyone will learn about your financial dealings with Qin Guomin, and our significant undertakings could be exposed. The higher-ups may not be able to suppress it." Upon hearing Hao Chong mention their significant undertakings, the brothers fell silent. After all, the matter involves 2 lives. One cannot afford to sacrifice the greater good for trivial matters, lest it draw undue attention. At that moment, Hao Shun rushed in, his face pale with terror, claiming he had been struck by Chen Ji. Upon hearing this, the 2 ruffians were immediately stirred into action, eager for a confrontation. Hao Chong, incensed, slammed his hand on the tea table, demanding to know what was amiss with Chun. "Has he grown so bold as to lay a hand on you? Are those 3 knaves itching for trouble?" He reassured, "Fear not, I shall promptly seek retribution." The 2 ruffians seized the opportunity and volunteered, "Let us handle it." They had underestimated Chun that night. They were certain he would not best them again today. Hao Chong shot them a fierce glance. "Did I not just say that neither of you should go?" The larger ruffian retorted, "Today's circumstances are different from that night. That has passed. Chun struck Hao Shun, and we are merely avenging him, devoid of any other entanglements." Hao Chong cast a sidelong glance at Hao Shun and gestured to the 2 ruffians, signaling them to refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Some matters are best left unspoken. You cannot make an appearance for a while. You think you are going to defend Hao Shun, but Chun may perceive it as settling old scores. If he feels provoked and decides to retaliate with a video or some such thing, you understand the consequences. Upon hearing this, the 2 ruffians visibly deflated, their faces betraying their discontent as they sat, exhaling heavily in frustration. Zheng Biao, the seasoned boss, remained composed, uttering not a word while casting a cold, piercing gaze at Hao Shun. Observing Zheng Biao's calm demeanor, Hao Chong endeavored to maintain his own composure, adopting a demeanor of unflinching resolve. He allowed himself a mocking chuckle at Hao Shun's disheveled state, leisurely sipping his tea before inquiring, Have you once again misused the village committee's name to procure items from Old K? If I am not mistaken, you must have taken my fierce dog along as well. Hao Shun, with a sorrowful expression, replied, Indeed, village head, that is precisely the case. I believe Chen looks down upon me. Only by claiming the village committee's authority could I persuade him to part with his possessions. Bringing the fierce dog along would lend more weight to my words. To his dismay, Chen unexpectedly demanded immediate payment and insisted that the village committee's debt to his family be settled forthwith. Hao Chong, upon hearing this, was once again furious. This brat is indeed audacious. Payment can be arranged, but let him bring the ledger to me. Let us see if he dares to do so. Hao Shun, his eyes flickering, stammered, Village head, you are correct. Chen is far too arrogant. He not only struck me, but also attacked the fierce dog. What? Hao Chong leapt up, gritting his teeth. In this village, no one dares to lay a hand on my dog. Anyone who so much as touches my dog is courting death. Hao Shun hurriedly echoed, Yes, yes. That brat is indeed seeking his doom. He even killed the village head's fierce dog. It is utterly outrageous. Hao Chong stared incredulously at Hao Shun. Say that again. Did he really kill my dog? Is it truly dead? What did he use? Hao Shun began to stutter, fearing he could not reveal the truth to the village chief. If the chief discovered that it was his own dog that had attacked Chen Ji, leading to its demise, would he spare him? He just grabbed a stick, kicked and beat it. I couldn't stop him, and that is how the big wolf dog was killed. You worthless fool. Enraged, Hao Chong struck Hao Shun across the face twice. Hao Shun's face was already swollen like a pig's head, too painful to touch. And now after receiving 2 more slaps, he cried out in agony. Hao Chong turned to the silent and stern Zheng Biao. Call the sandpit and summon about 10 people to come over. It's only fair to teach a lesson to a villager who unjustly killed the village chief's dog. Who would have thought we would have the moral high ground? Chapter 37. From the martial arts school. Upon hearing Hao Chong's suggestion to call 10 men from the sandpit to deal with Chen Ji, Zheng Biao shot him a cold, piercing glance. Can you not aspire to something greater? Just a simpleton, and you think it's worth gathering 10 men? You truly live in reverse. Hao Chong defended himself. Did I not mention to the boss and the second that Chen Ji has been training since childhood, taking out his frustrations on sandbags because of his mother's issues? I've heard he even practices throwing knives, harboring a deep-seated desire for revenge against his father. This kid indeed possesses some skills. Otherwise, boss and second Wu Ti have suffered at his hands. Zheng Biao cast a disdainful look at the 2 buffoons. You 2 are also worthless. Always making a fuss, boasting about your abilities, yet that night, the 2 of you couldn't even handle one. How embarrassing. The 2 buffoons quickly protested. That night we were careless. We didn't expect that kid to have any skill. If you let us go now, we would surely beat him to within an inch of his life. Enough with the bravado. Zheng Biao rose, downed his cup of tea in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and said, You all claim that this kid has some skills. And now you've piqued my interest. I've been feeling restless lately. I'll personally pay him a visit and deal with him. Hao Chong sighed in relief. If Zheng Biao took matters into his own hands, it would be for the best. Regardless of how Zheng Biao dealt with Chen Ji, they would remain unscathed. Even if the situation escalated, they could assert that the wolf dog was under Zheng Biao's care. Chen Ji had killed someone else's dog. How could they not seek justice? If a fight ensued, it would be mutual combat, or rather, Chen Ji would be the instigator. Hao Chong had complete faith in Zheng Biao's capabilities. Zheng Biao was not at all comparable to the 2 buffoons. The 2 relied on their size and had some combat prowess, but against someone trained, brute strength would not suffice. Zheng Biao, on the other hand, had a formal martial arts background. He had always been taller than his peers, towering over middle school students even in the 3rd grade of elementary school. However, his academic performance was dismal. He was certainly not cut out for school. Having been unable to complete his elementary education, his parents enrolled him in a martial arts school. Since he could not thrive in academics, they decided he would pursue a career in martial arts. In retrospect, their foresight in mapping out his life appears to have been quite astute. Were it not for Zheng Biao's formidable fighting skills, he would not have risen to a position of dominance on the battlefield, acquired multiple properties in the city, driven a Porsche Cayenne, and indulged in a life of luxury, frequently visiting nightclubs for leisure. Indeed, it seems like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, Hao Chong remarked. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that you possess some skill. Consider it practice for you. Once you have subdued him, compel him to kneel at the village committee's entrance with his head bowed to a fierce dog. The moment he is permitted to rise will depend on my mood. Zheng Biao pushed his chair back, stepped out, and kicked Hao Shun, instructing him to lead the way to find that young man. All right, I will lead. I will lead, Hao Shun replied, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Previously, Hao Shun had only heard tales of Zheng Biao's prowess in battle and had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, with Zheng Biao preparing to intervene personally, Hao Shun felt both astonished and honored that such a formidable warrior would seek vengeance on his behalf. Even before engaging, the chilling and menacing aura emanating from Zheng Biao made Hao Shun's scalp tingle as he realized that Qin Ji was likely to be gravely injured, if not killed. As the two were about to exit, a knock resonated on the door of the village director's office. After 3 knocks, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. Hao Shun gasped, instinctively retreating several steps, for the newcomer was none other than Qin Ji. Zheng Biao, unfamiliar with Qin Ji, furrowed his brow and coldly demanded, "Who allowed you to enter? Get out." Ignoring him entirely, Qin Ji approached Hao Chong, clutching a ledger in his hands. Zheng Biao, taken aback by such blatant disregard, was enraged. As Qin Ji brushed past him, he kicked out angrily, shouting, "Get out!" In a swift motion, Qin Ji evaded the kick and countered with a sweeping strike aimed at Zheng Biao's left leg. The unexpected maneuver caused Zheng Biao to lose his balance, and his substantial frame crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Fortunately, having trained rigorously, he instinctively protected his neck during the fall, avoiding a head injury. Quick to react, he immediately sprang up and delivered a powerful straight punch towards Qin Ji. However, Qin Ji's speed surpassed his own, and before Zheng Biao's fist could connect, Qin Ji landed a kick squarely to his chest, sending him hurtling backward until his back collided forcefully with the wall, causing the entire room to reverberate. The battle had commenced, and the two onlookers, unable to remain passive, immediately joined the fray. However, it seemed they had forgotten how they had been bested by Qin Ji the previous night. As they charged forward, one was swiftly taken down by a whip kick, while the other was met with a flurry of punches to the face, collapsing to the ground in a perfect reenactment of their earlier defeat. Hao Chong and Hao Shun stood there, utterly astonished, frozen in place. Zheng Biao collided with the wall, his fighting spirit still somewhat intact. Yet he refrained from launching another attack, swiftly assessing the disparity in combat prowess between himself and his opponent. A wave of intense pain surged through his chest, accompanied by a suffocating sensation and an irritating tickle in his throat, as if he were on the verge of vomiting blood, sending a chill of fear coursing through him. Qin Ji, tall and well-proportioned, exuded an air of refined elegance when standing upright. Yet, this seemingly youthful individual possessed a remarkable explosive power. Zheng Biao, robust and sturdy, felt as though he could withstand a vehicle crashing into him. However, it was astonishing that a single kick from his opponent could leave him feeling as if he were choking. This could only indicate a significant gap in their respective combat abilities. Now, two unfortunate souls lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain and struggling. Even if they were to rise and join forces with Zheng Biao, it was unlikely they would pose a challenge to Qin Ji. Zheng Biao hesitated, unwilling to act recklessly. Qin Ji pointed at the three of them and turned to Hao Chong, asking, "Village chief, what is the purpose of these three? Why did they attack me as soon as I entered?" It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Hao Chong, having regained his composure from the shock, forced a stiff smile. "They are all my friends. You were just caught in a heated exchange with them. Please, let us all remain calm." As he spoke, he maneuvered around the tea table, attempting to mediate. Having mingled with the rough and tumble of society in his youth, Hao Chong was no stranger to brawls. Though he hadn't trained in combat sports, he could tell from the moment they engaged that Zheng Biao and his companions were no match for Qin Ji. This realization left him utterly astonished. He had initially believed that Zheng Biao, with his martial arts background, would easily overpower Qin Ji, but it appeared he had grossly underestimated Qin Ji's fighting skills. Since the incident over 20 years ago when Qin Shaoli had his leg broken, whispers had circulated in the village about Qin Ji training with sandbags, vowing to avenge his father. Over the years, Hao Chong had dismissed these tales. It was entirely natural for a son to seek vengeance for a father's suffering. As for the sandbag training, it seemed merely a fleeting impulse driven by hatred. Having spent years surrounded by those who thrived on physical strength, Hao Chong had come to believe that martial prowess was a myth. In his view, true combat strength boiled down to sheer size and weight. Height and mass constituted absolute power. Yet, Qin Ji's display today had opened his eyes. Firstly, He had not anticipated Chen Ji's unwavering determination, diligently honing his skills for over 20 years. Secondly, he had never imagined that Chen Ji could elevate his combat capabilities to such an extraordinary level. At that moment, faced with Chen Ji, Hao Chang clearly felt a sense of trepidation. Chapter 38. The master should be considered. When beating the dog, Hao Chang understood that he, too, was among Chen Ji's adversaries. The deeds he had committed against Chen Shaoli over the years were surely etched in Chen Ji's memory. If he did not devise a means to suppress Chen Ji, he was likely to suffer grave consequences. In the room, 5 individuals found themselves incapable of confronting Chen Ji, instilling a sense of both fear and astonishment within Hao Chang, who could only feign a smile to prevent the conflict from escalating. Chen Ji, with a disdainful sneer, pointed at the 2 individuals, remarking, "I am familiar with these 2. What a coincidence. I had dealings with them just a few days ago. I know they run a sand business. Yet I had no idea they were acquaintances of the village chief." Hao Chang laughed awkwardly and replied, "They are merely casual friends. They came to chat today without any specific agenda." He then inquired, "Chen Ji, do you have something to discuss with me?" It was evident that there was a matter at hand. Chen Ji shook the ledger in his hand and cast a glance at the visibly anxious Gu Shun. "This individual just visited my small shop, refused to pay, and even set his dog on me. I recall that the village committee has owed my shop money for several years now. Operating a small business, I can no longer afford to sustain such debts. It is time to settle the accounts." Hao Chang's eyes darted around as he chuckled nervously. Yes, I am aware that the village committee owes your shop money. However, the village committee is currently facing financial difficulties. Let us postpone the settlement until funds come in, and we will prioritize your payment. Is that so?" Chen Ji casually flipped through the ledger, and after a brief examination, he posed a question. "If the village committee is indeed financially strained, why has such a substantial amount been spent on entertainment expenses? I have calculated that the items taken from my shop for the committee's hospitality are merely a fraction of the total. The majority of the expenses stem from other sources. Thus, the hospitality expenditure is exorbitant. I wonder if someone is misusing the village committee's name to procure goods from my shop for personal benefit. Perhaps I should share the ledger details in our village work group. I am unable to decipher this alone. Surely someone in the village understands the accounts. Everyone is aware of the village committee's income and expenditures. Discussing it in the group might reveal if someone is exploiting public resources for private gain." As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards Gu Shun. "For instance, this fellow here just claimed at my shop that a work group had arrived in the village and that the provisions for the work group were insufficient. Yet when I came over, I saw no such work group. Could it be that the work group he mentioned consists of these individuals running the sand business?" Upon hearing Chen Ji's intention to disclose the ledger to the village work group, Hao Chang was taken aback. Indeed, the items taken from the small shop for the committee's hospitality were merely a small portion. The total debts accumulated were substantial. Over the years, he had wielded considerable power in the village, yet many villagers were aware of the committee's financial records, though they dared not voice their concerns or lodge complaints. If Chen Ji were to share the ledger in the village work group, the repercussions would be severe. The work group included officers from the local police station and staff from the township. All messages shared within the group would be visible to those in the town. Realizing this, Hao Chang feigned anger and reproached Gu Shun. "Speak the truth. Is what Chen Ji said accurate? Did you, under the pretense of the village committee, procure items from Chen Shaoli's shop?" He berated, "You scoundrel, perhaps it's time for you to resign as a mediator." While chastising, he turned to Chen Ji, stating, "The issues you have raised have left me astounded. I had no idea that certain individuals within the village committee could behave in such a manner. We must investigate thoroughly and show no leniency. From now on, whenever you visit your family's small shop, inform your father that all transactions must be conducted in cash, and no one is permitted to write IOUs to avoid chaos. Let the village committee settle any outstanding debts with your family first. Please leave the ledger behind, as I intend to initiate a self-examination among the village officials." With that, Hao Chang made a call to summon the brigade accountant, Chen Shaoshan, instructing him to promptly clear the debts owed to Chen Ji. Chen Ji handed the ledger to the accountant and pointed at Gao Shun, stating, "Some officials in the village committee are deeply problematic. They not only exploit their positions for personal gain, but also take items from my home under the guise of the village committee. Just moments ago, this fellow even unleashed his large wolf dog to deliberately attack me. Village chief, you must investigate this matter seriously and impose strict penalties. as this constitutes intentional harm. And I have retained evidence. If necessary, I will report this to the public security authorities. Chun-Ji appeared increasingly enraged, and in a fit of fury, he suddenly kicked Gao Shun to the ground. Village chief, you cannot fathom how perilous the situation was. Fortunately, I have some training. For an ordinary person, it would have resulted in severe injury or worse. A surge of furious blood rushed to Hao Chang's head. Chun-Ji was becoming excessively arrogant. This young man dared to overstep his bounds. After enduring so much, allowing so much, he had the audacity to strike someone in front of him, disregarding his authority as village chief. Hao Chang clenched his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was not one to tolerate such behavior. Having previously mingled with the underworld in the county, he was bold and combative, and now as village chief, he commanded respect. Regardless of the circumstances, Gao Shun was still one of his subordinates. To strike a dog, one must consider the master. Chun-Ji's act of violence in front of him was akin to a slap in his face. Hao Chang could not help but respond. Then let us call the police. It seems the truth must be thoroughly investigated. In truth, as he uttered these words, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Given his past as a figure in the underworld and now as a decisive village chief, surrounded by the three most formidable fighters in the arena, being compelled to resort to calling the police felt like the utmost cowardice. Chun-Ji chuckled. This situation should have been reported long ago. I believe it could escalate to the level of a criminal case. With that, he pulled out his phone, revealing a video that he presented to Hao Chang, depicting the scene in front of the small shop where Gao Shun had deliberately set his dog upon him, followed by a clip of him kicking the large wolf dog to death. Hao Chang was once again left speechless. The imagery was utterly shocking. He was well aware of the formidable vitality of the large wolf dog he had raised. Earlier, when Gao Shun claimed that neither he nor the dog could withstand Chun-Ji's might, Hao Chang found it hard to believe that Chun-Ji could have killed the fierce wolf dog. But now, after watching the video, it became evident that Chun-Ji had not even used a stick. He had simply kicked the beast to death. This was something Hao Chang deemed impossible. Yet he could not deny the authenticity of the footage. After the initial shock subsided, Hao Chang recalled what Gao Shun had just told him. That scoundrel Gao Shun, not only taking advantage of the village committee's authority to procure items from Qin Shaoli, but also brazenly parading with his large wolf dog, projecting an intimidating facade. This scoundrel has engaged in such behavior more than once or twice. Previously, when nothing went amiss, Hao Chang turned a blind eye. After all, everyone was merely targeting Qin Shaoli. However, at this very moment, Hao Chang realized the magnitude of the trouble Hao Shun had brought upon him. If Chun-Ji were to upload this video online, he, as the village chief, would undoubtedly find himself at the center of controversy, especially since the fierce dog belonged to him, thus making him liable. Moreover, the video was crystal clear, showcasing Hao Shun provocatively berating outside the convenience store, clutching a leash meant for the dog, with the intention of luring Chun-Ji out to unleash the dog upon him. Chun-Ji was indeed correct. This constituted intentional harm. Although the fierce dog had been killed by Chun-Ji, which pained Hao Chang immensely, from another perspective, it could be viewed as a blessing. Had the dog truly bitten someone, he would also bear shared responsibility. With this video in Chun-Ji's possession, solid evidence at hand. What was the point of calling the police? Hao Shun's beating was in vain, and his dog died for nothing. The more Hao Chang pondered, the angrier he became. Rage surged from within, and with no outlet for his frustration, he leapt towards Hao Shun, delivering a flurry of kicks. Hao Shun cried out in agony, rolling on the ground, pleading for mercy. Yet, Hao Chang could not quell his wrath. He wished he could simply end the troublemaker's life altogether. Chapter 39. A constricted feeling. Chun-Ji, carrying the settlement money, deliberately strolled away with an air of confidence. Hao Chang, Zheng Biao, and a few others stood by the window, glaring at Chun-Ji's retreating figure, each of them seething with anger, their veins bulging. These ruffians had never encountered such humiliation before. Each felt deeply insulted. Zheng Biao and the two lackeys who were beaten experienced the sting of humiliation, and even Hao Chang, who had refrained from violence, felt that his ability to maintain his status was in jeopardy. He had always wielded power in the village, commanding respect as the village chief. And with his past affiliations, villagers regarded him with a degree of fear. Yet today, Chun-Ji had treated him with utter disdain, and he was forced to wear a smile, a thought that filled him with humiliation, nearly unbearable. The two lackeys were in a frenzy, shouting, "Call someone! Quickly! Bring more people armed!" I want to personally dismember that little brat. Zheng Biao gave them a cold glance, his expression dark and silent, lost in thought. Hao Chong looked at Zheng Biao, seeking guidance, and tentatively inquired, "What do you propose we do? We cannot simply let this go." Zheng Biao grunted dismissively, offering no reply. Hao Chong continued, "Dealing with this boy cannot be approached as one would with others, even with a large number of people. If he manages to escape due to his skills, the consequences would be endless. I believe we must adhere to a significant principle. First, we must not act impulsively unless fully prepared. Second, if we choose to act, it must be decisive to eliminate any future repercussions." His words carried weight. Yet he felt an internal conflict, for at that moment, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of fear. Revenge is undoubtedly a necessity, yet it must be executed with meticulous preparation, ensuring a single, decisive strike that leaves no room for future repercussions. Such thoughts arise only from profound fear. Thus, it shall be done. Zheng Biao turned away toward the tea table, seizing his mobile phone and car keys, heading outside while casually remarking, "Prepare for a decisive action against that young man in the coming days." Not long after Chen Jigang left the village committee, he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning around, he was surprised to see the village accountant, Chen Xiaoshan, beaming with a wide smile. "I'll accompany you," he said. "Wasn't that dog you killed? And Hao Shun's electric bike is still at your doorstep. I'll retrieve it." "Sounds good," Chen Ji replied. "We need to haul it away quickly, otherwise, in this sweltering summer, that dead dog will start to stink." Chen Xiaoshan and Chen Xiaolai were of the same generation and shared a close kinship according to the family tree. However, after Gu Chang returned to the village as the headman, he formed a village committee and appointed Chen Xiaoshan as the village accountant, effectively using him to suppress the Chun clansmen in the village. Although he was not as vicious as Gu Chang and his cohorts, his association with them always carried the scent of complicity. Chen Ji's family had long ceased interactions with him. Yet now, as the two walked together, Chen Ji's face showed no signs of animosity. They chatted and laughed as if they were longtime friends. Witnessing their camaraderie, the group of women waiting to witness the unfolding drama at the east end of the street was left utterly astonished. Chen Ji had killed the village headman's dog. Surely, the headman would be furious and rally a group to beat Chen Ji mercilessly, if not to death, then severely injured. This was an inevitable outcome. Yet, Chen Xiaoshan, as Gu Chang's henchman and the village committee's accountant, dared to engage in jovial banter with Chen Ji, despite the gravity of the situation. What could this imply? Was he plotting a rebellion? Next, they observed Chen Xiaoshan exerting considerable effort to load the massive dead dog onto his electric bike. After nodding and bowing in farewell to Chen Ji, he rode off. The women stood there, dumbfounded. It was only when the electric bike turned the corner and disappeared that they erupted in a flurry of gossip, as if a stone had struck a swarm of green flies. What is going on? Does Chen Xiaoshan not know that the dog was killed by Chen Ji? He must not know. If he did, would he dare to jest with him? Even if he pretended, he should at least feign a deep-seated enmity. What could be the explanation? Had Chen Ji concocted a falsehood that deceived Chen Xiaoshan, and he believed it? Niu Jinjiv, overhearing the women's chatter, felt her irritation mounting. After lunch, she had come to this rural information hub, intending to gather some news, boast a little, and bask in the adoration of the crowd before retreating for an afternoon nap. The reason she had lingered this long instead of succumbing to sleep was to relish the spectacle of Chen Ji's downfall, anticipating his humiliation at the hands of the headman's men, begging for mercy and compensating the headman for his substantial losses, even mourning the dead dog as if it were a family member. Yet, much to her disappointment, she witnessed nothing of the sort. Having witnessed neither Chen Ji being beaten nor any compensation for the losses he incurred, she felt utterly disillusioned, having wasted her afternoon nap for such a spectacle. The more she contemplated, the angrier she became, unable to restrain herself from chastising the women. "I believe Chen Xiaoshan ought to be aware of the situation. Did you not see Chen Ji leave just now? Surely he went to deliver money to the village chief as an apology, compensating him handsomely. Only then would the chief spare him. Otherwise, it would be remarkable if he returned unscathed." Upon hearing her words, the women fell silent. Returning to the previous topic was displeasing to Niu Jinjun, yet to agree with her was equally implausible. Chen Ji's jovial expression clearly indicated that he had not gone to the village chief with money or apologies. The chief cherished his large guard dog. A mere monetary compensation and an apology would not suffice. Moreover, everyone was well aware of the chief's temperament. He would not hesitate to strike or kick at the slightest provocation, let alone if Chun-Ji were to apologize for his dog. Yet, with Neo Jinjun asserting her narrative, who among these ordinary rural women would dare to contradict her? With her family's wealth exceeding 10 million. Such a sum was astronomical to those from households that could scarcely produce 10,000. In this rural gossip hub, when Neo Jinjun refrained from speaking, others felt free to express themselves. However, once she established her perspective on a topic, it became the prevailing opinion. Wealth equated to authority. Whatever she stated was deemed absolute. Observing the silence among the women, Neo Jinjun understood their unspoken thoughts. In truth, she also recognized the absurdity of her earlier depiction of Chun-Ji's apology. Everyone comprehended that if Chun-Ji had indeed confronted the village chief, he would not have returned without injury. Feeling a sense of ennui, Neo Jinjun found herself stifled and, after a yawn, stood to return home for a nap. At that moment, a small truck entered the village, laden with several large boxes, unmistakably delivering household appliances such as refrigerators, air conditioners, and televisions. As the vehicle passed, one woman exclaimed in envy, "Look at those enormous boxes. They must contain a colossal refrigerator, and the boxes for the air conditioner and television are equally substantial. Who could afford such purchases?" Among the women was one known as Little Broadcast, a key informant in this village gossip network and the most devoted admirer of Neo Jinjun. Sensing her low spirits that afternoon, she sought to flatter her and uplift her mood. Indeed, those boxes are likely for an exceptionally large refrigerator. Such a refrigerator must cost over 10,000. There are few families in our village capable of affording that. She glanced at Neo Jinjun, suggesting, "It must be your family that made the purchase. Considering the size of the air conditioner and television, I doubt anyone else can afford them." Neo Jinjun felt a slight lift in her spirits upon hearing this. With a dismissive pout, she replied, "It is not my family that bought them. The appliances in my home, including the refrigerator and air conditioner, were recently replaced with the finest models, and they are still new. However, you are correct. Just by glancing at their size, one can discern that both the refrigerator and the air conditioner are particularly large. If these are not from my household, they must belong to the village chief's family, as no one else can afford such expensive items." While discussing this, the delivery truck that had passed by came to a halt. A man dressed in a uniform adorned with a home appliance brand logo hopped out and hurried towards the women, greeting them politely. "Hello, ladies. May I inquire where Chun-Shali resides?" The women were taken aback, and one could not help but ask, "What do you need to know about his home?" The man smiled and replied, "I am certainly here to deliver. He purchased some appliances, and we are here for the installation." The women exchanged glances, rendered speechless. None of them had anticipated that such expensive appliances would indeed be purchased by Chun-Shali's family. This revelation was completely unexpected and dealt a significant blow to Neo Jinjun's pride. Just moments ago, a woman had been praising Neo Jinjun, suggesting that if it were not for her family, such large appliances would only belong to the village chief. Yet, in reality, they were bought by Chun-Shali's household. Moreover, when Chun-Ji Gang returned home, Neo Jinjun had insisted that Chun-Ji was drowning in debt, with creditors constantly at his doorstep. But now, it appeared that the situation was far from that. Chun-Shali's family had been living frugally over the years, as everyone could see. Over 30 years ago, Chun-Shali's family was the wealthiest in the village. However, after Tan Peimei became involved with a wealthy man and Chun-Shali was crippled while trying to catch her in the act, their fortunes began to decline rapidly. Having become disabled and unable to work while raising 3 children, one of whom was mentally challenged, no household could endure such hardship. Thus, when Neo Jinjun claimed that Chun-Ji was deeply in debt, the women found it plausible. Yet, the current situation suggested otherwise. His family was not only free of debt, but seemed to be thriving. Observing the women's expressions, Neo Jinjun realized what they were thinking, which left her feeling embarrassed and consumed with jealousy. In a fit of rage, she confronted the delivery man. "Are you mistaken? Are you certain that these appliances were purchased by someone named Chun-Shali?" The delivery man, somewhat confused by the peculiar demeanor of the women, especially Neo Jinjun's aggressive questioning, replied, "Actually, it was not Chun-Shali who made the purchase, it was a man named Chun-Ji. He provided the address for delivery to Chun-Shali's residence." Upon hearing that it was Chun-Ji who had made the purchase, Neo Jinjun could hardly accept it and retorted stubbornly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Chun-Shali family is on the verge of poverty. How could they afford such expensive appliances? That Chun-Ji you mentioned is drowning in debt. constantly hounded by creditors. He cannot even afford a flashlight, let alone home appliances. The delivery man chuckled. Well, it seems we are not talking about the same person then. Regardless, the affluent Chunji had purchased these household appliances, and this marks our second delivery to his residence. Earlier today, we completed the installation of an air conditioner, refrigerator, and television for his grandfather, and now we are promptly delivering to Chun Shaoli's household. What? Chunji bought an air conditioner, television, and a large refrigerator for his grandfather? Neo Jinjev could hardly believe it. Pray tell, where does his grandfather reside? The delivery person responded, his grandfather cultivates an orchard. We delivered and installed the items there. At this revelation, Neo Jinjev fell silent, unable to utter another word. She had already felt a heavy weight on her chest, and this news only intensified her discomfort, leaving her in a state of turmoil. It was difficult to discern whether it was anger or jealousy. Either way, she felt utterly dismal. With a huff of indignation, she turned and returned home. The delivery man, puzzled, could not fathom the reason behind the woman's outburst. He inquired with others, "Excuse me, could you tell me where exactly Chun Shaoli's family resides?" As Neo Jinjev departed, the women pointed towards the west, indicating, "Over there, by the entrance. There's a large poplar tree and a small shop." The delivery man expressed his gratitude and redirected the delivery truck towards Chun Shaoli's home. The women resumed their animated discussion. They unanimously concluded that Chunji had indeed struck it rich. Neo Jinjev had just claimed he was drowning in debt, besieged by creditors, which they interpreted as jealousy. The villagers were well aware of the relationship between Neo Jinjev and Chunji's family. Economically and in various aspects, Neo Jinjev's family overshadowed Chun Shaoli's. Yet there was one significant shortcoming. Neo Jinjev had no son, which weighed heavily on her heart. Particularly irksome was her father-in-law's favoritism towards Chunji, who was cherished immensely. This was intolerable for Neo Jinjev, igniting her jealousy. Thus, when she accused Chunji of being in debt, it could only be perceived as envy, a deliberate attempt to tarnish his reputation. In truth, Chunji was not only debt-free, but was also growing increasingly prosperous. One woman remarked, "Chun Shaoli has indeed endured his share of hardships. Years ago, his family was quite affluent, yet marrying such a wife led to the family's downfall." Chun Shaoli, tall and handsome, was a striking figure, yet he had been rendered disabled. For all these years, he had struggled to raise 3 children despite his disability. Another woman chimed in, "Who can argue with that? Look at his house. Over 30 years ago, it was the finest in our village, with furniture and appliances that were state-of-the-art at the time. Yet, after all these years, the house remains unchanged, and the furnishings are still those purchased over 30 years ago. Many families in the village have prospered, but it has seen little transformation." Now, it appeared that Chun Shaoli was finally emerging from his struggles. Chunji, a determined young man, had always been sensible and excelled academically, securing admission to a prestigious university. "I heard that he earns a monthly salary of several thousand at the automobile factory in Jiangzhou." The women spoke in chorus, showering praise upon Chunji. As long as Neo Jinjun was absent, they felt free to express themselves. Had she been present, they would certainly have refrained from such remarks. After a while, Neo Jinjun indeed returned from her midday slumber, entirely predictable for the women. They were aware that upon seeing Chunji purchase such extravagant appliances as an air conditioner and a large refrigerator for his home, Neo Jinjun would undoubtedly be consumed by jealousy, unable to remain indoors for long. In truth, her emergence was merely an invitation to her own distress. Seated at the street corner, she persistently gazed westward, her frustration boiling over as she observed the installation crew coming and going. The sight of not just one, but multiple air conditioning units being installed, one in the main house and another in the convenience store, intensified her vexation to the brink of a heart attack. Before the appliances were even fully installed, Chunji emerged, laughing and chatting with a woman who had driven him there. Together, they climbed into the vehicle, with the woman at the wheel. As they passed the village information center, the women craned their necks, straining to identify the woman in the car. At that moment, one of them finally recognized her, exclaiming in surprise, "I know who that is. Isn't she Chunji's former girlfriend? They were college classmates, and she's from Beitan village." A true beauty with both figure and looks. It was unclear why they had parted ways in the past. Another woman remarked, "This is peculiar. Chunji has been married for over a year. How could they be together again? Is it true what they say on television, that there are lingering ties?" The women erupted into laughter. Neo Jinjun, however, did not join in. Her face turned pale with anger as she vehemently declared, "What lingering ties? This is nothing but an affair. That woman is no saint either. She is married, yet still tries to seduce him. And Chun-ji is no better. If he wishes to fool around with her, he might as well marry her. To indulge in such behavior while still enjoying the comforts of home, how can he call himself a man?" Chapter 41. A sense of deception. Shen Qinglin had initially intended to visit her grandfather and Qinshaoli briefly before returning promptly. Her company in the capital was particularly busy, and this visit was necessitated by family matters. Unexpectedly, her trip to Nantang village to check on these affairs revealed Chun-ji undertaking several significant tasks. She witnessed firsthand as he installed major appliances for her grandfather's home and his own. More crucially, Chun-ji had commenced a revenge plan that had been over 2 decades in the making, allowing Shen Qinglin to witness the dawn of a new era. Nevertheless, Shen Qinglin knew she could not stay much longer. She needed to quickly return to gather her belongings and head back to the capital. Chun-ji was also set to drive back from Beitan village. Concern for Chun-ji welled up within her, and she could not help but remark, "I know you have strength, and it seems you've come into some fortune. However, that does not equate to possessing power or influence. Today, you have unceremoniously offended the village chief, a man with a tumultuous past in the underworld, who still frequents that circle. I am certain he will not let this matter rest. The fact that he has not confronted you directly suggests a more sinister intent, as he plots in the shadows while your family remains exposed and vulnerable. There is little to be done about it." Chun-ji remarked that he feared retaliation. After enduring for so long, what has it yielded? As you witnessed today, even the village mediators dare to come to our home under the guise of the village committee, taking advantage without remorse. This will only escalate. Driven to this point, regardless of my years of training, even if I cannot prevail in a confrontation, I can no longer tolerate the situation. Shen Qinglin nodded in agreement. Relentless forbearance will only embolden the opposition. When one can endure no longer, they must act. There are no alternatives left. However, one must remain vigilant. While they plot revenge, you cannot afford to remain idle. You must devise countermeasures. Speak to your father about the convenience store. It should not operate too late, and the doors should close by dusk. It was agreed that after installing surveillance for grandfather, the same should be done at your home. When you return, negotiate thoroughly with the technician. Do not hesitate to invest in multiple cameras, ensuring comprehensive coverage without blind spots. When you are away, monitor the footage on your phone, especially during the night. Frequently check in. Furthermore, while in Jiangzhou, you must exercise even greater caution, as you are the true target of their schemes. Chun-ji remained silent, lost in thought as he gazed at Shen Qinglin's face. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Shen Qinglin turned to glance at him. "Why are you looking at me like that? Is it not enough?" Chun-ji blurted out, "I can't shake the feeling that the more I look at you, the more you resemble an old lady." His words incited Shen Qinglin to grasp his arm firmly, squeezing it with irritation. "Are you seeking a fight? How dare you utter such insolent remarks?" Chun-ji winced in pain, rubbing his arm as he replied, "I only meant that your incessant chattering resembles that of an elderly woman. Since you are so concerned for me, why not stay and help me resolve these issues? We could also discuss life together." Shen Qinglin shot him a resentful look. "You seem to have a rather fanciful notion, my dear brother. Why didn't you come to Beijing to assist me? We could start a business together. After all my efforts to keep you here, you still resolutely returned. At that time, I understood that two people in love, unable to unite due to various obstacles, are not much different from those who simply do not care for one another. The outcome remains the same." The car fell into a tranquil silence as both ceased to speak. Though their faces betrayed little, the air was thick with an unmistakable melancholy. After a while, Shen Qinglin composed herself and calmly stated, "Although you speak of divorce with such indifference, I know that regardless of how much you feign nonchalance, it will take time to overcome the psychological shadows. It is best to swiftly forget the unpleasantness and embark on a new chapter in life. The hopes of the entire family rest upon your shoulders. You cannot live solely for yourself. You must consider your family. Consider seeking a reliable and virtuous woman for marriage, and promptly start a family thereafter, or perhaps obtain your marriage certificate once you are expecting. Time is fleeting, and one must act swiftly. Otherwise, by the time you have children, your grandfather may no longer be present." With a smile, Shen Qinglin remarked that the criteria for a partner should include the ability to prepare delectable meals, especially dumplings, and that she should return frequently to cook for uncle and brother Deji. Chun-ji silently nodded, feeling an indescribable discomfort in his heart. Upon arriving in Beitan village, Chun-ji turned to Shin Qinglin and said, logically, since you have come to visit my grandfather and my father, I should visit your home to see your uncle and aunt. However, fearing they might overthink things, I shall refrain from going today. I do hope to visit them in the future, as I truly miss them. Very well, it is settled then, Shin Qinglin replied, suddenly leaning closer to Chun-ji and giving him a kiss. She then shyly glanced out the car window and said, all right, you may leave now. After their parting, Chun-ji hurried back in his car, aware that the surveillance team would be arriving soon. As the vehicle passed through the village intelligence base, it immediately caught the attention of several women. One woman could not contain herself, exclaiming, "Isn't that Chun-ji's car? I recognize it." Rural women are often straightforward, despite their fear of Nyo Jin-jun, concerned that any comment might displease her. This statement was clearly a rebuttal to Nyo Jin-jun's earlier claim that Chun-ji's car had been confiscated by the court. Indeed, upon hearing this, Nyo Jin-jun became furious and retorted sharply, "Are you the only one with eyes? We are all aware that it is Chun-ji's car. It's merely a dilapidated vehicle worth around 100,000. I heard he even took out a loan to buy it, which he still hasn't finished paying off." With a dismissive scoff, she added, "Such a car, we wouldn't even glance at it in our household. It's simply pathetic." After finally remarrying, he buys such a cheap car on credit without a shred of shame. Just think, when my daughter Qianqian got married, she had a grand Mercedes. And my daughter Yin, who hasn't even married yet, is already driving a BMW for leisure. Money is abundant. We can indulge as we please. At this proclamation, the women around her began to shower her with compliments. In the eyes of these ordinary rural women, brands like Mercedes and BMW are unattainable dreams. They may not possess extensive knowledge of automobiles. They simply recognize that these brands signify luxury. Had they been slightly more informed, they would have realized that Nyo Jin-jun's daughter Chun-qian's wedding car was a Mercedes A200, while Chun-yin drove a white BMW X1, which is among the least expensive in the BMW lineup. Ultimately, whether it's Chun-qian's Mercedes or Chun-yin's BMW, they merely purchased a brand label, spending little yet striving to project an image of affluence. Fortunately, rural folk generally lack automotive expertise, and the mere sight of a Mercedes or BMW dazzles them, lending an impressive facade to Nyo Jin-jun's family. In the past, whenever Nyo Jin-jun boasted about her daughters driving luxury cars, receiving admiration from the women, it was her moment of utmost satisfaction. Yet today, inexplicably, even as the women complimented her, she seemed distracted and somewhat detached. The primary reason for her disquiet was the unsettling feeling that she had been deceived. Chapter 42. A bed full of banknotes. The news regarding Chun-ji's overwhelming debt and his relentless evasion from creditors came to her yesterday from Yang Lanxiang, the wife of Qin Guomin, during her visit to the market. The two families shared a kinship, with Qin Guomin serving as the village chief of Beitan, and the snobbish Qin Shaoxin undoubtedly maintained a close relationship with this cousin. When Nyo Jin-jun encountered Yang Lanxiang at the market, their conversation inevitably turned to grievances. With an unyielding disposition, Yang Lanxiang recounted how her son's newly acquired luxury Mercedes had been seized by Chun-ji. Given her fiery temperament, it was certain she would resort to calling the police and rallying a group to confront Qin Shaoli, compelling Chun-ji to return the vehicle immediately. However, Qin Guomin, wary of escalating the situation, firmly discouraged any public outcry, leaving Yang Lanxiang seething with frustration. Now, having met Nyo Jin-jun, she finally found an outlet for her indignation. Vehemently denouncing Chun-ji in front of her, she exaggerated the narrative of Chun-ji's debts, portraying him as a nefarious criminal who had wrongfully taken her son's Mercedes worth over $1 million. Nyo Jin-jun relished such tales. Wasn't Chun-ji considered a cherished grandson in his grandfather's eyes? Wouldn't it be splendid if he were apprehended and incarcerated, allowing his grandfather to reconsider his affection? Today, Chun-ji had a woman driving him back in an Audi. Nyo Jin-jun refrained from mentioning the incident of Chun-ji taking the luxury Mercedes and instead suggested that his own vehicle had been confiscated by the court. She wished to keep the knowledge of Chun-ji's possession of a grand Mercedes from the other women, regardless of whether it was stolen or seized. The mere knowledge that Chun-ji was driving such an extravagant car was unbearable for her. Yang Lanxiang had claimed her son's Mercedes cost over $1 million, effectively overshadowing her daughter's modest $20,000 vehicle the cheapest of its kind. Neo Jinjun could not tolerate being outdone. Thus, she remained tight-lipped about the possibility of Chun-Ji returning in a luxury car. Yet, upon seeing Chun-Ji return in his own Nissan, she felt equally agitated. Hadn't Yang Lanxiang clearly stated that Chun-Ji had taken her son's Grand Mercedes while leaving his old Nissan behind to drive? Yang Lanxiang had even accused Chun-Ji of committing robbery, demanding that the police apprehend him. Neo Jinjun anticipated a spectacle. Yet it seemed that the anticipated farce would not materialize. Chun-Ji had returned in his own vehicle, implying that the luxury Mercedes had been returned as well. What was there to apprehend now? The more Neo Jinjun pondered, the more incensed she became, feeling duped by Yang Lanxiang. Rising to her feet, she moved to a secluded corner to call Yang Lanxiang. As soon as the call connected, she exclaimed with indignation, "Cousin, your statements are far too exaggerated. Yesterday you told me that Chun-Ji had stolen your family's Mercedes and that the police would apprehend him. Where's the truth in that? I just saw Chun-Ji returning in his own white car. There was no sign of the alleged theft. Why are you fabricating lies to deceive me?" Initially, Neo Jinjun anticipated that Yang Lanxiang would offer some excuse, yet to her surprise, Yang Lanxiang neither provided a rationale nor exhibited the same fervent hostility towards Chun-Ji as she had the previous day. Instead, on the phone, she feigned a smile, saying, "Second sister-in-law, I did not deceive you. Chun-Ji indeed exchanged cars with Xiao Hui. I was quite upset at the time, but he returned the car this morning, and nothing inside was disturbed. It appears he merely swapped vehicles for a bit of fun. Youngsters, after all, who wouldn't be tempted by such an extravagant luxury car? It's understandable to indulge as long as it is returned promptly." Yang Lanxiang's attitude took a complete turn, which infuriated Neo Jinjun. She had initially thought they were united in purpose, only to find that in a single day, Yang had betrayed her. Enraged, she hung up the phone, cursing Yang Lanxiang under her breath. Yang Lanxiang, of course, understood the source of Neo Jinjun's ire. Their families had long been at odds, and she had always hoped for Chun-Ji's misfortune. This second aunt was particularly eager to see him caught by the police, but it seemed she would be disappointed. In an effort to placate Neo Jinjun, Yang Lanxiang called her back. Neo Jinjun answered the phone with anger, her voice sharp. "What now? What new lie do you wish to spin?" "No, second sister-in-law, please don't be upset. I forgot to ask you, Chun-Ji has divorced, as his second aunt. You must be aware of this, right?" "What? Chun-Ji is divorced?" The image of Chun-Ji and his ex-girlfriend, so close and affectionate, flashed in Neo Jinjun's mind. Given this context, Yang Lanxiang's news seemed somewhat credible. Typically, for someone like Neo Jinjun, who never wished him well, Chun-Ji's divorce would be good news. However, contemplating the reasons behind the divorce, she found it difficult to feel joy. She speculated that Chun-Ji might have rekindled a romance with his former girlfriend, implying he had chosen to abandon his wife. This notion was hard for Neo Jinjun to accept. For a man to frequently change wives, he must possess considerable wealth. Otherwise, affording one wife is challenging enough, let alone multiple. Only when life becomes exceedingly comfortable and prosperous does one consider such frivolities. The more Neo Jinjun thought about it, the angrier she became, leading her to retort sharply at Yang Lanxiang. "What does his marital status have to do with me? Our families haven't interacted for years, and you know that. Whether he lives or dies is of no concern to me." Yang Lanxiang quickly realized Neo Jinjun had misunderstood and clarified, "Second sister-in-law, do you think Chun-Ji abandoned his wife? That's not the case. It was his wife who left him. He is burdened with insurmountable debt, and the creditors have been incessantly calling both him and his wife. She couldn't endure the pressure, and that's why they divorced. However, she is quite a decent person. She called me earlier to apologize, saying that Chun-Ji had taken Xiao Hui's car, initially unaware of it. She later urged Chun-Ji to return it promptly. She also mentioned that through this ordeal, she realized the true nature of Chun-Ji, which solidified her decision to leave him. You see, she has divorced him, yet she still called to inquire whether he had returned the car. What a wonderful young woman. Yang Lanxiang's words left Neo Jinjun even more bewildered. The other party mentioned that Chun-Ji is getting a divorce, and she believes this news may indeed be true. However, when it comes to the assertion that Chun-Ji is drowning in debt, with both of them bombarded by relentless calls from creditors, she finds it somewhat implausible. If Chun-Ji were truly in such dire straits, how could he possibly afford to buy an air conditioner and a large refrigerator for his grandfather? Not to mention replacing all the household appliances with the most expensive options? It seems inconceivable that someone in debt would be able to muster such funds. Moreover, Neo Jinjun has an inkling that Yang Lanxiang's words may not be entirely credible. After all, Chunji's wife has divorced him. Yet she still feels compelled to apologize on his behalf. Is she under any obligation to do so? Everything about this situation seems fundamentally flawed. In truth, it is not only Neo Jinjun who finds this illogical. Yang Lanxiang shares the same sentiment. As a distant relative, she had little to no interaction with Chunji's wife. Now that the wife has become a thing of the past, any potential communication should have ceased altogether. Yet, unexpectedly, the former daughter-in-law reaches out to her, offering an apology and speaking so warmly. This raises suspicions in Yang Lanxiang's mind, as she cannot quite discern where the problem lies. Little does she know that Lu Hong, who has hardly spoken to this distant relative, is calling her to apologize and engage in casual conversation merely to extract information. Lu Hong seeks to ascertain the specifics of Chunji's debts. The catalyst for Chunji's financial crisis was his brother-in-law absconding with funds, leaving Chunji in a precarious situation. Recently, Chunji has been trying to contact Qin Guamin for assistance. Lu Hong's intention is to confirm whether there is any deceit behind Chunji's substantial debt. She suspects that Chunji may have orchestrated a scheme with Qin Guamin and others upon discovering her infidelity. The reason Lu Hong has submitted a divorce application yet suddenly entertains such thoughts is due to an astonishing discovery. While cleaning under the bed in the spare room, she found bundles of bright red banknotes. Initially, she had gathered all her belongings to leave for the Civil Affairs Bureau, resolutely deciding to depart from that household and never return. However, today she realized she had forgotten several items and returned home, with the house keys still in her possession. She entered to search and was taken aback to find the bed covered in cash, amounting to a total of 1 million yuan. Staring at the sea of red notes before her, Lu Hong was momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 43. A bitter loss. Lu Hong hails from a rural background, with both parents being ordinary farmers, and her family was unremarkable. She had only been in the workforce for a few years, earning a modest salary. After becoming involved with Chunji, she believed in his potential for success, thinking he had a bright future ahead. Unfortunately, after they became a couple, Chunji not only failed to thrive, but also experienced a streak of misfortune. In essence, Lu Hong had never encountered significant sums of money before. Now, suddenly confronted with 1 million yuan in cash, she felt a wave of dizziness. She even fantasized about how wonderful it would be if they did not owe so much debt, and if there truly were 1 million yuan in savings. Yet, she is acutely aware that this is nothing more than a fanciful daydream, for Chunji's debts are undeniably real. Though she had submitted her divorce application, initially believing that separation would sever her ties to the debts, the relentless barrage of collection calls persisted. Of course, she understood that the cessation of these calls would require some time. Unbeknownst to Lu Hong, Chunji had actually settled his debts. However, the credit card and loan platforms had outsourced their collection duties to a third party, and until the creditor informed this third party to cease their efforts, the calls and messages would continue for the time being. As Lu Hong grappled with the daunting sum of 1 million, her phone rang. Noticing an unfamiliar number, she presumed it was yet another collection call. In the past, she would have ignored such calls, but today, for reasons unknown, she answered. Upon connection, the caller promptly verified her identity and explicitly stated that she was the wife of the debtor, Chunji. They claimed Chunji was unreachable and demanded that Lu Hong notify him to repay the debt within 2 hours, threatening to visit his workplace if she failed to comply. Their tone menacing. Strangely, Lu Hong felt no anger. Instead, she inquired earnestly, "Are you certain that Chunji owes your platform money? Could there be a mistake? I believe he should have funds and shouldn't be in debt." This statement immediately gave the collector a sense of leverage, as he retorted, "As Chunji's wife, knowing he has money yet fails to repay his debts constitutes a serious issue. His actions are tantamount to malicious loan fraud, which violates the law and incurs corresponding legal responsibilities." Rather than feeling threatened, Lu Hong felt a twinge of delight, asking, "What kind of legal responsibilities? Can you actually arrest him?" The caller replied, "The legal ramifications cannot be defined at this moment. A lawsuit must be initiated, and after an investigation, the judicial authorities will make a determination." Unable to restrain herself, Lu Hong blurted out, "If there is 1 million in cash at home, and he still owes you money, does that indicate a serious situation?" For reasons unknown, the collector fell silent. Perhaps he thought it peculiar that a rational person would speak in such a manner. as if mocking them. Subsequently, he reiterated a series of threats, insisting that the responsible party address the debt within 2 hours, or else measures would be taken. After hanging up, Lu Hong began to ponder the origins of this 1 million, perhaps out of guilt. She initially speculated that Chen Ji had discovered her infidelity and sought a divorce, fearing she would claim a portion of the assets. He might have orchestrated a scheme akin to a relative fleeing with funds, leading to a debt crisis, hoping to prompt Lu Hong to initiate the divorce. After all, burdened by debt with no assets to divide, Lu Hong would have no choice but to leave with nothing, allowing Chen Ji to end their relationship while simultaneously retaliating against her. Based on this conjecture, Lu Hong called Yang Lanxiang, attempting to extract information through casual conversation. However, after the call, she dismissed this theory. She believed Chen Ji was not so foolish as to create a debt crisis if he intended to conceal assets in a divorce. Such actions would severely impact his credit, and he would not jeopardize his future. If Chen Ji's debt crisis were genuine, then where had this 1 million come from? Tightly stacked beneath the bed, as if fearing discovery, was the money illicitly obtained? The more Lu Hong contemplated, the more sense it made. Under normal circumstances, Chen Ji would never be able to produce 1 million yuan. His sudden appearance raises suspicions of robbery or theft. The thought that this money may be the proceeds of Chen Ji's criminal activities fills Lu Hong with both fear and a tinge of malicious delight. She senses that Chen Ji is on the brink of trouble. Without delay, she dials Wang Qiuyang's number. Wang Qiuyang, having just undergone surgery for 2 broken arms, is in excruciating pain as the anesthesia wears off. The incessant ringing of the phone only exacerbates his irritation. His sister, who is keeping vigil at his bedside, answers the call and sees that it is from a female client named Lu. "Should I take it?" she inquires. Upon hearing Lu Hong's name, Wang Qiuyang, overwhelmed by agony, snaps, "Hang up, don't answer. That wretched woman has ruined me. If it weren't for her, would my arms be broken? She's nothing but a harbinger of misfortune." His sister quietly disconnects the call, understanding her brother's predicament. Wang Qiuyang, in his 30s and the owner of a gym, has a notorious reputation for his infidelities, which have strained his marriage. Now, during his hospital stay, while friends and relatives visit, his wife remains conspicuously absent, a testament to their troubled relationship. The female client, Lu, is undoubtedly one of the women with whom he has had ambiguous relations, and it is because of her that his arm is now broken. His sister reflects that at his age, it is difficult for her to admonish him. Just after the previous call ended, the phone rings again. Once more, it is Lu Hong. She disconnects once again, but Lu persists, repeatedly calling. Frustrated to the point of fury, Wang Qiuyang demands, "Answer it, and hand it to me. I want to know what this vile woman wants." His agitation is understandable, as he is both physically and mentally exhausted. The pain he endures is compounded by a profound psychological blow. Wang Qiuyang has always held himself in high regard, believing his wealth and robust physique made him a paragon of attractiveness. Most of the female clients at his gym, if they possess any semblance of beauty, have fallen prey to his charm. He relishes in conquering the wives of those less fortunate, like Chen Ji, as it feeds his sense of superiority. However, the events of the previous night have shattered this inflated ego. His once proud physique was easily dismantled by Chen Ji, rendered as powerless as a mere puppet. With his arms effortlessly broken, a stark illustration of a severe disparity in strength. Moreover, he had assumed that his wealth and connections, particularly with the captain of the public security team, Lu Weidong, would allow him to turn the tide in his favor. Yet, he finds himself astonished at how swiftly the situation has turned against him. Lu Weidong informs him that he is likely to suffer in silence. The surveillance footage from the detention room is unreliable. While it captured Wang Qiuyang pursuing Chen Ji, it fails to show how his arms were broken. The only inference that can be drawn from the intermittent footage is that his pursuit may have resulted in his injury, with the evidence suggesting he struck the wall with such force that it caused his arms to fracture. Although this reasoning is tenuous, Lu Weidong advises against further investigation, as delving deeper would only expose his own misconduct in handling the case, resulting in repercussions for himself, even if the truth about Wang Qiuyang's injury were to be revealed. Currently, Lu Weidong is under scrutiny, and whether the investigation should proceed hinges on Chen Sinyu's stance. Consequently, Lu Weidong advises Wang Qiuyang to endure a silent grievance. Wang Qiuyang is filled with frustration, finally grasping the adage that there are no eternal friendships, only everlasting interests. Lu Weidong has sacrificed him for his own benefit. betrayed by a friend, he finds himself powerless to resist. Should he persist in uncovering the truth, Lu Weidong would be the greatest impediment, likely leading to dire consequences for him. Even more shocking is Lu Weidong's revelation that the head of the criminal police team, Ding Haowei, is a classmate of Chen Ji. It turns out that the advice given by colleagues in the criminal police team was a trap laid for them. Upon learning this, Wang Qiuyang feels even more despondent, realizing he is indeed destined to suffer this silent loss. Chapter 44. It would be best to execute him. After living for over 30 years, Wang Qiuyang has never felt so powerless. His previous confidence and vitality now seem utterly ridiculous. He realizes he has been the fool all along. In this wretched mental state, gazing at two severed arms, Wang Qiuyang naturally thinks of the catalyst, Lu Hong. He attributes his misfortunes entirely to her. He begins to recall Lu Hong's words about her life after marrying Chen Ji. At that time, both believed Chen Ji to be a jinx, having faced misfortune since childhood and continuing to struggle in his career. Yet now, Wang Qiuyang finds himself in a similar predicament. Viewed from a different angle, Chen Ji graduated from a prestigious university and started his career on a high note, but after meeting Lu Hong, his fortunes seemed to falter. Wang Qiuyang, who had sailed smoothly for over 30 years, finds himself in this unfortunate situation after knowing Lu Hong. It dawns on him that Lu Hong is indeed the true harbinger of misfortune. As he wallows in this dreadful mood, Lu Hong incessantly calls to harass him, which naturally incites his fury. His sister answers the call and holds the phone to his ear. Without allowing Lu Hong to speak, Wang Qiuyang erupts. "What do you want? You wretched woman? Can't you see I can't take calls right now? Are you not satisfied with the havoc you've wreaked on my life? What exactly do you want?" Lu Hong, holding the phone, is taken aback. She understands that Wang Qiuyang is in a foul mood due to his injury. Yet she feels it unjust for him to unleash such fury upon her. His words, calling her a wretched woman and a harbinger of misfortune, pierce her heart like daggers. Perhaps it is the guilt of a thief that makes these words unbearable for her, and now, Wang Qiuyang's outburst has brought them to light. Tears stream down Lu Hong's face as she chokes back her emotions. "Yangzi, no matter how harshly you scold me, I will listen. But how can you call me a harbinger of misfortune?" Originally, Lu Hong believed that marrying Chen Ji meant she had found her true love. Who could have foreseen that Chen Ji would turn out to be a jinx, turning her once stable life into a chaotic mess, leaving her in debt? Later, Lu Hong managed to connect with Wang Qiuyang, the owner of a gym. Wang Qiuyang is impeccable in every regard, financially secure, and his appearance and physique are beyond reproach. Though he is a married man, Wang Qiuyang assured Lu Hong that he would expedite his divorce. Thus, the issue of his marital status did not weigh heavily on her mind. Lu Hong had believed that escaping the clutches of Chen Ji would usher in a new chapter in her life. However, just as the dawn of better days seemed imminent, Wang Qiuyang suffered a broken arm. Moreover, from Wang Qiuyang's perspective, he attributed the mishap to Lu Hong. This outcome took Lu Hong by surprise. During their time at the Public Security Bureau, Lu Hong perceived Wang Qiuyang as someone of considerable stature, wealthy, and influential, which led her to believe she had made a wise choice. Subsequently, when the Public Security Bureau detained both Wang Qiuyang and Chen Ji, Lu Hong felt a sense of vindication, knowing it was a deliberate arrangement on the Bureau's part. Chen Ji, upon arriving at the Bureau, harbored animosity towards both her and Wang Qiuyang, inciting a desire for conflict whenever they crossed paths. The Bureau sought to provide Wang Qiuyang with an opportunity to confront Chen Ji. Lu Hong was aware that Chen Ji had been training in combat sports, but she held firm in her belief that Wang Qiuyang was the more formidable opponent. The previous night, after leaving the Public Security Bureau, Lu Hong had waited at the entrance of the police station for Wang Qiuyang. As time passed without his arrival, she encountered Chen Sinyu's wife, who incessantly questioned her. Soon after, Lu Hong witnessed Chen Ji emerge unscathed, which filled her with a foreboding sense of dread. Her fears were confirmed when, after further inquiry, she received the shocking news. Both of Wang Qiuyang's arms had been broken. There was no doubt that Chen Ji was responsible. Lu Hong understood the depth of a man's resentment towards someone who had humiliated him, and confining both Wang Qiuyang and Chen Ji in the same space was akin to inviting catastrophe. Their previous proximity at the Bureau had clearly signaled to Chen Ji the nature of Lu Hong and Wang Qiuyang's relationship. Lu Hong knew that it was only a matter of time before Chen Ji discovered the truth, and she had no intention of hiding it. She had initially thought that with Wang Qiuyang's protection, she would have nothing to fear from Chen Ji. However, she was unprepared for the reality that Wang Qiuyang was no match for Chen Ji, resulting in the brutal breaking of both his arms. Even more alarming was the fact that Chen Ji would not face any legal repercussions. Fear gripped Lu Hong. She wondered why she had not recognized Chen Ji's capabilities sooner. She realized that Chen Ji now had the potential to cause her great harm, while Wang Qiuyang was incapable of safeguarding her. In that moment, as Wang Qiuyang unleashed his fury upon her, Lu Hong felt a swell of injustice within her, yet she could only endure. She could not afford to sever ties with Wang Qiuyang, nor did she wish to relinquish him so easily. More critically, she needed to discuss a matter with him. She had uncovered that Chen Ji had acquired 1 million in cash through illicit means, and she needed to devise a plan to use this information to imprison him. Lacking experience and connections in this regard, she felt compelled to rely on Wang Qiuyang. Only by ensuring Chen Ji's incarceration could she find peace, even fantasizing that if Chen Ji were to commit murder and robbery, leading to his execution, it would eradicate any future threats. Wiping her tears away, she stifled her grievances and, her voice trembling, said, "Yangzi, please do not be angry. I have something significant to share with you. Is it convenient for you to talk?" To which he snapped, "How could it possibly not be convenient? Speak quickly." Lu Hong lowered his voice and said, "I returned to retrieve some belongings and discovered a substantial amount of cash hidden beneath the bed in the guest room. Exactly 1 million yuan. Consider this. He is drowning in debt, and I am well aware of his family's financial situation. He couldn't possibly produce even 10,000 yuan, let alone 1 million. If he had 1 million, he would have used it to pay off his debts long ago. This neatly stacked money, concealed beneath the mattress, is clearly hidden out of fear of discovery. I suspect this money is either stolen, fraudulent, or perhaps even acquired through murder and robbery. He thought that once I left home, I would not return, and that no one would uncover the money beneath the bed. Yet here I am, back to retrieve my belongings. What should we do now? Should we report him to the police immediately? I believe he should be arrested and executed. Wouldn't that be a fitting revenge?" Wang Qiuyang fell silent, swiftly assessing the implications of this information for himself. Lu Hong was correct. Given Chen Ji's current financial predicament, he could not possibly have 1 million yuan in cash. The very act of hiding the money so meticulously beneath the mattress indicates a guilty conscience and suggests the funds are of dubious origin, whether stolen or acquired through robbery. That 1 million yuan would certainly lead to Chen Ji's downfall. It is possible that this is merely a fraction of his ill-gotten gains, with additional amounts concealed elsewhere. Wang Qiuyang, having witnessed Chen Ji's capabilities, had no doubts that he had obtained the money through illicit means. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Qiuyang said to Lu Hong, "Do not leave just yet. Keep an eye on that money. I will consult with a friend to determine how we should proceed. This is a tremendous opportunity that we must seize to bring this scoundrel down. I suspect this may just be a portion of his stolen funds. Search other locations to see if there is more. I will reach out to you once I have conferred with my friend." The friend Wang Qiuyang referred to could only be LV Weidong. He had many police acquaintances, but most were low-ranking officers. The highest ranking among them was the captain of the public security team, LV Weidong. Wang Qiuyang instructed his sister to find LV Weidong's phone number and called him, explaining the situation and asking for guidance on the next steps. To his surprise, LV Weidong hesitated on the other end of the line. "What you're describing involves the appearance of a large sum of unexplained cash in the home of a non-public official. Generally, such cases do not lead to investigations for the crime of possessing unexplained wealth. Moreover, what you have shared is merely conjecture without concrete evidence. There have been no recent thefts or robberies, so we have no grounds to act." Upon hearing this, Wang Qiuyang grew anxious. "We are not merely speculating. This forms a logical chain of evidence. He owes nearly 1 million yuan and cannot repay it. His debts have collapsed. His wife is fully aware of their financial situation. Given his circumstances, he couldn't possibly produce even 10,000 yuan. How can he have 1 million, especially hidden under the mattress? Isn't that evidence?" Yet, LV Weidong remained firm, insisting that this could not serve as a basis for investigation. Wang Qiuyang was now distraught, nearly leaping from his seat in frustration. In his view, the 1 million yuan hidden beneath the mattress was undoubtedly acquired through illegal activities. To my astonishment, Lu Weidong displayed such rigidity. He could logically ascertain the illicit origins of the funds, yet hesitated to initiate a case. Would he truly allow Chen Ji to go unchallenged? Subsequently, under the persistent persuasion of Wang Qiuyang, Lu Weidong acquiesced to temporarily summon Chen Ji. He found Wang Qiuyang's reasoning compelling, given the dubious source of the money. Questioning Chen Ji might unveil crucial clues. Should substantial evidence emerge, a formal investigation could be warranted, potentially leading to the unraveling of a significant case. Chapter 45. A mere formality for the sake of prudence. Lu Weidong instructed Lu Hong to photograph the 1 million yuan tucked beneath the mattress and send it to him. The image revealed the neatly arranged stacks of money, a method of concealment that was indeed quite suspicious. Coupled with Chen Ji's current financial predicament, numerous doubts lingered. However, lacking direct leads or evidence, it was insufficient to warrant a case based solely on this irregularity. Moreover, without a formal case, the public security authorities lacked the authority to scrutinize Chen Ji's accounts and transactions. It appeared that the only recourse was to summon Chen Ji for questioning. Lu Weidong promptly arranged for his subordinate to contact Chen Ji, instructing him to visit the public security team. At that moment, night had fallen, and Chen Ji was at home, enjoying dinner while enduring a lecture from his father. To be precise, it was hardly a reprimand, given Chen Shaoli's current state. He lacked the assertiveness to admonish his son. He merely expressed concern over his son's spending, earnestly advising, "Shaoji, I now believe that you have indeed earned some money through part-time work. However, having earned it does not justify such extravagant expenditure. These past 2 years have been tumultuous for you, experiencing unemployment and witnessing company closures. Consider this, despite your prestigious graduate degree, you found yourself delivering goods alongside Chen Xinyu. Life is replete with ups and downs, and it is commendable to be adaptable during tough times. Yet, after finally earning some money through part-time work, you should exercise restraint rather than splurge immediately. What significance does spending such a large sum hold? What do you mean by significance?" Chen Ji replied with a smile. "Everything I purchased is necessary for our family. We have struggled for so long. You yourself have acknowledged that most of our possessions are relics from 30 years ago. While other families in the village have upgraded with modern technology, we have remained stagnant. Now that we finally have some money, we should catch up. This is just the beginning. In a few days, I plan to renovate the house, replacing our antiquated furniture with brand new items." "Enough," his father interrupted sharply. "When did I ever notice this penchant for showiness in you? Why renovate the house? The furniture is still quite functional. Why replace it? With the large refrigerator you just bought, it's only you and your brother at home. How much can we possibly store in such a vast appliance? It consumes minimal energy," Chen Ji defended, stating that despite the new refrigerator's considerable size, it utilizes less than 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity per day. This is an energy-efficient model. Our old refrigerator was the real energy guzzler. "Do not preach to me about grand principles," his father waved dismissively, arguing that even if it consumes no electricity, the mere purchase of this refrigerator exceeds 10,000 yuan. How many years would it take for our old refrigerator's energy consumption to accumulate that amount in electricity costs? And what of the television? Why purchase such a large screen? Are we to convert our home into a cinema? Regardless, your brother only watches it here. Does the size truly matter? The air conditioner is the most unnecessary purchase of all. Once acquired, it will sit idle for ages. This heat will pass with time. An air conditioner is the notorious energy-consuming beast. Even if you buy one, I would hesitate to use it." Chen Ji exclaimed, "Please do not say such things. Your words frighten me. The money has been spent. I cannot let it serve merely as a decorative piece. Father, with the heat so intense, the air conditioner must be turned on. Moreover, it helps preserve the perishables in the convenience store." His father sighed. "I am distressed by your reckless spending. Have you not noticed? Your aunt shares my concern. We have discussed this. You have purchased items for your grandfather, and at his age, he deserves to enjoy some comforts. However, acquiring so many things for our household seems excessive. Have you depleted all your funds? The 30,000 yuan you sent me the other day remains untouched. Perhaps I should return it to you." Chen Ji quickly pressed his father's hand down. "Father, keep it and spend as you wish. I have sufficient funds. You should see that I have genuinely earned money this time. In the past, with expenses for housing, vehicles, engagements, and weddings, I admit it was burdensome. Reflect on it. I have not provided you with much financial support, have I? When my funds were limited, I offered less, but now that I am more financially stable, I can provide more. I could even send you an additional 20,000. As he spoke, he reached for his phone. Alarmed, his father quickly restrained his son's hand. "Enough. Enough. Let us leave it as it is. I will not send it back. Do not send me more money. The 30,000 remains untouched. I shall ask for more once I have spent it." His father did not dwell on the installation of surveillance cameras, nor did he inquire about the expenses involved. It was evident that today's events had instilled a sense of fear within him. However, he refrained from revealing his apprehension to his son, suppressing the urge to discuss the day's occurrences. Neither spoke of the matter, for every situation must have a beginning. For families that have endured years of bullying without the means to resist, the initiation of resistance invariably entails confronting fear, challenges, and unforeseen trials. Such is the unavoidable reality. Who has allowed such a plethora of historical issues to linger within the home? These matters are akin to a festering sore, destined to rupture eventually. And when that moment arrives, one must endure the pangs of pain to thoroughly eradicate the affliction. Presently, the more I attempt to reassure my father, the more it seems to amplify his fears, as if I am inadvertently drawing attention to the very issues we wish to conceal. Thus, it may be wiser for us all to play the role of the ostrich, choosing to ignore these unknown dangers and fears with a mindset of evasion. As dinner remained unfinished, Chun-Ji received a call from the Public Security Division. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, he assumed it was yet another collection attempt and chose to ignore it. Although he had settled all debts, sporadic collection calls continued to plague him over the past few days. The platform had assured him that third-party collection agencies had been notified, yet they could not cease operations immediately. It would take approximately 3 to 5 days for the calls to gradually diminish. Eventually, the persistent unknown number compelled Chun-Ji to answer. The caller identified themselves as part of the Jiangzhou Public Security Bureau's Public Security Division, and after confirming Chun-Ji's identity, they requested his presence for an inquiry. Chun-Ji surmised this must pertain to the incident involving Wang Qiuyang's broken arm. He was acutely aware that if the police truly sought to uncover the truth behind Wang Qiuyang's injury, even without direct evidence due to a malfunctioning surveillance system, a forensic examination could undoubtedly ascertain that his arm had been broken by external force rather than by his own hand against the wall. With only 2 individuals present in the room at the time, it would be all too simple to draw the conclusion that he had inflicted the injury. However, since Ding Haowei had manipulated the Public Security Division to distort the truth and engage in nepotism, they were hesitant to conduct a thorough investigation. The summons from the Public Security Division would likely serve only as a formality. Chapter 46. Striking Fear into the Tiger. Thus, Chun-Ji did not take the matter to heart and replied, "At present, I cannot come. I am not in Jiangzhou, but back in my hometown due to some family matters. I shall visit you when I return in a few days." "No, you must come immediately." The tone of the caller turned somewhat stern. "The issues you are entangled with are rather serious. This is not a matter of convenience. You are ordered to come for questioning without delay. I truly cannot make it at this moment. There are pressing issues at home. Perhaps tomorrow? When I return, I will go straight to your office." "What time tomorrow?" "Before 10 in the morning, if possible." "Very well. We shall await your arrival by 10 tomorrow morning. Should you fail to appear by that time, we will dispatch personnel to ensure your compliance." Once the call ended, Chun-Ji reflected on the situation. Since he had stated that he could not return home at present and would go tomorrow instead, the other party's lack of insistence suggested that the matter was not exceedingly grave. However, the urgency in their tone hinted at a deeper concern, indicating that this was not merely a superficial formality. He yearned to call Ding Haowei to share the matter and seek his counsel. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Although they were old classmates and had once shared a good rapport, the sudden restoration of their relationship seemed to deepen their bond. Yet, he felt it inappropriate to reach out to him without cause. Besides not wishing to irritate him, he also did not want to appear as though he lacked the ability to resolve issues independently, calling upon him for trivial matters. Thus, he resolved to visit him the following day to discern what inquiries the other party might have for him. Chun-Ji spent the night at home, and after breakfast the next day, he returned to Jiangzhou and proceeded directly to the Public Security Bureau. The interrogation was conducted by 2 officers from the bureau, both of whom Chun-Ji had never encountered before. One officer questioned him while the other took notes, their expressions notably grave. The questioning officer's tone was exceedingly stern, launching straight into a warning. "Chun-Ji, I believe you are aware of the reason for your summons here. Speak up, disclose your situation." Chun-Ji chuckled lightly. "What do you wish for me to articulate? How am I to know why you have summoned me?" The officer raised his voice. "Do not harbor any illusions. If we did not possess substantial information, you would not be here." Chun-Ji retorted, "If you already know everything, then why inquire of me?" The officer slammed the table. "Mind your demeanor. I assure you, what you express voluntarily and what we might divulge about you are of entirely different natures. Though Chun-Ji had never been in such a place, he was aware of the typical tactics employed by law enforcement during investigations. Moreover, he felt no guilt and was undaunted by the intimidation tactics employed. He calmly replied, "There is no need to intimidate me. Ask directly what you wish. I will truthfully share all that I know. Regarding what I do not, no matter your methods, I cannot provide answers. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate." The officer stated, "I am fully prepared to cooperate. However, your nonsensical inquiries leave me uncertain of what to say." The officer scoffed. "It appears you have yet to grasp the current circumstances. Very well, I shall grant you some time to contemplate." He then instructed the other officer, "Keep an eye on him. Allow him to reflect here. He can call for me whenever he decides to speak." With that, the officer exited the room. The recording officer closed his notebook and fell silent, staring at Chun-Ji in a tense silence. Chun-Ji remained unperturbed. If they wished to engage in this stalemate, he was willing to oblige, as he had no pressing matters at hand. By noon, another officer arrived to relieve the recording officer and brought Chun-Ji 2 steamed buns and a small bowl of vegetables. Chun-Ji remarked with a smile, "How delightful. Though we are not related, you still provide meals." The officer shot him a glare but remained silent. After the meal, the silent standoff resumed. Chun-Ji was aware that summonses like theirs could not exceed 24 hours at most. Moreover, in the case of ordinary inquiries regarding relevant personnel, such summons should not surpass 8 hours. As time progressed, Chun-Ji's thoughts became increasingly lucid. He sensed that the reason for his summons was undoubtedly deeper than merely addressing the incident involving Wang Chuyang's injury. If the intention had been to interrogate him about that matter, there would have been no need for such intimidation tactics. Upon his arrival, the words spoken by the interrogators were evidently designed to intimidate him, aiming to extract information that they were unaware of. The situation concerning Wang Chuyang did not necessitate such theatrics. This left Chun-Ji somewhat perplexed. What precisely were they seeking to uncover from him? As the afternoon drew near its close, the officer in charge of the questioning returned, adopting an even more severe tone than before, employing the same intimidation rhetoric to press Chun-Ji further. However, Chun-Ji remained impervious to these tactics. If the confrontation had solely pertained to the matter of Wang Chuyang's injury, perhaps he would have faced some difficulties. Yet, if it was not about that incident, Chun-Ji felt a profound sense of integrity, unperturbed by their attempts at intimidation. Observing Chun-Ji's steadfast demeanor, the officer seemed to have completely lost his patience. He then resorted to a more direct approach. "Chun-Ji, it seems I need to provide you with a hint. Where shall we begin? How about we discuss the 1 million you have hidden beneath your mattress? What do you have to say about that?" Chun-Ji was taken aback. He had never anticipated that their elaborate intimidation tactics revolved around the discovery of 1 million hidden under his mattress. It was evident that they deemed this sum to be of dubious origin, yet they lacked other leads or evidence, which was why they summoned him, hoping he would voluntarily disclose the source of the money. Chun-Ji could not help but chuckle. "Am I obligated to explain the origins of this money to you? I am not a public servant and have no duty to report my assets to you. However, I must clarify that I have always been a law-abiding citizen and would never engage in illegal activities. The origins of this money are entirely legitimate and above board. But I see no necessity to provide you with a detailed explanation at this moment." The officer let out a cold laugh. "Since you are unwilling to clarify why you concealed this 1 million under your mattress, let us shift our focus. Given your substantial debts that you cannot repay, and now facing a potential credit crisis at such a young age, you will inevitably face lawsuits. Do you not wish to use that 1 million to settle your debts?" This question seemed to catch Chun-Ji off guard, rendering him momentarily speechless. Chapter 47. Divide my prenuptial assets in half. After contemplating for a brief moment, Chun-Ji replied nonchalantly, "You seem to know me quite well. However, the information you have gathered through hearsay is remarkably outdated, as I have already settled my debts and now find myself unburdened. Do you truly believe we would trust your claims?" The other party, brandishing his phone, displayed several screenshots before Chun-Ji, asserting, "Look here, just moments ago. Your wife received numerous collection messages. Does this imply that your debts have been cleared?" Chun-Ji fixed his gaze upon the individual, nodding affirmatively. "Indeed, I have settled them. Believe it or not. Chun-Ji, you must be honest." The other party slammed the table in frustration, incensed by Chun-Ji's indifferent demeanor. "Do you find it amusing to speak such blatant falsehoods? Your defiant attitude will only exacerbate your predicament." Yet, the fury of the other party failed to intimidate Chun-Ji. Instead, he rose, preparing to leave. "Sit down," came another furious shout. Chunji cast a scornful glance in his direction. "I shall not sit." He pointed to the screenshots on the other party's phone. "Take note. These are the collection messages just sent to my ex-wife." He then retrieved his own phone and dialed the official customer service number of that platform. During the call, he communicated with the representative, confirming that his debts on the platform were indeed fully settled. The representative also elaborated on how to obtain a clearance certificate and expressed apologies for the delay in halting the collection calls and messages. His conversation was on speakerphone, allowing the two police officers to hear everything distinctly. After concluding the call, a smirk danced upon Chunji's face. "Now, do you believe my conversation with the customer service representative or the false information provided by my ex-wife, who seeks to tarnish my reputation?" The two officers were rendered speechless. Chunji continued, "Let me clarify the situation. I am now certain that this matter was orchestrated by my ex-wife. She discovered 1 million in cash beneath the bed and confidently informed you that this money was illicitly obtained. You possess neither evidence nor leads in this regard, yet you summon me here to intimidate me. However, I stand upright and guiltless. No threats will yield the outcome you desire. Therefore, I wish for this conversation to conclude. You have unjustly detained me here for a day. May I now return?" The two officers exchanged glances. The one responsible for the interrogation stood and exited, clearly to confer with others. Shortly thereafter, he returned, forcing a stiff smile as he addressed Chunji. "We will continue our investigation into this matter. For now, it seems to be a misunderstanding. Mr. Chun, you may return home, but should any further issues arise, we hope you will cooperate with our inquiries." Chunji replied coolly. "Cooperating with the work of the People's Police is a civic duty. Should any further issues arise, feel free to contact me. However, I must advise that one should not solely rely on a single perspective regarding certain matters. It is prudent to conduct a thorough investigation and gather substantial evidence and leads before taking any action." The two police officers could only manage a forced smile as they politely escorted him to the corridor. At that moment, Lu Weidong emerged from another office, hands clasped behind his back, casting a dark glare at Chunji's retreating figure. The two officers inquired, "Captain Lu, should we promptly notify Wang Qiuyang? Lu Hong is still at home with 1 million in cash. If Chunji unexpectedly returns, she may be caught off guard." "Notify whom?" Lu Weidong retorted angrily. "That pair is nothing but troublemakers, bringing us nothing but complications. If she is caught unprepared, it serves her right." Upon leaving the public security team, Chunji immediately drove home. Upon entering, he was greeted by a scene of chaos. Lu Hong was crouched beside the bed in the guest room, frantically attempting to arrange the disheveled sheets, while the 1 million cash lay conspicuously on the mattress. Hearing the door open, Lu Hong froze momentarily, then slowly turned her head, locking eyes with Chunji. A flicker of panic crossed her gaze, quickly masked by a facade of composure as she stood, nervously tugging at the hem of her shirt. Witnessing this spectacle, Chunji's fury ignited within him. Striding towards Lu Hong, he demanded, "What are you doing here? Why have you turned my home into a mess?" He deliberately emphasized the words "my home." Lu Hong took a step back, her eyes darting as she murmured, "I was just checking. How could I not worry about the origins of this money?" Chunji scoffed coldly. "Worried? I believe you intend to report me, hoping to have me imprisoned and seize my assets for yourself. How utterly heartless of you. After all we've shared as a couple, this is how you treat me." Lu Hong curled her lip in disdain and retorted, "Couple? Look at you now. You were drowning in debt, and suddenly this windfall appears. Who knows if you've engaged in illicit activities? I have no desire to live in fear alongside you." Chunji, infuriated to the point of laughter, stepped closer, seizing a stack of cash and waving it before Lu Hong. "You think this money is ill-gotten? Let me assure you, I earned it through my own efforts. I have plenty now, but all you know is to covet wealth while being ungrateful." Lu Hong's eyes fixated on the money, revealing a glint of greed. Yet she stubbornly replied, "Humph, who can say whether it is clean or not? Since you have the money, and we have not yet finalized our divorce. This wealth is marital property, you owe me half." Chunji slammed the money down onto the bed, pointing an accusatory finger at Lu Hong. "With your behavior, you dare to claim a share of my fortune? Not a chance. You conspired with the police to have me incarcerated. Do you truly believe I would allow you to succeed? Furthermore, your affair with Wang Qiuyang has become public knowledge. This is just the beginning." Lu Hong, intimidated by Chunji's demeanor, bit her lip and, with a facade of bravado, said, Do not go too far. This money rightfully belongs to me as well. She is undeniably clever, skillfully diverting the conversation away from Chunji's words and instead fixating on the matter of money. Chunji, fully aware of her attempts to sidestep the critical issues, took a deep breath to compose himself before retorting with a sardonic smile. So you desire money, do you? Yet, have you taken a good look at yourself? With your intentions to deceive me, you shan't receive a single penny. Now be gone. This house has long ceased to be yours. Lu Hong attempted to utter more, but upon meeting Chunji's icy gaze, she recognized the futility of her efforts. Reluctantly, she picked up her bag and muttered as she walked away, "Just you wait. This matter is far from over." Observing her hasty retreat, Chunji shot back. "I have no intention of letting it rest either." With a slam, Lu Hong stormed out. Chapter 48. Wronged to death as the sound of her high heels receded down the corridor, seemingly descending into the depths. Chunji understood that he could no longer leave the money in that place. In truth, the dream of sleeping on a bed of cash had already been realized and indulged. It was time to secure it. Having already displayed his wealth, the presence of such a substantial amount of cash at home would undoubtedly attract thieves. Lu Hong, once she turned hostile, could be quite ruthless. If she suspected that his money was ill-gotten, she would not hesitate to leverage her connections to the police, clearly intent on dragging him down with her. If Lu Hong's eagerness to sever ties and seek divorce stemmed from her desperation due to his debts, it had nevertheless deeply wounded Chunji. But now, her intention to ensnare him had thoroughly incensed him. In light of this, he decided to respond in kind, whether it was her or Wang Chuyang. This matter would not simply end here. That very evening, Chunji contacted a locksmith to change the locks. Observing how thoroughly Lu Hong had packed during their divorce, he realized she had no intention of returning after her departure. To his surprise, she had returned to rummage through his belongings, even reaching the guest bedroom. Thus, a lock change was imperative. Having already submitted the divorce application and notarized the agreement, this home was no longer connected to Lu Hong in any way. In principle, she had forfeited her right to enter the premises uninvited. However, since their divorce certificate had yet to be obtained, her unlawful return could not be legally contested. The next day, as soon as the bank opened, Chunji deposited the 1 million, still using his brother's identity and bank account. Since the divorce was not yet finalized, he needed to ensure that no assets were under his name. After securing the funds, he proceeded to the hospital to check on Xingyu's condition. Upon entering the ward, he found Su Meiwan feeding grapes to Xingyu. Chunji immediately feigned nausea, exclaiming, "Isn't that just disgusting? You're in the hospital, yet you're flaunting your affection. You've merely taken a couple of punches. It's not as if you're completely incapacitated, requiring someone to feed you grapes." As Xingyu listened to him, he became increasingly audacious, not only feigning enjoyment as Su Meiwan fed him grapes, but also daring to caress her thigh. "You have just experienced a marital upheaval, so I shall refrain from chastising you. However, this is indeed a quintessential example of positive energy. Take heed and learn from me. An unattractive wife in a tattered cotton coat. This is the treasure of us humble farmers. When you embark upon your second marriage, be sure to adhere to this principle of mate selection. Do not be ensnared by the allure of a beautiful woman. It is her inner beauty that truly shines." Su Meiwan nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, indeed. Do not be deceived by a pretty face. A woman with a heart as venomous as a snake's should be kept at a distance." At that moment, she realized the implication of his words and, in a fit of rage, shoved a peeled grape into Xingyu's nostril. "Who are you calling ugly? After all this time, you have always thought me unappealing. Why then did you marry me and deceive me into bearing 2 children? You hypocritical scoundrel." Chunji hurried to mediate between them. To reiterate, Su Meiwan was not conventionally beautiful. She could barely be described as passable. She was fully aware of her appearance and accepted her reality. But that did not mean she could tolerate being called ugly to her face. Once Chunji managed to separate them, Xingyu, already a wounded soul, found himself subjected to several more slaps. After the tumult subsided, Su Meiwan indignantly addressed Chunji. "Why has the party responsible for the assault not yet sent the medical expenses? Look at Xingyu. He has been so severely beaten. Not only have we suffered, but he is unable to work, losing a significant amount of money each day. Furthermore, I cannot even go to work, as I must remain here by his side. We have endured this violence, missed work, and yet must pay out of pocket. This is sheer bullying. The police who came that night promised that the assailant would cover the medical costs, yet their words are empty." Chunji thought to himself that the assailant had indeed come to the hospital, but not to deliver funds. He, too, was a patient, and in a far worse condition, with both arms broken. Nevertheless, Chunji wished to avoid discussing such matters with either of them, fearing that Su Meiwan might inadvertently reveal that he was responsible for the assailant's injuries, which could lead to complications. Initially, Chunji had believed that since Wang Qiuyang had beaten Xinyu, and he had in turn broken the assailant's arm, the scales of justice were balanced. After all, he had the means to cover Xinyu's medical expenses and lost wages, and he even contemplated providing a little extra. Yet, upon further reflection, he questioned why he should be the one to bear those costs. Wang Qiuyang had no quarrel with Xinyu, yet he had dealt such a severe blow. Xinyu was a fine young man, and to see him hospitalized for several days was a travesty. An assailant must face the consequences of their actions. One cannot simply evade responsibility because of their own injuries. Thus, he instructed Xinyu, "You should call the inspector now and request that they urge the other party to promptly send the medical expenses. Just explain that the hospital is pressing for payment and we can no longer afford to cover the costs." Xinyu, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "I am not eloquent. Perhaps you could make the call to the inspector instead?" Chunji discerned that Xinyu was not merely tongue-tied. Rather, this young man bore a psychological scar when it came to the police, which rendered him reluctant to make the call. Su Meiwan, perceptive as she was, noticed Xinyu's subtle apprehensions. With her spirited demeanor and unencumbered by any trepidation towards law enforcement, she promptly retrieved her mobile phone and dialed the inspector. In a fervent tone, she articulated the circumstances to the inspector, urging them to hasten the process of compelling Wang Qiuyang to settle the medical expenses. She underscored the severity of Xinyu's injuries, detailing the substantial costs already incurred for his hospital treatment, with further care required, while the assailant had yet to assume any responsibility for his actions. After concluding the call, Su Meiwan continued to vent her frustration, exclaiming that Wang was nothing short of a despicable scoundrel, having inflicted such harm and yet attempting to evade financial accountability. Absolutely outrageous. Chunji consoled her, saying, "Lao Wan, do not let your anger consume you. We are in the right and need not fear his refusal to compensate. If the inspector is remiss, we shall continue to reach out." Before long, a response from the inspector arrived, indicating that Wang Qiuyang had been notified and would promptly attend to the matter of the medical expenses. Indeed, Wang Qiuyang feigned compliance over the phone, promising to deliver the medical fees to the injured party without delay. However, it was merely a temporary ruse to appease the inspector. He could not possibly acquiesce to such compensation. After all, he had only inflicted superficial injuries upon Chen Xinyu, while Chunji had sustained 2 broken arms, an egregious injury. Yet, the assailant remained unscathed and had not contributed a single penny. This meant that the severely wounded individual was expected to cover the medical costs for someone with mere superficial injuries. Was that just? Upon concluding the call with the inspector, he dialed Lu Weidong. The moment the call connected, he expressed his profound sense of injustice. "Captain Lu," he lamented, "is this truly how issues are resolved in a society governed by law? Is there even a semblance of justice remaining? The inspector informed me that my actions could be construed as personal injury, and that these medical expenses are merely a fraction of civil compensation, urging me to confront this situation positively to seek the injured party's understanding. Should they insist on pursuing legal action against me, I might find myself rehabilitating my broken arms in a detention center. I feel utterly wronged. Captain Lu, we cannot, under any circumstances, accept this silent humiliation." Chapter 49. The consequences of backdoor deals. On the other end of the line, Lu Weidong was exasperated, responding coldly, "The inspector is correct. You now face a choice. Either deliver the medical expenses with a humble attitude and seek the injured party's forgiveness, or if you deem this unjust, then proceed to the detention center's clinic and tend to your arms before anything else." Wang Qiuyang's voice trembled with despair. "How can I deliver medical expenses with 2 broken arms? How can I approach them with humility?" Lu Weidong retorted with a derisive laugh, "Crawl if you must." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. At that moment, Wang Qiuyang's sense of helplessness was beyond words. In the past, he felt invincible with the support of his friend, L.V. Weidong. For instance, that fateful evening, he savagely assaulted Chen Xinyu, who, after enduring the beating, was further punished with fines and detention. This was all made possible by his friend, a chief in the public security brigade. However, he now realized that having connections could also bear consequences. had he not been linked to LV Weidong. Suffering such a brutal attack would have left him seething with indignation. Chen Ji, being an old classmate of the head of the criminal police unit, would surely allow him to file a complaint. If the city proved unresponsive, he could escalate it to the provincial level or even to the capital. In a society governed by law, he believed there must be a remedy. Yet, pursuing this course would inevitably implicate LV Weidong. It was LV Weidong who orchestrated the twisted narrative that led to Chun Sinyu's detention and penalties. Moreover, it was he who arranged for Wang Qiuyang and Chun Ji to be placed in the same holding cell. If Wang Qiuyang persisted in his grievances, the underlying interests would soon be exposed, and LV Weidong would undoubtedly face repercussions. At this juncture, Wang Qiuyang hesitated to escalate the matter, not out of loyalty, but from an understanding that friendship paled in comparison to self-preservation. He recognized that should he press charges, LV Weidong would swiftly turn against him, transforming from ally to adversary. The case of the brawl was under LV Weidong's jurisdiction, and if it were to escalate, the manner in which he would navigate the situation was uncertain. Wang Qiuyang now comprehended that Chun Ji had formidable backing, rendering him no match. Should his friend betray him, the consequences would be irrevocable. With no alternatives, he resolved to swallow his pride for the time being, biding his time for revenge against Chun Ji, though he felt hopeless about the future. Beyond financial means, he recognized that in terms of physical confrontation, he was no match for Chun Ji, and the latter's connections far surpassed his own. Reluctantly, he called a friend, entrusting him with the task of delivering medical expenses to Chun Sinyu. Upon hearing this, his friend stared at him incredulously, as if he were a creature from another world. Did I hear you correctly? You claimed your arms were broken by him, yet now you want to hold him criminally accountable while also compensating him for medical expenses? He hasn't given you a single cent, and you're sending money to the one who assaulted you? Did he break your arms or legs? You merely received a couple of punches. Why should you pay for his medical bills? Is there such a reversal of justice in this world? Wang Qiuyang felt a wave of embarrassment. There was no way to justify his actions, so he could only vaguely respond. I have my reasons, just deliver the money. His friend retorted, Yangzi, this is not your usual style. We've always been the ones to bully others. When did you allow someone to ride roughshod over you? Not only should you not be sending him money, but they should be the ones to compensate us. With a stern expression, Wang Qiuyang replied, I called you here to do a job. Follow my instructions without question. Why are you complicating things? Upon noticing Wang Qiuyang's pallor, his friend refrained from further discussion and reluctantly went to cover the medical expenses. Observing his friend's indignation, Wang Qiuyang felt an unbearable discomfort within, worse than the most repugnant taste imaginable. After much contemplation, he directed his ire towards Lu Hong, increasingly convinced that she was a harbinger of misfortune. This predicament stemmed from her. Had it not been for her, he would not have suffered such a grievous loss. More critically, had he not discovered the hidden fortune of 1 million beneath her bed 2 days prior, Lu Weidong would not harbor such resentment towards him. This wretched woman had truly ensnared him in a dire situation. The previous night, Lu Hong boldly entered Wang Qiuyang's hospital room. Aware that his wife had not visited since his arm was fractured, she seized the opportunity to confront him directly. Certain matters could not be adequately conveyed over the phone, especially since Wang Qiuyang required his sister to assist him in holding the device to his ear, rendering communication cumbersome. Thus, a face-to-face discussion seemed most prudent. Once Lu Hong arrived at the hospital, Wang Qiuyang's sister, possessing keen insight, concocted an excuse to leave, leaving the two of them alone. Lu Hong, filled with agitation, confronted Wang Qiuyang. What is going on? How could Chun Ji be released? Did he escape? He is back home now, and I nearly fell victim to his assault just moments ago. That scoundrel's gaze was that of a lunatic. I know he harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. Returned home? Wang Qiuyang was taken aback. It seemed implausible that he could be released so easily. If he had been freed, Lu Weidong would certainly have informed him, indicating that something was amiss. Both Wang Qiuyang and Lu Hong believed that the 1 million concealed beneath the bed was of dubious origin. This reasoning appeared sound. Chun Ji was deeply in debt, unable to repay even the smallest amounts. If he had money, he would undoubtedly use it to settle his debts rather than stash it away at home. Furthermore, why would he hide it under the bed if there were no underlying issues? Wang Qiuyang promptly called Lu Weidong to inform him of Chun Ji's return home and to inquire about the situation. On the other end of the line, Lu Weidong responded curtly, What is the matter? Ask your all-knowing girlfriend, don't direct your questions at me. Wang Qiuyang, Baffled by the abrupt harshness, retorted, "Captain Liu, why are you so irate? Aren't we supposed to be addressing the situation with Chen? Be silent." Liu Weidong bellowed, cutting him off. The Public Security Bureau welcomes any valuable information regarding illegal activities. However, if you fabricate facts for ulterior motives, you will face corresponding legal consequences. Wang Xiaoyang was left even more perplexed. Why did Liu Weidong suddenly adopt such a legalistic tone? Exchanging a glance with Liu Hong, he inquired, "Captain Liu, could you clarify? If there are issues, we can rectify them." Liu Weidong replied, "Whether Chen Ji possesses wealth or not is beyond my knowledge. We do not have the authority to investigate his accounts. However, we can ascertain that he is not in debt." With that, Liu Weidong ended the call. Both were left in a state of bewilderment. After a while, Wang Xiaoyang suddenly exclaimed to Liu Hong in anger, "He has already gone. Why are you still pressing the phone to my ear?" Liu Hong then came to her senses and hurriedly set the phone aside. "Why would team leader LV deceive us? Is he now allied with Chen Ji?" Liu Hong inquired. Chapter 50. This marriage cannot end, Wang Xiaoyang retorted. "How is that possible? They don't even know each other. Tell me the truth, does Chen owe any debts?" Liu Hong, feeling anxious, replied, "How can you not trust me too? If he weren't in debt, would I treat him like that? Look at these harassing calls and collection messages. Do you think I made them up?" Liu Hong pulled out her phone and showed Wang Xiaoyang the collection calls and messages. "See, there was just a collection call that came through, which I didn't answer. And there are several messages sent today." Wang Xiaoyang pondered for a moment and suggested, "Could it be that these collection calls and messages are from fraudsters? Perhaps Chen's personal information has been leaked, leading to an influx of scam calls." Liu Hong responded firmly, "That is impossible. At first, I answered these collection calls. They were from loan platforms or third-party collection agencies, and their attitude was atrocious, threatening lawsuits, and even coming to my workplace." To prove her point, Liu Hong redialed the collection call but found it unreachable, as no one answered. She tried another number, which connected, but there was no response on the other end. Confused, Liu Hong wondered, what is going on? Why is the call connected but the other party isn't speaking? Aren't they eager to reach the debtor? Wang Xiaoyang, being somewhat knowledgeable, coldly stated, "Many collection calls, when returned, simply don't connect. Even if they ring, it's often a machine, not a human." Liu Hong mused aloud. "Then how do I contact the debt platform? Perhaps I should try calling a legitimate bank." She sifted through the collection messages and dialed the official customer service number of a bank mentioned in one of the texts. This time, she got through. But since she wasn't using Chen Ji's phone, the customer service representative stated they couldn't disclose debtor information. Now bewildered, Liu Hong's perception began to waver. Could it be that Chen Ji truly had no debts, and this entire scenario was a self-staged drama for the sake of their divorce, allowing him to walk away with nothing? If that were the case, it would explain why he hid 1 million in cash beneath the mattress. This meant that not only did Chen not owe money, but he actually had over 1 million in savings. However, if the money were in his account, Liu Hong might discover it during the divorce proceedings, so to protect his assets, he withdrew 1 million in cash and stashed it under the mattress in the guest room. He knew Liu Hong never ventured into that room, believing it to be a foolproof hiding place. The more Liu Hong thought about it, the more convinced she became. She also recalled Chen Ji's cunning nature. For instance, he had long harbored a desire for revenge for his father. Over the past 20 years, he felt he had not yet reached a position of wealth and power sufficient for vengeance. Hence his family had continuously been bullied, while he remained silent, enduring and biding his time. Liu Hong could vividly envision the depths of cunning and the strength of will possessed by someone who has learned to endure and bide their time from a young age. For someone who has practiced restraint for over 20 years, orchestrating a scheme to ensnare his unfaithful wife by fabricating a debt should be a trivial endeavor. The more Liu Hong contemplated it, the more she found the entire logical chain irrefutable. It was indeed as she surmised. She secretly felt fortunate that had it not been for the forgotten item left at home, she would never have returned to that sorrowful place. Nor would she have ventured into the spare bedroom, thus failing to uncover Chen Ji's meticulously crafted trap. Reflecting on this, Liu Hong was consumed by regret. During the day, she had fixated on the 1 million yuan, daring not to touch a single penny, as she firmly believed it was ill-gotten gains. Taking it would implicate her in a crime. In hindsight, had she known it was Chen Ji's savings concealed from her, it would have been prudent to abscond with the money while he was absent. Holding 1 million yuan would have provided a means to advance or retreat, at the very least ensuring a division of 500,000. Such a splendid opportunity had slipped through her fingers. Yet, in that moment, Lu Hong hesitated to return home and retrieve the money, haunted by the chilling gaze Chen Ji had fixed upon her as she departed. Initially, she had gone to the hospital, prepared to openly support Wang Qiuyang during his recovery, having recognized him as her new prospect. She intended to foster their relationship while he was hospitalized. However, her mind was now preoccupied. She needed to return to her temporary residence and carefully consider her future. Was there still a possibility for her and Chen Ji? Upon discovering Chen Ji's considerable wealth, it dawned on Lu Hong that he possessed extraordinary capabilities. Fresh out of university, he had secured a position at a major corporation with an annual salary of 200,000. His subsequent job loss, which had rendered him blacklisted, was not a reflection of his abilities, but rather due to his supervisor's decision to relocate the entire team, inciting the ire of a prominent figure in Jiangzhou's renewable energy sector. The dissolution of their endeavor with the new energy venture, Jipeng Automotive, was simply a stroke of misfortune for Chen Ji, not an indictment of his competence. On the contrary, the fact that he had managed to save 1 million yuan despite being unemployed and blacklisted spoke volumes of his remarkable earning potential. The more Lu Hong acknowledged Chen Ji's strength, the more she perceived Wang Qiuyang as rather mediocre. Previously, she had believed Wang Qiuyang to be formidable, only to find him utterly lacking when confronted by Chen Ji, who swiftly incapacitated him by breaking both of his arms within a short span. She had thought Wang Qiuyang's connections were with wealthy and influential individuals, well placed within various departments. Yet, in Chen Ji's presence, confined to a single room, Wang Qiuyang found himself at a loss, suffering injuries without recourse, unable to seek revenge or even lodge a complaint. What, then, was the value of his wealth and influence? That night, Lu Hong was utterly sleepless. When dawn broke, she resolved wholeheartedly that she could not divorce Chen Ji. Ultimately, he remained a promising prospect. His height, appearance, and hidden talents surpassed those of Wang Qiuyang. Though Wang Qiuyang appeared affluent and influential, operating a large gym, he was untrustworthy, his affections seeming mere dalliance. And he was still married. Every indicator suggested he was not a reliable partner. Contemplating Chen Ji, Lu Hong reflected on his unwavering devotion since their relationship commenced. He was genuinely the sort of man one could rely upon for a life of marriage and family. Rising early, Lu Hong once again called her workplace to request a day off, then surmised that Chen Ji had left for work, prompting her to hasten home. Upon attempting to unlock the door with her key, she found it futile, only to realize that Chen Ji had changed the locks. Yet, this obstacle did not deter Lu Hong. She promptly contacted a locksmith, claiming she had left her keys inside the house and requested assistance. The locksmith, adhering to modern protocols, insisted on verifying her ownership of the property. Lu Hong, incensed, retorted, "You are merely a locksmith. Why must this be more cumbersome than dealing with the police? Must I prove my father is indeed my father? Simply unlock the door, and a glance at the wedding photos adorning the wall will suffice as evidence of my ownership. If my image is absent from those walls, feel free to call the authorities." Their escalating dispute attracted the attention of a neighbor, who ventured out to ascertain the commotion. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Hong enlisted the neighbor as a witness to affirm her status as the lady of the house. Unaware of the couple's marital strife, the neighbor readily corroborated her claim. With verification in hand, the locksmith proceeded to unlock the door. Upon entry, Lu Hong discovered her wedding photo prominently displayed on the bedroom wall, further substantiating her claim. Consequently, at her insistence, the locksmith replaced the lock cylinder. Once the locksmith departed, Lu Hong eagerly dashed to the guest bedroom, determined to unearth the rumored 1 million yuan. To her dismay, however, the anticipated fortune had vanished without a trace. Staring at the barren floor beneath the bed, she felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Had the events of the previous day been nothing but a figment of her imagination? The 1 million yuan may have been an illusory construct of her mind. Certainly, her current state of confusion contributed to this unsettling sensation. The swiftness with which Chen Ji had relocated their assets instilled a sense of panic in Lu Hong, amplifying her regret for having inadvertently alerted him to her discovery of the concealed wealth. She remained uncertain whether Chen Ji had stashed the 1 million in cash elsewhere or deposited it in the bank. Chapter 51. Acquiring a new vehicle. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Ji was absent, Lu Hong embarked on a fervent search throughout their abode. Every movable and accessible space was thoroughly examined. For instance, she lifted the lid of the toilet tank, peering inside. Though the tank appeared empty, she nonetheless reached in, hopeful of retrieving something hidden from sight. Had they resided in a bungalow, she mused, she would have likely pried up the tiles and excavated the ground beneath. After a tumultuous search, the house lay in disarray, and Lu Hong found herself dejectedly seated on the tiled floor. She had to concede that her actions had indeed startled Qin Ji. He had already relocated the money, rendering her search futile. Lu Hong began to earnestly contemplate, employing a process of elimination to deduce how Qin Ji might have managed the 1 million yuan. There were two possibilities. He could have concealed it in cash form, or he might have deposited it in the bank. She pondered the rapidity of the previous night in such a short span. It was difficult to conceive of any secure location where Qin Ji could have confidently hidden their funds. The possibility of hiding cash is rather slim. Thus, the only remaining option is to deposit it in a bank. Upon this realization, Lu Hong felt a surge of excitement. Although they had submitted their divorce application, they had yet to obtain the divorce certificate. During the 1-month cooling-off period, if either party disagreed, they would have to pursue a litigated divorce. For now, they were still legally married. During the course of their marriage, Qin Ji had amassed 1 million, half of which she was entitled to. If she could uncover evidence of the savings, she would secure a solid 50,000 upon filing for divorce. The more Lu Hong contemplated, the more exhilarated she became. She rose and, navigating through the chaos of her surroundings, made her way to the hospital. She was aware of Wang Qiuyang's extensive network. He had acquaintances in numerous institutions. She intended to ask him to utilize his connections at the bank to investigate Qin Ji's account balance. At that moment, Qin Ji was at the hospital, keeping vigil by Sinyu's bedside, entirely oblivious to the commotion Lu Hong had caused at home. He was assisting Su Meiwan in counting money, as a friend of Wang Qiuyang had delivered 30,000. Su Meiwan was overjoyed. Sinyu had only sustained superficial injuries and required an intravenous drip for a few days, which would cost only a few thousand. This 30,000 was more than sufficient to cover her lost wages, alleviating her anxiety. As she received the money, her hands trembled slightly. The other party, looking disdainful, remarked, "Make sure to count it properly. Money should be counted face to face. Once you leave, I will not acknowledge it. Write me a receipt." "All right. No problem. I will write you a receipt," Su Meiwan readily agreed, searching for a pen and paper, and casually handed the money to Qin Ji. "Qin Ji, could you help me count this to see if it's enough?" As Qin Ji counted the money, he felt a sense of embarrassment for her. He understood that Su Meiwan was not unfamiliar with money, nor was she overly greedy. However, he had assumed that the other party would not compensate for damages. Rumors suggested that they were wealthy and influential, connected to the police, and even had ties to organized crime. Surely, such individuals would not be liable for damages. Sinyu had suffered from the assault and was unable to deliver goods while hospitalized, resulting in the loss of his wages and attendance bonuses. Su Meiwan, who was also at the hospital, faced similar losses. She earned a modest income, working at a small supermarket, making 2,000 a month, with an additional 200 for perfect attendance, totaling a maximum of 2,200. Due to the incident, both of their attendance bonuses had vanished, and they would have to pay for medical expenses out of pocket. They had mortgage and car loans, and 2 children to support, with Sinyu's mother helping with childcare and meals. After deducting the loans, their income barely sufficed for family expenses, and now they had to borrow money to make ends meet this month. To their surprise, the fact that the organized crime group would actually compensate for damages left Su Meiwan elated. Once the money was counted, the individual took the receipt Su Meiwan had written and departed. Observing Su Meiwan's delight, Qin Ji nudged Sinyu, saying, "Your wife has completely embarrassed me. I never realized she would be so excited by money. Perhaps she has never seen 30,000 before." Sinyu feigned a look of shame. "I too feel embarrassed. It's quite degrading." Su Meiwan shot them a glare. "What do you two understand? This is an unexpected windfall, do you get it? That's why I'm a bit excited. When I first heard that the assailants were wealthy and powerful, owning a gym and having a criminal background, I thought it was all for naught. Do not be deceived by the police taking statements. I believe it is merely a formality, lacking genuine substance. I never anticipated actual compensation. Both Sinyu and I have received remuneration for lost wages, and my anxiety about keeping vigil has dissipated since the financial aspect can be rectified." As she spoke, she urged Qin Ji to depart quickly. "Go on, attend to your matters. Didn't Sinyu mention your desire to accompany Jinyu to butcher chickens? Contact Jinyu promptly and visit the factory. If it suits you, proceed. If not, return swiftly to deliver goods." Ji pointed at Su Meiwan and remarked to Sinyu, "Listen to her lofty words, as if she genuinely cares for me. In truth, this woman harbors ulterior motives. She fears I might overshadow her by accompanying the vigil, and subsequently, the police may refuse to reimburse her for the vigil and lost wages. Am I right, Lawan? Get lost. The further the better," Su Meiwan retorted, forcefully kicking Ji outside. "You and Sinyu are of the same ilk. Nothing of value can emerge from your mouth." Ji took the opportunity to exit, waving at Sinyu, "I'll be busy now. Call me if anything arises." While Ji was not in need of funds, the nature of advancing Sinyu's medical and lost wages differed significantly from compensating Wang Qiuyang. Observing the joyous expressions of Su Meiwan and Sinyu upon receiving compensation brought a sense of balance to Ji. Initially, witnessing Wang Qiuyang's connections within the security team, distorting truth to detain Sinyu and impose fines, evoked feelings of helplessness and anger that were truly unbearable. Now, with the situation reversed and the opposing party suffering two broken arms, they were compelled to offer compensation, an exhilarating sensation indeed. After departing the hospital, Ji drove directly to the second-hand car market. The Qashqai had primarily been Lu Hong's vehicle for commuting, with Ji occasionally using it for errands. However, discovering that Lu Hong had taken the car home with another man for illicit activities incensed Ji. He felt the vehicle had been sullied and was now tainted. It needed to be sold immediately. Essential items like the dash cam, which served as evidence of Lu Hong's infidelity, must be removed, although it may not be utilized. It should be preserved. Once the car was sold, the transfer of ownership could be executed immediately, and the license plate was to be cut. Ji requested a portion of the original license plate to be severed at the corner, as he intended to purchase a new vehicle right away. He was reluctant to leave the new car on the street, so possessing this segment of the original plate would allow him access to the community and underground parking. Following the sale, Ji made his way to the Audi dealership. He had long admired the Audi Q7, and now that he had the means, he was determined to acquire one. Among the German luxury brands, Audi's understated elegance appealed to him, contrasting sharply with the ostentation of the other two. The entry-level models of the latter brands often suggested that the owner was attempting to flaunt wealth without the means to back it up. Upon arriving at the dealership, Ji feigned indifference, merely browsing without revealing his intent to purchase. By fortunate coincidence, the Audi dealership in Jiangzhou was hosting a limited-time promotional event. The most expensive model, the Q755 TFSI, had an official price exceeding 800,000 yuan. Yet the promotional price was a mere 619,900 yuan, accompanied by numerous gifts. If financed, the price would be reduced to below 600,000 yuan. Upon hearing about the advantages of installment payments, Ji felt a surge of interest. He deemed that such a payment plan was necessary for his current situation. After all, he had not fully finalized his divorce, and purchasing a car now would be considered marital property. Although the division of assets had been notarized, if Lu Hong chose to create a fuss, it could become quite bothersome. With the installment plan, after completing the first 3 payments, he could repay the entire amount in just 3 months, at which point his divorce would be finalized, alleviating any fears of Lu Hong claiming a share of the property. He calculated that repaying the initial installments followed by a complete payment would allow the discounted vehicle price to essentially cover interest and penalties. He understood that those who opted for installment purchases rarely made early repayments. Merely fulfilling the loan on time would classify one as a premium customer. Thus, Ji promptly decided to proceed with the installment plan and acquired the luxury model. Thanks to a limited-time promotion, the dealership had the vehicle available, and all the formalities could be completed on site. Within 2 hours, Ji drove away in his new car, proudly holding a temporary license plate. As he exited the Audi dealership, a sense of elation enveloped him, akin to the joy one feels during auspicious occasions. He took to the elevated expressway, relishing the experience as he navigated the streets for over an hour, gaining a preliminary understanding of the car's features and beginning to feel a sense of unity with the vehicle. In high spirits, he purchased an assortment of marinated snacks and other delicacies, along with a canister of draft beer, intending to relax at home and celebrate. Upon reaching the entrance of his community, he placed his original license plate in front of the car and smoothly entered the premises without hindrance. However, as he drove through the gate, he spotted Lu Hong standing by the roadside, vigorously waving at him. Ji, stop and let me in." Chapter 52. I am not that foolish in truth. Qinji had already caught a glimpse of Lu Hong earlier. When he stepped out of the car to affix the license plate, he felt someone's gaze upon him. A quick glance revealed Lu Hong standing at the entrance, frozen in surprise, staring at him as if he were a creature from another world. Amused, Qinji thought to himself, does she truly believe I have stolen another car? Seeing her wave him down, he had no intention of stopping. Instead, he pressed the accelerator, speeding past her. After parking the car in the underground garage, Qinji ascended to his apartment, laden with groceries and a large canister of beer. Yet, to his astonishment, he found himself unable to unlock his front door. Perplexed, he wondered how the newly changed lock could be malfunctioning. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, reasoning that the issue with the door could not possibly be related to the lock itself. He placed his items on the ground and began to attempt various methods to open the lock. Regardless of his efforts, the key simply would not turn, as if it were entirely incompatible. At a loss, Qinji realized he would have to call a locksmith to investigate the situation. Just then, a neighbor emerged from the opposite apartment and greeted him. Noticing Qinji struggling with the lock, they curiously inquired, "What is going on? Is it not working again? Did Lu Hong just change the lock this morning? Perhaps even a new lock needs a bit of time to settle." Qinji was taken aback. She changed the lock? She had replaced it this morning? Indeed, she had called a locksmith to make the change. The locksmith required proof of ownership, otherwise the change would not be made. And it was I who provided that proof. Well, Qinji was at a loss for words. This woman truly was relentless. After witnessing her retreat in fear the previous evening, he hadn't expected her to return that very morning. She had changed the lock to keep him out, yet she had engaged the locksmith to do so, only to find herself unable to enter. This prompted Qinji to reflect on how that vehicle had been sullied by that despicable couple. He had deemed it unclean and sold it off. The house, too, had been tainted by their presence. Moreover, since Lu Hong had filed for divorce, he had no intention of residing there any longer and was preparing to sell the property. It seemed prudent to expedite the sale to prevent this woman from continually harassing him. After all, they had yet to obtain the divorce certificate, and in this shared residence, she had no rightful claim to enter, nor any authority to change the locks without his consent. However, if he were to relocate elsewhere and she dared to trespass or change the locks again, that would constitute a legal violation. After all, moving to a new residence would signify separation, and that new abode would be his private sanctuary, beyond Lu Hong's rights to invade. As he contemplated calling the locksmith again, the sound of high heels echoed through the corridor, and Qinji knew Lu Hong was ascending once more. She approached as if nothing were amiss, cheerfully greeting the neighbors. Then, addressing Qinji, she remarked, "How did you get up here so quickly? I forgot to mention, I changed the lock today. You won't be able to enter with the old key." In front of the neighbors, Qinji refrained from saying much. Yet, upon entering their home, his fury surged anew. The place was in disarray, with the shoe cabinet, refrigerator, and wardrobe completely emptied and their contents strewn across the floor. Even a thief would not have ransacked it so thoroughly. There was no need for inquiry. Lu Hong had returned while he was away, searching for that 1 million. Qinji's hands trembled with rage, his fists clenched tightly. Were it not for his principle against striking women, he would have already reduced her to a state of utter disarray. Reflecting back, what had she been up to during these days? A person devoid of integrity and morality should at least retain some semblance of humanity. Why is it that when a woman reveals her vicious nature, she becomes so utterly detestable? Lu Hong, noticing Qinji's tightly clenched fists, felt a prickling unease. She realized she had repeatedly tested his limits, and he was on the brink of eruption. Previously, she had observed his stoic demeanor in the face of adversity, but once he unleashed his wrath, it was not to be trifled with. Had he not once broken Wang Qiuyang's arms in a fit of rage? Hastily, she began to tidy up, offering apologies as she worked. I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to return so early. I was just rushing to clean up." Indeed, this statement holds a grain of truth. She presumed that Qinji had gone to work and would not return so early, intending to tidy the house before his arrival. Furthermore, she ventured to the supermarket to procure various ingredients such as meat and fish, along with a bottle of red wine, preparing to craft a delightful meal for a cozy dinner together. Over a glass of red wine, they could indulge in sweet nothings, allowing the warmth of intoxication to embolden her. After all, Qinji had been yearning for her affection, yet had faced repeated rejections. This evening, she contemplated granting him a moment of reprieve, reminiscent of their honeymoon phase. If she could appease Chen-ji and invoke the emotional bond between them, perhaps even involve their parents, she could argue that a divorce would cause distress to their families and that their relationship had not deteriorated to an irreparable state. In the past, their financial burdens had weighed heavily upon them, straining their emotions. Yet, in retrospect, these tribulations were merely the tempestuous journey of life. And by adopting a more open mindset, they could overcome these hardships together as a couple, ultimately strengthening their bond. Once she had exhausted the emotional appeals, she intended to flirt with him once more, reigniting their passion and effectively mending the rift between them. Lu Hong had meticulously devised this plan, so as she tidied up, she began to build the anticipation. However, as her words left her lips, Chen-ji promptly interjected, halting her. "Enough, please refrain from such presumptuousness and avoid mislabeling our relationship." "Very well," Lu Hong responded thoughtfully, continuing, "I acknowledge that my emotions have been somewhat erratic of late. Perhaps I am too fragile, struggling to withstand the pressures I face. However, there are matters I must clarify. My relationship with Wang Qiuyang is purely professional. I am merely a client at his gym, where we became acquainted. It is true that we have dined together a few times, as you are aware, and we have assisted each other on occasion, but that is the extent of it." The altercation involving Chen Xinyu arose because he reacted too vehemently upon seeing me with Wang Qiuyang, provoking his ire. You know how temperamental gym owners can be. They often have short fuses. At that moment, I was also upset with Chen Xinyu, feeling wronged by his accusations. When you accompanied him to the Public Security Bureau, I intentionally sat beside Wang Qiuyang, making snide remarks to provoke you, driven by my own emotions. Your disbelief in me deeply saddened me, and when I suggested divorce, your lack of effort to retain me only intensified my sorrow. My intention was merely to elicit a reaction from you, nothing more. As Lu Hong continued to tidy up while justifying herself, Chen-ji remained silent, neither interrupting nor contradicting her. He possessed irrefutable evidence regarding her relationship with Wang Qiuyang and felt no need for further discussion. Rather than expelling Lu Hong immediately, he observed her diligent efforts and decided to allow her to continue tidying up, with the understanding that she could leave once the home was in order. He crossed his arms and paced around the house, peering into the master bedroom, only to discover that Lu Hong's belongings had inexplicably returned. It was evident that she had retrieved them earlier that day. Clearly, this woman was intent on mending the situation. As for her motivations, was there any need to inquire further? It was merely the realization of possessing $1 million in cash, coupled with the knowledge that not only was he debt-free, but he also had savings. This mercenary woman immediately lost her desire for divorce and sought to return to a life with him. Chen-ji pondered in confusion. Despite everyone having received higher education, how could they act so foolishly and display such blatant materialism? Moreover, where in the world could one find such convenience, departing at will, returning at whim, and straying without consequence? Did she truly believe that her web of deceit could render him gullible enough to trust her? Chapter 53. I am only looking out for your best interests. Chen-ji understood that the 1-month cooling-off period instituted by the Civil Affairs Bureau served as a barrier to divorce. Many impulsive couples reconciled during this interval. Additionally, if either party had a change of heart and opposed the divorce, the marriage could not be dissolved. Thus, despite having submitted a divorce application with Lu Hong, if she expressed any desire to remain married, his intentions alone would not suffice to end their union. The next step would inevitably involve litigation, prolonging their marital entanglement for several months. Now, every time Chen-ji laid eyes on this woman, he was consumed by a torrent of negative emotions, disgust, annoyance, and even hatred, yearning for the day when he could terminate their legal bond. It seemed that for the time being, he could not simply expel her, for if he did, she would only become more convinced of her financial leverage and persistently cling to him. The only viable solution was to rekindle her disappointment, prompting her to sever ties once more. For a woman so consistently materialistic, this was an exceedingly simple task. Before long, Lu Hong had tidied their home, presenting it in immaculate order. Her diligence and efficiency revealed her strong motivation. With the house now clean, Chen-ji opted to ignore her. Content to indulge in the pre-prepared meals he had purchased, casually popping open a beer at the dining table, Lu Hong emerged from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Wait, don't eat just yet. Look at the fish and prawns I bought, along with your favorite pork belly and bean sprouts. I'll have them ready soon for us to enjoy together." Chen-ji took a sip of beer and replied, "You can eat what you bought. I have more than enough here," he added, Besides, I wouldn't dare touch what you've prepared. What if you've spiked it? I regret it beyond measure. Lu Hong's expression darkened, and she swallowed hard, wanting to say more. However, upon witnessing Chun Ji's resolute demeanor and his refusal to cease his feast, she refrained from attempting to snatch the cup and chopsticks from his hands. With no alternative, she returned to the kitchen to continue her tasks. Although Chun Ji refused her culinary offerings, there was solace in the fact that he was drinking. As long as he consumed alcohol and became slightly inebriated, Lu Hong believed she still had a chance. She hastened her efforts, foregoing the more time-consuming dishes, and hurriedly prepared a few simpler recipes to present at the table. Yet, Chun Ji remained steadfast in his refusal to eat her food. His claim of fearing her potential deceit might have sounded like mere petulance, yet deep down, he truly harbored such apprehensions. Having experienced the depths of this woman's boundless behavior, Chun Ji understood the necessity of vigilance. Lu Hong removed her apron and retreated to the bedroom to don a particularly alluring set of loungewear. Returning to the dining table, she uncorked the red wine she had purchased, holding the bottle towards Chun Ji, advising him not to drink excessively, as the cold beer would be detrimental to his stomach. Suggesting instead a sip of red wine, Chun Ji cast her a cold glance and retorted, "Is it impossible to lace the red wine with something?" Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Recognizing Chun Ji's heightened guard against her, she realized further words would be futile. Thus, the former couple sat at the same table, each consumed by their own meal. As Lu Hong ate, she attempted to appeal to their shared history, lamenting the emotional toll their divorce would exact on their families, particularly emphasizing the impact on Chun Ji's grandfather, who was nearing 80 and longed for a grandchild. She portrayed herself as the sole granddaughter-in-law, cherished by him more than his own granddaughters, and regarded him as her own grandfather. As she spoke, her voice trembled with emotion, and tears welled in her eyes. Chun Ji remained silent, permitting her to express her feelings unimpeded. He had consumed a significant portion of a 20-kilogram keg of beer by now, and the alcohol had begun to affect him, lending a slight flush to his cheeks. Listening to Lu Hong's emotional appeals, he too felt a stirring within, his eyes reddening. This was not an act. He lacked the theatrical prowess to weep on cue like a professional actor. The redness around his eyes stemmed from genuine thoughts of his grandfather. His grandfather had endured a tumultuous life, having been deeply wounded over 2 decades ago by Chun Ji's mother's infidelity. Now, over 20 years later, Chun Ji's wife was poised to inflict a similar wound upon the elderly man. Chun Ji felt a profound sorrow for his grandfather, unable to bear the thought of him suffering yet again. He contemplated that had Lu Hong merely sought a divorce due to financial pressures rather than infidelity, he would have done anything to keep her by his side. However, infidelity was an unforgivable transgression for a man. It was often said that there were only 2 states regarding infidelity, none or countless. Once a woman strayed, she could never truly alter her nature. Furthermore, Chun Ji could not abide her actions. He might endure the pain of parting with Shun Qinlin for the sake of his family's well-being, yet he could not bring himself to forgive Lu Hong for the sake of familial harmony. Moreover, Lu Hong's reluctance to divorce stemmed purely from her newfound wealth, as she wished to stay for monetary reasons. Such a woman was of no use to him. While these thoughts swirled in his mind, he refrained from voicing them aloud. Fixing Lu Hong with a penetrating gaze, his eyes aglow, he demanded, "Speak the truth to me. After all you've said about not wanting a divorce, is it truly out of concern for our families, or because you have discovered my savings of 1 million? Lu Hong gazed at Chun Ji with feigned emotion, reaching out to grasp his hand, but he swiftly withdrew, leaving her grasping at air. "I speak to you candidly, yet I hope you do not take offense. Both factors you inquired about do indeed exist. After we submitted our divorce application, you cannot fathom the turmoil I felt within. You had mentioned that our separation would inevitably wound both our families, and though I did not voice it, this thought lingered in my mind incessantly. I must consider the feelings of our elders. Moreover, my previous belief that our lives had become untenable stemmed from the overwhelming burden of debt. Not only was our future bleak, but the relentless pressure from creditors who threatened to expose our contacts and even contact our employers was suffocating. Should we reach that point, our ability to work would be irrevocably compromised. If we were to find ourselves buried in debt and unemployed, we would be unable to care for our families, let alone sustain our own lives. Contemplating this, can you blame me for feeling utterly crushed? I am uncertain if you can truly comprehend my plight, but I assure you, my intentions are pure. I merely wish to survive." This does not stem from a lack of compassion or a refusal to share both fortune and adversity with you. You must understand that as a vulnerable woman, the decision to divorce you brought me immense anguish. Your implication is that had I not possessed that 1 million in savings, and if the debt crisis persisted, you would still insist on our separation? Is that correct? That is not my perspective. Lu Hong quickly expressed her sentiments, stating that prior to the divorce, I may have appeared fragile, my capacity to endure severely limited. At that moment, my sole focus was on the unbearable reality of our situation, enveloped in despair. However, after the experiences of the past few days and the profound agony I felt while applying for our divorce, I have learned a crucial lesson. I realized that I could not withstand the pain brought about by our separation, a suffering that far exceeds that of financial distress. Upon this realization, I fortified my resolve, perceiving that debt was not as daunting as I once believed. As long as we remain united in spirit, facing trials together, we can endure even the most arduous times. Discovering your savings was merely the catalyst for my determination. Chunji scoffed, suggesting that my newfound resolve meant I sought to leverage connections to report you to the authorities, hoping for your arrest. Chapter 54. Do you truly hold such a grudge? No, that is not the case. Lu Hong fervently shook her head, questioning whether my heartfelt intentions were truly imperceptible to you. Since our acquaintance, I have shown you considerable concern, fearing for your well-being. When I stumbled upon that hidden million in cash beneath the bed, I was horrified. My immediate thought was whether you had resorted to illicit activities due to the overwhelming pressure of debt. If that were the case, it would not be a solitary instance. Having succeeded once, you might pursue even greater risks, potentially endangering your very life. You cannot imagine the depth of my worry and fear. I dreaded the day when, should that be true, I would no longer wish to live. Thus, I felt compelled to prevent you from straying further down the wrong path, leading me to seek assistance from the police as a concerned family member. When the authorities discover your issues due to a family report, it could be construed as your confession. I merely wished to save you, fearing for your well-being. Do you not sense my concern for you at all? As Lu Hong's emotions intensified, she became increasingly distraught, ultimately breaking down in tears, covering her face in sorrow. Watching the tears cascade from her cheeks, Chunji could not help but admire this woman. How had he not previously recognized her remarkable talent for performance? Although she spoke only falsehoods, it seemed that even she had begun to believe her own words, moved to tears. Such acting prowess was beyond what most professional actors could achieve. Once her tears subsided, Chunji offered her a tissue, saying, "Please, do not cry anymore. Instead, tell me how you intend to proceed with our relationship." Wiping her tears, Lu Hong choked out, "What else is there to do? I will promptly withdraw the divorce application and never engage in such foolishness again. We shall live our lives together. And even if we find ourselves in debt again, neither of us will seek to escape the pressure." Chunji fell silent, lost in deep contemplation, while Lu Hong gazed at him with fervent warmth. After a long pause, Chunji inquired, "Do you not wish to ask me how I acquired that new car earlier? I believe you would be quite interested in my current financial situation." Lu Hong replied, "As a couple, we should be transparent with one another. Perhaps my earlier emotional outbursts angered you, leading to some concealment on your part. I cannot blame you for this. We were simply too young to remain composed under pressure. However, there will be ample opportunities in the future. Now that we have cleared the air, it is essential for us to be aware of each other's circumstances, as this is a necessary foundation for deepening our relationship. Therefore, I hope you will share the truth with me." Chunji pondered for a moment, then replied, "Allow me some time to consider it." With that, he stood up and left the dining table, retreating to the bedroom. Soon, the sound of Lu Hong tidying the dishes echoed in the dining area. After a while, she returned with a cup of hot tea for Chunji and gently asked, "Aren't you going to take a shower?" "I'm going to shower now." Chunji seemed still caught in his emotions, offering no response, only a cold grunt. Lu Hong gazed at him with a complex expression, sighed softly, and turned to take her shower. The sound of running water filled the bathroom, and after a while, the whir of a hairdryer could be heard. Lu Hong emerged from the bathroom, her hair styled anew, now clad in a more revealing and alluring ensemble that accentuated her curves. She approached the bedroom, standing before the bed, caressing her hair as she softly urged Chunji, "Come on, let us return to our room." Chunji shot her a frosty glance and retorted, "I dare not. We have already filed for divorce. I am not entitled to go to your room. Moreover, there exist cautionary tales trending in public discourse, The case of marital rape resulted in a mere 3-year sentence. And I wish to avoid such notoriety. Lu Hong immediately adopted a feigned pout, saying, "Why must you be so petty?" At that time, I was overwhelmed with emotions. The pressure was immense, and I truly lacked the heart for anything else, hence my harsh words. Are you still brooding over that statement? No, I have long forgotten. Chunji adamantly denied. Lu Hong seemed to find amusement in her irritation. With your current demeanor, do you truly appear to have forgotten? Very well. Allow me to take the initiative. Let me assault you, she said, beginning to remove her loungewear as she prepared to leap onto the bed. Chunji, startled, sat upright. What do you intend to do? I advise against any impulsive actions. I genuinely do not wish to attract public attention, so please leave my room. Lu Hong halted her movements, her eyes beginning to redden as she spoke in a choked voice. Do you harbor such a grudge against me? Whether it is a grudge or not is hard to say, but I tend to be rather rigid in my thinking, unable to shift my perspective quickly. Let us discuss future matters later. For now, please exit. Lu Hong tidied her attire and said with a bittersweet tone, Very well then. I had considered your feelings, fearing that after so many days apart, you might feel suffocated. Since you have not yet adjusted your emotions, let us postpone the withdrawal of the divorce application until tomorrow. Shall we? We shall address tomorrow's matters when the time comes. Lu Hong paused at the door, turning back to inquire. Could you tell me where you acquired that Audi Q7 you drove earlier? That is my newly acquired vehicle, the top-tier luxury version, amongst the Audi Q7 models. This one is the most expensive. Oh, can you disclose where that 1 million is hidden? I'm afraid that is classified information for now. No further comment. Lu Hong fell silent, then sighed heavily. Tomorrow we must both take leave. As soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau opens, we will go to withdraw the divorce application. With that, she reluctantly returned to her own room. Chunji secretly scoffed, thinking, withdraw the divorce application first thing tomorrow? Very well. Let us see how you change once the day dawns. Early the next morning, Chunji sent a text message to the bank's loan officer. His mortgage had already been overdue for more than a month. In the first month following the overdue notice, the loan officer had called him, urging for prompt repayment. By this month, the bank had intensified their collection efforts and made it clear to Chunji that they would be sending personnel to collect the debt in the coming days. Chunji understood that with credit cards and online loans, collections were typically handled by third-party agencies. However, mortgages were different, as the loan was sourced from a local bank. Their collection methods were more aggressive and direct, posing the greatest threat to Chunji. After winning the lottery, Chunji immediately settled all his overdue credit cards and online loans on his mobile phone, deliberately leaving his mortgage unpaid. His intention was to provoke the local credit personnel into coming to collect the debt, allowing him to repay the full amount directly and, with his financial prowess, deliver a striking rebuke to the bank's collection agents, thus alleviating his pent-up frustrations. As the staff were from a reputable local bank, their collection methods, though firm and assertive, would not resort to illegal tactics such as harassing family members or colleagues. However, Chunji secretly wished for them to employ such methods. Therefore, he sent a message to the loan officer in charge of his mortgage, stating that he was currently managing other debts and that all communications regarding the mortgage should be directed to his wife. He also informed them of his intention to transfer the property title to her name, requesting that they cease contacting him and communicate solely with Lu Hong. Over the past few days, he had not answered any calls from the bank nor responded to messages, effectively entering a phase of temporary disconnection. Now, having proactively replied with Lu Hong's phone number, the bank's collection agent promptly contacted her as soon as they began their work that morning. Chapter 55. You are the most admired person in my life. Lu Hong, eager to cancel their divorce application, urged Chunji to leave early. Hoping to reach the Civil Affairs Bureau as soon as possible, they aimed to be the first in line when the bureau opened, swiftly attending to their business. While en route, the bank's collection agent called Lu Hong, just as they were nearing the bureau, with Chunji driving her there. From the previous evening to that morning, Chunji had persistently expressed his fear of Lu Hong poisoning him, refusing to eat any food she prepared. Yet, since she was determined to rescind the divorce application, which would restore their status as a normal couple, Chunji ceased to obstruct her from getting into his car. It is worth noting that this was the newly purchased Audi Q7, the top-of-the-line model. As Lu Hong settled into the passenger seat, her eyes widened in awe, taking in the luxury of the vehicle, her excitement nearly overwhelming. She couldn't help but exclaim, "What a magnificent car! How much did it cost?" You didn't use that million to buy it, did you? Chun-Ji scoffed at her suggestion. Do you really think that aside from that million, I lack the means to purchase a car? Not at all. I have faith in my husband's capabilities. Lu Hong quickly reassured him, genuinely expressing, this car is incredible. So much larger and more luxurious than the Q5. In the past, Lu Hong had felt quite satisfied driving her Nissan Qashqai to work, proud to be a car owner. However, after meeting Wang Chuyang and witnessing him in his Audi Q5, she couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy when comparing her own vehicle. Wang Chuyang, in his early 30s, has already established a reasonably sized gym, with plans to soon open a branch and ultimately develop it into a chain. Observing his achievements at such a young age, driving luxury cars, Lu Hong genuinely admires him. As time passes, she has become entirely captivated by Wang Chuyang. However, upon experiencing the Audi Q7, Lu Hong realizes the stark contrast. The Q5 pales in comparison, both in size and prestige. The brand-new Audi Q7 gleams with an exquisite luster, exuding an air of sophistication. The vehicle races down bustling streets, bathed in the glow of the morning sun, with towering buildings lining both sides. The sunlight filters through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern on the car, while the polished glass reflects a brilliant sheen, making it particularly eye-catching. Lu Hong cannot help but marvel at the exceptional soundproofing. Within the vehicle, the engine's roar is inaudible, and the chassis remains remarkably stable, gliding along as effortlessly as a flowing cloud. Chun-Ji remains silent, merely offering a cool smile. He understands that this vain woman has been completely enchanted by the car, and more so, by its owner. As anticipated, Lu Hong gazes at Chun-Ji with admiration, her tone shifting to one of deference. Can you please be honest with me? Have you taken on a lucrative side job? Seated in the passenger seat, her eyes continue to survey the interior, and her previous disappointment and disdain for Chun-Ji have vanished entirely. She recognizes his exceptional professional capabilities and potential. Chun-Ji, who earned his undergraduate degree in computer science from Beijing Normal University and obtained his master's in control science and engineering from Beijing Institute of Technology, had previously published a paper at a prestigious international conference in the field of artificial intelligence, a truly remarkable feat in a challenging year where many graduates faced unemployment. He was highly sought after by numerous leading firms in the new energy sector, underscoring his professional recognition. To support his family, Chun-Ji returned to his hometown of Jiangzhou and joined Lijuan Automotive, one of the top 3 companies in the new energy industry, where he was employed in the intelligent manufacturing team with an annual salary of 200,000 right upon joining. At that time, his future appeared bright. This also fueled Lu Hong's fervent pursuit of Chun-Ji after their initial acquaintance. Despite his family's financial struggles, his capabilities positioned him as a promising investment in her eyes. Subsequently, when the powerful Jiping Automotive, a collaboration of 2 premier financial conglomerates, made its entrance into the industrial city of Jiangzhou, they aggressively recruited talent, prompting Chun-Ji's team, under the leadership of Supervisor Xiao Yi, to collectively resign. The Human Resources Department at Lijuan Automotive desperately attempted to retain this crucial manufacturing team, with even the owner, Zhai Xiangxing, intervening personally. However, they ultimately could not keep them. In a fit of rage, Zhai Xiangxing proclaimed that unless they remained with Jiping for life, they would forever struggle to find employment in Jiangzhou's new energy sector. At that time, Lu Hong was quite supportive of Chun-Ji, believing that his decision to follow the team would lead to greater opportunities for development in the future. However, who could have anticipated the sudden dissolution of Jiping Automobile, leaving Chun-Ji and his colleagues unemployed and subsequently blacklisted in Jiangzhou's new energy sector under the guidance of Zhai Xiangxing? During that period, Lu Hong had urged Chun-Ji to leave Jiangzhou and seek opportunities in the new energy industries of larger cities. Yet, Chun-Ji felt that departing Jiangzhou for other major companies might render his return improbable for several years, if not over a decade, thus preventing him from caring for his family. His familial situation was indeed unique. He was, without a doubt, the sole pillar of support for his household. In the aftermath of his unemployment, Chun-Ji believed that while he could not overtly re-enter the new energy sector, he could engage in part-time roles within certain companies' research and development teams. Consequently, he attempted to assist various manufacturers or institutions with their R&D efforts to earn some income. However, due to Zhai Xiangxing's overwhelming influence in the industry, potential employers hesitated to hire him once they learned of his identity. Thus, he found himself unable to secure even part-time work. Now, seated in her brand-new Audi Q7. Lu Hong firmly believed that Chen Ji must have found a reputable company offering him part-time work in research and development, and that he had achieved notable results, earning a substantial remuneration. After all, he could afford such an expensive vehicle. The compensation must have been considerable. The more she pondered, the more she felt her assumptions were correct, and her gaze towards Chen Ji was filled with admiration and reverence. She even considered that she had previously underestimated him. Perhaps he had carved out a new niche in the industry and might bring her more unexpected surprises in the future. As they approached the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lu Hong's phone rang with an unfamiliar local number. While answering the call, she casually remarked to Chen Ji, "You've cleared all your debts, right? Though I still occasionally receive calls from debt collectors, it seems this matter has a certain momentum and can't be completely halted all at once." "Hello, who is this?" On the other end of the line, the bank's debt collection agent spoke with a blend of politeness and undeniable firmness. "Hello, may I speak with Ms. Lu Hong? I am a representative from the bank responsible for mortgage collections. Your husband Chen Ji's mortgage has been overdue for over a month. We have attempted to contact him multiple times without response. Today, we received a message from him indicating that you will be handling the mortgage issues moving forward. We will be dispatching staff to your residence in the coming days for collection. Please address this matter promptly." Lu Hong's once cheerful expression instantly froze, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Chen Ji, her gaze filled with anger and suspicion. She retorted loudly into the phone, "You must be mistaken. He just bought a luxury car. How could he possibly be unable to pay the mortgage?" The debt collector patiently reiterated, "Ms. Lu, our system's records of overdue payments are clear and precise. There is no error. If the repayment is not made by the end of the workday today, legal proceedings will be initiated, so I urge you to take this matter seriously." Lu Hong furrowed her brows and raised her voice, declaring, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. He had earned a considerable sum recently. How could he possibly default on this mortgage? Please verify your records again." The debt collector maintained a professional tone, responding, "Our records are accurate. We can provide detailed information on the duration and amount of the overdue payment. If you have any questions regarding the repayment amount or process, feel free to contact the bank's customer service. However, the immediate priority is to resolve this overdue payment as soon as possible." After hanging up, Lu Hong was left breathless with anger, her ample chest heaving violently as if words had momentarily escaped her. After a while, as the car arrived at the entrance of the administrative hall, Lu Hong seemed to snap back to reality. She abruptly raised her hand and struck the dashboard forcefully. Turning to Chen Ji, she yelled fiercely, "So it's you, Chun? All this time, you have been scheming against me. You claim to be taking on part-time jobs and earning a fortune, amassing over $1 million and buying luxury cars. Who said I took on part-time work? I never said that." Chen Ji hastily interjected, attempting to defend himself. "Silence." Lu Hong continued to roar, "You are still in debt. Your mortgage is overdue. Are you trying to set a trap to deceive me into not divorcing you, so I can continue serving you and your family as a free caretaker? I knew it all along. You have been playing the emotional card, wanting to maintain a complete family out of fear of hurting your relatives. But look at you now. Completely washed up after being blacklisted from the industry, reduced to the lowest rungs of society, doing menial jobs, and still trying to scheme against me. I thought you had the capability to turn your life around, but it turns out it was all a facade." Chen Ji was still striving to argue. "Who says it's all a lie? Look at this car, I just bought it." "Nonsense. If you truly bought this car, I would eat it raw." Lu Hong's vibrant red lips moved animatedly, as if she genuinely intended to devour the vehicle. "I was truly blind to have chosen you. This marriage is definitely over. Don't even think about dragging me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to withdraw the divorce application. That will never happen. Open the door and let me out." Chen Ji, seemingly flustered by this sudden turn of events, still attempted to maintain his composure, trying to prevent Lu Hong from exiting the vehicle. "Lu, let me explain. It's not what you think. Although I am not earning as much as you believe, the mortgage overdue situation is a misunderstanding. My financial situation is a bit chaotic right now. I just wanted to reorganize things. The overdue mortgage is indeed troublesome. The local bank will come knocking, and I thought you could handle it for now. I never intended for you to pay the mortgage. I truly have money. Just look at the expensive car I bought as proof." "You have nothing to prove." Lu Hong raised her hand towards Chen Ji, signaling him to stop. She struggled to suppress her emotions, her speech slowing down. Yet the grimace on her face betrayed her inner turmoil. "Chen Ji, I beg you, just let me go. Stop being so stubborn. If you have money, why don't you pay the mortgage first? A monthly mortgage payment amounts to merely a few thousand, and it is not as though one is required to settle the full amount. If you cannot even afford that, how could you possibly acquire such an extravagant luxury vehicle? I would wager my very life that this car is certainly not yours. Perhaps you borrowed it from somewhere to deceive me. Furthermore, that 1 million in cash hidden beneath your bed, who knows from where it was borrowed? You deliberately left it there for me to see. You have been nothing but a deceiver, perpetually pulling the wool over my eyes. I, Lu Hong, solemnly swear to sever all ties with you, Chen Ji. From this day forth, may any who attempt to entangle us again face dire consequences. Lu Hong's words were sharp and venomous, causing Chen Ji's face to flush with anger. Seemingly ignited by shame. Lu Hong, how can you so easily turn your back? What did you say last night? We both agreed that divorce would hurt our families. This was our shared understanding. Is my perspective truly flawed? Divorce does not only affect us, it also impacts our parents, who will suffer alongside us. We should confront our issues together, as you once stated. Silence, silence, silence. Lu Hong furiously pounded on the dashboard, her demeanor suggesting she wished to shatter the car with a mere touch. Chun, I implore you, cease your sweet talk and let me be. Grant me my freedom. Chen Ji, seemingly incensed, replied coldly. Who initiated this divorce application? Who is it that urged me to rush out this morning to be first in line? You claim to turn your back after just one phone call, and you speak so viciously. Do you harbor such deep-seated animosity towards me? Lu Hong trembled with rage, extending her delicate fingers to point at Chen Ji. Listen well, Chun, I will not believe a word you say, nor will I ever forgive you. You may await your own demise. With your character, you are destined for poverty and solitude, and this fate is of your own making. You wish for me to rescind the divorce application? Dream on. At that moment, the stark contrast between Lu Hong's previous admiration for Chen Ji and her current disdain was evident, revealing her cold-heartedness and materialistic nature. Lu Hong turned, began to kick the car door, demanding, "Open the door and let me out, or I shall smash this vehicle. I know this is borrowed. Destroying it would ensure you could never repay." With a click, Chen Ji unlocked the car. Lu Hong flung the door open, pivoted sharply, and slammed it shut, her high heels clicking sharply against the ground as she hastily departed. Observing Lu Hong's retreating figure, Chen Ji understood that she would return home to gather her belongings and leave that place behind. To her, that house held no sentiment of attachment. From the outset, it had been a burden. After more than a year of mortgage payments, the falling property prices meant that not only had the down payment vanished, but selling the house would not even suffice to cover the remaining loan with the bank. Chen Ji sighed deeply, leaning back in his seat to regain composure. The earlier act he had performed with her had felt intensely dramatic. By now, his understanding of this woman has deepened, granting him a more profound insight into human nature. With empathy, he realizes he is no saint. At times, practicality cannot be avoided, yet he would never exhibit the same heartlessness and bluntness as this woman. At this moment, Chen Ji's aversion towards Lu Hong has reached an indescribable level. Lu Hong, having distanced herself from her former home, has evoked a similar sentiment in Chen Ji. Perhaps this is the antithesis of love for one's surroundings. He no longer wishes to return to that house. He believes that upon his return, the insufferably snobbish woman's shadow would linger hauntingly within those walls, a feeling that would undoubtedly be unbearable. Chen Ji activated the car's dashcam to replay the earlier incident of Lu Hong's outburst in the vehicle. He must find a secure place to store this evidence. Now that he has acquired some wealth, he is confident that Lu Hong will soon recognize his affluence. Without question, the attitude of this materialistic woman will undergo a complete transformation. When that time comes, whether it be the sordid affairs captured by the dashcam involving her and Wang Qiang, or her current frenzy in the car, he will replay these moments for her, helping her to reminisce. Chen Ji started the car, heading directly to the real estate company of the day. He has a classmate working there as an agent, and he plans to inquire about suitable properties. He intends to purchase a larger residence, so that if necessary, such as during winter, his grandfather, father, and brother can come to the city to spend the colder months, as they have never experienced living in a centrally heated home. Chapter 57. Yet again, Yao Tian Group, Chen Ji's classmate in real estate, is a young woman named Lin Xinran. In truth, among the few classmates from middle school he still maintains contact with, she is one of the rare ones. Not only do they keep in touch, but they have also added each other on WeChat and occasionally exchange a few messages. Having once shared a desk, their relationship was quite amicable during those days. Ji, being diligent in his studies and possessing a handsome appearance, had garnered some interest from Lin Xinran. However, due to his family's financial constraints, he refrained from early romantic pursuits in middle school and did not engage in any relationships throughout high school. Nevertheless, their camaraderie remained harmonious. After graduating from middle school, they attended different high schools, and their interactions have since dwindled, now limited to occasional chats on WeChat. Ji first made a phone call to confirm Lin Xinran's presence at the office, informing her that he would arrive in half an hour. Upon his arrival, he parked the car, and, as he stepped into the company, Lin Xinran spotted him immediately, hastily rising from her desk to greet him. Their reunion after a long separation brought Lin Xinran much joy, and with a beaming smile, she exclaimed, "You are quite the rare visitor. What delightful breeze has brought you here?" Ji gazed at her, adorned in a tailored blue professional outfit, her joyous demeanor prompting him to remark, "You've become more beautiful." When did this former duckling transform into a swan? Lin Xinran playfully shot him a reproachful glance. "You could have just complimented me without saying it so harshly." Ji chuckled, "This is simply my style of conversation. You know me well." "I certainly do. I've been acquainted with it since childhood." In a brief exchange, the two individuals seemed to be transported back to their middle school days, over a decade ago. Lin Xinran inquired of Ji, "What brings you here? Are you treating me to a meal, or is there something else?" As she spoke, she gestured invitingly towards the nearby small lounge. Ji followed her, replying, "I am certainly here regarding the house. I would like your assistance in selling my current property and exploring options for a larger one." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xinran paused, then suggested, "Why don't you take a seat at my desk while I look it up for you? It seems you've struck it rich. Planning to upgrade to a larger home just 2 years into your marriage. What size are you considering?" Ji responded, "As large as possible. I want my grandfather, father, brother, and sister to come live with me." Lin Xinran turned to him with a teasing glance, exclaiming, "You really have struck it rich. With so many people, you'll need a spacious flat." Then, she glanced around and whispered, "What about a villa? A premium property, one that could be snagged at a bargain." Ji had never contemplated a villa. Though financially capable of purchasing one, his mindset had yet to shift from that of an ordinary citizen. He instinctively thought of a larger flat, but a villa had not crossed his mind. However, Lin Xinran's mention of a potential bargain piqued his interest. Noting her secretive demeanor, he whispered back, "If a villa could truly be obtained at a discount, I wouldn't rule it out." At her desk, Lin Xinran pulled up information on the properties in Ji's neighborhood. After reviewing, she remarked, "In your complex, the lowest transaction price for similar units has reached 730,000. Yet, some homeowners are still listing at nearly 800,000, as they initially invested over $1 million. The market has plummeted in the past 2 years, and many sellers are reluctant to confront reality. What price do you intend to list yours at?" "Under 700,000, Ji replied, "I want to sell it quickly." Lin Xinran shot him a surprised glance. "Why the rush? Your property has both location and floor advantages. It should definitely sell for more than 730,000. Listing under 700,000 would be a significant loss." Ji chuckled, "It's just to expedite the sale. I reached out to an old classmate to seek an easier route, ideally. I want to swap houses swiftly." Lin Xinran sighed. "With that price, do you even need to list it? Our company could purchase it directly. That would be perfect. When could you proceed?" "I need to settle my loan." "You still have a mortgage on this property?" Lin Xinran asked, puzzled. To her, it seemed that since Ji was looking to upgrade to a larger home, he must have come into wealth. How could he still have an outstanding mortgage on this property? Ji understood her confusion. "Please don't view me that way. To be honest, I not only have a mortgage, but it's also overdue by over a month." Lin Xinran gasped, her mouth forming an oin disbelief as she looked at him incredulously. "Old classmate, you must be joking. With your intelligence and capability, I can't believe you have a mortgage on this property that is also overdue." Ji earnestly stated, "I am speaking the truth, not jesting. Since your company is able to handle direct transactions, could you assist me in this matter? I will repay the loan promptly and proceed with the deal." Lin Xinran nodded. "I will look into it and communicate with my supervisor to see what price we can offer you, but we must first visit the property. Moreover, you mentioned wanting to upgrade to a larger home. Surely, you are not joking?" "Not joking at all. I intend to sell this property and acquire a larger one." "Did you not mention earlier about the possibility of acquiring a villa? Please, enlighten me about the villa's details." Lin Xinran gestured for Ji to be quiet and signaled him to follow her to the meeting room. Upon entering, she closed the door and invited him to sit on the sofa. With a serious demeanor, she said, "Old classmate, we share everything. Please do not conceal anything from me. Although we jest, we must approach this matter with sincerity. Given that your mortgage is already overdue, it is evident that your financial situation may be troubling. At this juncture, how could you afford a larger home, let alone a villa? Could you share the specifics with me?" Chenji replied, "The specifics are that I wish to upgrade to a larger home, and I would consider a villa if possible. However, I have a question for you. Why the secrecy surrounding the sale? It seems as though you fear being overheard." Lin Shinran responded, "Since you possess the means to contemplate a villa, I will divulge the situation of the property owner. But I trust you to keep this confidential. The owner you are aware of is Lin Fengwen, the proprietor of Yaotian Group. He and I hail from the same village, and I refer to him as second uncle. He entrusted me with the sale of his property, requesting that I discreetly seek potential buyers. Should the deal go through, it can be processed through our company, and he will not skimp on the commission. However, he wishes to keep this information under wraps until the transaction is finalized for 2 reasons. The foremost reason is that his company is experiencing financial difficulties, unable to secure funds through bank loans or personal borrowing. You are likely familiar with Dahe Group, one of the leading enterprises in feed production, livestock farming, and cold chain logistics. Dahe Group is aware of his company's precarious situation and intends to seize the opportunity to acquire it for 100 million. Yet, Lin Fengwen wishes to make one last effort, selling his house and car to sustain the company's operations. He believes that this prolonged downturn will soon reverse, and he hopes to endure just a little longer, essentially gambling on the situation. Once his funds are depleted, selling the company to Dahe Group will still be an option. Thus, this is a commercial secret. He can only rely on me to assist him discreetly in selling his property. The secondary reason, as you may know, is that Lin Fengwen has been in the livestock industry since his youth, building his fortune from nothing over the past 40 years. He is a prominent figure in our town and county. Now that he finds himself in a position to sell his house, he feels a sense of pride that makes it difficult for him to be open about it. "Oh, so it is him," Chenji mused, stroking his chin and nodding. This was already the second time he had heard about Lin Fengwen's and Dahe Group's predicaments. The first time he heard Jinyu speak, he entertained the thought of getting involved, but quickly dismissed it due to his lack of knowledge in aquaculture. To his surprise, when it came time to purchase a house, he found himself entangled with Lin Fengwen once more. Chapter 58. Reporting Chenji to the bank. Lin Shinran poured a glass of water for Chenji and then seated herself opposite him, leaning slightly forward. She fixed her gaze intently on Chenji's eyes and said, "Old classmate, I have shared the situation with you. Now, I must reconfirm. You mentioned wanting to upgrade to a larger house, even considering a villa. Was that truly sincere? While we can joke around, matters concerning the Yaotian Group are no laughing matter. After all, it pertains to a significant corporation. And one could say this is the last vestige of my second uncle's fortune. If the Dahe Group learns he is struggling to sell his house, it will diminish his bargaining power during negotiations with them. Therefore, whether or not you ultimately purchase a villa, this is a secret I am entrusting to you, and we must keep it between us. Furthermore, if you can indeed muster the funds, I can take you to view properties this very morning." Gazing upon the delicate, fair visage before him, Chenji felt a moment of nostalgia, a warmth enveloping him. Reflecting on their junior high days, when they were merely children, he now perceived her as akin to a childhood friend who had blossomed into a charming companion. It was impossible not to marvel at the transformation. As they say, a girl matures splendidly. Whereas Lin Shinran had once appeared ordinary, with a shorter stature and darker complexion, at the age of 29. She had evolved into a woman of poise and allure, her skin more radiant and refined with age. Chenji spoke, "I am not jesting about purchasing a house. From the very beginning, I intended to acquire a larger residence. After you heard my requirements, you suggested considering a spacious flat, so let us pursue that direction. Then you mentioned the possibility of a villa at a bargain. Hence, we shall contemplate that as well. Yet, I worry about your actual capacity to facilitate this." Lin Shinran frowned and replied, "You have been overdue for over a month. I suspect your credit must be poor, and obtaining a loan may be impossible. Can you produce over 10 million in cash?" Chenji was taken aback, exclaiming, "Why would it require over 10 million? Is that what you call a bargain? The most expensive villas in Jiangzhou are just over 20,000 per square meter, right? Even at that rate, a villa of over 500 square meters would only total around 10 million. Lin Shinran clarified, "You are correct. That villa was initially purchased for nearly $30,000 per square meter. However, now the selling price has been halved. In fact, he possesses 2 villas, both in Faley Garden. One is 2 stories with an area of 350 square meters, while the other is 3 stories with over 400 square meters. The combined purchase price of these 2 villas was over $20 million. Even with the current market downturn, should a genuinely interested buyer emerge, it is still feasible to sell for around $13 to $14 million. However, now it is available for a mere $10 million, and all the furniture and appliances in the villa will be included. Chun-Ji inquired with confusion. Since it is so inexpensive, clearly a bargain. Why doesn't your company keep it for itself? Lin Shinran responded. If it were purchased for personal residence, it would indeed be a steal. However, if our company were to retain it, it would be viewed as an investment. Currently, the economy is in a downturn, and affluent individuals are hastily liquidating their properties. Aside from the truly wealthy who buy for personal use, villas no longer hold any investment appeal. At the time, I did not elaborate on the owner's situation to my supervisor. I merely hinted that there might be a bargain villa. The supervisor's stance was unequivocal. Our company will not acquire such assets. The investment is substantial, the return period lengthy, and most crucially, it is difficult to sell. Should we purchase it and struggle to find suitable clients for an extended period, it would become a non-performing asset, severely hindering our company's liquidity. Chun-Ji nodded, stating, I understand. Since we can view the property this morning, let us hasten to take a look. However, my family is small, 1 unit suffices. Lin Shinran hesitated briefly before replying. That is acceptable. Selling 1 unit is better than none. Truthfully, I had hoped to encounter a major client who would purchase both villas together, even if it meant slightly adjusting the price. However, clients capable of buying 2 units at once are rare. Selling 1 unit is still beneficial, especially since he urgently needs the funds. Very well. Please wait a moment while I contact them, and then I shall take you over. Meanwhile, as Chun-Ji and Lin Shinran were discussing the villa, Lu Hong was causing a scene at the bank. The bank's collection personnel had initially introduced themselves by their employee number when calling, prompting Lin Shinran to report the collector to their superior. She presented the notarized divorce agreement between herself and Chun-Ji, along with other divorce documentation, her emotions running high. With her slender finger pointing at the documents, she addressed the bank's leader. Sir, please pay attention. Although Chun-Ji and I have yet to receive our divorce certificate, we have already delineated our assets and debts unequivocally, severing all ties. Yet, this collection agent from your bank has harassed me based solely on a text message from Chun-Ji, subjecting me to various threats. One moment they mention visiting my residence. The next they state otherwise. Feel free to come by. I no longer reside there. Once, it was my home, but now it is entirely foreign to me. You may seal it or auction it as you please. Do as you wish. However, I implore you to cease this harassment against me, an unrelated party, for it has severely disrupted my work and personal life. Lu Hong expressed her grievances fervently, leaving the bank's leadership thoroughly exasperated. There was no alternative but to summon the debt collector to compel him to apologize to Lu Hong and guarantee that he would refrain from harassing her in the future. The bank's leadership also lent their support with a multitude of kind words. Once Lu Hong perceived that her objectives had been largely achieved, she coolly remarked, initially, I had no desire to discuss this matter with you, but I never anticipated that Mr. Chun would resort to such underhanded tactics to deceive me. Therefore, I shall speak candidly. He is, in fact, affluent. He merely wishes to evade repayment. He currently possesses at least $1 million in cash. The bank representatives were taken aback, utterly incredulous regarding her assertions. Aware of their disbelief, Lu Hong promptly retrieved her smartphone to show them photographs and videos she had captured when she discovered the concealed sum of $1 million beneath her bed. She further informed the bank officials that, out of concern for the dubious origins of Chun-Ji's wealth, she had taken the moral high ground and reported him to the police. Ultimately, the authorities found no evidence suggesting that the money was obtained illicitly, yet this did not imply that the funds were acquired through legitimate means. The bank's leadership exchanged grave glances, their expressions turning somber. They stated, regardless of the origins of this money, should he possess such wealth while refusing to repay his debts, he is already implicated in criminal activity, as this constitutes malicious loan fraud. Lu Hong replied, I am indifferent to such matters. They bear no relevance to me. This house was purchased with his down payment from the outset, and he has been solely responsible for repaying the mortgage. I have no connection to it whatsoever. The bank officials deemed the information Lu Hong provided to be of significant importance and immediately sought to access Chunji's account to examine his financial status. Chapter 59. Is this your car? Upon investigation, the bank discovered that Chunji indeed had numerous overdue debts. However, as his debts had only recently defaulted and had not yet reached the stage of being reported to credit bureaus, the bank had previously failed to recognize this. Moreover, they noticed that he had recently cleared all his debts, save for the mortgage, leaving them puzzled as to why. Upon learning of these developments, Lin Xinran promptly collaborated with the bank and provided them with another vital piece of information. Yesterday afternoon, I noticed he suddenly returned with a brand new Audi Q7, claiming it was his purchase. I suspect the origins of this vehicle are dubious. It may have been acquired through illicit means or borrowed from someone else. Consequently, the bank continued to scrutinize Chunji's relevant information and confirmed that he indeed owned an Audi Q7, which had been purchased on credit just the day before. Lu Hong was astonished to learn that the car truly belonged to Chunji, yet the revelation that he had financed it through a loan left her incredulous. How is this possible? She inquired. He is in the midst of a financial crisis. How can he secure a loan for a vehicle? The bank officials explained. His debts had just defaulted and were swiftly settled. Thus, his credit record has not yet been affected. Lu Hong found herself utterly confounded by Chunji's series of actions. Recently, Chunji's debts have exploded, leading to his unemployment and subsequent ostracism from the industry. These events are undeniably real. In essence, Chunji's life and financial circumstances have plunged into turmoil, a fact that cannot be disputed. Regardless of how he may have procured funds to temporarily settle his debts, it is inconceivable that he possesses the means to purchase an Audi Q7. Even through mortgage loans, Lu Hong believes that Chunji cannot afford such a burden at present. The revelation that he acquired the vehicle through a loan serves as further evidence of his financial distress. If he were truly wealthy, why would he resort to financing a car? After all, car loan interest rates are notoriously steep. Anyone with a modicum of financial resources would refrain from such an option. Intuitively, Lu Hong senses that Chunji is on the verge of recklessness. Perhaps the impact of his divorce has overwhelmed him, or he seeks to project an image of affluence to avert the dissolution of his marriage. Lu Hong chuckles to herself, contemplating how Chunji contrived to present a facade of having 1 million in cash, feigning its concealment beneath his bed to mislead her. Now, disregarding his already deteriorating financial state, he has chosen to inflate his image by acquiring a luxurious vehicle through a loan, in his desperate bid to avoid divorce. This young man is indeed exhausting all efforts. Lu Hong is convinced that Chunji's reckless attempt to fabricate a semblance of wealth will soon lead him to a second financial catastrophe, one that is sure to be more severe than the first, plunging him deeper into debt and obliterating any hope for recovery throughout his life. Regardless of how he attempts to masquerade, Lu Hong refuses to be deceived again. After leaving the bank, Lu Hong proceeded directly to the hospital. She resolved to focus her full attention on Wang Qiuyang from this moment forward. Having already taken a leave of absence today, she intended to keep vigil by Wang Qiuyang's bedside. Henceforth, she would remain there every evening after work. It dawned on her that Wang Qiuyang possesses a clearer perspective on matters. The day before yesterday, upon learning from the police that Chunji had indeed settled his debts and that there was no evidence to suggest that the 1 million in cash was illicit, her judgment began to shift. Considering Chunji's capabilities, she speculated that he must have circumvented the industry ban and clandestinely secured a position where he could assist in research and development, thus earning a substantial sum. This would explain how he managed to repay his debts so swiftly while amassing a considerable amount of cash. However, through his connections at the bank, Wang Qiuyang investigated Chunji's account and discovered that it held only a few thousand yuan. Consequently, Wang Qiuyang deduced that Chunji was merely engaging in deception, aiming to mislead Lu Hong into misjudging him in order to avoid divorce. Nevertheless, Lu Hong chose not to adopt Wang Qiuyang's perspective. She believed that Wang Qiuyang lacked insight into Chunji's potential, while she understood that Chunji was not an ordinary individual, merely having encountered a series of unfortunate events in his career over the past few years. As long as Chunji is given an opportunity to showcase his intelligence, earning money is hardly a concern for him. Yesterday, in the hospital, she outwardly expressed her agreement with Wang Qiuyang's perspective, but inwardly, she had already resolved to return home and thoroughly explain her thoughts to Chunji. The two would then reconcile their differences and continue to sustain their marriage. Lu Hong is astute. She knows Chen Ji all too well. As long as he is free of debt and begins to earn, his future is boundless. Conversely, if she were to abandon Chen Ji in favor of Wang Qiuyang, uncertainty looms large. Firstly, Wang Qiuyang is notoriously fickle, which makes him difficult to rely upon. Furthermore, he is still married and has yet to finalize a divorce, adding another layer of unpredictability. After much contemplation, it is clear that securing a partnership with the currently earning Chen Ji holds far greater promise. However, Lu Hong did not anticipate that Wang Qiuyang would accurately perceive the situation. Chen Ji was indeed orchestrating a scenario that led to misunderstandings, thereby achieving his goal of remaining married. Fortunately, she had not contradicted Wang Qiuyang at the time and had even expressed her agreement with his views. Wang Qiuyang remains unaware of her intentions to reconcile with Chen Ji. Thus, the rapport between her and Wang Qiuyang remains harmonious, allowing her to focus on nurturing her relationship with this exceptional man. After finishing her call, Lin Xinran said to Chen Ji, "Let's go, it's all set." Uncle is usually busy and not home, but Auntie is. As they exited the company, Lin Xinran inquired, "Did you drive here? Are we going together in one car or separately?" Chen Ji replied, "Let's take my car. I will drive you back later." "Why are you so lacking in romance?" Lin Xinran exclaimed, making a face as if seeing a monster. "We haven't seen each other for over a decade. And now you're asking me to help you with real estate. After viewing the property, it's just noon. Didn't you plan to treat me to a nice meal?" "I truly hadn't planned on that," Chen Ji replied earnestly. As the saying goes, fine wine should not be wasted, and one should not be presumptuous with a beauty. Given my ordinary status, I never dared to hope for the chance to have lunch with someone as beautiful as you. Lin Xinran burst into laughter, saying, "You are much more entertaining than you were in school. Back then, you always wore a heavy expression, looking so serious. Didn't you notice that I was constantly trying to make you smile? But my efforts always seemed in vain. Now, it seems you've turned the tables and are making me happy." As they laughed and conversed, they approached Chen Ji's vehicle. Lin Xinran gazed incredulously at the Audi Q7, then turned to Chen Ji and asked, "Is this your car?" Chapter 60. The Hero's Twilight. This vehicle features keyless entry. Chen Ji approached and promptly opened the car door, saying, "No matter whose it is, just get in first." Lin Xinran exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, "Wow, old classmate, impressive. A brand new car. It seems you've truly struck it rich." Chen Ji rubbed his nose, feeling a bit bashful as he replied, "Not at all. I haven't earned that much. This car is purchased through a loan." Lin Xinran admired the interior of the car once more and sincerely remarked, "I have ridden in luxury cars before, but sitting in the luxury car of my own desk, mate, feels distinctly different. There's a sense of security. It's a pity you bought it on loan. If it were fully paid, I would feel even more at ease." Chen Ji reassured her, "You need not worry. I'm not borrowing money from you. I'm not concerned about you borrowing money from me. I'm primarily worried whether you truly have the means to afford a villa. If you need a loan for a car, how could you possibly have the funds for a villa? Rest assured, as long as I find a suitable house at the right price, I will certainly not make it difficult for you." The car soon arrived at Faley Manor. Lin Xinran expertly guided Chen Ji to park in the lot outside the community. Faley Manor is one of the most prestigious residential areas in Jiangzhou, with stringent management and security measures that prevent any unauthorized vehicles from entering. The two of them meticulously registered at the entrance, and the security personnel even called the homeowner for confirmation before allowing them entry. This was Chen Ji's first visit to such an upscale residential area, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty. As he walked, he observed the surroundings with keen interest. The landscaping was exceptionally well done, lush greenery abounding everywhere. Numerous fountains were constructed, with gentle streams of water and picturesque bridges and flowing water features, all imbued with poetic charm. The community comprised both standalone villas and row houses, and regardless of the architectural style, the spacing between the buildings was notably generous. It is worth noting that these inter-building distances represent the tangible land costs incurred by the developers, which is one of the key reasons for the high property prices in Faley Manor. Upon arriving at Lin Fengwen's residence, Chen Ji saw a 3-story standalone villa. The garden was remarkably spacious, featuring meticulously crafted pavilions and rockeries. Just from the design of the garden, one could infer the considerable wealth of the homeowner. This was entirely consistent with Lin Fengwen's status. After all, he had been a well-known breeder in the area decades ago. Over the years, through continuous development, Yaotian Group has evolved into a large enterprise encompassing breeding, incubation, processing of broilers and ducks, as well as cold chain logistics. Establishing a complete industrial chain from seedling cultivation to end product distribution. As Jinyu mentioned, it is indeed a powerful enterprise. However, it is currently facing an unprecedented market downturn, which has persisted for too long, directly leading to Lin Fengwen's fractured financial chain. This unfortunate situation has culminated in the necessity of selling his home as a last-ditch effort. Lin Xinran pressed the doorbell of the villa and simultaneously introduced to Qinji. This is a 3-story residence, currently inhabited by their family. The other 2-story house is over there. Originally, second uncle purchased that 2-story house for his son. He has 1 son and 1 daughter, with the daughter being the elder and the son the younger. However, his son is in Japan, and due to the current economic downturn, second uncle is reluctant to have him return. Therefore, he plans to sell both properties, allocating 5 million for his son and the other 5 million to sustain the company until the very last moment. If that 5 million runs out and the market remains bleak, he intends to sell the company and return with second aunt to cultivate the barren mountains. He has already secured the rights to the barren land, preparing for both eventualities. Soon, someone emerged from inside to open the door. It was a woman in her 50s. Lin Xinran whispered to Qinji, "This is second uncle's housekeeper." The two followed the housekeeper into the villa, where they were greeted by a woman in her 60s. Lin Xinran called out from a distance, "Second aunt." Qinji recognized her as Lin Fengwen's wife. Lin Xinran continued, "Second aunt, this is my classmate Qinji. He is interested in purchasing a house." "Qinji, since we are classmates, you should also address her as second aunt." Qinji quickly responded, "Second aunt." He scrutinized the woman, noting her somewhat plump physique and the benevolence reflected in her features. Her demeanor was exceedingly simple, even carrying the rustic charm typical of rural folk, clearly indicating that she had risen from humble beginnings. Lin Fengwen, a farmer entrepreneur with a wealth exceeding 10 billion, was a renowned representative in the local People's Congress. As a fellow villager, Qinji had grown up hearing tales of Lin Fengwen's legendary journey. He was aware that when Lin Fengwen was merely a small poultry farmer, he had already married this second aunt, who hailed from a neighboring village and was also a native farmer. After their marriage, it was only natural for her to assist him in raising chickens. In the beginning, the couple supported each other, gradually advancing together. As their business flourished and evolved into a conglomerate, second aunt largely withdrew from the management, content to embrace the role of a full-time homemaker. According to the local rural women, tinged with envy and a hint of bitterness, she had finally made it, now enjoying a life of comfort at home. From second aunt's appearance, it was evident that she had enjoyed a good life in recent years. Although she was in her 60s, she did not appear aged, and her face bore few wrinkles. However, at that moment, her mood seemed rather somber, and she appeared somewhat listless. Upon hearing that the family was selling the house and that Qinji was there to view it, her eyes instantly welled with tears. Especially upon hearing that Qinji hails from Nantang village, her emotions became somewhat agitated. With reddened eyes, she said to Qinji, "Then we are indeed fellow villagers. My maternal family is from Hiwa village, and your second uncle is from Dongling village, all part of the same town as your Nantang village. Forgive me for my emotional display. In the past, my family was renowned for our wealth in our town. Who could have anticipated that we would fall to such depths? After you return, you must keep this a secret for our family. It is rather difficult to relinquish this pride. As for later, when my second uncle and I go to reclaim the barren mountains, let others say what they will." Qinji could discern that this second aunt was, at her core, a simple and kind-hearted rural woman, naturally possessing her own sense of modesty. Observing her heartfelt lament, Qinji felt a twinge of discomfort as well. Beside them, Lin Xinran sniffled repeatedly, clearly moved to the point of tears. However, this was not the time for sentimentality. After all, they were there to attend to serious matters. As long as they found a suitable house and could promptly finalize the transaction, it would serve as assistance to this family. Chapter 61. Let us hurry home and take a look. Qinji, ascending from the first to the third floor, could not help but admire the opulence before him. Indeed, he was in the presence of a farmer entrepreneur worth billions. The materials used for decoration, the redwood furniture, and the assortment of state-of-the-art appliances, while not the pinnacle of luxury, exuded an undeniable grandeur. It was evident that a significant sum had been invested in the decor and furnishings. Given the asking price, it was truly a substantial loss. Lin Xinran was correct. If purchased for personal residence, it presented an excellent opportunity to acquire a bargain. However, as Chunji contemplated. His family was not large, and his grandfather and father might not be inclined to live in the city. Even if they were to visit occasionally, they might not adapt well to urban living. This implied that, for the time being, he would likely reside alone. A 3-story house spanning over 400 square meters would feel rather empty for just one person. Hence, he suggested they take a look at the 2-story villa. This 2-story villa was also a standalone structure, with a larger single-floor area than the 3-story one. Similarly, the materials used for its decoration were lavish, albeit with a fresher aesthetic. This aligned with Lin Shinran's assertion that this residence was prepared by Lin Fengwen for his son's family. As younger generations tend to prefer such styles, the furnishings and appliances were complete, yet it was obvious that the house had scarcely been lived in, with all items still brand new. Chunji instantly took a liking to this house. Such a splendid residence, impeccably arranged and barely inhabited, indicated that Lin Fengwen had devoted considerable effort to preparing a cozy home for his son, who ultimately had not had the chance to reside there, leaving Chunji to serendipitously benefit from it. Moreover, the individual felt no psychological burden in seizing this opportunity, as securing a cash deal with the other party was undeniably a significant assistance to them. However, Chunji still harbored a slight disbelief, finding it hard to fathom his fortune in encountering such a favorable situation. Naturally, he did not suspect Lin Shinran of deceit, yet it remained imperative to clarify matters further with her. He pulled Lin Shinran aside and quietly inquired, "Are you certain there are no other issues with this property? For instance, any existing mortgages or instances of multiple sales? Please do not take offense. My skepticism is not directed at you. After all, Lin Fengwen's grand conglomerate has been in operation for decades, and now, in such dire straits, it is conceivable that he may resort to unconventional tactics. Thus, the decision to purchase this property relies solely on your expertise to ensure its integrity." Lin Shinran replied, "I understand your concerns. You fear that my familial ties to the second uncle might lead me to lower my guard and act impulsively out of emotion. Rest assured, I maintain a clear distinction between personal feelings and professional obligations. I have been engaged in real estate for several years, and I am well aware of the necessary diligence required. Whether it is procuring a home for you or any other client, I will uphold stringent standards. Any issues that may arise will not only create complications for me, but could also implicate the company. I will meticulously oversee all aspects of the property's review. Are you indeed set on this 2-story house?" "Yes, I am quite fond of this one. Our family is not large, and it will suffice for us once we all move in. The 3-story house is somewhat excessive for our needs, so we shall not consider it. What are your thoughts regarding the price?" Chunji waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Given the circumstances surrounding your second uncle's family, would it be appropriate for us to take advantage of their plight? The price they have proposed is already significantly discounted, and I would feel uncomfortable pressing for a lower figure. Since this price represents a fortunate find, I am content." Lin Shinran playfully tapped Chunji's chest twice with her fist, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that you would turn out to be such a nouveau riche. At such a young age, you can afford to purchase such a splendid villa outright. I truly envy your wife. What discerning eye did she possess to choose you?" Chunji remained silent, offering her a meaningful smile in response. Lin Shinran then approached the second aunt to inform her that Chunji had decided on this house. It was evident that the second aunt felt a tinge of sadness. She could merely accompany Chunji to view the property, but when it came to the actual transaction, it would require the presence of the owner, Lin Fengwen. For example, discussions regarding preliminary details of the property transaction, such as payment methods and handover times, would need to be addressed between Lin Fengwen and Chunji. Consequently, the second aunt called Lin Fengwen to relay the situation and inquire if he could return to discuss matters. On the other end of the line, Lin Fengwen said, "I am not busy at the moment. Please have Shinran wait for me at our home. I will return shortly. Hand her the phone, and I shall speak with her directly." The second aunt passed the phone to Lin Shinran. She greeted the second uncle with a respectful call. Lin Fengwen remarked, "Shinran, your efficiency in handling matters is truly commendable. You have found a buyer so swiftly. I owe you my gratitude, as you have alleviated my urgent predicament." Lin Shinran hurriedly expressed her polite sentiments, stating that it was merely her duty and nothing extraordinary. Lin Fengwen continued, "All right, let us set aside the pleasantries for now. I have heard from your second aunt that the buyer is your classmate, correct? You two should enjoy some tea at home. I shall return shortly. As it approaches noon, I will treat you both to a meal, during which we can discuss the property." After ending the call, Lin Xinran noticed the second aunt had moved to a corner, discreetly dabbing at her eyes. She informed Chen Ji, "The second uncle will be back shortly. Let us wait here for a moment." She then hurried over to comfort the second aunt. This scene stirred a slight pang of guilt in Chen Ji. However, he soon reminded himself that having purchased this two-story villa outright, the transaction would proceed smoothly once both parties reached an agreement, in contrast to those who required loans, making the process considerably simpler. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. His gaze wandered between the exquisite decorations inside the house and the meticulously tended garden outside. The anticipation of owning this home in just a few days filled him with immense joy. As he waited idly, he began exploring the villa, inspecting various details on both floors. He caressed the smooth wooden handrail of the staircase, admired the spacious and bright floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room, and took in the complete array of furnishings and appliances, envisioning the myriad moments he would share in this space. Chen Ji experienced a surreal sensation. Just days ago, he had been a debtor overwhelmed by financial turmoil. Now, he was driving a luxury car and preparing to acquire a villa. Fate truly is a wondrous force. When one strives tirelessly, life may seem chaotic, yet happiness can unexpectedly appear before you. Lost in these thoughts, his phone rang, and to his surprise, it was a call from the neighbor across the hall. Upon answering, he heard the neighbor's anxious voice. "Xiaochen, where are you? You must hurry home and take a look. 3 individuals have appeared at your door, fiddling with your security gate. At first, I thought your lock had malfunctioned, but upon closer inspection, it seems they are installing an external lock on your door from top to bottom." I intervened and inquired about their intentions. They say Lu Hong financed their visit, claiming that she had 1,000,000 yuan in cash at home and was concerned about theft, thus necessitating the installation of numerous locks. This is clearly absurd. Chapter 62. A distorted mind. Upon hearing the neighbor's account, Chen Ji was instantly engulfed in fury, never anticipating that Lu Hong could be so malicious. However, his anger soon dissipated. Glancing around the opulent decor and various high-end furnishings of the villa before him, he could not help but compare it to his modest 2-bedroom apartment. At that moment, he felt elated rather than incensed. It seemed that everyone, to some extent, harbors a penchant for the new while growing weary of the old, and he was no exception. In the presence of such lavishness, it mattered little that Lu Hong had merely vandalized a security door. Even if she were to demolish the house, it would be of no consequence. Chen Ji remarked to his neighbor, "It's of no concern. It's perhaps beneficial for her to vent her frustrations. You might find it amusing. But we had a disagreement, and this is her form of retaliation against me. Let her be. It's merely a security door. I can replace it later." After hanging up, he felt that although he was not angered and deemed it trivial, the woman's cruelty and heartlessness should not go unaddressed. He resolved to provide her with some vexation in return. Considering Lu Hong's materialistic nature and the splendid villa he was on the verge of acquiring, he perceived it as an excellent prop. Consequently, he took out his phone and recorded a video, narrating as he filmed. For instance, when capturing the floor, he would describe, "Behold this marble flooring, imported from Italy. Observe the intricate, natural patterns, smooth as a mirror." He then showcased the luxurious mahogany furniture in the living room, along with the grand television wall and other scenes. Upon reaching the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, he would proclaim, "This is ultra-white glass imported from Germany, crystal clear and devoid of impurities." The exterior view unfolded before him without reservation. "Look at the small garden in my courtyard, where I have cultivated several rare flowers from around the world. At the center, I've created a small fountain. Though it is not currently in operation, when it is, the water will sparkle under the sun, resembling a shower of delicate crystals, a truly exquisite sight." He then ascended the stairs, continuing his narration. The solid wood staircase exudes sophistication, especially when caressing the handrail. He emphasized, "This handrail is meticulously crafted from sandalwood, possessing a smooth texture and a subtle woody aroma. Adorned with exquisite carvings, observe the flowing lines and unique shapes that reflect the artisan's superb skill and ingenuity." Merely the cost of this staircase handrail was substantial. He captured the most luxurious aspects of both floors and then shared the video on his social media, setting the visibility to only Lu Hong can see, and clicked send. After all was said and done, the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards. He felt a twinge of anticipation, eager to witness the expression of that pretentious woman upon seeing this social media post. Meanwhile, In the hospital ward, Lu Hong sat beside the bed, meticulously peeling a peach. Once she had finished, she tenderly fed it to Wang Qiuyang. This scene radiated warmth and affection. As Wang Qiuyang savored the peach, he remarked, "Your method is quite clever. If we install a row of locks on the security door, even if he hires someone to pick the lock, it will take some time. He won't be able to get in immediately. It will surely infuriate that rascal." Lu Hong chuckled with satisfaction, saying, "Infuriating him is merely a minor punishment. Once the door is secured, even if he is furious, he will be powerless. If this couple is on the verge of divorce, it is bound to escalate into a family conflict. Calling the police would be futile. If I weren't concerned about it blowing up, I would simply hire someone to weld the door shut. He denies having assaulted you despite having done so. This grievance shall not be forgotten. We must devise a plan for retaliation. We cannot suffer in silence." A malicious glint flickered in Wang Qiuyang's eyes. "Is it merely about retaliation? I intend to ensure that he suffers double the punishment. He broke 2 of my arms. I shall break all 4 of his limbs. I vow not to rest until I have avenged this wrong." Lu Hong gently wiped his mouth and comforted him. "That is a matter for another day. Your primary focus now is to recuperate." Wang Qiuyang nodded, finishing the fruit and rinsing his mouth before closing his eyes to rest. Lu Hong, feeling a bit bored, began scrolling through her phone. Suddenly, her body jolted, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Is this the villa he purchased?" Her tone was filled with astonishment and incredulity. Wang Qiuyang shot his eyes open, asking, "What did you say?" Lu Hong, flustered, stammered, "In nothing." Yet, her eyes betrayed her, revealing an uncontrollable envy and longing. Wang Qiuyang pressed, "What exactly did you see?" Lu Hong replied, "Wait, let me take another look. I suspect he is up to his old tricks again. Previously, he flaunted $1 million in cash and recklessly took out a loan to buy an Audi Q7. All to lure me back. Now he is posting on social media, falsely claiming he owns a villa. Huh." Wang Qiuyang burst into laughter. "Really? Bring it here. Let me see. Has he lost his mind? Just days ago, he was drowning in debt, unable to repay hundreds of thousands. Now he dares to claim he has a villa on social media? Does he think everyone in the world is a fool who will believe whatever he says?" Thus, Lu Hong leaned against the bed, and together, they watched the video of the social media post, while observing the unfolding events with a blend of sarcasm and ridicule. Some remarked on Chun Ji's apparent foolishness, suggesting that his recent divorce had severely affected his mental faculties. Chun Ji and Lin Xinran waited for over half an hour at the 2-story villa, until Lin Fengwen finally arrived. Lin Xinran introduced him to Chun Ji, and the 2 men scrutinized one another. Although Lin Fengwen had already learned over the phone that the prospective buyer was a classmate of Lin Xinran, he assumed they were of similar age. However, upon meeting Chun Ji in person, he was somewhat taken aback. The mere fact that such a young individual could afford to purchase a villa outright indicated an extraordinary level of capability. Particularly, upon discovering that Chun Ji hailed from Nantang village, Lin Fengwen regarded him with newfound respect. A young man emerging from rural origins, capable of spending nearly 5 million on a villa before reaching 30, was indeed a rarity in the entire city. Conversely, Chun Ji's initial impression of Lin Fengwen was quite favorable. Lin Fengwen was a well-known figure from his childhood, but as a young man, he had never crossed paths with such a prominent agricultural entrepreneur, nor had he seen him in person. Upon their meeting, Lin Fengwen's attire and demeanor still bore the marks of his humble beginnings. Perhaps the economic downturn of the past 2 years had weighed heavily upon him, as he appeared visibly haggard, yet his spirit remained undaunted. With the head of the household returned, he was eager to guide Chun Ji on a thorough tour of the property. As they toured the villa, Lin Fengwen remarked, "At this juncture, I need not express how painful it is for me to sell this house. However, I am sure Xinran has informed you that this was a home I prepared for my son and daughter-in-law. Being my only child, I invested considerable thought into this residence, and it is filled with the finest furnishings. When they wed, according to our traditions, the ceremony was held back in our hometown. Thus, their wedding took place at the 3rd story, and they temporarily resided there, never having moved into this house. Selling it to you brings me a sense of balance. As we are from the same town, age-wise, you are even younger than my son, so I consider this a gesture of support for a younger generation, making the effort worthwhile. Xinran also mentioned that you believe the asking price to be quite reasonable, and therefore, you feel hesitant to negotiate further. Young people like you are straightforward in business, and I express my gratitude for that." Chun Ji hastily expressed his politeness. indicating that he felt he had already benefited from the arrangement and was reluctant to push for a better deal. Meanwhile, Lin Shinran, maintaining a professional demeanor, began taking photographs of both the interior and exterior of the house now that both parties had reached a mutual agreement on the sale. In essence, everything within this household now belongs to the new owner, rendering the former proprietor powerless to make any changes. According to Lin Shinran, since both parties in the transaction harbor no objections, should Chunji secure the necessary funds, they could proceed to the housing authority in the afternoon to finalize the transfer of ownership. The exchange of money for property is, in all honesty, rather straightforward. However, Chunji suggested, perhaps we should postpone the transfer until tomorrow. I need to return to my hometown this afternoon to bring my brother over. The property needs to be transferred into his name. Lin Shinran, having been Chunji's deskmate in middle school, was well acquainted with his family's circumstances. She found this statement peculiar. Your brother? With all due respect, given his situation, why would you want to transfer the property into his name? Chunji replied, to be candid, the funds for this purchase are not my own. A relative has recently come to our family, and he provided the money. His stipulation is that we acquire a larger house, which must be registered in my brother's name. The intention is that when we grow older, my brother will possess a substantial property, providing him with security for the future. Do you understand? Now it all makes sense. Both Lin Fengwen and Lin Shinran expressed their understanding. Thus, it was agreed that Chunji would return to his hometown to fetch his brother that afternoon, and they would go together to complete the transfer the following day. Lin Fengwen insisted that Chunji and Lin Shinran stay for dinner at his home. He was quite clear, regardless of whether Lin Shinran had been of considerable assistance or not, once they arrived at his family home, they must share a meal before departing. Furthermore, as fellow townsfolk, it was only fitting that they partake in a meal together upon arriving in the city. Chunji, encountering him for the first time, naturally felt compelled to decline politely. Lin Fengwen, however, firmly stated, Young Chun, we are from the same town. To put it in the words of our elders, we belong to the same commune. Now that you are in my home, to leave without sharing a meal would be a slight to a fellow townsman. Our two villages are not far apart, and I have many acquaintances in your village. Without delving into distant connections, just consider Chen Xiaoxin from your village. You know him, right? Chunji chuckled. Yes, we are from the same village. However, he found his second uncle to be a rather petty individual, and he harbored a deep disdain for him. He certainly would not mention, of course I know him. He is my biological uncle. This uncle's family regarded him as an adversary, and Chunji was reluctant to bring him up. The animosity that had developed between brothers could be attributed to historical grievances, though the reasons were not particularly intricate, comprising merely two factors. Initially, when the eldest, Chen Shaoli, acquired his driver's license and the family purchased a large truck, he became a professional transporter. A few years later, the younger brother, Chen Xiaoxin, also obtained his driver's license and began accompanying his brother on long hauls. Given that the younger brother was newly licensed, he was inevitably inexperienced in handling road situations, which led to his brother reprimanding him. When the younger brother resisted, he would often receive a kick or two from his elder sibling. While such behavior might be typical among brothers, Chen Xiaoxin harbored a grudge over the treatment he received. He followed his brother for less than a year before resolutely quitting. Aside from his claims of being met with constant beatings and scoldings from his brother, the primary reason was his inability to endure the hardships of long-distance travel. Consequently, his family, leveraging connections, secured him a position driving a small car at a breeding farm. This arrangement sowed the seeds of estrangement between the two brothers. At that time, Chen Xiaoxin earned little driving a small car, while his brother reaped substantial rewards by driving long-haul trucks. Thus, the younger brother exhibited great deference in front of his elder sibling. Later, when Chen Shaoli's backyard caught fire and he suffered a broken leg, leaving him incapacitated and without recourse, his family's fortunes plummeted. At this juncture, Chen Xiaoxin began to vocalize past grievances, recounting all the ways his brother had wronged him. As he spoke more, the discord deepened, leading to an irreparable rift between the brothers, ultimately transforming them into adversaries. Perhaps due to his misfortunes, friends and relatives began to avoid him, and he began to view his brother as an enemy. As a younger brother, his best recourse was to resurrect past grievances, openly expressing his animosity, thereby severing all ties. However, as fate would have it, Chen Ji was reluctant to mention Chen Xiaoxin, yet Lin Fengwen seemed to harbor strong sentiments regarding him. As he escorted Chen Ji and the others back to their three-story villa, he remarked, "However, Chen Xiaoxin has somewhat wronged me. You must have heard that he established a small processing factory for cleaning duck intestines. All the raw materials for the factory came from the scraps of my cold storage in Shashi town. When he sought to establish this factory, he faced competition. Despite its seemingly insignificant nature, the profits from such a small factory are quite substantial. For us rural folk, it represents a remarkable income. The competing firm had a distant familial connection to me, so I initially hesitated to provide raw materials to Chen Xiaoxin. However, there was little choice, given that he had a politically connected cousin. You surely know his cousin, Chen Xiaoi, now a member of the Municipal Committee and Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Chen Xiaoxin shamelessly invoked Chen Xiaoi to intercede on his behalf, and thus, all the scraps were ultimately supplied to him, allowing his factory to flourish. One cannot deny that Chen Xiaoxin possesses a knack for navigating circumstances. Over the years of collaboration with the cold storage, he maintained good relations with its management, particularly with me, often visiting during holidays and important occasions. Yet, in recent years, as the breeding industry faltered, I noticed a change in him. My company has been incurring daily losses, and logically, downstream processing firms should also feel the impact. For instance, the price of the duck intestines processed by Chen Xiaoxin has plummeted, indicative of a frigid industry winter, with all related sectors struggling to endure. To my surprise, at this critical juncture, Chen Xiaoxin approached me with a request. He cited the significant decline in sales prices of his processed products as a reason to demand a drastic reduction in the price of scraps from the cold storage. In a single sentence, the financial losses incurred by my company are of no concern to him. However, he must ensure his profit margins. This is rather unscrupulous, as he has threatened the cold storage facility, asserting that if they do not lower the raw material prices, he will cease production. It is worth noting that his processing plant has been operational for many years, and given the current industry downturn, should he halt operations, the cold storage's byproducts would go to waste, necessitating the disposal of refuse, which would be quite troublesome for them. Consequently, they have no choice but to acquiesce to his demands, effectively yielding to his coercion. Chapter 64. An embarrassment at this juncture, Lin Fengwen turned to Chun Ji and smiled. I apologize for speaking ill of your fellow villager upon our first meeting. However, you must understand that I harbor some resentment towards Chen Xiaoxin. Now that I have encountered someone from his village, I cannot help but express my grievances. To be candid, if I manage to weather this storm and the market improves, allowing my company to revive, I will certainly cease supplying him with byproducts. Once the raw materials are halted, his modest processing plant will inevitably collapse. I could then seek out another partner and establish a new processing facility, or perhaps invest a substantial sum myself to process the byproducts, ensuring that this opportunistic trader does not continue to profit at my expense. Chun Ji remained silent, but Lin Xinran, indignant, interjected, "Uncle, you are absolutely right. One must not be courteous to such petty individuals. When the market is thriving, they are accommodating to everyone, but once difficulties arise, they quickly betray their allies to exert pressure. Such traders, who seize upon good fortune and abandon their friends in times of trouble, must be decisively replaced." Chen Ji could only agree with Lin Xinran, stating, "You are quite correct. While the pursuit of profit is the essence of business, it should not come at the cost of betraying one's allies." Though Chen Ji's words were prudent, they served merely as a form of agreement, lacking substance. Despite his humble origins as a farmer, Lin Fengwen had navigated the business world for many years and was quite astute. He sensed that Chen Ji was reluctant to discuss Chen Xiaoxin, and thus he shifted the subject to inquire about Chen Ji's professional circumstances. Lin Xinran eagerly responded on his behalf, "Uncle, Chen Ji is among the brightest of our classmates. He is a graduate student from Beijing Institute of Technology, and his field of study offers excellent employment prospects in the capital. However, ultimately, he returned to Jiangzhou to care for his family. His first job was at Liguan Automobile, where he secured a starting salary of 200,000. As Lin Xinran spoke, she glanced at Chen Ji, continuing, "I later heard from classmates that you transitioned to Jiping Automobile." Chen Ji replied with a wry smile, "Indeed, our entire team moved to Jiping Automobile. However, last year, the company disbanded, leaving us all unemployed." "Are you currently unemployed?" Lin Fengwen inquired with a look of surprise. But he quickly recalled that Chen Ji had mentioned earlier that the funds for purchasing the villa were provided by a relative. and the property was to be registered under his brother's name to ensure his brother's future security. Upon reflection, it becomes clear that Chunji's ability to purchase a villa while in a state of unemployment is not contradictory. As their conversation continued, Lin Fengwen discovered that Chunji, a graduate of a prestigious university, had previously worked at both Liguang Automobile and Jiping Automobile, both of which are notable players in the new energy sector. This background afforded Chunji a certain level of insight and sophistication at a young age. Lin Fengwen felt a comfortable rapport with the young man, especially since they hailed from the same town, creating an unintentional sense of closeness. During their meal, Lin Fengwen remarked to Chunji, "Our villages are not far apart. I have many acquaintances in your village. Given your age, your father should be around my age, correct? May I ask your father's name? Perhaps I am familiar with him." After a brief hesitation, Chunji decided to speak candidly. "My father is named Chen Shaoli." Lin Fengwen's expression shifted noticeably upon hearing this. Lin Xinran, perplexed, was unaware of the reason behind her elder's change in demeanor. Lin Fengwen, with a wry smile, said, "My apologies, Xiao Chun. Earlier, I may have spoken rather disparagingly about your second uncle in your presence. I beg your pardon." Lin Xinran suddenly understood. "Oh, so that's the case. It turns out that Chen Shaoxin is your second uncle." Chunji offered a slightly awkward smile in response. "Indeed, he is my biological second uncle." Though feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Fengwen quickly regained his composure. "I have not had direct dealings with your father, but he was quite a prominent figure in our area, known well across 10 miles and 8 villages. Back then, he was an esteemed transportation specialist, truly the envy of many. When your family established itself in the transportation business, I had just begun raising chickens. I admired your father immensely for his youthful achievement in acquiring a large truck for transportation." Chunji replied, "Yes, my father mentioned that our family experienced success quite early on. However, subsequent events led to a decline in our fortunes." Lin Fengwen nodded, choosing not to delve further into this topic, recognizing it could be sensitive for Chunji, and also recalling his own past, having once thrived as a notable farmer entrepreneur, yet now teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. After a moment of silence, Lin Fengwen continued, "Under normal circumstances, given our ages and this being our first meeting, I should not have made offhand remarks about your second uncle without understanding the context. However, these past few days have left me feeling quite overwhelmed, and my emotions have been somewhat difficult to contain. Especially lately, the atmosphere at the company has been fraught with anxiety. Everyone is calculating their own escape routes, reminiscent of the chaos that ensues when a tree falls and the monkeys scatter. Thus, when discussing such individuals, I find myself unable to refrain from venting." Chunji replied, "Please do not take it to heart. What you mentioned earlier does not constitute disparagement, merely a statement of fact. Of course, as he is my second uncle, I shall refrain from further comment. However, there is one aspect I find perplexing, if I may speak candidly. With a business of your magnitude, enduring such a prolonged downturn, even if you were to sell your property, it would not sustain you for long. In the coming days, when the money runs out, I will inevitably be compelled to sell the company to the Day Group. So why should I recklessly sacrifice 2 properties?" Lin Fengwen remarked, "You make a compelling point, but you do not fully grasp the intricacies of the aquaculture industry. Undoubtedly, my actions are a gamble. Should fortune favor me, this company, valued at several billion, will be revitalized. Conversely, if I falter, this vast enterprise will dissipate, leaving me with nothing. Understand that this endeavor represents decades of my labor, and the thought of toiling for a lifetime only to be left with 2 properties is unbearable. Thus, I am resolved to make one final push. If I am to lose, I shall do so completely and without reservation. I believe Xinran has also conveyed to you that I have undertaken the leasing of a barren mountain. Should I fail, my spouse and I will transform that desolate land into our sanctuary for retirement. Presently, my company incurs daily losses exceeding 100,000. Selling your 2-story property could yield 470,000, just enough to sustain me for a month. In truth, I plan to endure for merely another month. After selling this 3-story house, I intend to pass the proceeds to my son, who is engaged in business in Japan, effectively providing him with some capital. You may not comprehend why, given the prolonged downturn in this industry, persisting for another month holds any significance. Allow me to explain. Throughout the decades, I have witnessed countless aquaculture enterprises collapse. As it stands, our county is left with only a handful of surviving operations. The key to survival in this industry can be distilled into 3 words: endure. When faced with unfavorable market conditions, everyone is simply holding on, and it becomes a matter of who can last the longest. I have seen a large-scale aquaculture company that, after exhausting all options, ultimately chose to close its doors, with the owner absconding with the last vestiges of funds. Yet, astonishingly, the very next day, the market began to rebound, prices soaring rapidly. In essence, had he persevered for just one more day, he would have weathered that winter. However, having fled, he lost all opportunity for return. I have encountered several such cases, which is why I must cling to the very last moment. Furthermore, my gamble is not without basis. Market trends resemble a roller coaster, oscillating continuously. When the market reaches its zenith, it inevitably descends, and once it hits rock bottom, a rebound follows, akin to the waxing and waning of the moon. This current industry winter has stretched on for far too long, and I trust that the time for a rebound cannot be far off. The only hindrance is that I can no longer leverage any further. The banks will not extend loans, and private lending avenues have been exhausted. I find myself at the precipice of despair, with the sole remaining hope lying in the sale of my properties. Chapter 65. Chunji considers investment. Having laid bare my circumstances, Lin Fengwen turned to Chunji, a glimmer of hope illuminating his countenance. Xiaochun, as fellow villagers from the same town, though we meet for the first time, it feels as if we have known each other for ages. Coming from rural roots, we speak plainly and without hesitation. Thus, I wish to inquire of you. The relative who contributed financially to your family's purchase of a villa must undoubtedly be quite affluent. Could you inquire if he might be interested in acquiring my Yaotian group? Of course, I do not wish to sell at an exorbitant price. My motivation stems from the fact that Daich Group has been relentlessly acquiring so-called distressed assets across the nation in recent years, and their methods are rather unscrupulous. My company is undeniably worth billions, yet they have offered me a mere 1 billion. This indicates that they are already well aware of my debts. That sum is just sufficient to settle my obligations, leaving me with nothing. All the labor and dedication of my life would have been in vain, benefiting them alone. How can I find peace of mind in such circumstances? There are nights when I find it difficult to sleep, and in a moment of stubbornness reminiscent of our old agrarian ways, I contemplate a defiant stand. I would rather face bankruptcy and a lifetime of unrepayable debt than concede to these vampires. However, by the next day, reality sets in, and the rebellious thoughts of the night before dissipate. Now, I find myself hoping that some entity or wealthy individual might step forward to purchase my company. Should they offer me 1 billion, I would sell to anyone but Daich Group. Yet, given the current economic downturn and the uncertainty surrounding the duration of this industry's winter, no one can predict what lies ahead. Past experiences offer little insight into the present market conditions. Thus, apart from the industry leader, Daich Group, I find myself unable to identify another potential buyer during this bleak season. Now that I have encountered you, a flicker of hope arises. If your relative possesses wealth, would he be willing to take this risk? Of course. Should he have sufficient resources to sustain himself for a while, I assure you that he would definitely weather this wave of industry winter. Once the market rebounds, my company would regain its valuation in the billions, yielding him a tenfold return on his investment. However, I do not dare guarantee that this industry winter will pass swiftly. Hence, this investment carries inherent risks. It is possible that acquiring my company for 1 billion could lead him to incur losses in the millions, potentially dragging him into dire straits as well. Such possibilities are not unfounded. Thus, I merely propose this notion for your contemplation. If you find it feasible, perhaps you could discuss it with that relative and see if he is willing to take a gamble. Chunji pondered and nodded, indicating his understanding. Acquiring your company is indeed a high-risk, high-reward investment. However, there lies a crucial issue. The reason Daich Group remains the sole bidder for your company thus far is not merely their financial capability to offer 1 billion, but rather their established management and operational resources. Once they acquire your company, they can seamlessly take over and continue its operations. Conversely, if an entity unrelated to the aquaculture industry were to take charge, it would be challenging to manage your company, even in favorable market conditions, let alone during this industry winter. Am I correct in this assessment? Lin Fengwen nodded. You are absolutely correct. Your words strike at the heart of the matter. However, I suggest that your relative consider my company, as I have my own strategies to address this. Even if he is completely unfamiliar with our industry and has never been involved, it is not a hindrance. As long as he can provide 100 million to settle my debts, along with sufficient funds to support the operational expenses for the forthcoming period. The rest, such as management and operations, I can oversee for him. In essence, our transaction would occur discreetly, maintaining absolute confidentiality outwardly. The actual ownership of the company would change hands. Yet on the surface, it would remain mine, with me continuing in the management and operational roles. Not only I, but all personnel within my company would remain unchanged, functioning as if nothing had transpired. By this model, it is indeed more advantageous than the acquisition of my company by the Day Group. After all, the Day Group would inevitably alter some management personnel upon taking over. Although they are quite seasoned in operational management, such changes would still impact the normal functioning of the company. Thus, despite a seamless handover, there remains the matter of transition. However, if this handover occurs discreetly, merely substituting the actual owner while keeping everything else intact, no transition process would arise. Naturally, the other party cannot place complete trust in me and relinquish control entirely. At the very least, he must appoint his own people in critical departments such as finance, while I would merely assume the role of a senior employee. Should this come to fruition, it would constitute the best outcome for me. Not only would I be free of debt, but I would also secure a relatively lucrative position. Furthermore, maintaining confidentiality allows me to preserve a semblance of dignity. Yet, this is merely my contemplation. Ultimately, whether your relative is interested and possesses the audacity to take such a gamble depends entirely on his willingness. Indeed, Shinji concurred. But I wonder if he is willing to take that risk? Very well, upon my return, I shall discuss the situation with him and gauge his interest. This luncheon, occurring at midday with afternoon obligations looming, was devoid of alcohol, yet still, the atmosphere was one of joy and camaraderie. After all, Chunji's decision to purchase that second-floor suite alleviated Lin Fengwen's immediate financial distress, granting him the means to persist for another month. For Chunji, it reignited the prospect of acquiring the Yaotian Group, and he felt that this investment merited a gamble. After all, he was fully capable of amassing several hundred million. The pivotal factor that had extinguished his initial inclination to seize an opportunity just days prior, upon hearing Jinyu's remarks, was his complete lack of knowledge regarding the breeding industry. Moreover, he found it exceedingly challenging to assemble a reliable management team within a short time frame. However, the succession plan proposed by Lin Fengwen was, in essence, tailored to his needs. No industry expertise required, only several hundred million. Even if fortune smiles upon oneself, and the market turns favorable within a few days of taking over, an investment of just over 100 million would suffice. Subsequently, the company would swiftly regain a valuation of several billion, reaping substantial profits during this surge in market activity. As dinner concluded and it was time to part ways, Lin Fengwen smiled at Chunji and remarked, "Xiao Chun, you are quite profound. In truth, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding your family's circumstances, at least enough to know that your second uncle is at odds with your family. Previously, when I mentioned your family as the first affluent household in our town, he displayed disdain. From his words, I discerned his contempt for his elder brother. He has explicitly stated that he has long ceased all communication with your family." Chunji awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Fengwen continued, "Of course, that is your family matter, and I should not intrude. The reason I bring this up is to inform you that, at least in Shashi Town and Chang'an County, your second uncle cannot turn the tide against you. Should he continue to bully your family, do not hesitate to call me. Though my company teeters on the brink of collapse, I still retain some influence in our locality." Chapter 66. Enemies narrow the path. Watching Chunji and Lin Xinyan depart, Lin Fengwen turned to his wife and said, "I believe I have deduced which relative financed the purchase of their villa." His wife, skeptical, replied, "You can ascertain that? Do you know their family so well?" Lin Fengwen responded, "I gleaned this from Qin Shaoxin. He delights in boasting about his affluent relatives, occasionally mentioning those with wealth and power in their family. Did you know his second sister resides in the provincial capital? Her husband is the owner of Dingji Weiye Real Estate Company, a tycoon worth billions. This implies that Chunji's second aunt, being so wealthy, could effortlessly provide millions to secure a home for her somewhat challenged nephew as a form of future assurance." "Oh, I see," she replied, now comprehending. "I was initially incredulous. What family possesses such generous relatives willing to shell out millions for a villa? Your insight reveals that Chunji's second aunt is indeed quite affluent." As Chunji and Lin Xinyan entered their vehicle, Chunji prepared to escort Lin Xinyan home. Lin Xinyan remarked, having made the effort to step out. Why the hurry to return? Did you not have two intentions in seeking me? One was to sell a house, and the other to purchase one. Now that I have facilitated the purchase, we must promptly solidify the sale. Look at how splendid my second uncle's villa is, meticulously arranged and ready for immediate occupancy. He is yet to reside there, and all the benefits are yours. Provided the transfer is completed tomorrow, you and your wife need only bring your bedding and move in. Thus, the urgency for selling the house must also be prioritized. Let us reflect on the past. As long as I report to the company, I estimate around 700,000, which our firm will accept. Tomorrow morning, you shall proceed with the transfer of the villa, and by afternoon, you will be able to sell your house. What do you think of my efficiency? In just 2 days, I can help you purchase a villa and sell an apartment. Lin Xinran's proposal is undoubtedly sound. However, Qinji cannot take her to view his home at the moment. Did not the neighbor call him? Lu Hong has employed 3 maintenance workers to install an array of external locks on her security door. Thus, neither he nor Lin Xinran would be able to enter. The crux of the matter is that it would expose the disarray of his current marital situation before an old classmate, which would be exceedingly embarrassing. Qinji had to concoct an excuse. It is certainly fine to view the house, but I am currently tied up with some matters. Earlier, Xingyu sent me a message. I had planned to return to my hometown today, as he asked me to bring along the gifts of eggs and milk for the hospital. This matter is rather urgent. He mentioned he is set to be discharged this afternoon, so I must hurry over. Otherwise, I could first escort you home, and after dropping you off, I would head to the hospital. Then, tomorrow morning, we can finalize the transfer, and afterward, we can go to my house to look at the property. How does that sound? Chen Xingyu is hospitalized? Lin Xinran exclaimed, astonished. With his robust physique, one would think he could withstand anything. How could he possibly be in the hospital? What ailment afflicts him? Just a minor issue. Chun-Ji continued to weave his tale. He had a slight mishap while delivering goods. Nothing serious. Just a few days of rest required. He is set to be discharged this afternoon. Then I shall accompany you to visit him, Lin Xinran declared. That rascal Xingyu, with his shameless antics, has managed to win over Su Meiwan without a word. I have yet to see the couple since their marriage, and now hearing that an old classmate is hospitalized compels me to pay a visit. Chun-Ji hurriedly protested. There is really no need. It is just a minor injury, and he is about to be discharged, so why visit? Yet, he could not deter Lin Xinran. She was determined to go. In truth, Chun-Ji had already mentioned that Xingyu would be discharged this afternoon, making the visit unnecessary. However, Lin Xinran felt nostalgia for an old classmate she had not seen in years. Seizing the opportunity, she wished to see him and perhaps tease the couple about their relationship. Reluctantly, Chun-Ji accepted that he could not dissuade her and agreed to take her along. It now became evident that one lie necessitates another to cover it up. Once one begins to weave falsehoods, the flaws become glaringly apparent. After all, they were going to visit a patient. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Xinran even purchased a large fruit basket. Xingyu was in the second external department on the 8th floor, and Chun-Ji carried the fruit basket for Lin Xinran as they ascended in the elevator. Unbeknownst to him, he hastily grasped Lin Xinran's wrist and made his way towards Xingyu's hospital room, feeling somewhat akin to a thief. Lin Xinran, perplexed, queried, "Do you have urgent business this afternoon? Why the rush?" Chun-Ji nonchalantly nodded, claiming urgency and insisting on a quick glance before departing. In truth, he feared an unfortunate encounter. Wang Qiuyang was also hospitalized on this floor. Chun-Ji's anxiety stemmed from the possibility that Lu Hong might coincidentally be near Wang Qiuyang's room. Although Lin Xinran had never met Lu Hong, she had heard last year that Lu Hong had married and had insisted on receiving a photo to satisfy her curiosity about the beauty who had captured Chun-Ji's heart. Thus, Lin Xinran was somewhat acquainted with Lu Hong. Should they cross paths in the corridor, the ensuing awkwardness would be palpable. Fortunately, they encountered no such misfortune, and Chun-Ji, pulling Lin Xinran along, swiftly traversed the corridor and entered the hospital room, exhaling a sigh of relief. Pondering that perhaps Lu Hong was not at the hospital after all, and that his guilt was unwarranted. Yet, Chun-Ji was mistaken. Lu Hong, having taken leave from work, was present all day at the hospital to keep company with Wang Qiuyang. At that moment, she was in the water room filling a kettle. 2 nurses entered, chatting and laughing. One teased the other. "I suppose you've given up now? Your ideal man actually has a wife." She gestured toward the couple, exuding affection, and continued, "Look how sweet they are together. Your idol even holds his wife's hand while walking." The other nurse, with a forlorn expression, replied, "He has been visiting the patients alone these past few days. I thought he was still single. As long as he is single, there is still hope for us. I've never seen such a handsome man in my life. The moment I laid eyes on him, I was captivated." While it was not unusual for young women to discuss such topics, Lu Hong, focused on her task, paid little mind. However, the subsequent remarks from the nurses left her astounded. One of the younger nurses remarked, "Oh, come on. That handsome guy named Chunji. I'll admit, he is tall and striking, with an impressive physique, but he is not so mesmerizing that one glance would leave you entranced. I know you. You were the one who came up with him the other day, and he arrived in a brand new luxury car." The nurse continued, "It was that flashy vehicle that dazzled you, wasn't it? And when the time came for the patient's hospitalization fees, Chunji didn't he even blink before paying for his friend. Didn't you say he looked wealthy when he went to settle the fees? I think it's not Chunji's looks that have you smitten, but rather his wealth that has left you dazed." The teasing little nurse pouted and said, "Oh, let it go, stop the nonsense. Chunji is a married man. We're merely indulging our eyes, daring to fantasize about such a handsome and wealthy figure. However, his wife is indeed quite beautiful, looking splendid in her work attire, clearly a professional from the bank. A perfect match of talent and beauty." Another nurse chuckled. "Talent and beauty? Which talent are we speaking of? The talented one or the money-loving one? You are the real money lover." The two began to playfully tussle. Lu Hong, however, felt a bit dazed, oblivious to the fact that her boiling water was already full, nearly scalding herself. The handsome and wealthy Chunji they spoke of was unmistakably her ex-husband, the very scoundrel who had gone to great lengths to deceive her into not divorcing him. What was this? Before the divorce certificate was even in her hands, he had already ensnared another virtuous woman? And here they were, hand in hand, visiting Chun Xingyu at the hospital. This scoundrel! A wave of inexplicable fury surged within Lu Hong. She resolved to visit Xingyu's ward to see just what this bank employee in uniform looked like. Was it possible that Chunji's deceit extended beyond mere seduction to financial gain? Or could it be that the 100,000 cash he had was borrowed from this uniformed lady? The more Lu Hong contemplated, the more convinced she became. Upon returning to the ward, she slammed the thermos onto the bedside table and stormed out, heading straight for Chun Xingyu's room. Wang Qiuyang, bewildered by her sudden outburst, inquired, "What's wrong with you?" Lu Hong ignored him, her anger propelling her to the door of Xingyu's ward, where she happened to see Chunji emerging with a woman. They were both laden with gifts, brought by friends and family for Xingyu: milk, crates of eggs, and fruits. The woman indeed wore a striking blue uniform. The tall figure clad in uniform looked exceptionally attractive. The crisp material showcased the elegant lines of the outfit. The understated yet noble hue accentuated her fair skin, embodying the image of a refined urban white-collar worker. Lu Hong's fury intensified as she observed Chunji and this uniformed beauty behaving intimately. Despite his hands being full, he attempted to snatch 2 cartons of milk from her, while insisting she place them under his arm, seemingly concerned about tiring out his lovely companion. "Chunji!" Lu Hong shouted furiously, pointing at him. "You fraud! Where did you con this virtuous woman from? Have you told her that the Audi Q7 you flaunted was not purchased outright, but through a loan, and that you bought a villa as well? How many more lies do you intend to spread?" As Chunji and Lin Xinran stepped outside, they were suddenly confronted by a sharp voice directed at them, causing them both to startle. To their astonishment, it was Lu Hong. Chunji's expression instantly turned icy, while Lin Xinran stood there, bewildered, exclaiming, "What on earth is going on? Chunji isn't deceiving anyone about purchasing the villa. I assisted him in viewing it." In the next moment, Su Meiwan, laden with large and small boxes, emerged behind them. Upon seeing Lu Hong blocking their path, Su Meijuan's fury ignited. She pushed past Chunji and Lin Xinran, charging forward. "You shameless wretch! How dare you show your face here? I've been searching for you for days. Just wait until I tear you apart today." As she cursed, she dropped the gifts she was carrying and lunged at Lu Hong. "What do you think you're doing?" Lu Hong retorted, her bravado faltering as she instinctively began to retreat. Su Meiwan, a robust woman accustomed to hard labor, was someone Lu Hong knew she could not contend with. Moreover, she was acutely aware of the depth of Su Meijuan's animosity towards her, which made her internally quail. "Old Wan, stop!" Chunji called out from behind. "This is a hospital filled with patients. Why the commotion?" As he spoke, he also set down the gifts and restrained Su Meiwan, whispering, "The corridor is under surveillance. If you strike first, she'll surely blame you. Just stand by and watch me." This advice proved effective. Su Meiwan recalled the 30,000 yuan that Wang Qiuyang had just sent over. After all, was it not true that they held the moral high ground? If she were to act first and physically assault Lu Hong, and if Lu Hong were to call the police, it was likely that the 30,000 yuan would need to be returned to her. Chen Ji stepped forward, his piercing gaze fixed on Lu Hong. I will count to 3, and you will leave immediately. Otherwise, I shall ensure that the scoundrel in that hospital room revisits how his arms were broken. I mean what I say, 1, 2. Lu Hong, turning on her heel, retreated while hurling a venomous remark. Just you wait. Lin Xinran stood in a state of confusion, asking Su Meiwan, who is that? She looks so much like Chen Ji's wife. Isn't she? Su Meiwan glared fiercely at Lu Hong's retreating figure. That despicable woman, utterly vile. Lin Xinran then queried Chen Ji, what is happening? Did we inadvertently lead your wife to misunderstand? Misunderstand? Su Meiwan interjected, but before she could say more, Chen Ji covered her mouth, urging, hush, you big-mouthed one. Quickly help me take these items downstairs. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. Lin Xinran, perceptive as ever, recognized Chen Ji's desire for silence and ceased her inquiries. Meanwhile, a pair of malicious eyes were fixated on them from the shadows. Lu Hong, though reluctant to show herself, still peered through the door, her posture awkwardly positioned, revealing a distinct lack of concern for her appearance. Chen Ji and his 2 companions chatted and laughed as they made their way into the elevator from the corridor. Yet Lu Hong remained in her position, peering in with a hand resting on the door frame, lost in thought. She felt utterly bewildered by the situation. In Chapter 68, cutting off that kid's financial flow, Lu Hong and Wang Qiuyang had previously reached a firm consensus that Chen Ji could never possibly afford to buy a villa. They even believed that if he had temporarily managed to settle his debts, it was merely a matter of robbing Peter to pay Paul, and the source of his repayment remained unknown. Therefore, Lu Hong had directly confronted him earlier regarding his intentions to purchase a villa. However, she was taken aback when the woman in uniform supported Chen Ji, claiming that she had assisted him in viewing the property. This left Lu Hong with much to ponder. Could it be that Chen Ji truly possessed the means to buy a villa? Of course, she would never believe that he could afford to pay for a villa in full. Nevertheless, given his reckless behavior, if he dared to take out a loan for an Audi Q7, could he not also be bold enough to secure a loan for a villa? With property prices plummeting, many wealthy individuals were eager to offload their assets. Moreover, banks had been lowering down payments and interest rates, and some real estate companies even offered zero down payment options. The more Lu Hong contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. On the hospital bed, Wang Qiuyang had been watching Lu Hong with an expression of astonishment. Unable to bear her prolonged presence at the door frame, as if frozen in place, he finally snapped, "What on earth is wrong with you? What has happened? You are acting so secretively. Are you here to keep watch or to solve a mystery?" Startled by his words, Lu Hong seemed to snap back to reality and hurried to the bedside, gritting her teeth in anger as she exclaimed, "I just saw that scoundrel Chen Ji again. He visited Chen Xinyu. That kid is quite the character, bringing along a beautiful woman in uniform. I used to think he was quite honest. But it turns out he is cunning and has already secured a backup plan behind my back. Jealous, are we?" Wang Qiuyang coldly remarked. Lu Hong quickly shook her head. "Nonsense. Jealous of him? That brat is someone I have tired of and discarded. He can pursue whomever he pleases. The key issue is that the woman just defended him, asserting that his intention to purchase a villa is genuine and that she assisted him in viewing it. This raises serious concerns." Wang Qiuyang's voice grew even colder indeed. "It is problematic. This matter warrants thorough investigation. If that scoundrel truly buys a villa and you end up divorced, you will regret it for the rest of your life. While your marriage is still intact, it is imperative to ascertain whether he has genuinely struck it rich. If he has, you could still return. After all, he is going to great lengths to avoid a divorce, so you can both live your lives together. What utter nonsense. You are the one who is jealous." Lu Hongjiao shot him a reproachful glance, expressing that her intent was not to avoid divorce, but rather a fear that if that scoundrel truly came into wealth, he might conceal his assets and leave her at a disadvantage. Furthermore, should he indeed acquire riches, it would qualify as marital property, of which she must claim her fair share. After all, if his funds were transferred, would they not still belong to both of them? Wang Qiuyang's expression softened at last. "Haven T we investigated multiple times. His accounts have been thoroughly examined, and he appears to have no money at all. Moreover, his debts are a tangible reality. It is highly improbable that he could suddenly strike it rich in just a few days. Winning the lottery does not occur that swiftly. However, Lu Hong shook her head pensively. No, something is amiss here. I have suddenly realized that I overlooked a crucial factor. Their processing site, which they partnered in, might have secretly commenced operations. Moreover, it seems to be thriving, and Chunji has likely begun receiving funds. Wang Qiuyang, bewildered by her statement, replied, "What processing site?" Lu Hong seated herself at the edge of the bed, adopting a posture indicative of a serious conversation. Let me explain the origins of this processing site, and you can help me analyze what is truly occurring. Despite reaching this juncture, Lu Hong harbored no illusions about reconciling with Chunji. Deep down, she recognized that she had deeply wounded him, and he had seen through her as well. No matter how she might try to explain herself, he would not believe her. The path had been irrevocably set. Now, she suddenly contemplated the possibility that Chunji had indeed gained money from the processing site, which could explain his ability to repay debts and afford a down payment on an Audi Q7 and a villa. To Lu Hong, Chunji's reckless spending on high-leverage purchases was a form of retaliation against her. As a man, his primal instinct was to exhibit his strength before a female. Thus, the most effective way for Chunji to exact his revenge on Lu Hong would be to flaunt his wealth through luxurious cars and homes, making his ex-wife regret not having secured such a substantial benefactor. The more she regretted, the more he would revel in his triumph. Indeed, Lu Hong believed this was his mindset. Since returning to the past was not an option, and sharing prosperity with Chunji was off the table, Lu Hong resolved that she would not allow him to enjoy this success alone. She had no desire for him to see her as a figure of mockery, as if she would spend her remaining years in regret and sorrow. In essence, Lu Hong felt compelled to thwart Chunji's chances of rising again. She turned to Wang Qiuyang and recounted. Previously, I mentioned Chunji's circumstances. His first job was with Liguan Automotive, where he was assigned to the smart manufacturing team for 2 years. Subsequently, a joint venture between two major domestic conglomerates, Jiping Automotive, established itself in Jiangzhou, offering high salaries to poach talent from various automotive firms. Under the leadership of Supervisor Xiao Yi, Chunji's team collectively transitioned to Jiping Automotive. You remember all of this, don't you? Wang Qiuyang, growing impatient, responded, Yes, I know, you've mentioned it several times. And Liguan Automotive is among the top 3 in the new energy sector nationwide, first in Jiangzhou, an undeniable industry titan. When their team decided to switch jobs, Zhai Xiangxing, the owner of Liguan Automotive, personally intervened in an attempt to retain them, but to no avail. The intelligent manufacturing team constituted a core department of the company, and their departure represented a significant loss, inciting Zhai's ire. He proclaimed at the time that unless Xiao Yi and his colleagues remained at Jiping for their entire careers, they would find no employment in the new energy sector in Jiangzhou or even nationwide, as Zhai held considerable influence in the industry. Subsequently, Jiping Automotive unexpectedly dissolved, leaving over 6,000 employees suddenly unemployed. Xiao Yi and Chunji found themselves blacklisted in the industry, unable to secure positions within Jiangzhou's intelligent manufacturing sphere. By now, most members of their team have departed Jiangzhou for opportunities elsewhere. Due to unique family circumstances, Chunji was reluctant to leave Jiangzhou and could only resort to odd jobs to make ends meet. Right? I could recite your words verbatim, Lu Hong remarked. Indeed, I've mentioned several times Chunji's employment situation back then. However, there was something I neglected to mention. Long before Chunji joined Liguan, Xiao Yi had established a small processing point, which could be referred to as a processing site or a small factory. It has finally dawned on me that Chunji's sudden wealth is tied to this processing point. Now, we must devise a strategy to target this point and cut off that lad's financial lifeline. Chapter 69. My goodness, Wang Qiuyang wore a bewildered expression. Despite Lu Hong's lengthy explanation, he still couldn't grasp the connection between Xiao Yi's processing point and Chunji's newfound wealth. Lu Hong had no choice but to start from the beginning. Xiao Yi's processing point leveraged his technical advantages and connections within the new energy sector to manufacture automotive accessories, earning some extra income on the side. Later, Xiao Yi took out a loan of 20 million to expand the operation and acquire advanced equipment. He personally led the intelligent manufacturing team, utilizing their spare time to establish a smart manufacturing workshop, primarily producing automotive seats and various small components. After Chunji joined, Xiao Yi recognized his capabilities and invited him to partake in the processing point, allowing him to invest a symbolic 200,000, which granted him a 1% stake. At that time, the processing point was valued at over 40 million, making the 200,000 a generous offer. The other 15 members also each held a 1% stake. Less than 6 months after Chunji's involvement, he successfully applied a large model language he had developed during his studies to the manufacturing context of the processing point. This significantly enhanced the smart capabilities of the equipment, boosting production efficiency by 30% and greatly reducing overall labor costs, thereby lowering product costs by approximately 5%. Consequently, Xiao Yi rewarded Chunji with an additional 2% equity, raising his stake to 3%. The processing point was performing admirably in terms of profitability, and when dividends were distributed, all members opted not to take their shares, but instead reinvested them into the processing point for its continued growth. After their team transitioned to Jiping Automotive, all products processed at their facility were supplied exclusively to Jiping, under the leadership of Zhai Xiangxing. Other electric vehicle manufacturers in Jiangzhou severed all business ties with Xiao Yi. Subsequently, Jiping Automotive unexpectedly dissolved, leaving Xiao Yi and his associates unemployed and bringing the processing facility to a complete standstill. Moreover, in a bid to eliminate any remaining threats, Zhai Xiangxing covertly instructed the bank to cut off Xiao Yi's financing. Unable to repay his debts, the processing facility was seized. However, due to the involvement of Chunji and 16 other shareholders, the bank could only temporarily seize the assets without proceeding to auction them. Hence, the facility remains in a state of confiscation to this day. I recall that initially, Chunji and Xiao Yi contemplated clandestinely entering the processing site to conduct underground operations. The challenge, however, was that they faced an industry-wide blockade in Jiangzhou. Even if they managed to produce goods, no enterprises would partner with them, leading to the postponement of this proposal. Yet, I knew they had never relinquished hope and were consistently striving for breakthroughs through advanced technology and competitive pricing in search of collaborative enterprises to revitalize their operations. I had long believed that they had been effectively ostracized by the dominant industry player in Jiangzhou, rendering it impossible for them to thrive within the electric vehicle sector, let alone reopen the processing facility. As a result, I had overlooked this crucial factor. Upon meticulously analyzing all potential avenues through which Chunji could acquire funds, I finally concluded that if he had access to money, it must have originated from the processing facility. In other words, I was certain that the facility had clandestinely resumed operations. That simplifies matters, exclaimed Wang Qiuyang, his excitement palpable. We must report him. We need to inform both the bank and Zhai Xiangxing. Of course, before making any reports, we needed to gather evidence of their covert operations. Do you know where their processing facility is located? I certainly do. Chunji has taken me there several times, I replied. Perfect, Wang Qiuyang exclaimed, nearly jumping out of his bed in exhilaration. Quickly, tell me the exact location of the processing facility so that I can send someone to investigate. As long as we confirm they are secretly operating, we can take photographs as evidence, but we mustn't alert them. Following that, we would notify the bank and Zhai Xiangxing, compelling them to take immediate action. With this approach, they wouldn't merely be denied a share of the profits. The penalties could reduce them to destitution. Wang Qiuyang grew increasingly animated, his fervor suggesting he wished to leap from his sickbed to personally investigate the situation at the processing site. In recent days, he had been vocally expressing a desire for vengeance against Chunji, yet his bravado lacked conviction. It was evident that the display of strength from Chunji had left him with significant psychological scars. He believed that should a confrontation arise, he would be no match for Chunji. As for hiring someone to commit murder, he lacked the courage for such an act. However, after hearing Lu Hong's account of the processing facility, Wang Qiuyang felt that an opportunity for revenge against Chunji had finally presented itself. Unable to confront you openly, Wang Qiuyang felt a surge of confidence in his ability to exploit your vulnerabilities and undermine you from behind. Without delay, he promptly made a call to arrange for an investigation. Lu Hong volunteered to personally guide the team to the processing site. Meanwhile, Chunji, accompanied by the two women carrying gifts, descended the stairs and approached his vehicle. As he opened the rear door, Su Meijuan's eyes widened in astonishment. After a few moments of shock, she exclaimed, Chunji, what is going on? Why have you acquired a new car again? Whose did you steal this time? Chunji shot her a glare. Who do you look down upon? Just because I drive a new car, you seem uncomfortable. Can I not afford a new car without resorting to theft? Su Meijuan mumbled. Wasn't he the last luxury car you had stolen? You said so yourself. Lin Xinran, bewildered, interjected, "What kind of cryptic language are you speaking? Stealing a luxury car? Aren't you worried about being caught by the police?" Su Meiwan laughed. "You've hit the nail on the head. If anyone else stole a car, they would be apprehended. But Chunji possesses the audacity to steal a newly acquired luxury car without consequence. Impressive, truly impressive." Lin Xinran couldn't help but give Chunji a thumbs up, then turned to Su Meiwan. "However, this car doesn't seem to be stolen. He told me he bought it on loan. Is this something you purchased on loan?" Su Meiwan asked, incredulous. Just days ago, Chunji faced a financial crisis, and now he could secure a loan for a car? Wasn't it said that when debts explode, one becomes a blacklisted individual, forever distanced from banks? Yet, in front of Lin Xinran, Su Meiwan refrained from voicing her doubts. Though they were close classmates, it was best that Lin Xinran remained oblivious to such matters. Seeing the splendid new vehicle, Su Meiwan's envy was palpable. "Chunji, such a fine car must be incredibly comfortable to ride in. How about this? I accompany you back to your hometown. What chaos would that bring?" Chunji replied, "I have pressing matters to attend to at home. Why would you tag along? Furthermore, Xinran is supposed to handle the discharge procedures for Sinyu later, and she must help him return home." "Help him with what?" Su Meiwan retorted. "He has been perfectly fine for ages. He can manage his own discharge. Just grab a taxi back. Besides, I genuinely have a reason to return to your hometown with you. Remember last time when you mentioned that your great-uncle's fortune teller was exceptionally accurate? I wish to consult him regarding Sinyu's fortune this year. After this incident, I feel quite shaken, and it would be reassuring to have some clarity. In the event of another misfortune, we would be better prepared to avoid it." Upon hearing her words, Chunji felt a stirring in his heart. He, too, faced a significant decision he was uncertain about. Although he knew one should not entirely trust fortune-telling, he had previously validated that his great-uncle possessed a knack for foresight. Consulting his great-uncle could indeed provide him with valuable insights, such as predicting when the current downturn in the aquaculture industry might conclude. From a probabilistic standpoint, the adage "what is separated must unite, and what is united must separate" holds true. Given the prolonged chill in the industry, one might anticipate an impending thaw. However, the market remains an abstraction, unpredictable and enigmatic, defying certainty. Aside from making broad predictions based on historical and current industry conditions, seeking counsel from one's uncle who possesses divinatory skills could serve as a novel reference point, thus validating insights through dual verification. Moreover, enlisting AI to forecast future trends would provide yet another perspective, enhancing one's confidence in potential outcomes. Consequently, he ceased to rebuff Su Meiwan. "You should go and speak with Sinyu. Do it quickly and return, so we can depart." To his surprise, upon hearing about the fortune-telling, Lin Xinran also wished to join. "I want to go too. Isn't your uncle the one who can tell fortunes? I'll ask him when I might find my Prince Charming." Chunji, exasperated, thought to himself, "I have serious matters to attend to back home. Why must you both indulge in this frivolity?" Chapter 70. Chunji is a scoundrel. Initially, Chunji intended to return home after dropping off Lin Xinran. He needed to inspect the external locks that Lu Hong had installed on his anti-theft door. He had to figure out how to remove them. Otherwise, how could he enter his own home? However, those two women had become his persistent shadows, thwarting his plans to return home. The embarrassment of a divorce was already overwhelming. Being locked out by that woman would only compound his humiliation, especially if Lin Xinran were to witness it. Reluctantly, he decided to postpone matters at home, planning to address them upon his return from his hometown. Thus, he took Lin Xinran and Su Meiwan straight back to his village. Throughout the journey, Su Meiwan was incessantly inquisitive in the car. She observed her surroundings, her curiosity palpable, exclaiming, "Chunji, you're quite impressive, at such a young age. You own such a splendid vehicle." Chunji corrected her, "I didn't purchase it outright, it is financed." "Is financing not a form of purchase?" Su Meiwan retorted. "Are you suggesting that Sinyu and I could manage the down payment? We certainly cannot afford the subsequent car payments." She continued, "Once Sinyu is well, you must lend us the car so he can take me on an excursion. I have yet to experience a vehicle of this caliber. I deserve to indulge a little." Chunji exchanged a glance with Lin Xinran, both rendered speechless. Su Meiwan had always been this way, coming from a modest background and possessing an unremarkable appearance. She held herself in low regard, considering herself inferior among her peers. Many years had passed, yet she still perceived herself as belonging to the lower echelons of society. Gazing enviously at the possessions of those above her, yearning but never daring to aspire for ownership. Although Sinyu had a car and a home, the latter was merely a small one-bedroom apartment, encumbered with a hefty monthly mortgage of over $2,000. With 2 children and her mother assisting with childcare, the 5 of them were cramped within that tiny space. The thought alone was stifling. As for the car, Sinyu's was a second-hand domestic model, purchased on an installment plan, which they had been paying off for over 2 years, with only a year left. By the time they returned to the village, the sun had begun its descent in the west. Sinyu's home was located at the back of the village. Chenji first dropped Su Meiwan off, unloading her belongings from the car. Su Meiwan insisted on leaving 3 boxes of milk in the car, 1 for Grandpa Chen, and the other 2 as gifts for the fortune-telling visit. After all, Chenji's great-uncle is a relative, and it would be inappropriate to go empty-handed. Chenji only left 1 box in the car, stating, "This box is sufficient for Grandpa, for the visit to my great-uncle. I can grab something else from my family's convenience store. I heard that old blind man doesn't drink milk." At this moment, Lin Xinran realized that although she was not specifically going to Chenji's home, he would inevitably return home. As an old classmate, it would be improper for her to visit without bringing a gift. After leaving Xingyu's house, as Chenji drove home, Lin Xinran insisted that he take a detour back to town. Chenji laughed and asked, "We just came from there. What do you need to go to town for again?" "Never mind, I forgot something. It's not far. We'll be there in a few minutes. Let us make a quick stop." Seeing Lin Xinran's insistence, Chenji understood her intention. She likely wanted to buy a gift after their earlier conversation. To spare Lin Xinran any embarrassment, Chenji reluctantly drove to town again. Upon learning that Chenji's family owned a convenience store, Lin Xinran was uncertain about what gift to purchase. Eventually, she visited a tea shop and bought 2 boxes of tea, 1 for Chenji's grandfather and the other for his father. Chenji couldn't help but think how similar women's thought processes seemed to be. Just days prior, his ex-girlfriend had also brought tea. Chenji chuckled, "Since you've brought gifts, you must join us for dinner at my house tonight." Lin Xinran replied, "I want to be dining at your home. I just called my mother to say I'm heading back. I haven't been home in a while, and my mother is making braised pork, which I've been craving for days. I'll eat at home, and afterward, we can go together to find your great-uncle for the fortune-telling." Both Lin Xinran and Lin Fengwen were from Dongling village, which was about 10 kilometers away from Nantang village. Just a short drive. Chenji thought that since he was already back, he might as well visit his grandfather to see how well his appliances were functioning. With the sun dipping in the west and time growing late, he couldn't allow his father to prepare dinner for him. He would have to cook instead. There was no time to drop Lin Xinran off, so he decided to let her drive his car home, promising to return after dinner. He jumped out of the car and instructed Lin Xinran, "You drive. Get familiar with the car's performance. After you drop me off, you can head home for your braised pork." Lin Xinran did not hesitate and took the driver's seat without any reservations. At that moment, the village intelligence base was bustling with activity. Most of the members had gathered there, and under the leadership of Niu Jinjun, they awaited an entertaining spectacle. Earlier in the day, Chen Shaoli had ridden his dilapidated electric tricycle to town. Niu Jinjun wanted everyone to witness just how disheveled Chen Shaoli would be upon his return, perhaps even in tears. With excitement, Niu Jinjun declared, "I just called Yin Yin. They haven't finished their meal yet." Young people lose track of time when they're having fun. "Look, the sun is already setting, and they haven't even completed lunch." Niu Jinjuan's devoted assistant, the little broadcaster, immediately chimed in. "They have been dining for such an extended period. Does this imply that Chen Shaoli has been accompanying them at the hotel all this while?" Niu Jinjun feigned anger and shot her a glare. "Accompanying them? With the way Chen Shaoli behaves, how could he possibly take a seat at the table? He was merely there to serve them." Initially, Xiao Duan intended for him to remain kneeling, as you all know. Xiao Duan's brothers are quite formidable and not to be trifled with. However, considering that Chen Shaoli is the elder uncle, both Xiao Duan and Yin Yin decided to spare him the humiliation of kneeling and instead allowed him to stand to the side and observe. Once they were sufficiently inebriated, they made Chen Shaoli toast to each of them and offer apologies. Ultimately, when their meal concluded, they instructed Chen Shaoli to settle the bill. And that would be the end of it. It was only Yin Yin's compassion and familial loyalty that prevented a harsher fate, unlike that heartless Chen Ji, who showed no mercy even to his own kin. Had Yin Yin and Xiao Duan been like him, his friends would have surely broken Chen Shaoli's other leg by now. The women present all echoed their agreement, praising Yin Yin's warmth and commending her husband, Duan Xiao, for his capabilities. Several livestock breeders from neighboring villages revered him, and with minimal effort, merely running errands and managing affairs, he could earn a substantial income. Truly, he was a remarkable individual. In such moments, Neo Jinjun relished her time the most. She held her head high, slightly closed her eyes, and pursed her lips, thoroughly basking in the compliments from the women. She eagerly anticipated the day's climax, envisioning the disheveled return of Chen Shaoli. All of this turmoil was a consequence of her son Chen Ji's actions. After all, he had provoked both her son-in-law and her daughter, even going so far as to rip the ear of their friend, a bald woman. The calamity Chen Ji had orchestrated necessitated that Chen Shaoli offer apologies and foot the bill, a leniency that could be considered a tremendous favor. Currently, Neo Jinjun harbored an intense loathing for Chen Ji. The last time Chen Ji returned, although he did not directly engage with Neo Jinjun, he still failed to acknowledge her presence. That day, she was irked by a series of actions upon returning home, such as purchasing large appliances and killing the village chief's dog without facing any consequences, which brought her embarrassment at the village's intelligence hub, deepening her disdain and animosity towards him. That evening, Neo Jinjuan's resentment boiled over, especially after her second daughter, Chen Yan, returned in tears, recounting how Chen Ji had humiliated her in their grandfather's orchard and even struck her friend. Under Chen Ji's instigation, Duan Xiao had slapped her, leading to a complete fallout between them and a desire to part ways. As a mother, Neo Jinjun felt both heartache and fury at her daughter being struck, wishing she could immediately seek retribution. Yet, seeing her daughter in such distress, she realized that Yin Yin was reluctant to sever ties with Duan Xiao. It was merely a matter of pride. Neo Jinjun did not wish for her daughter to break up with him either. Duan Xiao was handsome, robust, and a leader among the local youth. Not only the livestock breeders, but even other villagers held him in high regard. This brought Neo Jinjun a sense of pride as a mother-in-law. How could she bear to let go of such a fine son-in-law? Thus, she comforted her daughter, Yin Yin. Do not cry. I shall take charge for you. It is normal for young people to quarrel, but he must not resort to violence. I shall promptly call Duan and request his presence to offer an apology. Should he display a lack of contrition, I shall have your father intervene to rectify the situation. However, Chen Yan's focus lies elsewhere. She stomped her feet and cried out, "This is not his doing, but Chen Ji's. That scoundrel has shown me no respect. And he even struck our friend, inciting Duan Xiao to hit me as well. All the blame rests on that rogue, who deserves nothing less than death." As she continued to curse, her cries grew louder. Chapter 71. The situation becomes ever more complex indeed. That scoundrel deserves to perish. He should have met his end long ago. Neo Jinjun echoed her daughter's sentiments, which resonated deeply within her. This intensified her burgeoning hatred for Chen Ji. How dare he upset her, while also bullying her daughter and her friends? Retribution was imperative. For years, their family had been dominant, while the Chen family had endured in silence. When had they ever dared to provoke such tears from their kin? This was utterly intolerable. Neo Jinjun immediately dialed her husband's number. Meanwhile, Chen Shaoxin was enjoying drinks at the Green Source Hotel in town. As he reveled in his merriment, he received a call from his wife and, assuming it was a routine check-in, reluctantly answered. Upon picking up, he was met with Neo Jinjuan's anguished wails. "Where have you been? Hurry home, for your wife and child are on the verge of being bullied to death. We cannot endure this any longer." Neo Jinjun could also hear the raucous laughter and shouting of others drinking, which only fueled her ire further. "You continue to indulge yourself outside. Don't bother returning, for you won't see us again." Chen Shaoxin was taken aback by her outburst, fearing that a grave matter had transpired at home. "Calm down and explain what is happening," he urged. Neo Jinjun, amidst her tears and reproaches, recounted the day's events with embellishments. Upon hearing that there was no significant crisis at home, Chen Shaoxin felt a sense of relief. The only issue directly involving their family was Chen Ji's instigation of Duan Xiao to strike their second daughter. While the incident involving Chen Ji pulling on Chen Yan's friend's ear was a matter between him and others, detached from their family. However, Chen Shaoxin was taken aback by Neo Jinjuan's report that Chen Ji had killed the village chief's formidable dog, yet the chief had remained silent. This seemed illogical. The village chief's dog was more intimidating than any human in the village. How could he possibly let such an affront go unpunished? Chen Shaoxin suspected his wife's account might be exaggerated. "Hold on, I understand, and I will take care of it." After ending the call, two thoughts occupied his mind. First, Chen Ji had grown bold enough to provoke his wife and daughter to tears. This matter could not be left unresolved. Second, regarding Chen Ji's alleged killing of the village chief's dog, it was imperative to ascertain the truth, if it were indeed true. While the village chief might not seek Chen Ji's life, it was certainly necessary to ensure he faced severe consequences. Consequently, Chen Xiaoxin promptly contacted Hao Chong, feigning concern. As they usually got along well, it was prudent to inquire about the news, while his true intention was to verify its authenticity. As soon as the call connected, Hao Chong's tone was unfriendly. "What do you want?" he asked, clearly agitated. Chen Xiaoxin quickly accompanied his words with a smile. "It's nothing, village head. I just heard a piece of news that seems to be a rumor. I wonder how it spread in the village. They say your big wolf dog was killed by that Chen Ji boy. Does he possess such capability? Even if he had 100 lives." Before he could finish, Hao Chong interrupted him sharply. "Shut your mouth. Since you know it's a rumor, why did you call me? Are you just wasting my time? When did I ever have a dog?" With that, he hung up the phone abruptly. Chen Xiaoxin stared at the disconnected call, bewildered. The village head had owned that imposing wolf dog for more than just a year or two. It had ruled the village, having bitten people and even killed other dogs. Its existence was undeniable, so why was the village head denying it? Chen Xiaoxin found this situation perplexing. Consequently, he called Hao Shun, hoping to glean more information about the village head's dog. However, upon hearing Chen Xiaoxin inquire about the dog, Hao Shun's voice turned hoarse as he shouted, "Don't mention dogs. I am allergic to them. Anyone who discusses dogs with me will find themselves at odds with me." He too hung up the phone without further ado. Chen Xiaoxin stared at his phone, feeling increasingly dazed, as the matter seemed to grow more convoluted. It was not until he contacted the village accountant, Chen Xiaoshan, that he learned the shocking truth. The village head's wolf dog was indeed dead. How could this be? Chen Xiaoxin was astonished. How did such a robust wolf dog meet its demise? Who could have killed it? Surely it wasn't necessarily a person. Chen Xiaoshan, ever diplomatic, spoke with a tone of feigned ignorance, saying he had merely heard that the wolf dog had died on the street, and that he had dragged it back with his small electric vehicle. Chen Xiaoxin immediately sensed that Chen Xiaoshan was not being truthful and was clearly privy to the details, yet chose to avoid the topic. He refrained from pressing further, hastily finishing his meal and returning home. Upon arriving home and listening to his wife and second daughter recount the events, Chen Xiaoxin's astonishment deepened. He knew that Chen Ji had practiced sanda since childhood, training with sandbags and even practicing throwing knives, but he had always doubted the effectiveness of such training. Now, hearing his second daughter say that Chen Ji could easily pull the ears of a bald woman with a single chopstick, and that he had kicked the wolf dog to death, left Chen Xiaoxin in awe of this unexpected display of strength. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, finally realizing how formidable Chen Ji truly was. Furthermore, Chen Ji had remained patient all these years, and Chen Xiaoxin was taken aback by the cunning he had displayed. Yet, he could not comprehend why Chen Ji had suddenly chosen to act after all this time. Even more perplexing to Chen Xiaoxin was the nature of the village head himself. In his youth, he had mingled with unsavory characters in the city, returning to the village to wield absolute authority. The death of the wolf dog was a blow to the village head's pride. How could he possibly swallow such an affront? Strangely enough, the village head had indeed endured, ultimately allowing Chen Xiaoshan to dispose of the dead dog without further incident. Moreover, Niu Jingjun mentioned that Hao Shun had nearly been killed by Chen Ji as well. Yet the village head did not come to Hao Shun's defense. This was utterly incomprehensible. Had Hao Chong grown timid with age, afraid to engage in violence? Yet, Chen Xiaoxin quickly dismissed this notion. Hao Chong was not one to suffer indignities lightly. Desperate to uncover the truth, Chen Xiaoxin could clearly sense from the tones of Hao Chong, Hao Shun, and Chen Xiaoshan that they were all concealing something. As Chen Xiaoxin sat in contemplative silence, Niu Jingjun erupted in tears, exclaiming, "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up. Either call that boy over to Neil and apologize, or send someone to his house to drag him out and beat him half to death. Our Yin Yin has been spoiled since childhood. I have never even dared to slap her myself, so how dare he incite Duan Xiao to strike her? Of course, I will not spare Duan Xiao either. But the true instigator, Chen Ji, must not be let off the hook." Ever since Chen Ji returned with his ex-girlfriend, who had been driving a car with 4 flat tires, Niu Jingjun's fury knew no bounds. The series of events had left her feeling suffocated, and she could not release this pent-up anger without feeling utterly defeated. Chen Xiaoxin shot her a glare and admonished, "Calm down. I have yet to devise a plan. Besides, It was not him who struck Yin Yan, it was Duan Xiao who did. He added, I will summon that boy over shortly and deal with the one who resorted to violence first. If he dares to hit our daughter before marriage, what will happen afterward? It could lead to domestic violence. Chen Xiaoxin's considerations were more profound than those of his wife and child. The violent altercation where Chun Ji brutally assaulted Hao Shan and killed a large dog was evidently a point of no return, and his sudden display of strength was alarming. Previously, he had thought the elder brother's family was easy to bully, but now he realized he must tread carefully. Moreover, Chen Ji had not directly confronted them. Seeking trouble now would not hold water. Yet, Niu Jinjun, unable to suppress her indignation, insisted, What are you contemplating? Act swiftly. That scoundrel Chen Ji did not leave tonight. His car is parked right outside his home. If we send someone to block his way and drag him out for a beating, I would feel much better. Frustrated by her incessant nagging, Chen Xiaoxin, unable to restrain himself any longer, delivered a sharp slap to Niu Jinjuan's face. Are you satisfied now? If you don't calm down, I'll kick you to death. Remarkably, this slap silenced her. She was too startled to continue her cries. Both mother and daughter stared at Chen Xiaoxin as if he were a monster. Their lives had been relatively smooth in recent years, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere devoid of internal strife. But what was happening today? He had actually struck his wife. His expression had been terrifying. Both his wife and daughter were taken aback, no longer daring to stir up trouble. That night, the matter was effectively quelled. The following morning, after breakfast, Chen Xiaoxin cautioned his wife and daughter not to provoke Chen Ji. He attempted to reason with them, saying, Regardless of the circumstances, he is my elder brother's family. And Chen Ji is my own nephew. After all, we are family. Why create discord? Over the years, our families have had little interaction. So let us keep our distance and avoid provoking him. His wife and daughter remained silent, yet a trace of disdain was evident in their hearts. They could see his fear of Chen Ji. The mere mention of his ability to fight made him apprehensive. He spoke of familial bonds, but who would believe him? For years, he had treated Chen Shaoli's family as adversaries, teaching his wife and children to do the same. How could this brother feel any kinship at all? Upon arriving at the duck intestine processing factory, Chen Xiaoxin called Duan Xiao over and reprimanded him severely. Let him go and apologize to Chun Yan, allowing the two to reconcile. Although Duan Xiao holds a position of authority among his subordinates, he harbors a certain trepidation towards Chen Xiaoxin. Chen Xiaoxin operates a duck intestine processing factory, amassing considerable wealth, with rumors circulating that his net worth is in the tens of millions. Possessing both affluence and influence, he navigates the town with ease, maintaining amicable relations with prominent figures, including party officials and local law enforcement. In Duan Xiao's presence, he is exceedingly respectful. After receiving a reprimand, he dutifully followed his father-in-law's instructions to purchase a bracelet for Chun Yan at a jewelry store, bringing it as a gift to his home to make amends. Chun Yan was indeed anticipating his apology. Witnessing his contrition and sweet words, she graciously forgave him. The two reconciled as before and promptly began to strategize on how to reclaim their dignity. Duan Xiao, a notable figure in the surrounding villages, could not possibly swallow the insult of being publicly humiliated by Chen Ji. Additionally, with his mother-in-law incessantly urging him to take action, Duan Xiao felt compelled to confront Chen Ji, insisting that this matter required resolution. While they were deliberating, his loyal subordinate, Xiao Guanghua, rushed in to inform Niu Jinjua that Chen Ji had already driven back to Jiangzhou. Chen Xiaolai, limping slightly, carried some fruit, intending to bring it to his daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law? My foot. Niu Jinjua cursed vehemently. You've been divorced for ages. Didn't you see that he has already found a new partner? Nevertheless, Chen Ji's departure was considered a silver lining. While the monk may flee, the temple remains. This debt would be settled with Chen Xiaolai. In truth, they all understood the unspoken truth. It was easier to pick on the soft than the hard. Retrieving their dignity from Chen Xiaolai posed fewer risks and yielded the same, if not greater, satisfaction. If Chen Ji could send a large earring flying with a mere chopstick, how would it fare if aimed at an enemy's face? Furthermore, he had once killed a large wolf dog with a single kick, instilling fear in Duan Xiao, who recognized the difficulty of such an act. He had never heard of a dog being dispatched so easily. Thus, the three ultimately reached a consensus. They would target Chen Xiaolai. After a thorough preparation, they summoned the bald woman, instructing her to bring a few others to threaten Chen Xiaolai, proclaiming their intent to dismember Chen Ji. Chen Xiaolai had never encountered such a scenario. faced with a bald woman adorned with large earrings, her lips painted black, wielding a formidable cleaver. He felt dizzy. Upon hearing the threat of dismemberment directed at his son, he pleaded desperately for their mercy, offering to take his son's place in punishment. The bald woman achieved the desired effect. She did not immediately acquiesce to Chen Xiaolai's plea, but left with a harsh warning, stating that she would return the following day to ensure Chen Xiaolai summoned his son to face the consequences. The bald woman and her group chose to confront him in broad daylight. Coincidentally, at that moment, Chen Ji was being questioned by the local security team. He had not closely monitored the surveillance footage and remained oblivious to the events unfolding at home. Chen Xiaolai would certainly refrain from informing his son. The latter had previously declared that he would no longer tolerate being bullied. If he were to learn of this incident, it would undoubtedly escalate matters. Since the bald woman claimed to be a friend of Chen Yan, Chen Xiaolai had no choice but to seek her out. Naturally, he found himself unable to manage the situation alone, given that the two families had not interacted for many years, and his direct approach would be futile. Thus, he entrusted an elderly neighbor to act as an intermediary, hoping to facilitate a reconciliation. The neighbor made several trips back and forth, eventually reporting to Chen Xiaolai that the Shaoxin family had not voiced any objections, save for their son-in-law, Duan Xiao, who was quite insistent. He lamented that Chen Ji had embarrassed him, making it impossible for him to maintain his reputation among his younger associates. The only solution, he suggested, was to host a banquet at the Green Source Hotel in town, where Chen Xiaolai would need to personally offer drinks and apologies to the guests. Of course, the expenses for the feast would be his responsibility. Only by securing the forgiveness of Duan Xiao's associates could this matter be considered resolved. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaolai was overjoyed at the prospect of resolving the issue with a mere banquet and expressed his gratitude profusely, readily agreeing to the plan. Consequently, he closed his small shop for the day, prepared a meal for his son Chen Daji to eat at home, and then set off on his creaky electric tricycle to the Green Source Hotel. Niu Jinjun, accompanied by her entourage, gathered at the village information base, eagerly awaiting Chen Xiaolai's return, curious to see how humiliated he would appear. She anticipated witnessing his disheveled state, even envisioning him returning in tears. This malicious expectation brought her a sense of satisfaction. Unable to contain her excitement, she had already called Chen Yin several times. What she initially thought would be a simple drinking affair had turned into an extended gathering, lasting several hours from noon until the sun began to set. However, Chen Yin reported that Chen Xiaolai was not made to kneel, but rather was required to stand nearby, serving the guests. As a cripple, with one leg shorter than the other, he struggled to maintain his balance, visibly in pain. This sight only fueled Niu Jinjuan's delight, as she vividly recounted the scene to her followers. Yet, the reactions of her companions varied. Some laughed heartily, while others displayed expressions of discomfort. This discrepancy displeased Niu Jinjun, who felt that these women were not loyal enough to her, lacking the admiration she expected. As the sun dipped lower, some of the women grew restless, wanting to return home to prepare dinner. Niu Jinjun, unwilling to let them leave, urged them to wait a little longer. Just moments ago, Yan Yin had called to inform her that the meal had commenced, and they would soon be dispersing, with the cripple returning shortly. They had waited all afternoon to witness his disgrace. She was curious to see if he would indeed return in tears. Don't leave yet. It won't be too late to cook dinner after we witness this spectacle. As she spoke, a sleek black sedan approached. The vehicle gleamed brightly, unmistakably new, bearing the emblem of 4 interlocking rings, imposing and grand. One woman could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "Another car with 4 rings. Where could this luxury vehicle have come from?" The other women echoed her sentiments, their eyes drawn to the opulence of the car. Although they did not recognize the vehicle as an Audi Q7, its appearance was enough to indicate its expensive nature. Niu Jinju curiously craned her neck, fixated on the car, pondering to whom it might belong. While she was unfamiliar with the Audi Q7, she recognized the emblem of the 4 rings, signifying it was indeed an Audi. The sheer size of the car confirmed her intuition that it was undoubtedly luxurious. Instinctively, she sensed that this vehicle surpassed the worth of the cars driven by her husband and their 2 daughters. Her eldest daughter drove a Mercedes, and her younger daughter piloted a BMW, yet she was acutely aware that they possessed only the most economical models of these prestigious brands. As for her husband's vehicle, it was merely a Volkswagen Magotan, reputed to be a mere B-class car, hardly qualifying as a luxury automobile. When the imposing Audi slowed at the intersection and made a gradual turn, a sharp-eyed woman could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "Isn't that Shinji in the car? But it's a woman driving." Another woman chimed in, "Indeed, it is a woman, not the one who brought him back last time." Several women immediately began to chatter. "Why has he changed again? Didn't we hear that Shinji divorced and wanted to reunite with his ex-girlfriend? Has he abandoned her for yet another?" Neo Jinju uttered not a word, her fiery gaze locked onto the vehicle, yearning to pierce through the glass and scrutinize the couple within. Chapter 73. Always close to wealthy women, Neo Jinju learned of Chunji's divorce from Yang Lanxiang, who had relayed the information. As for whether Chunji intended to remarry his ex-girlfriend, it was merely speculation among the women. Neo Jinju felt quite reluctant to engage in this discussion, particularly since the woman who had returned Chunji home that day drove a car adorned with the 4 rings. Though she believed that vehicles bearing the 4 rings paled in comparison to Mercedes and BMWs, they were still luxury cars, with some models reputedly fetching exorbitant prices. The mere thought of this made Neo Jinju feel a deep sense of discomfort. Now, Chunji had once again been escorted home by a beautiful young lady driving an even larger and more splendid 4-ring car, its polished surface gleaming as though it had just been acquired. This revelation filled Neo Jinju with envy. How fortunate was Chunji to be consistently associated with affluent women. Oh no, these women were not merely wealthy, they were strikingly attractive young ladies. Neo Jinju felt increasingly distressed, her chest tightening with a sense of suffocation. Meanwhile, the other women were captivated by the pristine luxury of the new car, oblivious to Neo Jinju's changing complexion as they continued to express their admiration. "This is an Audi. Just imagine the cost. It looks exceptionally expensive. Look at how large it is." Unable to bear it any longer, Neo Jinju erupted in anger. Just because it's big means it's expensive? Coffins are large too. Should they also be considered costly? Her outburst acted like a brake on the fervent discussion among the women. Everyone turned their gaze towards her, suddenly awakening to the realization. By incessantly praising and envying Chunji, were we not, in essence, slapping Neo Jinju in the face? She had always looked down upon her uncle's family and had no desire for their prosperity, harboring a particular disdain for her father-in-law's favoritism towards Chunji, the grandson. Now, witnessing this grandson being repeatedly whisked away in luxurious cars by various beautiful women, how could Neo Jinju not feel pained, already burdened with her own discomfort? The fervent discussions among the women, each one enviously captivated, only exacerbated her distress. The women fell silent, yet their curiosity proved insatiable, compelling them to fixate on the gleaming luxury vehicle. Driven by their gossiping instincts, they longed to rush over and inspect it up close, even inquiring about the nature of Chunji's relationship with the woman, the price of the car, and the source of her wealth. However, with Neo Jinju's countenance as dark as a charred pot, the women dared not approach to inquire further. Under Chunji's direction, Lin Xinran parked the car across from his home. Chunji glanced towards his house and remarked, "Why is the little shop closed? My father's tricycle isn't here either. Where could he have gone?" With that, he exited the vehicle, followed closely by Lin Xinran. Aware that Chunji's father was not home, she refrained from accompanying him inside, instead drawn to a group of elderly men playing stone chess beneath a large poplar tree. Lin Xinran had also played such chess in her childhood and was quite adept at it. However, after her schooling and work, spending most of her time in the city, she had not encountered the elderly players in quite some time. Upon seeing the men engaged in their game, her interest piqued, and she approached to observe. Soon, she squatted down, quickly immersing herself in their pastime. Entering through the front door, Chunji found his brother watching television and inquired, "Where's our father? What is he up to?" Upon seeing his younger brother return, Chundaji leaped from the sofa in delight. "Xiaoji, you're back. Did you bring me something delicious? Did you buy a gun?" Yes, it's all in the car," Chunji replied. "But I need to ask you, where did our father go?" "He went to the town. He said he was going to eat. I had lunch by myself," Chundaji explained. Chunji's brow furrowed at this. Something felt amiss. His brother's implication was that their father had gone to town for lunch before noon, yet the sun was already dipping in the west. Could a meal take that long? Moreover, since family relations had soured, their father rarely interacted with relatives or friends. Why would he leave the shop unattended to dine with someone in town? "Who did Dad go to eat with?" he asked his brother. Chundaji shook his head. "I don't know." The more Chunji thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Even if his father had gone out to eat, He should have returned by now. The sun was setting. Furthermore, ever since the family situation had changed, their father had long ceased drinking. It was improbable he would linger out for so long without returning. Convinced that his father's absence was not merely a matter of dining, he took out his phone to call him. The phone continued to ring. Yet his father remained unresponsive. A foreboding sense of dread enveloped Chen Ji, for he feared something dreadful had befallen his father. Ever since that fateful day, he had slain the village chief's formidable dog, irreparably severing ties with the chief. Unease had lingered in his heart. Particularly after confronting the local gangsters at the construction site, it was evident he had provoked individuals he ought to have avoided. However, Chen was acutely aware of his actions. For years, his family had endured indignities in the village, allowing themselves to be bullied, only to see the malevolence escalate. To endure meant to be victimized, and to resist also led to victimization. Thus, there was no longer any need for restraint. The only recourse was to respond to violence with violence, to decisively subdue the adversary. Yet, this course of action would undoubtedly instill terror and anguish in his family. Nevertheless, with no alternative left, he could no longer afford to play the submissive fool. Even if it meant enduring painful repercussions, retaliation was imperative. It was evident that after their counterstrike, his father felt a sense of vindication but also trepidation. Chen Ji feigned indifference, yet inwardly he was anxious, not for himself, but for the potential harm those individuals might inflict upon his family. Thus, he had installed numerous surveillance cameras throughout the house and the streets outside, leaving no blind spots. During quiet moments in the past few days, he would often pull out his phone to check the surveillance footage, particularly at night, as long as he was awake. He would intermittently glance at the screen to ensure everything was well with his father and brother. Only upon confirming their safety could he find solace. At that moment, Chen Ji was acutely aware of the anxiety and fear that accompanied this tumultuous period. He truly feared for his father's life. If that were to happen, perhaps enduring indignities would have been the most prudent response to bullying. While continuing to call his father, he hastened outside, eager to inquire with the neighbors about his father's whereabouts before rushing to the town in search of him. As he approached the entrance, he spotted Old Man San, leaning on his cane, making his way inside. Upon seeing Chen Ji, Old Man San raised a hand to stop him, glancing back outside as if wary of something, then mysteriously beckoned Chen Ji to follow him back inside. "Xiaoji, you have finally returned," Old Man San exclaimed. A chill ran down Chen Ji's spine at those words. Chapter 74. Overwhelmed by numbers, he grasped Old Man San's frail hand, urgently inquiring, "What is it, Old Man San? What has happened to my father?" Sensing Chen Ji's pallor, Old Man San hastily reassured him, calm down, it's nothing serious. Your father has simply gone to the town to host a banquet and offer apologies." "Apologize to whom?" Chen Ji pressed. Old Man San shot him a disapproving glare. "Whom do you think? It's due to the trouble you stirred up. When did you offend Yin Yin and her friends? How could you dare cross such individuals?" Upon hearing the situation, Chen Ji gradually comprehended the matter at hand, and his heart found a semblance of tranquility. The issue stemming from Chun Yin and those ruffians was not insurmountable. Initially, he feared that Hao Chong and the nefarious elements from the battlefield had begun to exact retribution upon his family. These individuals, known for their ruthless hearts and brutal methods, could inflict significant harm if they targeted his loved ones. The mere fact that Chun Yin had provoked those delinquents and dared to intimidate his disabled father was disconcerting. However, it seemed that such lowly characters would hardly stir a tempest. Nonetheless, in the eyes of his great-uncle, Chun Ji had indeed provoked individuals beyond his reckoning. The elder recounted the scene where the bald woman, accompanied by a cadre of gangsters, threatened Chen Shaoli at the convenience store. As he described the bald woman's unsettling visage and the menacing gangsters, his body involuntarily trembled. It was evident that although these thugs did not directly threaten his great-uncle, an overwhelming sense of dread still gripped him. In light of the timeline provided by his great-uncle, Chen Ji hastily opened his mobile device to review the surveillance footage from that day, only to discover that he had been summoned to the security team precisely as the bald woman and her associates were menacing his father. Witnessing their fierce demeanor and the way the woman slammed a large cleaver on the table ignited a surge of fury within him. Had he seen this footage at the time, he would have undoubtedly rushed back home without hesitation, gripping his great-uncle's hand. Chen Ji could distinctly feel it grow cold as the elder recounted the bald woman's bizarre appearance, highlighting the psychological trauma she inflicted upon him. Chunji gently massaged his great-uncle's hand, offering reassurance. It's all right, great-uncle. She's merely a woman with a shaved head and oversized earrings. What is there to fear? Anyone can paint their eyes and lips black. It's merely a ploy to instill fear. You need not worry. My father is at the largest hotel in town, the Green Source Grand Hotel. I can simply go there and bring him back. Upon hearing this, his great-uncle grew anxious. You mustn't go, Xiaoji. I urge you to leave immediately and avoid crossing paths with those individuals. Your father is currently making amends. Once this matter has settled, you may return. We are still unaware of his situation, and if you venture into town now, it would only exacerbate the issue. Seeing the anxious tears welling in his great-uncle's eyes, Chunji sought to soothe him, saying, Very well, I shall heed your advice and take my leave to avoid them. I will wait for my father to call me upon his return. Indeed, my boy, you are quite obedient. Now off you go swiftly, his great-uncle urged, gently pushing Chunji toward the door. Chunji hastened out of the house, only to find Lin Shinran squatting amidst the elderly men, even beginning to gesticulate and direct others in their game of chess. Chunji was utterly speechless. There was no time for lengthy explanations. He had to hurry to the Green Source Hotel. The afternoon was upon him, and he could only imagine the torment his father had endured in his absence. He strode purposefully towards Lin Shinran, grasped her arm, and urgently pulled her along towards the car. Hurry, I have an urgent matter to attend to. What's the rush? Lin Shinran asked, bewildered as she was being hurried along. Don't ask now. I will explain on the way. Chunji opened the passenger door, pushed Lin Shinran inside, and swiftly turned to start the engine. He deftly maneuvered the car into the alley, spun around, and the vehicle kicked up a cloud of dust as it sped away. The dust billowed over the village, prompting the women there to wave their hands in annoyance. Neo Jinjun cursed vehemently. What an unrefined brat. Did he grow up without proper guidance? Driving so recklessly, does he think he's racing to the afterlife? Why doesn't he just crash and get it over with? Her frustration fueled her harsh words as she vented her anger. The women had initially suppressed their envious whispers, but upon witnessing Chunji pulling the girl towards the car, their curiosity erupted anew. It seems this isn't a fleeting romance. Look at how familiar they are with each other. They must be old flames, one remarked. Not necessarily. Another chimed in. Young people these days are quite open-minded. They can share a bed after just one day of acquaintance. Once they've been intimate, pulling each other around is nothing new. How many women does Chunji have, anyway? He just left one, brought another home a few days ago, and now he's with yet another. Another woman mused, noting that she was aware of at least 3. As their lively discussion continued, the dust kicked up by an Audi Q7 engulfed them, interrupting their gossip. Although the conversation had not fully blossomed, the topic of Chunji's numerous relationships had once again crossed Neo Jinjuan's threshold of tolerance. It was a subject she found intolerable and uncomfortable to hear. As the car sped away, she hurled curses in the direction it had vanished, unleashing a torrent of invectives that seemed to go on indefinitely. Inside the vehicle, Lin Shinran observed Chunji's grim demeanor and the car's rapid pace, realizing that something serious had transpired. What happened? She inquired. I crossed paths with a few local thugs a few days ago, Chunji replied. Those scoundrels didn't dare confront me directly, so they resorted to bullying my father, demanding he host a banquet at the town hotel to apologize to them. He went at noon and hasn't returned yet. My father has a disability. It's been several hours, and I can only dread the kind of torment he might be enduring. Are you going alone? Lin Shinran hesitated, her words trailing off. Her implication was that, given their affiliation with a group of ruffians, would Chunji be able to handle a potential escalation of conflict? However, Lin Shinran quickly recalled Chunji's familial background. After all, the two villages were in close proximity, and several classmates were from Chunji's village. Well aware of his family's circumstances, it was also known that Chunji had practiced martial arts since childhood, seeking vengeance for his father. When they shared a desk, Lin Shinran once inquired about his martial arts training. Yet it was evident that this was a matter of privacy for Chunji, perhaps even a taboo subject, since he had not spoken to her for several days following her question. Consequently, Lin Shinran refrained from broaching similar topics thereafter. In retrospect, it seemed plausible that Chunji possessed some skill in martial arts. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands. Facing a larger group, Chunji would be like a lamb entering a den of wolves. Chapter 75. Cruelty Moreover. Lin Xinran believed that resorting to violence was not the most prudent course of action in times of conflict. After a moment of silence, she cautiously suggested, "Perhaps we should consider contacting the authorities? We live in a society governed by law, and the police would not allow such individuals to act with impunity." Chun Ji remained silent, his expression cold. Lin Xinran understood that he would not heed her advice. After all, in his youthful fervor and anger, his mind was likely consumed with a singular thought: to confront and overpower those who had wronged his father. Reporting the incident would not provide the cathartic release he sought. This left Lin Xinran deeply concerned. "Chun Ji, I know you may not appreciate my urging you to remain calm, but I must implore you to do so. Our objective is to mitigate any harm to your father. If you impulsively engage them in a fight, the situation will escalate, causing even greater harm to uncle. We are no longer children. We must consider the consequences of our actions." Chun Ji cast her a sidelong glance and replied tersely, "You need not worry. I am not that rash. I am contemplating contacting the police, but before doing so, I wish to ascertain the situation at the hotel. What can I report to the police if I do not understand what has transpired?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xinran felt a wave of relief and promptly nodded, saying, "You are right. Let us first assess the situation. If you find it inconvenient to intervene, I can check inside the hotel myself." The car soon arrived in town, and Chun Ji parked by the roadside opposite the Green Source Hotel, gazing towards the establishment. At this hour, it was still early for dinner, and the hotel had yet to receive any guests, with only a few vehicles in front. His eyes were immediately drawn to the left side of the hotel entrance, where his father's dilapidated tricycle sat forlornly. To the right, several cars were parked, among them a modified Porsche Cayenne. Adjacent to the Cayenne was a blood-red BMW X1, which Chun Ji recognized as Chun Yan's vehicle. There were also a van and a cherry car parked nearby. Chun Ji's gaze returned to his father's solitary, dilapidated electric tricycle. The sight of that forlorn vehicle evoked memories of his father, limping on one leg, being bullied by a group of ruffians. His father had been coerced by the underworld into attending a banquet to apologize, their true intent being to torment him. They would never allow him to sit comfortably while feasting and drinking with them. Those brutes would employ every means at their disposal to ensure his father suffered. Arriving before lunch, hours had passed as the sun began its descent in the west, and now his father was forced to serve tea and pour drinks for those animals, enduring relentless humiliation. Given his father's disability, standing for long periods was already a challenge, and those scoundrels were undoubtedly aware of this, deliberately prolonging his suffering. Chun Ji could not bear to contemplate the scene unfolding in his mind, a profound anguish enveloping him. Simultaneously, his hatred for Duan Xiao, Chun Yan, and the bald woman surged to its zenith, an uncontrollable fury igniting within him. However, Chun Ji was not one to act impulsively. Despite the hatred and rage coursing through him, he compelled himself to remain rational. After all, he and his father had endured bullying and humiliation since childhood. Yet they had persevered through the years. This long-standing forbearance had cultivated in Chun Ji a remarkable composure. Although he had resolved to no longer tolerate the injustices inflicted upon him and his family by those who had long been his adversaries, he vowed to exact his revenge according to three principles. First, to minimize harm to his family. Second, to deliver the most substantial blow to his enemies. And third, to ensure his own safe retreat after the conflict. He understood that impulsiveness would only jeopardize his plans, undermining the very principles he sought to uphold in his quest for vengeance. Thus, as his anger blazed within him, Chun Ji displayed an even greater calmness. He turned to Lin Xinran and said, "It seems the only option is to put you in harm's way. Please go into the hotel and inquire with the front desk or the waitstaff about the situation at the banquet. You know my father is limping, and that broken tricycle at the entrance is his. Just say you are a relative and ask why they have not dispersed yet. There is a large group of thugs inside. Are you afraid?" Lin Xinran smiled charmingly and replied, "Don't worry, I'm not that timid. Besides, I haven't provoked them, so they wouldn't dare harm me." Chun Ji nodded in agreement. "Yes, just subtly gather information, ask about the situation. How you phrase your inquiries is up to you, but please do not enter the private rooms." Lin Xinran gave Chun Ji a meaningful glance and assured him, "I understand. Don't worry, I want to go inside." Dressed in a blue work uniform and wearing high heels, Lin Xinran confidently walked into the hotel. Chun Ji then dialed Jinyu's number. "Hello, what are you up to?" he asked. On the other end, Jinyu replied, "What else? I'm in the workshop, killing chickens." Do you recall the last encounter with Duan Xiao in Grandpa's orchard? That scoundrel. Is he well acquainted with the personnel at the police station? On the other end of the line, Jinyu was momentarily taken aback. Why was this question being posed again? Had something occurred? Enough with the trivialities. Just answer my question. Yes, he is quite familiar with them. Duan Xiao spends his days with a gang of delinquents, indulging in revelry and engaging in brawls. He is undoubtedly a frequent visitor at the police station, summoned every few days. How could he not be familiar? So, you mean to say he merely frequents the police station without any profound connections there, correct? Precisely, that is what I mean. Very well, I understand now. Hey. Don't hang up. Jinyu interjected from the other end. You must have something important to discuss. What exactly is going on? Is that rascal bothering you again? If he is causing you trouble, I will go find Brother Feng. As you witnessed last time, with a single word from Brother Feng, that scoundrel would immediately turn into a submissive lapdog. There is nothing amiss at the moment. If anything arises, I will reach out to you. Chun-Ji abruptly ended the call, not wishing for Jinyu to get entangled in this mess. Jinyu was working in the cold storage. While Duan Xiao's gang roamed about the town, any feud with those individuals would undoubtedly pose a complication for Jinyu. Before long, Lin Xinran emerged from the hotel, returning to the car with a look of indignation upon her face. I have ascertained the situation. That group of ruffians is still in the private room, indulging in a lavish feast, and Uncle is among them. These individuals have been drinking since noon, causing the waitstaff to be unable to conclude their shifts, leaving several to remain on duty. The front desk attendant expressed her frustration, noting that these patrons frequently dine there, and each time they are a nuisance. This time, they even brought along a middle-aged man with a limp. It was clear that this man had offended them. Upon entering the hotel, the ruffians began to berate him. Once in the private room, they forcibly expelled the server, demanding the middle-aged man serve them instead. They persistently sent him up and down, requesting cigarettes and alcohol. According to the upstairs staff, the man was already limping and could barely stand. In the private room, he pleaded with them to allow him to sit, even if just on the floor, but they refused to permit him to rest, insisting he stand upright. How could a man with a limp possibly stand straight? Lin Xinran's anger intensified as she recounted the events. The waitstaff could no longer bear to witness such cruelty. Deeming it inhumane to treat a disabled person in such a vicious manner, Lin Xinran fell silent, for she noticed Chun-Ji's eyes were red, glistening with tears. Chapter 76. Likely an assistant director unable to contain her emotions, Lin Xinran grasped Chun-Ji's hand, offering him comfort. It's all right. We are here now. Let us hurry and report this to the authorities. Chun-Ji, gritting his teeth, nodded in agreement. With a surge of determination, he pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped away. Upon reaching the police station, Chun-Ji explained the situation to the officers, retrieving his phone to display the surveillance footage from that day, revealing the bald-headed woman leading a group with a machete to his home. All of this served as evidence that his father was being subjected to extortion and, as a disabled individual, was enduring inhumane torment. It is evident that the police are quite familiar with the bald woman. After reviewing the surveillance footage, one officer chuckled. Isn't that the one they call Flare? Chun-Ji, somewhat perplexed, pointed at the bald woman in the video and asked, the Flare you mentioned refers to this woman, correct? Indeed, her nickname is Flare, and she is a regular around here. Just then, a young officer entered from outside. Judging by his age, he appeared to be in his mid-20s, of average height, sporting a crew cut, with keen eyes that exuded vitality. Chun-Ji did not recognize the officers from the local police station, but noticing the rank insignia of the newcomer, he surmised that this officer might be an instructor or a household registration officer. Upon entering, the officer, identified as Officer Dong by his colleagues, inquired about the situation. The officer who had received the call explained, they are here to report an extortion case involving that group led by Flare. Realizing that the officer was addressed as Dong, Chun-Ji understood that he was either the station chief or the deputy chief. However, he knew that station chiefs, as heads of grassroots units, typically held higher ranks, usually around 201 or even 202. It was quite rare for a 200 officer, second-level sergeant, to serve as a station chief, unless they were a newly appointed young chief or a temporary head of the station. With this insight, he concluded that Officer Dong was most likely the deputy chief. Chun-Ji promptly informed Officer Dong, it's not just the bald woman. The main organizer appears to be someone named Duan Xiao. They are currently at the Green Source Hotel. Officer Dong's face darkened with anger. I had a feeling it would be these rascals. Gather a few men. I will lead the team to respond. Chunji handed the car keys to Lin Xinran, suggesting, you should go home and enjoy some braised pork. I will accompany the officers. The matter is not concluded. How can I leave with peace of mind? Lin Xinran insisted. You would be of no use here and would only complicate matters. The officers are handling it. So you can rest assured, Chunji asserted, firmly placing the keys in her hand before hastily following the police to the patrol car. Inside the vehicle, Chunji recounted the overall situation to Officer Dong, detailing the origins of his enmity with Duan Xiao and the others. He then produced his phone, retrieving the surveillance footage from the day when the bald woman had threatened his father at the convenience store, and showed it to Officer Dong. The expression on Officer Dong's face grew increasingly furious as he pointed at Chen Xiaoli in the video and asked, "Is this your father? What happened to his leg?" Chunji replied, "My father's leg was brutally broken many years ago, leaving it like this." Officer Dong stared at Chunji in astonishment. What was done to address such a grievous injury? What could be done? It was a fruitless endeavor, Chunji replied matter-of-factly. Officer Dong's expression shifted to one of shock. To have crippled someone yet faced no repercussions. Who could wield such power? Chunji remarked, "This is a long story. I will share the details with you when the opportunity arises." Officer Dong nodded, choosing not to speak further. Chunji could discern that this Director Dong had likely not been in the profession for long, for he had yet to become jaded by the system. In the face of social injustice, he still possessed the innate ability to feel indignant. Previously, he had heard tales of Hao Chong and his cohorts thriving in the town. Being well acquainted with its prominent figures and on friendly terms with the local police, often indulging in drinks together. Judging by the sense of justice displayed by this Director Dong, it was improbable that he would fraternize with someone like Hao Chong. Perhaps Director Dong was an anomaly among his colleagues, or he might have recently been transferred. In truth, Chunji felt a profound internal conflict. He longed to suggest to the police that they should monitor the vicinity of the hotel. Once the perpetrators had finished drinking, his father could settle the bill at the front desk, thereby solidifying evidence of their extortion. Chunji intended to keep a close watch on them, particularly on the main culprits, Duan Xiao, Chen Yan, and the bald woman, determined to hold them criminally accountable, resolutely rejecting any form of mediation or forgiveness. Yet, he also yearned to storm into the private room with the police without delay to rescue his father, unable to bear the thought of him being subjected to the indignities inflicted by those ruffians. However, he reminded himself that the police had their procedures, and he could not dictate their actions. Thus, he decided to observe their next steps with patience. As the police vehicle approached the vicinity of the Green Source Hotel, Director Dong instructed the driver to halt. He commanded the officers accompanying him, "You all remain here and watch the hotel entrance. If Duan Xiao and his gang emerge, do not allow them to escape. Keep everyone in place for questioning. I will go inside to ascertain the situation." Chunji followed Director Dong out of the car. But upon noticing Chunji's intention to accompany him, Director Dong paused, contemplated for a moment, and returned to the vehicle. He addressed everyone inside. "Hand over your phones to me." The officers exchanged glances filled with anger, displaying reluctance to comply. Chunji observed this scene, further confirming his impression that Director Dong was indeed an outsider within the precinct, differing from the others. Noticing the officers' hesitation to surrender their phones, Director Dong stated, "If you choose not to hand over your devices, that is acceptable. However, should any information leak, you shall all be considered suspects, and I will report accordingly." The driver, with a tone of sarcasm, remarked, "Director, are you being overly meticulous? Do you really think Duan Xiao and the others are worth alerting?" Director Dong remained resolute, pressing, "So, will you comply?" The officers exchanged glances, visibly frustrated, and begrudgingly relinquished their phones. Director Dong took the devices, emphasizing, "There are several cameras in the vicinity, so refrain from any underhanded actions. As I said, keep watch here and follow my commands." The officers, clearly incensed, turned their noses up and ceased engaging with Director Dong. Director Dong then led Chunji into the hotel, where they inquired at the front desk. As previously mentioned by Lin Xinran, the staff were outraged by the bullies tormenting the disabled. Upon seeing the police, they eagerly began recounting the events occurring in the private room. They mentioned that the banquet in the private room was nearing its conclusion. Originally, that table had represented a premium expenditure. Yet those individuals had ordered 2 cases of 6 bottle packs of the smooth and fragrant sea blue, in addition to 6 packs of Taishan cigarettes, seemingly intending to take them away. Listening to the server's account, Chun-Ji felt an uncontrollable surge of rage, his fists clenching involuntarily, producing a rhythmic crackling sound. Chapter 77. A deep-seated hatred. Director Dong inquired, "What was the total expenditure for that table?" The front desk glanced over and replied, "It amounted to 6,800. Director Dong scrutinized the surveillance in the hall and asked the front desk, "There are no cameras installed in the private room, are there?" The front desk responded, "No cameras are installed in the private rooms." Nodding, Director Dong said, "Take me to your surveillance room." The hotel's surveillance room was located on the second floor. As Director Dong reviewed the footage, he witnessed the scene of those ruffians escorting Chen Shaoli into the hotel, along with the footage of Chen Shaoli scurrying up and down the stairs, in his 50s and limping on one leg. Chen Shaoli initially managed to move with some vigor despite his disability. However, several hours later, it was evident that he was exhausted, needing to pause several times on the staircase, beads of sweat rolling down his face, clearly indicating his physical limits had been reached. His injured leg pained him greatly, compelling him to stop occasionally to massage it. Standing behind Director Dong, Chun-Ji observed his father's suffering, his eyes moistening once more as he fought back tears, his fists tightening even further. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the third floor. They turned their attention to the surveillance footage from the third-floor corridor, where Duan Xiao and his companions emerged from the private room, loudly celebrating and swaying, clearly having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. Chen Shaoli trailed behind, though a cripple. He bore 2 cases of liquor, with several packs of cigarettes perched atop them. It was evident that his strength had been utterly depleted, making it nearly impossible for him to carry the 2 cases. Yet, driven by the ruffians, he gritted his teeth and limped downward with effort. Chun-Ji swayed slightly, nearly succumbing to the impulse to rush down, seize the liquor from his father's hands, and hurl it at those scoundrels. However, he restrained himself. He understood that only by waiting for these individuals to descend and for his father to settle the bill, all captured by the surveillance, could their extortion be firmly established. He was determined to see them imprisoned. Rushing down to beat them would be far too lenient. In the past, his uncle's family had looked down upon his own, with little interaction between them, and his aunt often bullied their family. While those incidents had once incited Chun-Ji's anger, they had not yet fostered a deep-seated hatred. However, today he loathed his cousin Chun-Yin with a burning intensity, fully aware that she was among the principal perpetrators of this incident. In this matter, he would not entertain familial bonds. He was resolute in his intention to see her imprisoned as well. The ruffians hurried down to the first-floor lobby, while Chen Shaoli struggled to keep pace, moving as if each step was a laborious effort. His painfully slow arrival at the lobby evidently incited the ruffians' displeasure, leading to pushes and shoves, accompanied by mockery and insults. Chen Shaoli, under their relentless bullying, resembled a solitary blade of grass in the vast ocean, utterly helpless. Du Zhao's impatience with Chen Shaoli was palpable. Just as Chen Shaoli placed 2 boxes of liquor on the ground and had not yet straightened his back, Du Zhao delivered a swift kick to his backside, sending him sprawling onto the boxes, eliciting uproarious laughter from the ruffians surrounding them. Though Chen Shaoli was knocked down and subjected to such humiliation, he did not dare to voice a protest. Instead, he turned back and offered Du Zhao a sycophantic smile. Witnessing this scene, Chen-Ji could no longer hold back his tears, and they cascaded down his cheeks. Although he had never seen his father in his youth, he could envision him as the first professional transporter in the surrounding villages, tall, handsome, and far superior in both status and background compared to the ruffians of today. In those days, his father was spirited and youthful, once commanding respect with his authority. Yet now, he had become a disabled man, enduring humiliation and mistreatment for the sake of his son's safety against the underworld, accepting all indignities without complaint. Struggling to rise, Chen Shaoli managed to smile ingratiatingly at the thugs before hastily heading to the front desk to settle the bill. As he began to pay, the ruffians prepared to leave. At that moment, Du Zhao, with one hand cupping himself, glanced around, his gaze landing towards the restroom, clearly in urgent need. He staggered out of the crowd, his steps unsteady as he made his way to the restroom. This sudden movement invigorated Chen-Ji. He took another look at all the surveillance footage in the hotel. Earlier, while reviewing the footage, he had noticed that the placement of the cameras was flawed, with several blind spots. Now, the monitor at the restroom entrance displayed a black screen, indicating it was malfunctioning. Chen-Ji nodded, quietly retreating and slipping into the fire escape, descending swiftly. Recalling the blind spots he had noted earlier, He navigated through them like a nimble cat, darting into the first-floor restroom. Inside, Du Xiao was obliviously using the wall-mounted urinal, humming a tune in delight, unaware of Chun Ji's presence. Chun Ji stood at the restroom entrance, surveying the interior. All the cubicle doors were ajar, and it was evident that Du Xiao was alone. He quickly shut the restroom door and locked it with a decisive click. Only then did the intoxicated Du Xiao turn around, belatedly realizing someone was there. However, before he could react, Chun Ji was already upon him. With a swift motion, Chun Ji lifted his leg and struck Du Xiao's knee, causing the hefty man to collapse to the ground like a sack devoid of bones. The sound of his knee hitting the tiled floor mingled with his cries of pain. Chun Ji pressed his right hand against Du Xiao's neck, forcefully pushing his fleshy face toward the wall-mounted urinal. Simultaneously, he raised his left hand and pressed down on the flush handle, sending a torrent of water gushing forth, instantly submerging Du Xiao's mouth and nose. Du Xiao struggled desperately, flailing his arms wildly, his feet thrashing against the ground, splashing water everywhere. However, his neck was firmly held down by Chun Ji, rendering him completely immobile. His mouth and nose were submerged in water, depriving him of breath, and he could only produce gurgling sounds. In his desperate struggle, torrents of water surged into his throat. Chun Ji's icy voice whispered in his ear, "I hear you enjoy having others foot the bill, don't you? My father, already limping, was forced to stand for hours on end because of you. That must have been quite a thrill, wasn't it? More exhilarating than shoving your head into a urinal, I presume." Duan Zhao's temples throbbed with visible veins, and his limbs thrashed wildly, clearly on the verge of suffocation. Yet, Chun Ji displayed no mercy. Instead, he pressed down harder on his neck. With each exertion, he muttered, "A bill of 6,800. Cigarettes and alcohol packed. Top-tier consumption." As Duan Zhao's struggles weakened, it became evident that if he remained submerged any longer, he would choke to death. Abruptly, Chun Ji released his grip, and Duan Zhao hastily raised his head, gasping for air. However, before he could recover from the terror of near drowning, Chun Ji seized his right wrist. Instinctively, Duan Zhao clenched his fist in defiance. But Chun Ji twisted it violently, smashing his fist against the wall. Bang, bang, bang. Chun Ji relentlessly slammed Duan Zhao's fist against the surface with all his might. With each impact, the knuckles began to crack, blood oozing down his fist, dripping onto the tiles, mingling with the splashes of water to form a shocking crimson pool. Soon, Duan Zhao's fist was a mangled mess, and the once pristine white tiles were stained with blood. Chapter 78. The masochistic type. Yet Chun Ji seemed unsatisfied. He grabbed Duan Zhao's other hand and slammed it against the wall as well. Coldly, he remarked, "Enjoy bullying others, do you? Today, I shall let you taste the agony of a life worse than death." Duan Zhao, drenched in cold sweat, contorted his face in pain, utterly powerless to resist, only able to emit pained groans. Ultimately, Chun Ji dragged him away from the spot and delivered a brutal knee strike to his abdomen. Duan Zhao let out a muffled cry and collapsed onto the ground, violently retching. Chun Ji released him and leisurely walked over to the faucet to wash his hands, taking a paper towel to dry them before opening the bathroom door and slipping out like a cat. He navigated through a few blind spots of surveillance, emerging into the lobby. At that moment, Chen Shaoli had just settled the bill. A group of thugs were menacingly pressuring him to load the cigarettes and alcohol into their vehicle. As Chen Shaoli bent down to lift the bottles, he was the first to spot Chen Ji, exclaiming in surprise, "Xiaoji, what are you doing here?" His shout turned the attention of the thugs, including the bald woman, towards Chen Ji. It was a classic case of enemies meeting, and among them, the bald woman harbored the deepest resentment towards Chen Ji, having suffered at his hands during their time in the orchard. Upon seeing him now, her already flushed face turned an even deeper shade of red, her eyes ablaze with fury. With a furious curse, he exclaimed, "I shall end you." Drawing a dagger from his waist, he charged wildly at Chen Ji. Amid the frantic shouts of Chen Shaolai and Xiao Ji urging him to flee, the blade of the bald-headed woman lunged towards Chen Ji's chest. Yet, the dagger never found its mark, as Chen Ji firmly seized her wrist. With a swift motion, he pivoted to the side, delivering a powerful blow to the woman's forearm. Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones and her anguished scream, Chen Ji's foot connected forcefully with her abdomen. The impact lifted her off the ground, sending her tumbling several paces before crashing onto the tiled floor, where she promptly lost consciousness. The other ruffians were momentarily stunned, but soon erupted in chaos, shrieking and cursing as they charged at Qinji. He retreated rapidly, with two objectives in mind. First, he was aware that Dong was monitoring the situation from above, and by being attacked, the cameras would capture the assault accurately. Second, his quick withdrawal would scatter the assailants, preventing him from being cornered and allowing for a more manageable confrontation. As he neared the wall, Qinji finally began to retaliate. Consumed by rage, he unleashed his full strength in a flurry of blows, showing no mercy. Amidst the cacophony of cries, the ruffians fell one by one, writhing in agony and emitting various wails of despair. Ultimately, the only one left standing was the stunned Chen Yan, while Chen Xiaolai had collapsed in terror, paralyzed by shock. Having already been weakened by a limp and a day of exhaustion, the sight of such fierce combat rendered him incapable of standing. Chen Ji swiftly approached, wrapping an arm around his father's and gently aiding him to rise. "Are you all right, Dad?" Chen Xiaolai grasped his son's arm tightly, tears glistening in his eyes, rendered speechless by the overwhelming emotions. Chen Yan suddenly shrieked, rushing in front of him and pointing an accusatory finger at his nose. "How dare you strike my friend? You are as good as dead." With that, she attempted to claw at Qinji. At that moment, Qinji resolved not to indulge her any longer. He pushed her arm aside and, with a swift motion from both sides, delivered two resounding slaps to her face. The force of the blows caused her cheeks to swell visibly. With a heart-wrenching scream, she cried out, "Qinji, you will pay for this. How dare you strike me?" Pointing an accusatory finger at her, Qinji thundered, "Silence! Do you not possess any humanity? Do you dare to torment your own uncle in such a way? You are unworthy of life." Chen Yan stood frozen, her mouth agape, no longer daring to utter a sound. At that moment, Officer Dong descended from the second floor. Upon seeing the police, Chen Yan immediately pointed at Qinji and exclaimed, "Officer, this person assaulted me." "Silence!" Officer Dong barked. "Crouch down and cover your head." Chen Yan stood frozen, bewildered by the turn of events. Could it be that this officer knew Qinji? Yet, she recalled that her father was well acquainted with the local police station. The chief had even visited their home for drinks. Clearly, this officer was unaware of her identity. Chen Yan, now agitated, protested, "Are you a genuine officer or a counterfeit? If you were a real cop, how could you not recognize me? Do you know who my father is? Chief Zhu visits our home regularly." Before she could finish her tirade, Officer Dong seized her wrist, yanked her back, and swiftly placed her in handcuffs. He gave her a kick on the back of her knee, compelling her to crouch down. Chen Yan's behavior was entirely provocative. Had she refrained from mentioning Chief Zhu, Officer Dong might have chosen to let her go. However, her brashness and remarks about the chief necessitated her being handcuffed without question. Officer Dong then approached the unconscious bald woman on the ground. Observing her right forearm was completely shattered, the bone protruding grotesquely, blood oozing profusely. He glanced meaningfully at Qinji before pulling out his phone to call for an ambulance. Simultaneously, he instructed a waiter, "Go outside and summon a police car. Have them come in." Soon, several officers entered and were taken aback by the scene before them. Upon assessing the situation, they realized a fierce altercation had just transpired. Initially, they assumed the ruffians had merely been intoxicated and underestimated Officer Dong, leading to a confrontation. However, it soon became apparent that it was unlikely one officer could have subdued 6 or 7 assailants single-handedly. Even with the complainant's involvement, it seemed implausible that such a dramatic outcome could have resulted. Yet, upon hearing from the waiter that the gang of ruffians had all been taken down by Qinji alone, their astonishment grew. Remarkable. Such prowess could qualify him to represent the nation in a kickboxing world championship. The hotel's female staff likely shared this sentiment, particularly after witnessing Qinji effortlessly dismantle the gang. His movements were nothing short of spectacular, eclipsing even the most exhilarating fight scenes in cinema. As these ruffians proved utterly defenseless against him, under Qinji's relentless assault, they resembled fragile puppets, collapsing to the ground in agonized cries, a sight both thrilling and gratifying. Women are inherently drawn to strength, and at that moment, the female staff gazed at Qinji, their eyes sparkling with admiration. The ambulance from the town clinic arrived, and they swiftly loaded the bald woman into the vehicle. The groaning ruffians on the ground clamored to accompany her to the hospital, some claiming they had broken ribs, while others insisted their internal organs had been shattered. Let them all board the ambulance and be taken to the hospital. Director Dong instructed several police officers to accompany them, ensuring that after the examination, they would all be brought back to the police station. Once the ambulance departed, a sudden realization struck Dong. He had entirely overlooked the primary perpetrator of this extortion case, Duan Xiao. Just moments ago, he had seen him heading towards the restroom on the surveillance footage. Could it be that this cunning individual had already slipped away, sensing impending danger? He hurried towards the restroom. Chapter 79. Who is that woman? Dong stood frozen at the restroom door. There lay Duan Xiao, kneeling with his face turned outward, covered in the filth of his own vomit, his hands bloodied. Propping himself up in a futile attempt to rise. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he was utterly incapable of standing, and every exertion resulted in another bout of retching. Dong sternly inquired, "What has happened to you? Did you drink too much?" Duan Xiao lifted his gaze towards Dong, spat out the vile contents of his mouth, and gritted his teeth, declaring, "It was Chen Ji. That bastard beat me to this state." Dong snorted disdainfully, "Can you walk out by yourself?" Duan Xiao shook his head heavily. "I cannot move. I cannot stand. That bastard nearly beat me to death." Reluctantly, Dong made another call, requesting the clinic's ambulance to return. Duan Xiao was exceedingly large, weighing over 200 pounds, and his body had grown weak, trembling, which rendered him even heavier. The medical staff from the clinic found it impossible to lift him and had no choice but to bring in a stretcher to carry him out. Upon reaching the hotel lobby, Duan Xiao lifted his head, struggling to sit up. His trembling fingers pointed accusingly at Chun Ji, Director Dong. "It was him, this bastard. Who did this to me?" Chun Ji scoffed. "Since my arrival, I have been with Director Dong. When could I have possibly beaten you to such a state? Is this fool out of his mind? He doesn't even know who attacked him." Dong cast a knowing glance at Chen Ji. While Chen Shaoli looked on in horror at his son, "Xiaoji, you didn't truly do this, did you?" "Father, I wish I had. If only I had caught this scoundrel at that moment, I would have beaten him to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. And he wouldn't be able to blabber on like this." Dong addressed the Chun father and son. "You both will accompany me to the police station to provide a statement." As the police vehicle had been driven away by several officers, they could only travel back to the station in Chun Shaoli's electric tricycle. Chun Yin remained there, still handcuffed. Dong insisted that Chun Yin also be placed on the tricycle to accompany them. However, Chun Ji vehemently disagreed. He said to Dong, "In terms of blood relations, she is my cousin, but regarding today's incident, she is one of the principal offenders. You witnessed my father's condition. For his niece to torment her own uncle in such a manner is a display of utter inhumanity. I will not allow her to ride on my father's tricycle." Dong nodded silently and had no choice but to pull Chun Yin up, fastening her to a table leg, intending to have the police come back to take her away later. Chen Ji instructed Dong and his father to sit in the back of the tricycle while he took the wheel. The 2 boxes of Haiji Blue and 6 packs of Taishan cigarettes were also loaded onto the tricycle. These items served as evidence of the suspect's extortion and needed to be taken to the police station. Dong snapped a photo of the invoice obtained from the front desk and handed it to Chen Ji, saying, "You keep this, it's also evidence. I merely need the photo. When we need to present evidence in court later, you will have to show the original invoice." As the 3 climbed onto the tricycle and were about to leave, Chen Ji noticed Lin Xinran standing next to a pillar by the hotel steps. He suddenly halted the vehicle, exclaiming, "I told you to go home. Why haven't you left?" Lin Xinran's expression was somewhat complicated. Such a significant incident has occurred here. How could I feel at ease leaving? Chen Ji realized she must have witnessed the commotion in the hotel lobby earlier. He waved reassuringly, "It's all over now. We're just going to the police station to file a report. You should hurry home and come over after dinner. Once we finish the report, my father and I will return on the tricycle." Seeing Lin Xinran still hesitating, Chen Ji called out, "Do you want to come with us to the police station? If you keep dragging this out, I might get upset." Observing Chen Ji's serious demeanor, Lin Xinran reluctantly nodded, "Then call me when you get home." "Sure, I'll call." Chen Ji muttered as he started the tricycle, thinking to himself how overly sentimental she was. Lin Xinran watched the tricycle depart before finally heading home herself. In the back of the tricycle, Chen Shaoli was astonished. "Xiaoji, who was that girl just now?" Chen Ji replied, "You don't recognize her?" "She's my desk mate from middle school, Lin Xinran." "Oh," Chen Shaoli nodded, seemingly wanting to say more, but upon glancing at Dong, he swallowed his words. In truth, Chen Shaoli wished to caution his son against becoming too close to other women, fearing that if Lu Hong found out, it would affect their marriage. The village was already rife with rumors regarding their relationship, necessitating caution. However, in the presence of an outsider, especially a police officer, such words were utterly inappropriate. Chen Xiaoli's sensitivity stemmed from the circulating gossip in the village about Chen Ji and Lu Hong's alleged divorce. With any negative news about Chen Ji, Niu Jinjun would undoubtedly spread it relentlessly. The village shop served as a hub for local gossip, and as the owner, Chen Xiaoli had certainly heard whispers about his son's supposed separation from his daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this rumor, he was taken aback and quickly inquired about its source. Discovering it originated from Niu Jinjun, who spoke of it with great conviction, Chen Xiaoli was deeply troubled. His son had been married for just over a year, living a seemingly blissful life, and he had been eagerly anticipating the arrival of a grandchild. How could they contemplate divorce so casually? The family was already in disarray. A divorce would only exacerbate their woes, rendering their situation even more precarious. Moreover, it would invite gossip from the villagers, who would undoubtedly say that his son's misfortune was somehow hereditary. In his distress, he considered calling his son for clarification but feared that his son might not confide in him. Instead, he opted to contact Lu Hong. Naturally, he could not directly inquire whether Lu Hong and Chen Ji were indeed divorcing. He began with subtlety, asking about her current job situation and mentioning that it had been several days since their last conversation, merely wishing to catch up. He humorously added, "So, how has Xiao Ji been treating you? Hasn't he caused you any distress, has he? That rascal can be a bit stubborn and single-minded at times. If he gets a bit too headstrong, don't take it to heart. It will pass, for he means no harm." Lu Hong responded warmly, "Dad, you needn't worry. I understand his temperament. He can be quite obstinate at times, but he has improved significantly. When we first met, we often had our misunderstandings, but now we've adjusted well. Most of his little quirks are manageable, and they won't lead to any major issues." Relieved by Lu Hong's tone, Chen Xiaoli felt reassured that the rumors circulating in the village were unfounded. If Lu Hong and Chen Ji were truly divorcing, would she speak to him so affectionately? Little did he know that Lu Hong had quickly discerned his intentions behind the call. She understood that he had heard the rumors of their supposed divorce and was testing the waters. However, she would never disclose the truth to Chen Xiaoli. She was acutely aware of the Chun family's regard for her, especially her former father-in-law, who held her in high esteem and eagerly awaited the day he would cradle a great-grandchild. If they were to learn of her divorce from Chen Ji, they would undoubtedly intervene, potentially resorting to desperate measures to prevent it. She could easily envision them summoning their relatives to persuade them to reconcile. Such a scenario would be exceedingly troublesome, and Lu Hong had no intention of allowing it to unfold. As for the divorce certificate she would obtain in a month, by then, they would have already solidified their decision. She would no longer be a member of the Chen family, and they would be unable to trace her whereabouts. Chen Xiaoli concluded his call with a sense of satisfaction, rationalizing that the rumors in the village were merely the result of Niu Jinjuan's meddling. The sister-in-law has always looked down upon the impoverished while being fearful of the affluent. Her own household is in disarray, and she has consistently been the object of ridicule and bullying. The last time my son returned home, Chen Xiaoli overheard his elder sister mention that in their father's orchard, a near altercation occurred between my son and Chun Yin along with some of her acquaintances. It is only natural that such rumors would arise, given the offense caused to them. Nonetheless, the gossip circulating in the village has served as a wake-up call for Chen Xiaoli. With his own family already fragmented, he is determined that his son should not tread the same treacherous path he once did. Therefore, he has resolved to admonish his son upon his next return regarding this matter. Observing his son in such close proximity to his female classmate has heightened Chen Xiaoli's already anxious disposition. He even feels that the uproar caused by his son in the hotel can be overlooked for now. The paramount concern for him is to ensure the stability of his son and daughter-in-law's marital bond, to avoid the tragedy that befell him. Upon arriving at the police station, Director Dong personally, along with another officer, took statements from the father and son. At that moment, Chun Ji finally realized Director Dong's identity. Indeed, he was the deputy director of the station, named Dong Qingming. Dong Qingming conducted his duties with professionalism, completing the statements before allowing them to leave. The extortion case was relatively straightforward, and the conflict stemming from the extortion was clearly captured on surveillance. The bald woman sustained significant injuries, yet it was she who, upon seeing Chun Ji, brandished a knife intending to attack. Chun Ji's act of breaking her arm was purely instinctual self-defense. Furthermore, once he had kicked the bald woman away, The unlawful aggression ceased, and he immediately halted his defensive actions. Thus, Chunji's actions met all criteria for justifiable self-defense, as the hotel's surveillance footage clearly attests. Consequently, Chunji bears no liability for the injuries inflicted upon the bald woman, nor do the other small-time thugs who were knocked down. Their intention to assault Chunji warranted the consequences they faced. In fact, he had shown them mercy by merely incapacitating them. In the eyes of Dong Qingming, these individuals received their just deserts, even suggesting they might have been treated too leniently. As for Duan Xiao, who was bloodied, kneeling in the restroom, retching and unable to rise, he accused Chunji of causing his condition, a claim Chunji staunchly denied. As the statements progressed, Dong Qingming temporarily halted the inquiries. Pondering aloud, how curious. At that moment, I was with Chunji in the surveillance room. Who then could have inflicted such injuries upon Duan Xiao? Hearing this, Chunji understood that the deputy director was hinting at something. Indeed, Dong Qingming pressed further. Chunji, was there anyone else who accompanied you to the hotel? Yes. Chunji replied, my female classmate Lin Xinran, though she likely did not enter. You may inquire about this matter with the hotel staff. Additionally, the police officer was diligently typing away, documenting everything. Chunji understood that Deputy Director Dong indicated he had been monitoring the surveillance footage with him and had no opportunity to visit the restroom to inflict harm upon Duan Xiao. The hotel's surveillance could further attest to Chunji's absence from the restroom. From this, Chunji discerned that Officer Dong was indeed a man of integrity and justice. As a witness present at the hotel, Chunji was aware that although Officer Dong could not directly confirm his entrance into the restroom from the footage, there was ample reason to suspect him. However, during the recording process, Officer Dong proactively mentioned that while Duan Xiao was being assaulted, Chunji had been alongside him reviewing the monitor and subsequently went directly to the lobby, thus establishing a comprehensive chain of evidence indicating he was not present at the scene of the altercation. In essence, the suggestion made by Dong Qingming during the record-taking signified an implicit alliance between the two. Should any investigation arise, both Dong Qingming and Chunji would maintain a consistent narrative regarding the timeline. Furthermore, in the absence of direct evidence from the surveillance, even if Duan Xiao were grievously injured, even to the extent of losing the use of both hands, the blame could not be placed upon Chunji. Upon exiting the police station, Chunji rode an electric tricycle with his father. He remarked, Officer Dong appears to possess a genuine sense of justice. This is the true essence of what a police officer should embody. I wonder why I had never heard of such commendable officers from our local station before. Chen Shaoli shook his head and replied, I don't know. I have never interacted with anyone from the police station, so I cannot speak to their nature. However, I believe they ought to handle situations in this manner. At that moment, everyone was acutely aware of the circumstances. That bald woman was intent on stabbing you. You were compelled to defend yourself, and breaking her arm was an unfortunate necessity. Once violence ensues, who can gauge their strength accurately? Of course, I recognize that you deliberately broke her arm, but we cannot admit to that. Chunji chuckled. Father, I must say, I underestimated you. Chen Shaoli responded with a wry smile. It's not that I am harsh, but one must have a measure of spirit. That bald woman is certainly no good person. People, regardless of gender, once they stray onto the path of wrongdoing, often lose their humanity. Chunji looked back at his father as if seeing him for the first time, and said, Father, I must regard you with newfound respect. To be frank, the last time I returned, I kicked the dog belonging to the Hao family to death, and also gave Hao Shun a beating. I resolved then and there never to endure any more. No matter who bullies us, we must retaliate. Yet, my greatest concern was the harm it might bring you, leaving you in constant fear of their reprisals. But now, hearing your tone, it seems there is a sense of vindication. Chen Shaoli smiled and replied, My mindset today is different from that day. When you struck Hao Shun and killed the Hao family's dog, I was indeed filled with fear. However, today, the actions taken against me by Yin Yin and her associates have left me deeply wounded. Initially, I thought perhaps a financial loss could avert disaster. Spending some money on food and drink and enduring a bit of humiliation seemed manageable. Apologizing to them would allow this matter to be put to rest, alleviating my anxious heart. Yet, for an entire afternoon, they relentlessly tormented me. In truth, I had long since regretted my earlier decisions. Despite my current condition, having lost a leg and found myself in a state of disability, it was not fear of future troubles that restrained me. Rather, I was tempted to confront them head-on. Fortunately, Your arrival has afforded me a measure of relief. My perspective has evolved significantly. You are absolutely right. Enduring such treatment indefinitely is not a viable solution. Regardless, we have tolerated their bullying. If we do not, they will still prey upon us. So why should we continue to endure? Moreover, you have trained diligently in martial arts since childhood, achieving remarkable proficiency. From now on, we shall not live in fear. Anyone who dares to bully us must be met with resolute resistance. Rest assured, should anyone in the village dare to harass me again, I shall call you, and you will return to confront them on my behalf. My words were delivered with fervor, imbued with a certain melancholic valor. Chapter 81. An ominous foreboding. Chun-Ji could not help but turn to grasp his father's hand, shaking it vigorously as he exclaimed, "Father, your words resonate profoundly. Let us settle this matter thus." To ease his father's concerns, Chun-Ji provided him with Ding Hao's contact information, instructing him to save it. "Father, should anything happen to me, such as being taken by the police, please use this number to contact Ding Hao. He is our assurance. You witnessed the deputy director who took our statements. I assure you, my classmate possesses a character akin to his. Not only does he embody a sense of justice, but he also exudes the integrity that a true officer should possess. Henceforth, if any law enforcers attempt to abuse their power, they shall not hesitate to call my classmate." Chen Shaoli saved Ding Hao's number, nodding repeatedly. "You are correct. Our family shall never bully others, nor engage in unlawful activities. Should anyone commit acts against us, we shall have your classmate, the criminal investigation captain, rectify the situation." At this juncture, Chen Shaoli fell silent. Chun-Ji glanced back at his father, noticing the weariness etched upon his face as he gazed contemplatively at the sky. It was evident that his father was lost in thought. Then, with a hoarse voice, his father remarked, "Had I had such a classmate when those beasts broke my leg all those years ago, I would not have been so helpless. Nor would those fiends still roam free today." "Father," Chun-Ji replied solemnly, "worry not. Debts remain unsettled until they are repaid. I will ensure that we account for every injustice they have inflicted upon us." Sighing deeply, Chen Shaoli admitted, "My feelings are quite complex. Ultimately, my only wish is for your safety and well-being. That alone would serve as the greatest retribution against those brutes. If you were to suffer any harm, it would only bring grief to us both, allowing those beasts to revel in our misfortune." Chen-Ji understood the meaning behind his father's words and replied, "Dad, rest assured. I will prioritize my safety and act prudently. We have both endured for many years. I have learned the virtue of patience since childhood, which proves I am not an impulsive person." His father, seated in the truck bed, fell silent. Yet Chen-Ji could sense his father's silent nod without needing to glance back. The two of them ventured to the supermarket and the delicatessen, acquiring an abundance of ingredients. With his son returning home, it was only fitting to enhance their culinary experience. They planned to cook several delectable dishes together, ensuring a most enjoyable dinner. By the time Chen-Ji rode his tricycle back to the village with his father, the number of women at the village information base had dwindled significantly. After all, twilight was approaching, and they needed to return home to prepare meals. At that moment, only a few of Niu Jinjuan's loyal followers remained, clinging to the small radio. In truth, they too were on the verge of giving up, but Niu Jinjun forbade them from leaving, continually urging them, Soon, Chen Shaoli will be back in tears. We have waited an entire afternoon for this spectacle. We cannot let it slip away." However, Niu Jinjuan's words lacked conviction, as she had just attempted to call her second daughter several times, but to no avail. Initially, she thought the young woman was simply enjoying herself, perhaps too engrossed in merriment to hear her phone. Yet, after multiple attempts, her daughter still did not answer, causing Niu Jinjun to feel increasingly anxious. Consequently, she reached out to Duan Xiao, but he too let the phone ring without picking up, leaving her with a foreboding sense of dread. Her mind began to wander, recalling how Chun-Ji had sped away from the village in his car. What if he had sought out trouble in town? Unable to quell her rising anxiety, she decided to call her husband. As soon as the call connected, she urgently inquired, "Where are you? Are you at the factory?" On the other end, Chen Shaoxin replied irritably, "Where else would I be if not at the factory? Could you please check at the Green Source Hotel to see if Yin Yin and Xiao Duan are still there? I tried calling them, but they didn't answer. They probably didn't hear the phone over their fun and games. It's perfectly normal," he retorted. Niu Jinjun hesitated, feeling uneasy. After all, they had been at the hotel since noon. How could they still be there? Moreover, she had just seen Chun-Ji speeding out of the village. Chen Shaoxin immediately became alert, What does their outing have to do with Qinji? Neo Jinjun continued to falter. It shouldn't be related. But Qin Shaoli is also at the hotel with Yan Yin and the others. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaoxin quickly pieced together the situation and grew furious. You need to tell me the truth right now. What is going on? Aware that she could no longer conceal the matter, Neo Jinjun reluctantly disclosed the discussions she had with her second daughter and son-in-law regarding their threats towards Qin Shaoli. Upon hearing this, Qin Shaoxin immediately erupted in anger. You incompetent fools, incapable of achieving anything and only causing trouble. I specifically warned you repeatedly not to provoke him, to simply ignore him. Yet you insisted on stirring things up. Do you really need to ask where Chun-Ji just sped off to in his car? Of course. He has gone to the Green Source Hotel to settle the score. Now we are in deep trouble. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone and hurried outside, intending to head to the Green Source Hotel for a closer look. However, just as he stepped out and had not yet entered his vehicle, his phone rang again. Upon seeing that it was a call from a police officer named Zhang Lijie at the local precinct, Qin Shaoxin's heart sank. He immediately sensed that something was amiss. Hello, old Zhang, he said. Though he was significantly older, he still addressed the officer respectfully. Chun, your daughter is here with us, in custody. Would you like to come and see her? Zhang Lijie inquired. Qin Shaoxin quickly lowered his voice. Old Zhang, what is this about? The details are unclear at this moment. But I was on duty at the station. It seems to involve extortion. If this matter is not addressed promptly, it could escalate into a significant issue. Understood, thank you. Old Zhang, I will be there shortly. Let us arrange a meal another day. After hanging up, Qin Shaoxin immediately retrieved the number of the precinct chief, Zhu Guanglia, and dialed it. However, before the phone could even ring, he hung up again, feeling that it would be better to discuss the matter face-to-face. As he got into his car, his phone rang once more. This time, it was his wife, Neo Jinjun. Qin Shaoxin's frustration boiled over, his insides seething with rage. All you do is call. Do you even realize what you've done? Yan Yan is currently in cuffs at the police station. On the other end, Neo Jinjun screamed. How could this happen? Why are they detaining our Yan Yan? She has never faced hardship. How can they put her in handcuffs? Oh, the suffering she must endure. Neo Jinjun's cries only heightened Qin Shaoxin's irritation, and he hung up the phone abruptly. In the village intelligence base, Neo Jinjun did not realize the call had ended and continued to wail into the receiver. This frightened her little followers, who rushed over to console her. Although the specifics remained unclear, they could surmise that something unfortunate had befallen Qin Yin and her companions. Just moments ago, these eager onlookers had not witnessed the dramatic scene described by Neo Jinjun. Instead, they had seen Qinji gleefully riding his tricycle, bringing a smiling Qin Shaoli home, laden with an abundance of meat and vegetables, and a large fish dangling from the handlebars. Chapter 82. Stubbornness. As night fell, the dim streetlights flickered to life. A few women pretended to offer Neo Jinjun some words of comfort before quietly slipping away. In the end, only her steadfast little followers remained by her side. After a while of weeping, Neo Jinjun finally realized that the call had long since ended. She was now quite anxious and dialed Qin Shaoxin's number again. But he did not answer and promptly hung up. After 3 or 4 attempts, all met with the same fate. Neo Jinju began to realize that the man must have gone to the police station. Incessantly calling would only complicate matters. She ceased her calls and instead gazed towards Qin Shaoli's home, gritting her teeth and rising to her feet, exclaiming, Qin Shaoli, you wicked scoundrel, and that wretched Qinji. I shall confront you both. The little broadcaster, observing her determination, quickly intervened. Sister-in-law, where are you going? We still have no clarity on the situation. What will you say once you get there? Moreover, you must have noticed that Qinji has been behaving like a rabid dog these past few days, attacking anyone in sight. If you head to his house, ensure he doesn't turn his aggression towards you as well. These words struck a chord and momentarily frightened Neo Jinju. Though fear coursed through her, she retorted defiantly, Am I afraid of him? If he dares to lay a finger on me, I will ensure his entire family regrets it. Yet she conceded, You are right. I am still in the dark about the situation. I shall return home and wait for my father to call me back. Could her father really call her back? He would rather drag that fat piece of meat over and give him a sound thrashing. It was, after all, she who had instigated this debacle. Upon entering the police station, Qin Shaoxin's eyes were immediately drawn to his daughter, Qin Yin, who was handcuffed to the iron bars. She lacked her usual vibrant spirit. Appearing despondent and tearful, Qin Shaoxin's heart ached at the sight, for he cherished this little girl above all. He hurriedly approached a police officer, Officer Wang. Could you please release my daughter? She is timid. We wouldn't want to frighten her. Let us discuss this calmly. Officer Wang glanced around and quietly replied, Mr. Chun, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to make that decision. You should speak with the station chief as soon as possible. Is the chief in? Chen Xiaoxin inquired. He just arrived and is on duty tonight. Without delay, Chen Xiaoxin made his way to the chief's office. After knocking on the door and hearing an invitation to enter, he stepped inside. The air conditioning in the office was intensely cold, causing Chen Xiaoxin to break into a cold sweat, shivering as he entered. In stark contrast, the station chief, Zhu Guanglia, was perspiring profusely despite the low temperature. Chen Xiaoxin was familiar with Zhu, knowing that he was particularly sensitive to heat. Likely due to his corpulence, Zhu Guanglia, though not tall, possessed considerable girth. By rural standards, he was quite hefty. His wide face was tanned, adorned with a pair of cow-like eyes. Upon seeing Chen Xiaoxin, Zhu Guanglia clicked his tongue and remarked, Old Chen, what is going on? Your family's upbringing leaves much to be desired. Why hasn't your daughter been better disciplined? With a troubled expression, Chen Xiaoxin implored, Chief Zhu, what exactly is happening? I am utterly at a loss. Zhu Guanglia gestured towards the printed statements and other evidence laid out on the desk, saying, Oh, it's all right here. Zhu Guanglia recounted the events leading up to the current situation to Chen Xiaoxin, punctuating his narration with a cold chuckle. Your niece extorts her own uncle. And that Duan Xiao, he is to be your future son-in-law, correct? The niece and the son-in-law are the principal culprits. Reality is far more thrilling than fiction. The evidence for extortion is irrefutable. Your daughter and her fiancé are the main offenders, and the amount extorted is substantial, warranting a prison sentence of up to 3 years. Chen Xiaoxin's mind buzzed as if struck by a heavy blow. He hastily grasped the table to steady himself, asserting, Director Zhu, it cannot be that grave, can it? I am aware of Duan Zhao's volatile temperament. He occasionally engages in brawls. But my daughter Yin is a good girl. Exceedingly honest. How could she possibly be embroiled in such criminal matters? This reflects a fundamental instinct of human nature. Chen Xiaoxin's words exhibited a clear bias. The implication was that whether Duan Xiao was guilty or not was inconsequential. If necessary, his daughter could simply break off the engagement. However, it was imperative that their daughter remain untainted by this scandal. Zhu Guanglia withdrew 2 tissues to wipe the sweat from his brow, speaking with earnest gravity, Old Chun. This matter is not as simple as you believe. As he spoke, his thick fingers jabbed at the case files on the table. Do you see this? It is nearly organized, awaiting my signature, and a report is due to be submitted to the Bureau tomorrow. Chen Xiaoxin grew anxious. Director Zhu, we cannot let this escalate to higher authorities. You must find a way to resolve this. Yin has grown up under our watch. How can we stand idly by while she faces prosecution? Zhu Guanglia shook his head resolutely. You know what complicates this case the most? It was captured entirely by Dong Qingming. He was on the scene with his team and witnessed every detail of the extortion firsthand. As he continued, his fingers poked at the case files once more. See, it is all documented clearly. The hotel surveillance recorded everything, and there are witnesses and physical evidence. Those involved have confessed without hesitation. This is a solid case. Who would dare assist you? Chen Xiaoxin felt a wave of despair wash over him, his legs weakening. Without the support of the table, he might have collapsed to the ground. The notion of a substantial prison term loomed over him, both surreal and painfully real. He could not fathom the idea of his beloved youngest daughter facing a sentence and incarceration. Leaning against the table, he pleaded, Director Zhu, we cannot simply abandon hope. Can we? We must devise a plan, even if it means I must plead with Dong Qingming. Zhu Guanglia scoffed, his tone dripping with derision. You would plead with him? That man is as unyielding as a stone, impervious to reason. Not even our bureau chief could sway him. Upon realizing it was Dong Qingming who led the investigation, Chen Xiaoxin fell into utter despair. His head throbbed, and he felt on the verge of fainting. He understood that Dong Qingming had been appointed to the Shashi Town police station for less than 3 months. In the past, the police station in Shashi Town maintained amicable relations with everyone, fostering a sense of camaraderie as they shared meals, engaged in laughter, and assisted one another in times of need. However, the arrival of a certain Mr. Dong felt as though an alien had descended upon them, starkly contrasting with the station's ethos. Over the past 3 months, several disputes had arisen within the town. In a community where everyone is familiar with one another, A simple mediator could usually resolve any issue. Yet, under Dong Qingming's jurisdiction, matters were dealt with in a formal and bureaucratic manner. Initially, the station chief, Zhu Guanglia, unfamiliar with Dong's temperament, attempted to intervene directly, only to encounter vehement resistance from Dong Qingming. Having served in the town for several years, Zhu was accustomed to resolving minor security issues with ease. He never anticipated that the new deputy would oppose him so vigorously. Zhu, known for his fiery disposition, unleashed a torrent of expletives, demanding Dong to leave. To his surprise, Dong remained unfazed, firmly asserting that Zhu lacked the authority to dismiss him. It was only through the intervention of their colleagues that the two were separated. From that moment on, Dong Qingming became an unremovable thorn in the side of the station, a presence that everyone found troublesome. Nevertheless, as the deputy was appointed by the bureau, Zhu found himself powerless to act against him. Despite Zhu Guanglia's efforts to isolate and undermine Dong, the latter's position ensured that when he was on duty, his word was law. Today was no different. With the station chief absent, Dong was in charge. Zhu Guanglia resided in the county and was not due to return until later in the evening after his shift. Dong had meticulously organized all the materials related to a particular case, ready for Zhu to report to the bureau. Chapter 83. Incarcerating Chun Ji. Seeing Chun Shaoxin standing there with a vacant expression, Zhu remarked, "Old Chun, there's no need for you to linger here any longer. Given our relationship, I would certainly find a solution for you if I could. However, the evidence is irrefutable, and all the materials are in order. I genuinely have no means at my disposal. Perhaps you should consider reaching out to acquaintances at the bureau. If all else fails, could your brother in the city make a call to the county bureau? The matter of extortion can escalate or diminish significantly, hinging on the victim's perspective. Since the victim is your own brother, if he were to voluntarily express forgiveness, would that not resolve the issue? I trust my message is sufficiently clear. If you can engage two individuals, your brother and your sibling, this situation could be resolved flawlessly." Chun Shaoxin felt as if he were in a daze, unsure how he had exited the station chief's office. Standing in the courtyard of the police station, he was engulfed by waves of despair. Zhu Guanglia had suggested he seek assistance at the bureau, yet he had no acquaintances there. As a modest owner of a small processing factory, merely managing to thrive in the town was a considerable achievement. His connections within the county were minimal at best. Regarding the perfect solution proposed by Zhu Guanglia, the notion of seeking assistance from one's elder and younger brothers may seem straightforward. However, the reality is that it is an arduous task, akin to scaling the heavens. The victim in this case is none other than his own elder brother, which complicates matters even further. Contemplating this dilemma, Chun Shaoxin found himself gritting his teeth in frustration. Previously, he could manage to bully Chun Shaoli and his family. Yet following the revelation that Chun Ji had assaulted Hao Shun and put an end to the village chief's large wolf dog, it became evident that the village chief had swallowed his pride, leading Chun Shaoxin to suspect that there was more to this situation than met the eye. Moreover, his instinct told him that Chun Ji was no longer willing to endure the status quo. The young man was on the brink of rebellion. Given Chun Ji's youthful impetuosity, Chun Shaoxin felt a sense of trepidation at the prospect of his rashness. Thus, he implored his wife and daughter to refrain from provoking Chun Shaoli and Chun Ji any further. Unfortunately, his fears materialized as they conspired to extort Chun Shaoli. The animosity between the two families had escalated significantly. In such circumstances, how could he possibly humble himself to seek aid from his elder brother, when the two had not interacted for many years? Furthermore, considering the malicious actions of his son-in-law and daughter, even if he were to plead for forgiveness, his elder brother would undoubtedly refuse to absolve him. As for reaching out to his cousin Chun Shaoli, it was evident that if Chun Shaoli, the secretary of the Municipal Disciplinary Committee, were to intervene, resolving this minor issue would be a trivial matter. Yet, how could he bring himself to utter such words? Although Chun Shaoli had little interaction with Chun Shaoli, there was no enmity between their families, merely a sense of disdain from Chun Shaoli towards Chun Shaoli's household. However, the bond of blood among cousins remained strong. Should Chun Shaoli discover that his daughter and future son-in-law had tormented Chun Shaoli, a man with disabilities, at a grand hotel for an entire afternoon while extorting over 6,000 yuan, he would surely be incensed and would not come to their aid. This avenue was clearly a dead end. With all paths seemingly blocked, could he merely stand by and watch as Yin Yan faced prosecution? Chun Shaoxin was unwilling to accept such a fate. After much contemplation, he decided to call the village chief, Hao Chong. knowing that Hao Chang shared a close relationship with Zhu Guanglia. If Zhu Guanglia was unable to assist, it might be due to the complexity of the situation orchestrated by Dong Qingming, but it could also stem from Chen Xiaoxin's lukewarm rapport with Director Zhu. Perhaps, if Hao Chang were to intercede, Zhu would be inclined to offer a solution. Thus, Chen Xiaoxin dialed Hao Chang's number and conveyed the current predicament. In a tone of desperation, he implored, "Village Chief, I am truly out of options and must turn to you. Your close association with Director Zhu could prove invaluable. If you speak on my behalf, I trust that even the most challenging matters would find a resolution." He continued, "I beg of you, Village Chief. This is a situation only you can address. You are still at the police station, correct?" Hao Chang responded, pausing for a moment. "Here's what we'll do. Hang up for now, and I will make a phone call to inquire further." All right, Village Chief," Chen Xiaoxin replied repeatedly. "I am in the courtyard of the police station, awaiting your call." After hanging up, Hao Chang did not contact Zhu Guanglia. Instead, he dialed Zheng Biao. Upon connection, he expressed his excitement, saying, "Zheng, I have good news. I believe our opportunity has arrived. Do you believe there is still good news to come?" On the other end of the line, Zheng Biao retorted sharply. In recent days, he had been particularly irritable. Ever since he had suffered a setback at the village committee in Nantan, his mood had soured. Throughout his life, he had never experienced such a significant loss or endured such humiliation. Though he outwardly appeared frustrated, internally he harbored a deep-seated apprehension towards Qinji. Having spent several years immersed in martial arts, he considered himself somewhat knowledgeable. While novices merely spectate, the experienced discern subtleties. When Qinji made his move, it was executed with an efficiency and precision that surpassed Zheng Biao's expectations. He had never encountered anyone with such exceptional skill. It is human instinct to fear the formidable, and for the first time in his life, Zheng Biao felt genuine fear. This trepidation compelled him to proceed with caution. Retribution against Qinji was imperative, yet it required a strategic approach. One must strike the tiger's head rather than provoke its ire, as the latter would only lead to more severe consequences. Days had passed since Hao Chang suggested a decisive course of action against Qinji, yet no progress had been made. Zheng Biao, seething with frustration, inquired directly, "Do not bother with good or bad news. Just tell me, has Husan succeeded or not?" Husan has not yet succeeded," Hao Chang replied, lacking confidence. He mentioned he is currently familiarizing himself with Qinji's comings and goings. Once he understands his routine, especially where he goes at night, he can find an opportunity to act. As you know, I advised Husan that Qinji possesses considerable skill, and he must proceed with caution. If he chooses to act, he must ensure success. Enough of this nonsense. Zheng Biao snapped, his irritation mounting. At this rate, we are far from taking action. What kind of nonsensical good news do you have to share? Zheng Zong, it is indeed good news. I have been contemplating that Qinji may soon find himself in trouble. Hao Chang recounted what Chen Xiaoxin had mentioned earlier. I think we can leverage this situation. Since Chen Xiaoxin has sought our assistance, let us indeed provide it and extract a handsome sum from him. We can then discuss with Lao Zhu. It is quite simple to turn the tables. I have a rough plan in mind. As long as Lao Zhu agrees, it won't be an issue to have Qinji incarcerated. Of course, getting him in is just the first step. Since you've been feeling out of sorts lately, why not have someone at the police station give him a beating to let off some steam? Once he is in the detention center, we have our people there. We can easily fabricate a reason for him to meet his end. Upon hearing this, Zheng Biao's tone softened immediately. Having Lao Zhu lend a hand is certainly no problem. That fellow has his ways. He can manipulate the case however he wishes with just a word. I can personally approach him about this. However, regarding your idea of extracting a substantial sum from Chen Xiaoxin, how much do you think he can offer? How does 300,000 sound? Did he not just mention that his daughter might be prosecuted and face less than 3 years in prison? That would equate to a purchase of freedom at 100,000 per year, totaling 300,000, does it not? Zheng Biao let out a cold snort. Your mathematical skills are commendable. So it shall be, 300,000. You shall first negotiate with him, and once an agreement is reached, I shall accompany you to seek out old Zhu. Chapter 84. A false tycoon. Having reached a consensus, Hao Chang promptly returned Chen Xiaoxin's call. Why were they so certain? Without discussion, that Zhu Guanglia intended to extort Chen Xiaoxin? It was due to their profound understanding of Zhu Guanglia. Not merely content with petty extortion, Zhu could effortlessly manipulate even more serious criminal matters. They had long witnessed Zhu Guanglia's cunning and were confident that as long as the benefits were presented and with Zheng Biao's influence, Zhu would undoubtedly resolve the matter satisfactorily. At that moment, Chen Xiaoxin sat in his car, cradling the phone in both hands, counting the seconds as if they were years while awaiting Hao Chang's return call. As soon as the phone rang, he hastily answered, inquiring, "What's the word, village chief? What did Director Zhu say? I'm afraid this matter cannot be resolved." Hao Chang began, delivering a blunt blow to Chen Xiaoxin. The weight of his words immediately chilled Chen's heart. Hao Chang continued to intimidate him. "I just called Director Zhu, and he confirmed what you mentioned. This case is being handled by Dong Qingming, with ample witnesses and evidence. All the materials are prepared, leaving no room for maneuvering. You happened upon a stroke of misfortune. Director Zhu is off duty today, or else this would have been a closed case. The only recourse left is to seek out your brother, Chen Xiaoli. Apart from that, there are no alternatives." Hao Chang's rhetoric mirrored Chen Xiaoxin's earlier words. In truth, he had not called Zhu Guanglia, but merely echoed Chen's sentiments. Nonetheless, this tactic proved highly effective, plunging Chen into despair, nearly moved to tears. He pleaded desperately, "Village chief, you must think of a way out for me. Did I not mention before? I cannot approach my brother. You have witnessed our relationship over the years. It is more bitter than enmity. The more I seek his help, the more obstinate he becomes. There is no one else to turn to. I must rely on you for assistance. After all, you, Director Zhu, and General Zheng from the battlefield, you are all frequently together. Even the most challenging matters can be addressed." "You are quite right," Hao Chang interjected, abruptly cutting Chen Xiaoxin off. "Your words remind me that the individual with the strongest ties to Director Zhu is indeed General Zheng. While I maintain a cordial relationship with Zhu, I must still heed his disposition. However, General Zheng is different. He can directly command Zhu. Once General Zheng speaks, Zhu will execute without hesitation." "Indeed, indeed," Chen Xiaoxin exclaimed, his spirits lifting as he eagerly interjected. "Then we must ask General Zheng to intervene and speak to Director Zhu. Although they have prepared all the materials, they have yet to be submitted. Once submitted, it will be even more challenging to address. Then you must quickly contact General Zheng. Yet, it must be noted that approaching General Zheng is not as straightforward as it may seem." On the phone, Hao Chang's tone wavered. "You know how General Zheng is. He never acts unless there is something in it for him. Then let's offer him something." Chen Xiaoxin exclaimed urgently. "Just tell General Zheng that if this matter is resolved, I will surely reward him for his efforts. I will make a call to inquire. But even if you promise a reward, he might not be inclined to assist," Hao Chang replied. "We must at least ask. This is our only hope." "Very well. I shall try calling. If it fails, you will need to find another way through your elder brother." After hanging up, Hao Chang pretended to wait a few minutes before calling Chen Xiaoxin again. Upon answering, he bluntly delivered bad news. "It's not going to work. He refuses to take this on. General Zheng has been preoccupied lately, quite irritable. When I mentioned this to him, he scolded me, saying I should not bother him with trivial matters." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoxin felt a chill run through him. However, Hao Chang's tone shifted as he continued. "Although General Zheng scolded me, I cannot simply give up. I spoke highly of you, emphasizing our camaraderie. Your affairs are my affairs. I made sure to express my utmost sincerity." Eventually, General Zheng relented and agreed to call Zhu to ascertain whether the matter could be handled. Good, good. Chen Xiaoxin nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. "What did Zhu say? What could Zhu say? The evidence in this case is irrefutable, and all materials are prepared. To overturn the verdict, one would need to discredit all evidence and fabricate an entirely new set of testimonies and materials. Undertaking such a task would expand the scope of involvement significantly, making it particularly challenging and risky for Zhu. If any mistakes occur, Zhu would find himself in a predicament." I understand, Chen Xiaoxin responded. "So, does this mean Zhu has agreed to assist?" "He has indeed consented, but due to the complexity of the task, you will need to make some sacrifices. General Zheng mentioned he would also come to help with the operations. Therefore, if this matter is successfully resolved, you will owe Zhu 200,000 as a reward, while 10,000 will suffice for General Zheng." "What? 30,000? Chen Xiaoxin was taken aback. His own daughter and son-in-law had only extracted 6,000 from her uncle, and now he was expected to shell out 30,000 to settle this? It seemed exorbitant. The crux of the matter was that Chen Xiaoxin was not financially buoyant at the moment. Although he claimed to be worth tens of millions, even exaggerated to hundreds of millions, this was mere pretense. In reality, he possessed little wealth. A few years back, when the economy was booming, he indeed earned some money. But that was quickly spent. With his eldest daughter getting married, this so-called millionaire could not afford to appear miserly. He bought her a Mercedes and incurred various expenses. His house in the county was not cheap, and he had spent extravagantly on renovations. He had also purchased 2 apartments in the city purely for investment purposes. Yet with the recent downturn in the housing market, he found himself trapped in those investments. Most importantly, during these recent years of hardship in the aquaculture industry, how could he, engaged in downstream processing, escape unscathed? He merely relied on the support of his brother, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, and took advantage of the fact that the Yaotian Group found itself in a predicament, unable to replace him. Thus, he repeatedly coerced the cold storage facility in Shashi town, demanding a reduction in raw material prices. He showed no concern for the severe losses faced by the Yaotian Group and the cold storage, as long as his small processing factory's profits were secured. Nonetheless, even in such a bleak industry landscape, the downstream processing plants no longer enjoyed the once abundant profits and merely sustained a meager operation. Moreover, the industry's winter not only led to thin margins, but also intensified competition. Product prices remained stagnant, and payments were often delayed. Should one demand cash, the other party might cease cooperation altogether. Consequently, Chen Xiaoxin found himself in a precarious financial situation. In business, no one would hoard their money idly. Any available funds were invested back into operations. Now, asking Chen Xiaoxin to produce 300,000 at once represented a significant hurdle, as that amount constituted vital funds for business turnover. A sudden loss of 300,000 would severely disrupt his operations. Chapter 85. Our family of 4 is guilty. Chen Xiaoxin's voice quivered with desperation. Village chief, could you possibly negotiate with General Zheng and Director Zhu to lower the amount? This is excessive. You know how challenging business has been these past 2 years. I am already struggling with turnover, and I cannot produce that sum all at once. Upon hearing this, Hao Chong chuckled derisively on the other end of the line. Well, that works out perfectly. General Zheng was never inclined to involve himself in this matter, and Director Zhu has expressed concerns about the risks associated with it. Let us just wait and see how the situation unfolds. Perhaps it is not as dire as you imagine. Without allowing Chen Xiaoxin to respond, Hao Chong abruptly hung up the phone. With a pained expression, Chen Xiaoxin called Hao Chong back. This time, he dared not negotiate. 300,000 it would be, as long as it ensured their prompt release of Yan Yan. All right, transfer the money to me, and I will handle the rest. Hao Chong reluctantly agreed. But you must understand that this matter poses considerable risks for Director Zhu. Therefore, you must not disclose anything to anyone. Only the 4 of us can know. Not even your wife or children. If this escapes your lips, both you and Zhu will find yourselves in trouble. I understand. I will certainly keep this to myself, Chen Xiaoxin assured. He transferred the 300,000, his heart sinking as if he were losing a piece of himself. Nearly moved to tears. At this moment, Chen Ji was entirely oblivious to the impending calamity. Upon returning home, the father and son cooked together, preparing a feast. Each held a large glass, opening a barrel of chilled draft beer, which poured into the glasses, the frothy white foam filling them generously. The eldest, Chen Daji, had juice poured into his glass. He had never had alcohol, and there was no fuss about it. Sipping the sweet juice, he was already quite content. The 3 of them raised their glasses and clinked them together, each savoring a hearty sip before hastily diving into the dishes. Chen Xiaoli felt a wave of happiness wash over him as he smiled and remarked, "Why didn't you bring Lu Hong back with you? Our family has grown. And ever since your marriage to Lu Hong, the atmosphere at home has transformed. It feels much livelier, as though we have welcomed several new members. Now that she isn't here, something seems amiss, a touch of imperfection." Chun Ji chuckled softly. "I returned in a hurry. At the time I left, she hadn't finished work, so I didn't call her. I promised to bring her next time." Chen Xiaoli, sipping his beer, scrutinized his son's face and said, "Xiao Ji, I don't mean to nag, but is everything all right between you and Lu Hong? Lately, I've had an uneasy feeling regarding your relationship." At this point, Chen Xiaoli decided to be candid and shared the village gossip with his son, including the fact that he had called Lu Hong. Chen Ji replied, "Rumors cease with the wise. Besides, since you know those words originated from secondhand, why let them trouble you?" Chen Xiaoli took several gulps of beer, tilting his head in contemplation. "Yet I can't shake the feeling that there's something peculiar. Why is it that coincidentally, just as such rumors arise, you return with Qing Lin and also reunite with an old female classmate from middle school? Why is everything so fortuitous? He continued, you must not do anything to betray Lu Hong. Our family cannot withstand any more turmoil. Chenji grinned and said, why not consider it from another angle? It is precisely because I returned with my ex-girlfriend that such rumors surfaced. When viewed this way, everything makes sense. At this moment, Chenji thought of Lin Xinran and decided to call her. When the call connected, he could hear her still chewing. She said, are you full? I've just finished eating and will set off shortly. Chenji laughed. I called to ease your mind. Our little family is currently enjoying a drink, just beginning the feast. So take your time over there, savor your mother's braised pork. We'll drink slowly. There's no rush for either of us. After we're well fed and satisfied, we can visit Uncle S' place later. In this heat, he usually rests early. Lin Xinran chuckled. You truly are considerate. After finally relishing my mother's cooking, your call made the taste fade instantly. But hearing your words has revived the flavor. She added, all right, I won't hurry. I'll enjoy my meal before heading to your home. While his son was on the phone, Chen Shaoli quietly sipped his drink, lost in thought. Once Chenji ended the call, Chen Shaoli hesitated before asking, Xiaoji, do you think Yin Yin and the others will really face imprisonment? Chenji replied, this is extortion and a substantial amount. There will certainly be criminal liability, and they must face sentencing. However, the length of the sentence ultimately depends on subsequent developments, such as the willingness to make reparations and the attitude towards confession, all of which influence the verdict. Ahem, Chen Shaoli hesitated, pondering whether there exists another crucial factor that affects the judgment, the victim's stance. Chenji finally grasped what his father intended to convey. Dad, are you contemplating forgiveness for Yin Yin? It is not merely forgiveness. After all, I am her uncle. Perhaps it would suffice for the police to give her a lesson. Dad, do not play the role of Donghua, Chenji asserted with unwavering conviction. In fact, when I returned, I briefly entertained thoughts akin to yours. I considered her my dear cousin, and blood is thicker than water. Perhaps it would be enough to let her off the hook. Yet, I resolutely dismissed that notion. Just think, over the years, when has my second uncle's family ever treated us as kin? They have never regarded us as family, let alone as human beings. Given your current condition, she was the one who instigated your torment for an entire afternoon. At this point, Chenji's voice faltered. Do you know how my heart shattered when I witnessed you painstakingly ascending the stairs on the surveillance footage, stopping at each step to rub your broken leg, with beads of sweat rolling down your face? Dad, does Chen Yin truly lack vision? Could she not see that you could no longer endure? You are her blood relative. How could she act so inhumanely? Chenji bowed his head, resting his palm against his forehead. Chen Shaoli could not discern his son's expression, but noticed large tears falling onto the table. Xiaoji, Chen Shaoli gently placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Uncertain how to comfort him, we shall not forgive. You are right. She is devoid of humanity. She is guilty. No, no. Chenji shook his head in anguish. Dad, it is we, the four of us, who bear the guilt. Our lives have been hard. Our poverty constitutes our sin. Olji. At that moment, Su Meiwan's loud voice resonated from the courtyard as she entered the house, exclaiming, have you eaten? If so, hurry and leave. Chenji quickly wiped the tears from his face. Su Meiwan entered with an exaggerated expression. Uncle, you all are quite extravagant, aren't you? The three of you have prepared so many dishes. Just moments ago, I had a cucumber with Grandpa, and there wasn't even sesame sauce at home, just plain cucumber. All right, enough lamenting. Come over and have a drink. Chenji poured her a full cup. Su Meiwan immediately brightened up, taking a seat and raising her glass with the three of them. Once they commenced drinking the draft beer, she no longer urged them to hurry and consult the fortune teller. After a while, Lin Xinran also arrived. However, Chenji needed her to drive, so he did not pressure her to drink. Just as they were nearing the end of their drinks, Chenji noticed flashing lights outside the main door, red and blue police lights, strikingly vivid against the night, with the sound of car doors opening and closing. For police officers swiftly entered. Chapter 86. Only remained strong initially. Chenji presumed that the police had come to his home to gather evidence regarding the case from earlier that day. However, upon noticing the hostile expressions on the faces of the four officers, he instinctively sensed that something was amiss. As anticipated, upon entering, the lead officer solemnly addressed them. Chenji, Chen Shaoli, we request that you accompany us to the station for an investigation. As he spoke, two of the officers began to unclip handcuffs from their belts. At that moment, Chenji understood that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The atmosphere in the house quickly shifted to one of panic. Chen Xiaoli and Lin Xinran had initially shared Chen Ji's misconception, believing that the police were there solely for the purpose of gathering evidence. They were taken aback when they realized that both father and son were to be taken away. Lin Xinran, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "Comrade police." Chen Ji raised his hand to interrupt her, turning his attention to the officers. "Comrades, you must be aware of my family's circumstances. Would it be possible to wait just a moment or two?" While speaking, he subtly directed the officer's gaze towards his elder brother, Chen Daji. At that moment, Daji appeared utterly bewildered. Upon the officer's entrance, he had initially felt a thrill of excitement, whispering to Mei Wan, "Are they going to play cops and robbers?" However, the serious demeanor of the officers soon instilled fear in him. He was at a loss as to what was transpiring. Despite his outward appearance of normalcy, his cognitive abilities were akin to that of a 4- or 5-year-old child, causing him difficulty in comprehending situations requiring critical thinking. The officers, prior to their arrival, must have familiarized themselves with the family dynamics, knowing that there were 4 members in the household. Chen Xiaoli, a man with a limp, was responsible for 3 children: the twins, Chen Ji and his brother, and the elder brother, Chen Daji, who was intellectually disabled, along with their sister, Chen Xian, who was studying at a university out of town. Upon entering the residence, the officers appeared somewhat disoriented, unable to distinguish between Chen Ji and Daji, uncertain of whom to address. The brothers bore such a striking resemblance to one another that they seemed to have been carved from the same mold. However, once one officer discerned the confused expression on Daji's face, they realized that the bewildered individual was the intellectually challenged Chen Daji, while the other was indeed Chen Ji. Understanding Chen Ji's subtle signals, the officers recognized the potential repercussions of arresting Chen Ji and Chen Xiaoli in front of Daji. Such an act could frighten him severely, leading to consequences that would be troubling for the police. Thus, the 2 officers discreetly stowed the handcuffs back into their pockets. Chen Ji turned to Daji, saying, "Brother, don't you enjoy playing with Mei Wan? Why don't you both go inside and play a game?" As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Mei Wan. Mei Wan had been terrified when the officers revealed the handcuffs, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Understanding Chen Ji's intention, she reluctantly complied, despite her desire to confront the officers, demanding, "On what grounds are you arresting them?" Yet, Chen Ji's gaze compelled her to acquiesce. She was acutely aware that if the police were to handcuff Chen Ji and Chen Xiaoli in front of Daji, it would be an unbearable shock for him. Not only would one be startled, but perhaps also engage in a desperate struggle with the police, attempting to rescue one's father and brother, which could lead to disastrous consequences. Su Meiwan forced a smile, striving to sound cheerful as she addressed Daji. "Daji, don't you enjoy playing cops and robbers? Come, let us retreat indoors. You can hide behind the door, and I shall seek you out." Daji hesitated, clearly sensing the lurking danger, yet uncertain, and the invitation to play was a significant temptation. Chen Ji then turned his gaze towards Lin Xinran. "Lin Xinran, do you wish to join my brother and the others in playing cops and robbers?" Lin Xinran, quick to respond, exclaimed, "Absolutely, I want to play too. You both cannot leave me out." Su Meiwan seized the moment, pulling Daji toward the inner room. "Come on, let us hide quickly, lest she discovers us." Just as Lin Xinran was about to turn away, Chen Ji called out to her, "Lin Xinran, please take that document from the table and place it in the first drawer on the left. It is of utmost importance, and we must ensure nothing goes awry." Lin Xinran paused for a second before nodding. "All right, I will take care of it immediately." Once the 3 had exited the room, the police swiftly produced handcuffs and restrained both father and son. Upon their arrival, the police were already aware of Chen Ji's abilities and, to prevent any resistance, had directly placed him in cuffs behind his back. Chen Xiaoli, bewildered by the unfolding events, questioned why, as the victim, he was now being handcuffed along with his son. Trembling in fear, witnessing his father in such distress filled Chen Ji with sorrow, yet he recognized that both of them had no choice but to remain strong. The emergence of this situation was the inevitable consequence of his decision to no longer endure what had become intolerable. With unwavering conviction, he reassured his father, "Dad, do not worry. We have nothing to fear if we stand upright. We have committed no unlawful acts, and our consciences are clear. No one can wrongfully accuse us. Let us not forget our conversation this afternoon." Hearing his son's resolute tone, Chen Xiaoli seemed to find courage, his heart calming, his body trembling less, and his posture straightening. Chen Ji did not resist, cooperating with the police's actions, merely stating, "Officer, what exactly have my father and I done that warrants our arrest? Let's talk." The officer replied coldly, "You will understand when we arrive at the station." Concerned that Daji might emerge from the room to witness this scene, the police acted swiftly, placing handcuffs on both father and son and ushering them away. At that moment, Lin Shinran burst from the inner room, rushing towards Chenji. "On what grounds do you arrest them? What crime has he committed? Do you possess the necessary credentials for detaining someone?" The leading officer displayed his badge before Lin Shinran. Chenji is suspected of intentional harm, and Chen Shaoli is suspected of perjury. We are legally obligated to summon them for questioning at the station. But merely being questioned should not necessitate handcuffs, protested Lin Shinran. One officer raised his hand to push her shoulder. "Please cooperate with the actions of the law enforcement personnel." Chen Ji smiled. "Lin Shinran, cease your words. If you continue, it will become an obstruction of justice." With that, he took the initiative to step outside with his father. The father and son were concerned that Daji might emerge from the room and witness this scene. Lin Shinran fell silent, trailing closely behind them, her heart heavy with sorrow. As they walked, tears began to well in her eyes. The sight of Chen Shaoli being led away in handcuffs by the police, limping towards the patrol car, shattered her composure, and she could no longer contain her tears, covering her mouth with her hand to stifle her sobs. The police vehicle turned around and swiftly departed, its lights flashing, staring blankly at the direction in which the car had vanished. Lin Shinran felt a tumult of emotions, both grief and deep concern for Chenji. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she surmised it was related to the incident from that afternoon. Chapter 87. Your friend is ruthless. At that moment, Chenji had subdued all the thugs in the hotel lobby, most notably breaking the arm of the bald woman. Lin Shinran had observed the scene from the entrance of the hotel. It was the bald woman who had brandished a knife and charged at Chenji, who had only retaliated in self-defense. Nevertheless, inflicting such injury could very well be classified as excessive self-defense. What truly troubled Lin Shinran was the task that Chenji had entrusted to her moments earlier. He had instructed her to retrieve an important document from the table in the room and place it in the first drawer on the left. Yet upon entering the room, she found no such document. The first drawer contained several boxes of paper clips, with many twisted into peculiar shapes. Lin Shinran, being perceptive, deduced Chenji's intention. He must have meant for her to procure a few paper clips from the first drawer. In various films and dramas she had watched, characters often used wire, paper clips, hairpins, and even toothpicks to unlock handcuffs. Could it be that Chenji was familiar with this method as well? Regardless, since he had given her the instruction, she felt compelled to comply. She swiftly retrieved 2 properly shaped paper clips, running out and feigning an attempt to hinder Chenji. In the act of grasping his hand, she discreetly passed the 2 paper clips to him. Now, Lin Shinran's greatest fear was that once Chenji arrived at the police station, he might attempt to free himself from the handcuffs. She was acutely aware that using illicit means to remove police restraints constituted an obstruction of justice, which could lead to administrative penalties or criminal liability, irrespective of whether he had committed an offense. Should he manage to escape by unfastening the handcuffs on his own, the consequences would only worsen, potentially subjecting him to charges under Article 316 of the criminal law concerning escape. This implied that if Chenji refrained from resistance and followed the proper procedures, he might avoid severe repercussions. However, should he choose to resist or attempt an escape, it would unequivocally be deemed a crime. At that moment, Su Meiwan and Daji also rushed out. Daji seemed to have regained his senses. Unable to remain in the room any longer, he felt compelled to venture outside and ascertain the situation. With both his father and younger brother missing, tears welled in his eyes. "Where is my dad? Where is Xiaoji? Where have they gone?" Lin Shinran feigned a casual demeanor as she attempted to console him. "Did you not hear them discussing the events of this afternoon during dinner? They have gone to testify to the police and will return shortly. Why, aren't you two supposed to be playing a game of cops and robbers? I haven't even had the chance to join you." The 2 women, through a blend of persuasion and deceit, managed to coax Daji back into the room. They cleverly concealed him behind the sofa, pretending to search for him, moving back and forth in feigned confusion. Believing their ruse, Daji resolutely hid behind the sofa, unwilling to emerge. Lin Shinran pulled Su Meiwan aside for a quiet discussion. "Why has the situation turned so dire? We cannot simply sit idly by. We must devise a plan." Initially, Su Meiwan was unaware of the events that transpired that afternoon. It was only upon Lin Xinran's return and her inquiry to Chunji that she learned of the shocking developments. They discovered that the police had apprehended Chun Yin and others, who were now implicated in a serious extortion case, potentially facing imprisonment. Su Meiwan felt a sense of vindication and wholeheartedly supported Chunji's actions. She was acutely aware of the relationship dynamics between the Chun Shaoxin and Chun Shaoli families. Particularly, Chun Yin and her sister had never shown any familial affection toward their uncle's family, nor had they exhibited a shred of respect for their own uncle. Their callous behavior today warranted severe punishment, and they deserved to be dealt with harshly. However, the swift reversal of fate, with the victims suddenly becoming suspects, was unforeseen. They were handcuffed and taken away, leaving Su Meiwan and Lin Xinran perplexed about the circumstances that led to this turn of events. Suspecting that Chun Shaoxin had pulled some strings behind the scenes. As a daughter-in-law of the village, Su Meiwan knew well that Chun Shaoxin's family was wealthy and had close ties with the local authorities. In a society where familiarity holds sway, connections often dictate outcomes. Truths can be obscured, and falsehoods can be fabricated. Just as Xianyu had recently experienced, being assaulted yet subsequently apprehended by the police, facing fines and detention. This was a blatant abuse of power and a distortion of justice. It seemed likely that Chun Ji and his father had encountered a similar fate. However, these were mere conjectures. They needed to uncover the truth of the matter. Since the opposing party had their connections, they too needed to explore their own avenues. Su Meiwan promptly called Chun Jinyu, relaying the current situation and urging him to seek out acquaintances at the police station for information. Meanwhile, Chun Jinyu was at a tavern in town, enjoying drinks with colleagues. Earlier that evening, Chun Ji had called him, inviting him to join for drinks at home. However, since he had already settled in with his colleagues, he had declined the invitation, suggesting that they reschedule. Little did he know that in such a short span, Chun Ji and his father had been taken away. Chun Jinyu was taken aback and comforted Su Meiwan, urging her not to panic. He promptly sought someone to inquire at the police station regarding the situation. As an ordinary farmer working in the town, he had no acquaintances at the police station and had to find someone else. He called Gu Ruifeng, the supervisor of the cold storage, who was familiar with the personnel at the police station, and pleaded with him to investigate the matter. Gu Ruifeng was somewhat related to Chun Jinyu. It was through Gu that Chun had secured a relatively good position at the cold storage. Now that Chin's close friend was in trouble, Gu Ruifeng felt obliged to assist. Residing in the town, he rode his electric bike to the police station. Upon arrival, he approached the on-duty officer to inquire about the offenses committed by Chun Ji and his companion. By the time he clarified the situation, Chun Jinyu was already waiting anxiously at the police station's entrance, rushing over to ask, "Cousin, what is going on? Is it serious?" Gu Ruifeng nodded. "It is somewhat serious. Chun Ji is suspected of intentional injury. I didn't expect him to be so ruthless. Do you know who he assaulted? Is it Duan Xiao?" Chun Jinyu blurted out. Recalling that Chun Ji had called him earlier that afternoon to ask whether Duan Xiao was acquainted with anyone at the police station, Chun Jinyu realized that the feud between Chun Ji and Duan Xiao was far from over and was certain that trouble had arisen again. He had even inquired with Chun Ji, but was told to mind his own business. "You guessed correctly," Gu Ruifeng replied. "It seems you are privy to some inside information." However, he didn't just hit Duan Xiao, he also attacked that bald-headed Shin Feifei. He severely injured Duan Xiao's hands, and even if they heal, his mobility may be compromised. Shin Feifei fared worse, suffering a broken arm. "I must admit, your friend is quite brutal." According to the police, once the injury assessment is completed, the minimum will be 2 minor injuries. Your friend might face a sentence of 2 to 3 years without a doubt.